Chapter 646. Establish an exchange system for the three saints. As soon as this remark came out, xianxia and others were surprised. From Su Lang's words, they could feel that this is a system that is very beneficial to low-level warriors. But to benefit the low-level martial artist, it will inevitably consume high-level resources, which is simply out of place in the current situation. However, they knew that the reason why Su Lang did this must have his own intentions. They only need to execute the order. Everyone knelt down to take orders. Soon, Su Lang took a trip and took Wangfukan from Langsing to the holy city of Yaoqi. Wangfukan was very excited. The Saint clan has always been the place he wanted to see, but because he had to protect the Wind Spirit clan, he didn't have the opportunity to travel. At this moment, Su Lang not only wanted to take him to the holy city, but also let him take on the important task of establishing the exchange system of the three holy races. In the Sea Hall of the Sky, Wangfukan stood beside Su Lang. Xianxia and others respectfully surrounded him. "Meet Mr. Wangfu." All the martial sages bowed and saluted to Wangfu Qin. Su Lang said that Wangfukan is the soul-hearted servant of Emperor Jade. Although his cultivation level is not high, his status is high. Xianxia and others dare not ask for it. Oh my God, the 16 martial sages of the three saints, all have to listen to my orders. This is exactly like a dream. Wangfu Qin's heart was stirred, and he became more grateful and loyal to Su Lang. I must do this well and can't live up to the Lord's expectations. He secretly encouraged in his heart. Yao Kai Yan Fa. Next, you will listen to Wangfukan's arrangement. Su Lang smiled faintly, waved his hand, and summoned 3 avatars. My 3 avatars serve as the core of the exchange system in the 3 holy cities. This matter is extremely important. It is related to our war with Tushinlu. You must make it beautiful. Yaoqi Yan Fa and others knelt down to lead the order. Wangfukan prostrated with excitement. Lord, if I make a mistake at this time, I would like to apologize with death. Okay. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he waved his hand. Let's do everything now. Everyone left and went to establish an exchange system. The population of the 3 holy races is many times larger than that of the Wind Spirit race and the human race combined. It is estimated that my various functions will be overloaded, and I can only raise the threshold of the exchange system. This time, raise the threshold of the exchange system to the Wu Zun level. After some consideration, Su Lang sent the message to Wangfukan. Wangfukan received the information, and once again promised to get things done properly. Su Lang left a clone to play with Xiao Hai, and his deity returned to the Blue Star. Just a short conversation. Dozens of martial sages appeared on the Blue Star again. And the first batch of 20 martial artists who broke through to the martial sage realm have consolidated their realm, are continuing to comprehend the rules, and are moving towards a higher level. However, their funds have almost been eaten, and they cannot break through again in a short time. You people, come up and listen to the order. Su Lang called their names one by one, and the first batch of martial sages who made a breakthrough came to Su Lang with endless gratitude. We have broken through to the realm of martial saint. Thank the Lord for giving me the pill, thank the Lord for giving me a treasure for cultivation. I wait for eternal life and never forget the Lord's great grace. All the martial sages stepped forward and knelt on the ground instantly. Okay, get up all. As long as you are effective, there will be more generous rewards in the future. Su Lang smiled faintly. What is the realm of martial saint? I will give you the elixir in the future, so that you can expect martial immortal. After hearing this, everyone was moved to tears. Next, I have one thing for you to do. Su Lang said, the Sea of Sky has been promoted to an immortal weapon by me. At the moment, your patriarch has other important things, so you need to guard the Sea of Sky. The Sea of Sky has been promoted to a fairy tool. The Lord is so powerful, even the fairy can be made out. My God, the fairy, the Lord told me to wait to guard the fairy. What a glory it is to guard the fairy. Lord, I will definitely guard the Sea of the Sky with all my strength, so that Xiao Tianlu will not have any opportunity to take advantage of. Lord, if I am half slack in waiting, please give me death. Everyone kowtowed to show their loyalty and determination. Chapter 647, Immortal Level Meteorite Thunder. Next you follow me back to the holy city of Yaoqi. Su Lang smiled and said, when you reach the critical point of breaking through the 2-star martial arts, come back to practice. Everyone led the way. Su Lang stopped talking, turned into a stream of light and went away. 20 martial sages followed one after another. After some toss and turns, through time and space cracks in super teleportation formation, 20 Ming Wusheng returned to the holy city of Yaoqi. Wow, the Sea of Sky has become so huge. The range of the Sea of Sky covers the range of dozens of Yaoqi holy cities. I have a chance to guard such a great ferry. The martial sages hovered in the air, looking at the Sea of Sky that had evolved into a ferry, and they kept admiring them. A tender yell came, and all the martial sages looked around, only to see a dumpling with the face of the owner flying over. What a miraculous creature is this! It should be the spirit of the ferry, and the ferry has the spirit. This is the spirit of the ferry, but why does it call the Lord Mama? Everyone looked at Xiao Hai in surprise and curiosity. You are right. Su Lang stretched out his hand and screwed Xiao Hai in front of him. It is the spirit of the Sea of the Sky. It is very simple at this time. Don't teach it badly, otherwise I can't spare you. When all the martial sages heard this, their expressions gradually became solemn. Your servant obeys. Su Lang waved his hand and said, you go and guard the Sea of Sky first. All the martial sages took their orders one after another, and immediately entered the Sea of Sky to guard. When they were in the realm of quasi-sage, they guarded the Sea of Sky, so they were familiar with the road. 20 martial sages guarded the Sea of Sky, and the power suddenly increased a lot. The Sea of the Sky is divided into 12 sacred objects and 12 bridges, using a total of 3032 parts. I don't know how far the Sea of Sky can reach when every part is guarded by Wusheng. I really look forward to it. While thinking about it, Su Lang played with the little sea-like dumplings, causing it to keep calling, ma 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 ma. Everything is fine, just like barking, but I can't change it. Su Lang rolled his eyes helplessly, and immediately moved, using his clone to replace him in a remote area in the Yaoqi area. Randomly found a place to sit down, and he took out the Tai Chi Meteor Thunder God from the storage space. At this time, the Taiji Meteorite God Thunder has been evolved into a high-level holy artifact by Su Lang. From the beginning, its body has grown larger and smaller, and now it has become only the size of a basketball. But the breath radiating from his body became more and more dangerous. It feels that even if you rub him, it will explode immediately. Ordinary Wusheng would never dare to approach this meteor-censored thunder at will, let alone hold it in his hand like Su Lang. The reason why Su Lang came to this remote area was to prevent the Tai Chi Meteorite Thunder from accidentally exploding in the city. Looking at the Tai Chi Meteorite Thunder in his hand, Su Lang hesitated and ordered, System, decompose Tai Chi Meteorite Thunder. Ding. Decompose the high-level Sage Soldier Tai Chi Meteorite Thunder 1, and you will get the Soul of Valkyrie 8, Tai Chi Heavenly Fire Jade 200, Quang Lei Sacred Heart 300, Rainstorm Xianxia 240, Kanghai Colorful Stone 500. In a blink of an eye, Tai Chi Meteorite Thunder became a pile of materials. The reason why this Taiji Meteorite God Thunder was decomposed was because this God Thunder had evolved many times, and Su Lang no longer remembered what material it was refined from. Decomposing it, its refining is convenient and clear at a glance. You can directly refining the holy rank Divine Thunder, without starting to evolve from the noble rank. The material consumed is really enough. Slightly low-level materials are all 3-digit numbers. Fortunately, I got the resources of the 3 saints, otherwise it would be difficult to refine one. After some emotions, Su Lang refined the decomposed Divine Thunder again, and ordered, the system only retains the characteristics of the disposable weapon, and evolves it into a fairy weapon. Ding. Consumes the soul of the martial god 2, the soul of the censored of war 8, the sacred thunder jade of the 2 poles 6, the purple thunder tree of the heavens 10. The Taiji Meteorite censored thunder has evolved into a primary fairy weapon. Chapter 648. Refining Jixian Cannon. After the system prompts, the Tai Chi Meteorite censored thunder evolves successfully. Su Lang took it out of the storage space, and a frightening aura immediately spread. The creatures within hundreds of thousands of miles instantly felt a crisis coming, as if they could lose their lives at any time. Whether it is the Beast Emperor, the Beast Sovereign, or even the God-level Fierce Beast, it is also shivering. Countless creatures were frightened and wailed constantly, fleeing around like headless flies, and some were limp on the spot, with feces and urine flowing. Su Lang, who holds the God Thunder in his hand, is also frightened. He observed carefully and found that the Tai Chi Meteorite Thunder had become only the size of an ostrich egg. Its surface was covered with things like dense scales, and a crimson light faintly revealed in the gaps between the scales. Su Lang wrapped it with mental power, carefully guessed its power, and soon recovered his mental power. The primary fairy weapon level Tai Chi Meteor Thunder God. Once this thing bursts open, at least 1,000,000 Li will be turned into ashes, and it is estimated that the 4 tribulations will be seriously injured. The earth will be penetrated, I don't know how deep it is. This is the power of a fairy-level disposable weapon. Su Lang took a deep breath, his eyes revealed excitement. It's even more terrifying than even more advanced fairy tools. The only drawback is that it consumes too much material. Besides, this thing doesn't seem to be smart. Su Lang made another observation with some curiosity, only to find an aura. And this aura is not strong, not as good as the aura of Yutian sword. It's okay if you don't have a tool. Su Lang smiled dumbly. If another artifact appears to call me Baba, I can't let it explode. After getting the new Taiji Meteorite Thunder thoroughly, Su Lang refined 2 again and put them in the storage space. Together. At this point, there is only one copy of Wu Sheng Soul. There are a lot of Valkyrie souls. It just so happened that what Su Lang was going to do next only needed the soul of Valkyrie for the time being. Next, let's start refining the parts of the Xian cannon. Su Lang took a deep breath, took out a large amount of materials from the storage space, and began to refine the parts of the Xian cannon. The design principle of the Xian cannon is similar to that of the Sky Sea, and both use low-level parts to form high-end products. Of course, the so-called low-level parts are at least god level. It is a rare artifact in the ordinary small race. Moreover, this time with the experience of refining the Sea of Sky, Su Lang intends to refine a larger-scale fairy tool. There are as many as 6,666 kinds of parts alone, which is more than twice that of the Sky and Sea. Among them, there are a total of 66 kinds of Holy Order parts as the core. Because the Xian cannon is almost customized, it's more difficult to refine than the Sky and Sea. Almost every part requires Su Lang to participate in the refining. Fortunately, the system can also help in many ways. Because Su Lang's own refining skills were so superb that he could refine the Imperial soldiers. So in many cases, it is almost impossible to guess what kind of things can be refined with which materials. These things that can be guessed can be handed over to the system for refining. Even if there is a slight error in the refining of the system, Su Lang can modify it. Modification, of course, is much faster than refining from scratch. In addition, many of the over 6,000 parts are duplicates. Su Lang first refines one piece, then decomposes it to obtain the formula, and then lets the system refine it. There are a small number of parts that directly use the Sky and Sea, so they can also be refined directly. In this way, a lot of time is saved. Su Lang estimated that the time needed to refine the Xian cannon was shorter than that of the Sky Sea. Just when Su Lang was frantically refining Xian cannon parts, in a remote place, in the huge waterfall, in a secret room, Zhu Qi and other intelligence personnel were having a meeting. Zhu Qi did not sit at the head because someone was sitting in that position. Zhu Lu, a martial arts immortal in a robbery, this man is tall, solemn, with sharp eyes like a knife, and a censored air of horror is exuding all over his body. I don't know how many people Zhu Lu killed. Chapter 649, Zhu Lu. Are you sure that Su Lang can refine fairy artifacts? Zhu Lu's eyes flickered, and his cold voice was faintly waved. It has been more than 10,000 years since he broke through to Wushan, but he still uses this high-level holy artifact. He has seen fairy tools or something, but he has never touched it. Knowing that there is a mysterious little guy who can make immortal artifacts, he immediately became interested. Return to the 6 great masters, we are sure that Su Lang can refine immortal artifacts. Our people watched the quasi-immortal artifact evolve into an immortal artifact. Zhu Qi looked respectful. Although he was the 7th in command, the Tuantian Tower organization was very strict, and Zhu Lu could only do so if he asked him to die. Even if it is not directly refined, but with special means, it is very valuable. Although this Su Lang killed the quasi-immortal and martial sage of our organization, this is not an unsolvable enmity. You are ready to come to your door to apologize, turn the fighting into a jade silk, and then invite him to our Tuantian Tower. With a smile on Zhu Lu's face, he seemed to look forward to meeting Su Lang. As for the dead Kai Liao and others, in his eyes they are no different from the ants, and they are not worth mentioning. Zhu Qi asked, 6 masters, if Su Lang refuses to agree, what should I do? Unwilling to agree, haha, I want to see him in Slaughter Tower, dare he agree? Zhu Lu sneered, if he toasts and doesn't eat or drink fine wine, I will come to meet him personally. Big 6, Su Lang now has the guardian of the fairy. Zhu Qi said, there is also a great sage of Shenyang beside him. He is quite famous in the ancient times, and he may have broken through to the realm of Wuxian. It's just a fairy weapon that has just been promoted. Can you stop me? And that Shenyang martial sage, an old thing from the ancient times, a waste of life that hasn't broken through to the realm of Wuxian in vain, is eligible to be compared with me. Zhu Lu's face sneered even more, even showing a trace of killing intent. My lord is forgiving, because the subordinates talk too much. Seeing this, Zhu Qi immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, a lot of sweat drenched on his forehead. A cold sweat, this is also very rare for him as a quasi-immortal. Huh, don't do it yet. Zhu Lu stood up, with his hands on his back, a murderous intent surging out like a river of blood. Zhu Qi and others knelt down to take orders, immediately retreated, left the secret room, and set off for the Yaoqi Saint clan. The fairy, Zhu Lu whispered, his eyes full of coveting. Time to shuttle. In a blink of an eye, 1 day passed. Su Lang is still refining Jie Xian cannon parts nonstop. At this point he has completed half of the parts. And just as he took out a god-level part that had just been refined from the cauldron, one after another system prompted the front heel to rang with the back foot. Ding. The water system rules have been understood, do you accept it? Ding. Changshu Mingjian 2 has reached the founding level. Ding. The Wushuo Divine Body Ju has reached the founding level. Ding. 9-color Jade Cicada Sutra has reached the founding level. Ding. Shen Luo Wanxiang Ju has reached the founding level. Ding. The secret technique of extinguishing the sky has reached the founding level. I'll go, so coincidental, understand the rules and the exercises at the same time. Su Lang felt that he had mastered 5 god-level exercises, his body strength and spiritual energy reserves had increased a lot, he couldn't help but raised his brows and smiled. In addition, Changshu Mingjian 2 also brought his kendo attainments to a higher level. As for Sen Luo Wanxiang Ju and secret method of extinguishing the sky with blood flame, both are secret techniques. If they are not activated, they will not work. Sin Luo Wanxiang, with a thought of Su Lang, he used the Sen Luo Wanxiang art. The breath on his body immediately began to change, and his body shape and appearance have also undergone tremendous changes. In an instant, Su Lang completely changed his appearance. With my current strength, no ordinary martial artist can see through my disguise, this technique is still very good. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, and immediately revoked the exercise and restored it to its original state. Chapter 650, Practice the Holy Order. The secret method of extinguishing the sky, Su Lang did not try. This method does not hurt the enemy first, it hurts yourself first, and it would be stupid to try for no reason. What's more, even if he didn't try, Su Lang could roughly feel how much combat power this technique could enhance himself. Don't need to swallow the clone, using this technique can probably make him enter the martial arts level in all aspects. If the swallowing clone is used, it can roughly increase the level of Wusheng by half a small realm. But if you reach the level of Wuxian, you can't improve much. Of course, it is a good thing to be able to improve. The war between warriors, the slightest difference is the key to victory. Su Lang chose to accept the water system rules. Ding. Water system rules have been issued. After being prompted by the system, Su Langdun gave an enlightenment and instantly mastered the rules of the water system. In an instant, countless water droplets were formed around him. These water droplets vary in size, but they are all very mellow and crystallized, just like the treasure in the world. When Su Lang thought, countless water droplets merged to form a slender stream. This water flow circulates around Su Lang like a living thing. At first glance, the water flow is completely incomparable to the explosiveness of the fire and thunder rules, but in fact it carries a soft and attrition force. Once it is entangled, the consequences may be more than that of the fire-thunder rules. It's more painful to hit. Water system rules can erode and wear away, and their power cannot be underestimated. It also moisturizes the warrior itself, has the function of increasing aura reserves, and has a certain beauty effect. In addition, there are various magical effects, which are not enough to sum up. Su Lang thought, the rules of the water system dissipated, and the water flow was also annihilated. Su Lang began to choose the exercises to practice next. At present, my strength has already entered wuxia with half a foot. Although the god-level exercises are still useful, they have gradually lost their stamina. Let's start practicing the holy level exercises this time. After thinking about it for a while, Su Lang began to choose a holy level technique. Although he has not many holy level skills at present, it is not too small. The first is the synthesized, Water Martian Elephant Sacred Scroll, which Li Shenyang has commented on. It is very advanced even in the Holy Order. Secondly, it is the 9 Stars Purple Rainbow Fantasy Book, from Xianxia, and the Sacred Record of the True Sky of Yaoqi, the True Secret of the Red Sun and 10,000 Miles, and the Secret Book of Tianyan Asking the Tao, from the Three Saints. Again, there are Black Flame True Sage Xuanshu, Longevity Cloud Heart Treasure Scroll, and Water Mirror Thousand Red True Book, from Wuyong Wusheng, Kai Liao and others. In addition, it is obtained from Li Shenyang's Secret of Soul Seed Heart, Tian Cicada Jade Ji Yu Ju, Zhenji Wenyuan Secret Book, and so on. Su Lang also owns several immortal exercises, such as the True Ju of the 9 Revolving Immortal Sun, Praying for Immortals, and Sacred Code of Reincarnation Immortal Eyes. If the exercises practiced by Chu Xiaobei are counted, then the immortal level exercises, Ice Jade Fairy Yuan Junlu, the holy level exercises, Bodhi worshipping the moon profound art, Yuqing 9 imperial forbidden techniques. Counting it down, Su Lang possessed 10 holy level exercises. Except for the Sacred Scroll of Water and Mars, they were all non-synthetic, natural exercises. With only one holy rank technique, you can synthesize a fairy rank technique. There was a trace of excitement on Su Lang's face. Immortal level cultivation technique, this is the foundation of a great immortal clan. In terms of its value, a fairy level exercise method is more valuable than a fairy weapon. Su Lang estimated that if an immortal level exercise was auctioned, then the immortal clan would do their best to bid. Biu must have a holy level technique. When things are done here, I will go to subdue the Biu clan. While thinking about it, Su Lang selected 5 of the holy level exercises he currently possessed. They are Water and Mars Elephant Sacred Scroll, 9 Star Purple Rainbow Fantasy Book, Black Flame True Sage Book, Water Mirror Thousand Red True Book, and Secret of Soul Seed Heart. After Su Lang placed the Wubin exercises, a system prompt came, and the 5 martial arts villains immediately began to practice the exercises. System: how long does it take to practice these 5 holy level exercises to the founding level? Su Lang asked aloud. Ding. Host: it only takes 12 days to reach the founding level. 12 days, it's almost as I expected. Su Lang nodded slightly, and immediately put aside the exercises, and continued to refine the Jie Xian cannon parts. Chapter 651, All Aspects of Wusheng Combat Power. All the Jie Xian artillery parts were refined by Su Lang. At the same time, the system reminder that the cultivation level can be broken has long been heard, but Su Lang held back. Anyway, the cultivation level can be accumulated without overflow. At this time, the Jie Xian cannon parts were finished. Su Lang issued a breakthrough order. This time the breakthrough is similar to the previous one. A large amount of lead mercury-like thick spiritual liquid appeared in the meridians, and at the same time the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy were also attracted and poured into the dantian. The spiritual core with a little shadow left completely disappeared, and the entire dantian became empty, as if there was nothing. This is the apex that has reached the realm of Wuzun. If you can't break through, then you can't go further. System: open the properties panel. Su Lang ordered. Realm level, standard. Shenfa level, 1 star Wusheng. Mastering techniques, Infinite Heart Sutra. Changshu Mingjian Picture. God level, founding Wu Shen Shen Body Ju. God level, founding 9 Color Jade Cicada Sutra. God level, founding Shen Luo Wanxiang Ju. God level, founding Secret Method of Extinguishing Heaven by Blood Flame. Beis Feihua Weilu. God level, founding Zhishui Wanzhong Zhenju. God level, founding Bagua Immortal Treasure. God level, founding Qinli Taiching God Axis. God level, founding 9 Zhuan Zhugong Zhenjing. God level, founding Activated system functions, 1 key training function, level 22, 1 key training function, level 21, clone dispatch function, level 20, 1 key treasure hunting function, level 20, 1 key alchemy function, level 14, 1 key mixer function, 14 levels, 1 key array function, 14 levels, 1 key synthesis function, 15 levels, 1 key decomposition function, no level. All 4-dimensional attributes have reached 1-star wuxiang. A smile appeared at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Currently, I am already a complete wuxiang except for the fact that I don't have the martial saint realm. Of course, the realm of martial saint is the ultimate goal of countless creatures on the Kandlan continent. But for Su Lang, it was only a great realm on the way to cultivation. Even Emperor Wu was not Su Lang's target. His ultimate goal is the realm above Emperor Wu. After being happy for a while, Su Lang calmed down and took out all the parts of the Xian cannon. 6,666 kinds of parts are suspended in the air, and the weakest parts are all exuding power fluctuations of top-level artifacts. I don't know how ordinary warriors will scare them when they see this scene. You can start assembling. Assembled, it will definitely not be weaker than the newly refined Sky Sea, and it should reach the limit of a quasi-immortal weapon. With a faint smile on his face, Su Lang began to assemble the Xian cannon. With or without god-level refining skills and experience in refining the sea of the sky, Su Lang's methods could not pick out even the slightest mistake. However, Su Lang still encountered a difficult problem during the period. That is, the holy cauldron used for refining cannot withstand the current refining intensity. This holy cauldron exploded once while refining the sea of sky. This time, the Xian cannon was larger and had more parts than the Sky Sea, and the sacred cauldron was simply overwhelmed. No way. Su Lang could only stop and think. Although the sacred cauldron exploded and the parts were destroyed, it could be refined again, but it would take time. Su Lang didn't want to trouble himself. After thinking about it, Su Lang discovered that the only way was to evolve the Saint Cauldron into a more advanced sacrificial artifact. As a result, he consumed more than a dozen copies of the Soul of the Valkyrie to evolve the Saint Cauldron into a 9-star sacred tool. After some attempts, Shengding finally did not explode. Su Lang also breathed a sigh of relief. If it still doesn't work, then he can only use the last martial saint soul. If the last piece of wuxiang soul has not been solved without the problem being consumed, then the only thing left is to decompose Li Shenyang's fairy palace. Fortunately, the problem is solved. The only difficulties and obstacles were overcome, and the subsequent refining went smoothly. Chapter 652, Xian Cannon is refined. A few hours later, the Xian cannon was finally refined by Su Lang. A terrifying fort the size of a mountain fell to the ground, directly smashing the mountain where Su Lang was located. A good mountain was flattened by others at once, no matter how long it took for people to grow up to this size. Amidst the dust, Su Lang looked at Zhangjin cannon. Unsurprisingly, the grade of the Xian cannon reached the limit of a quasi-shang weapon. It's only one weapon away from the real fairy weapon. The composition of the Xian cannon, in general, is divided into upper and lower parts. The lower part is a platform, cubic shape, covered with complicated patterns. It is very mysterious and very high-end. The upper part is a cannon, very mighty, like the front body of a giant dragon, with a dragon head, dragon horns, dragon body, and dragon claws. Unlike the technological cannons of the previous Blue Star, it is not a straight barrel, but a curved one. To be precise, it is a strange barrel that can be bent freely, becomes larger and smaller, and becomes longer and shorter. You can make it spiral. The reason for this is naturally to better aim at the target. In short, this Xian cannon is like a dragon with half alive growing out of a stand, extremely powerful and domineering. At present, Xian artillery cannot use the fairy-level Tai Chi meteorite thunder, otherwise it will blow itself up. However, it can attack without any cannonball. What it produces is a liquid aura cannon, possessing quasi-celestial powers. When it attacks, it probably looks like a dragon spitting. After watching the Xian cannon for a while, Su Lang put it in the storage space. Su Lang's transmission of the Jade card has moved. When I took it out, it was Wang Fukan who sent a message saying that the exchange system had been established and was waiting for him to activate it. It's very efficient. Su Lang smiled slightly, and then connected the 3 avatars through perception sharing. The 3 avatars are located in the center of the 3 tribal holy cities. Su Lang shared the perception of the incarnation in the holy city of Yaoqi, and the picture before him suddenly changed. The center of the Yaoqi Holy City was originally the City Lord Mansion of the Yaoqi Holy Clan. But now the City Lord's mansion has been removed and a larger tower-shaped building has been built. This tower-shaped building is called the Exchange Tower, and at this time it is the largest building on the ground in the Holy City of Yaoqi. The reason why it was so big was because Wangfukan had experience. When the exchange point on the new City of Time and Space crack opened, it was completely crowded, and the special buildings built were squeezed out. It's really crowded, there are so many people, everyone wants to redeem. Therefore, after Wangfukan received the task from Su Lang, he immediately asked Yaoqi Yan Fa and others to build this huge exchange building. Then Yaoqi Yan Fa, Wangfukan and other wuxia gathered the architects in the city, and sent many masters of the gods to become construction workers together. That is to say, with wuxia, this exchange building can be built so quickly. The exchange building is divided into many parts, and there will be a large number of staff to assist in the future. The avatar only needs to deliver items. Su Lang drove the avatar to the outside of the exchange building, and suddenly found countless warriors flying around the exchange building like flies. It's a sea of people, and it's full of people at a glance. Moreover, countless people are still buzzing. 17 martial sages took action and built this exchange building. This kind of thing is rare. I heard that this exchange building is to serve the exchange system that will be released immediately. It was built by Lord Su himself. What is the exchange system? I just left customs and don't know anything. Shangtai, tell me. Haha, the exchange system is a system that is of great benefit to us. We can exchange more advanced materials and finished products with extremely low-value materials. Use low-value materials to exchange for high-end items. What is the exchange ratio? It is said that the ratio is very low. In short, we will make blood. It should be Su Gongzi who saw that I was too hard to wait for penance, and pity me and wait for this good governance. Ah, doesn't young Master Su have a blood loss? Haha, Su Gongzi, a little dregs in his fingers is enough to support us, what do you think? That's right, young Master Su is so virtuous, so that I can more easily obtain cultivation resources, really the master. My daughter is born with a serious illness and needs a strange material to treat it. There is hope now. I'm going to die of old age. Once the exchange system comes out, I'm afraid I can break through again. I waited for the 3 tribes to have been taken over by Su Gongzi, and I was also Su Gongzi's subordinate, so I should serve Su Gongzi. Yes, even if I break my body for young Master Su, I will not hesitate. Chapter 653, Open the Exchange System. Everyone talked a lot, and their words were full of respect and gratitude to Su Lang. Yes, I know to be grateful, and I know to repay. Su Lang's heart was refreshed, with a smile on his face. However, you think that my blood loss is a big mistake, and I don't lose if you make blood. With a happy mood, Su Lang shared the avatars of the other 2 holy cities. These 2 holy cities have also established exchange buildings, and the reactions of those warriors are also the same, all full of gratitude. It's also time to open the exchange system. Su Lang pondered for a moment, sorted out the storage space, and took out part of it as starting materials. Immediately, he contacted Wangfukan and asked him to arrange the staff into the exchange building to prepare to open the exchange system. Under the arrangement of the martial sages of Wangfukan and Yaoqi Yanfa, a selected staff member entered the exchange building and prepared for work. The warriors who were overwhelmingly watching the exchange building saw this scene, boiling again. Those warriors actually entered the exchange building. Don't worry, they are the staff of the exchange building, my son is one of them. Haha, you are so lucky that your son can work in a place like this. If your son and they enter, is the exchange system about to be opened? I don't know this, but it is estimated that the exchange system should be opened, otherwise, why is my son going in? Where are you guessing and guessing interesting, just wait obediently. People talked a lot, and such a scene happened in the 3 holy cities. The patriarchs of the 3 clans appeared in the holy cities of the 3 clans, and appeared in front of everyone. In the holy city of Yaoqi, Yaoqi Yan Fa, carrying the majestic wuxia power, appeared near the exchange building. The patriarch is here, I will wait to meet the patriarch. Countless warriors boiled like a pan. Yaoqi Yan Fa's voice was faint, but it spread throughout the holy city. Countless warriors immediately calmed down, waiting for Yaoqi Yan Fa to speak. Everyone has been practicing hard for a long time. Yaoqi Yan Fa has a serious look. Master Su ordered the opening of the exchange system, blessing the tribesmen. Thank young Master Su. Master Su is very kind, I am willing to die in return. As long as young Master Su gives an order, I will be crushed to fight for young Master Su. The little girl's combat power is weak, so I would like to promise her. You want to be beautiful. Countless people kowtow to thank you. The sky and the ground are densely packed. This scene is magnificent and shocking. Master Su ordered that the exchange system be opened immediately. Wu Zun and above can be exchanged. Each person can only exchange one item per day. The voice of Yan Fa in Yaoqi spread throughout the holy city of Yaoqi, and with a big wave of his hand, the door of the exchange building suddenly opened. You can redeem it, haha, the pill that I urgently need to break through is finally available. Let's let, my daughter is waiting for the pill to save her life. Oh, everyone let this old man. People flocked to the exchange building like a flood, and the huge exchange building was immediately filled with people. The staff who were waiting in the battle immediately felt the tremendous pressure. Brother, I want to exchange by Yi Dari Dan. I want to exchange the heartbroken herb. I want to redeem. Every staff member is full of people. I'm noisy. This scene is 100 times scarier than selling tickets for the spring festival. Su Lang gasped while watching from the top of the building. Fortunately, I have a lot of supplies, otherwise I'm afraid it will be exchanged at this moment. Generally sighed, Su Lang immediately began to fully operate the system functions, refining the best-selling pill weapon array and synthesizing the most popular materials. However, although the speed of the system function to refine the pill weapon array is fast, it is still a drop in the bucket for the number of billions of people deployed by the three saints. If this continues, the materials prepared by Su Lang will soon be exchanged. Chapter 654, There is someone coming from Tushinlu. Underestimated everyone's exchange power. It seems that the exchange building cannot be open all day long, it can only be opened regularly. Moreover, the reputation of the exchange building will surely attract more foreigners. These foreigners do not necessarily have to exclude them, and of course they cannot be allowed to have the benefits of the three saints, and their exchange ratio must be increased. After thinking about it, Su Lang contacted Wang Fuken and discussed it. After discussion, the opening hours of the exchange building were set at 2 hours a day. In addition, there are some details left to Wang Fuken to decide. Su Lang took the perception back to his deity and set off to the Blue Star, on the island where Chu Xiaobei and others were practicing. Su Lang, you are here. When Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian saw Su Lang, they were so happy that they all smiled. Obedient. Su Lang stretched out his hand and rubbed Rushui's head, patted his slender hand, his face was full of smiles. Immediately, he looked at the people practicing on the island. After a whole day of training, more than 300 martial sages emerged once again. Thousands of people were promoted to quasi-saints from those peaks. So far, Su Lang's new martial artist has reached more than 500. In addition, Chu Xiaobei also digested the immortal soul pill and completed a stage of cultivation. However, she did not break through to the realm of the 8-star martial saint. In the great realm of Wusheng, every star is a huge gap. Except for Su Lang's big pervert, it is almost impossible for the others to break through a small realm in a day or two. Not even with countless resource assistance. At this moment, Chu Xiaobei seemed to have just finished her work for a while. She was holding the pill given by Su Lang in one hand and the letter in the other. Looking at the pill in his hand, Chu Xiaobei's face turned red, and then he took the pill into the martial saint realm. Soon after, she opened the letter and glanced at it. Fairy, Xiaohai, the spirit of the sea of sky. The more Chu Xiaobei looked, his eyes widened, as this to take care of the children. Immediately afterwards, she raised her head to look at the three of Su Lang. She naturally knew about the arrival of Su Lang. The sea of sky has been promoted to a fairy weapon. So it gave birth to a spirit, which is still blank and needs to be taught, so I thought of you. Su Lang brought Rushui and Slender to Chu Xiaobei, and smiled, you may need to teach Xiaohai in the future. I didn't expect you to make an immortal weapon. However, I don't have any experience in the spirit of fairy tools. The tool spirits of our Xuanyu immortal clan's immortal tools have matured before I was born. Chu Xiaobei smiled bitterly, moreover, our Xuanyu immortal clan only has one immortal artifact. I basically have no chance to touch it. It turned out to be so. Su Lang nodded knowingly and smiled, but it doesn't matter if you have no experience. Everyone has the first time. I still want you to help me take care of Xiaohai. You also use the word please, it's really rare. Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes. Well, I promised you, but sometimes I have to practice, and I don't have time to take care of Qi Ling all the time. We can also take care of Xiaohai. Ji Rushui suddenly appeared. Brother Su Lang, have you forgotten us? Murong Shenxian also snorted softly and pursed his small mouth. Considering that you will also cultivate, I didn't want you to teach the instrumental spirit. Su Lang was taken aback for a while, and smiled, but since you are so interested, then you and Chu Xiaobei will take care of Ji Ling. It's almost. Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian looked at each other and smiled. Su Lang's expression suddenly moved, and his eyebrows twitched. Someone is here in the slaughter tower. Chapter 655. Excited Tribe Patriarch. It is hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Sea of Sky in the holy city of Yaoqi. Streams of light passed by, and the power exuding was very scary, and the creatures who passed by were trembling. And among those fearful creatures, there are some small things that watch the light in the sky without fear. These little things are naturally Su Lang's treasure-hunting flying gliders. After millions of treasure-hunting flying looted the two holy cities of Chiri and Tianyan, they were dispatched by Su Lang to act as scouts, eyes. In the area of the Three Saints, there are treasure-hunting flying gliders almost every certain distance. At this time, those streamers headed straight to the holy city of Yaoqi, and possessed dozens of martial sages and a quasi-immortal. Su Lang didn't need to think about it, he knew that he was sent by the Slaughter Sky Tower. Ridiculous. Su Lang curled his lips in disdain. Obviously Kai Liao was killed by my servant in seconds, so he dared to send a quasi-immortal over. Lucianlu should not be underestimated. Let's go back soon. Seeing Su Lang's disdain, Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes gently. We have to go back too. Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian said in unison. Let's go back to the Yaoqi holy city together. Su Lang nodded. Wait a while, I will summon those martial sages. Su Lang summoned all the warriors who had broken through the realm of Dao Martial Saint. A total of more than 500 martial sages stood in front of Su Lang, and the inadvertent saint-level power that was revealed inadvertently caused phenomena of heaven and earth in the surrounding area. Countless aurora-like rays of light lingered among the people, quite gorgeous. However, these powerhouses who had stood at the top of most of the creatures in the Kanglan continent, all bowed their heads and stood solemnly in front of Su Lang, and did not dare to breathe. Congratulations to you all for breaking through the martial arts realm. Su Lang looked at everyone with a faint smile on his face. It's all by the Lord's support. If it is not for the Master, the servants will not be able to break through the martial arts in this life, they can only live and die. The Lord has an order, even if the servant gives up this life, he must complete it. The servant is ready to go to death, please show me the Lord. All the martial sages knelt to the ground. Gratitude. I let you break through Wusheng, but I don't want you to die. The Sea of Sky has been promoted to an immortal weapon. You are going back this time to guard the immortal weapon. Su Lang smiled slightly. In addition to the three holy cities, the rest of the cities also need you to guard. All the martial sages shouted together, and they all responded. Now we are leaving. In the future, you will still have the opportunity to cultivate here. Su Lang said indifferently. But I hope you don't put the matter of cultivation completely on this, and you can't slack off at any time. The martial sages once again took their orders in unison, their faces excited. Su Lang nodded, leading Chu Xiaobei's three daughters to fly in front. More than 500 martial sages followed closely, and surrounded the four of Su Lang to the time and space crack. After some toss and turns, Su Lang arrived at the holy city of Yaoqi with 500 wusheng. Yaoqi Yan Fa, Chiri Muju, Tian Yunji and other Wu sages are waiting next to the teleportation array. Su Lang Yu Chu Xiaobei and others came out first. Welcome the Lord. The three patriarchs and the martial sages knelt together and bowed respectfully. Stand up. Su Lang nodded and waved his hand with a calm expression. The teleportation array at the back flickered, and a large group of martial sages appeared in the array. The turbulent atmosphere of Martial Saint permeated, and suddenly attracted the attention of Yaoqi Yan Fa and others. This is all Wusheng. Oh my god, more than 100 martial sages, so many familiar faces, all of us are children of the three races. Haha, look, that is my 38th generation young grandson, he has also become a martial sage. My most promising junior has also been promoted to martial saint, great. Yaoqi Yanfa and other martial sages of the three races looked at the descendants who were promoted to martial sages and couldn't help laughing and excited. Next, the teleportation array flashed 4 times again, and more than 500 martial sages appeared neatly in front of everyone. Chapter 656. We are here to apologize. Yaoqi Yanfa and others were dumbfounded in an instant. More than 500 martial sages, they dare not do this in their dreams. You know, each of their 3 clans had only 5 or 6 martial sages before. Now the 500 martial sages are equally divided into 3, and there are more than 150 martial sages of the Yaoqi Chiri Tianyan tribe. This is a gap of dozens of times. And so many martial sages, I am afraid that only those immortals with a long history can have them. These are all gifts from the Lord. Without the Lord, it is almost impossible for them to break through to the realm of martial saint. The great kindness of the Lord, our 3 clans can only repay us with our lives. Yaoqi Yanfa and others were so excited that their eyes were red, and they were almost crying. They have seen the beginning of the prosperity of the 3 clans, and they seem to have seen the prosperity of the 3 clans in the far future. As the leader of a clan, their own race can multiply and prosper, that is their greatest wish. A group of stinky old men who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, what a childlike gesture. Su Lang rolled his eyes. Yao Kai Yanfa, next you will arrange for these martial sages to enter the Sea of Sky to guard. People have already arrived in the Duantian Tower. Move faster. Although through the eyes of the treasure-hunting flying gliders, the strongest person Su Lang saw in the slaughter tower was Xunxian. But this does not guarantee that the opponent will not secretly follow. Be careful to make the Wanian boat, be cautious. There is another person in the slaughter tower. They dare to fight against our Lord over and over again. We must teach them well. Hurry up, enter the Sea of Sky and guard. Under the arrangement of Yaoqi Yanfa and others, more than 500 wuxia came to the Sea of Sky. Seeing this huge fairy tool, all the martial sages were shocked. The Sea of the Sky at the fairy level. Our Yaoqi saints have fairy weapons to guard. With the Sea of Sky, even wuxia can't easily break through our defense. It's great, great, under the protection of the Lord, our Yaoqi will definitely be promoted to the Immortal Clan. I really envy your Yaoqi saints, there are fairy weapons guarding them, your race is stable. Haha, your Chiri Saint Clan and Tianyan Saint Clan are already brother races with us, and the Lord will give immortal artifacts. Our Chiri and Tianyan tribes will definitely do everything for the Lord and strive for the Lord's reward. Hundreds of martial sages were so excited that they were almost talking nonsense when they were promoted to the fairy weapon. Then, under the scolding of Yaoqi Yanfa and others, they entered the Sea of Sky one after another, replacing the Valkyrie. The Sea of Sky consists of more than 3,000 parts. More than 500 martial sages participated in the guard, directly in charge of 1/5 of the parts. With such strong support from the Sea of Sky, all abilities have been improved again. Just then, a group of streamers flew outside the barrier of the Sea of Sky and stopped. The stream of light dissipated, revealing a group of people. It was Zhu Qi and his wuxia subordinates. If you observe closely, you can realize how terrifying the defense of the fairy weapon is. My attack, I'm afraid it's impossible to even cause a ripple. Looking at the barrier in front of him, Zhu Qi took a breath, his face full of shock and frustration. Even Zhu Qi is like this, his martial saint subordinates feel that they are like ants facing the mountain, unable to shake the fairy barrier at all. Amidst the barrier, Li Shenyang's figure emerged, his face as cold as frost. Exactly. Zhu Qi looked solemn and bowed his hands in salute. This is the ancient sage of Shenyang, admiring the name for a long time. Immediately, he waved his hand, and the martial sages behind him all evacuated. You slaughter the sky building repeatedly against my patriarch, are you tired and crooked? Li Shenyang sneered, besides, knowing that Kai Liao is dead, you still sent you this quasi-immortal in Tuantian Tower. Do you think you have a quasi-immortal in a small way, and what can be the spatter of it? With that said, Li Shenyang's eyes burst out with terrifying light, and the move, Shenyang is alive, is ready to go. Old sage, wait a minute. We are here to apologize. Zhu Qi was horrified and waved his hands hurriedly. It is sincere to send me instead of wuxia. We have no intention of being an enemy of Su Gongzi. As soon as he said this, Li Shenyang frowned slightly, and the light in his eyes gradually extinguished. And just when Li Shenyang was about to speak, Su Lang and others flew from a distance. Chapter 657, Can be sincere. Meet the Lord. When Li Shenyang saw Su Lang, he knelt down and bowed. Seeing this scene, Zhu Qi couldn't help her pupils shrink suddenly. Li Shenyang is an ancient great sage, who can kill his existence of Zhu Qi in seconds, but at this time he kneels in front of the young man respectfully. Su Lang nodded, and immediately looked at Zhu Qi. You said you came to apologize. We have also investigated. The enmity between Lanchanlu and young Master Su was all caused by Wuyong Demon Cave. It's all because of our imperviousness that Wuyong Demon Cave offends young Master Su. We are deeply sorry for this incident. Master Su also wiped out the Wuyong Devil's Cave and killed Kai Liao and others. We also paid the price for Slaughter Heaven Tower, and we hope to turn a battle with Su Gongzi into a jade silk. Zhu Qi shrank his neck slightly. He was afraid that he would be killed by Li Shenyang when he said a wrong sentence. Do you apologize that way? Have a little bit of sincerity for those who say nothing. Su Lang sneered and said with a sneer, if you want to expose this matter with 2 sentences, do you think I will agree? As soon as he said this, Zhu Qi was stunned. As a quasi-immortal boss, the 7th commander of the intelligence department of the Tuantian Tower, he has always been among the people. His own cultivation base plus the strength of Tushanlu. Ling hadn't known that he hadn't done anything like an apology for thousands of years. In Zhu Qi's subconscious, he bowed his head to apologize, which was already enough to save face. Zhu Qi believes that if any force is enmity with Tuantianlu, but Tuantianlu apologizes, that force will definitely accept it. He didn't expect Su Lang's reaction not only to not accept it, but also mocking. We are a quasi-emperor level force. Zhu Qi took a deep breath and bit the bullet and said, you now accept our apology, and you have reaped the friendship of Tuantianlu. This is already sincere. One quasi-emperor level force. Are you scaring me or threatening me? Su Lang looked at Zhu Qi contemptuously, just like you, and you said that you have sincerity, are you ridiculous? Zhu Qi's heart suddenly became angry. He was the 7th commander of the Tuantian Tower, and it was so irritating to be so mocked and contemptuous by a young junior. But Zhu Qi's face did not dare to show a trace of anger at all. Didn't you see Li Shenyang staring at the side like copper bells? His Zhu Qi dared to show a trace of displeasure, just waiting to be stared to death by Li Shenyang. Zhu Qishan smiled, Master Su, what do you think is sincere? Your subordinate forces, Wuyong Demon Cave, captured my people and imprisoned them for many days. During the period, they were so frightened, so desperate, they almost died. And if I hadn't arrived in time and killed the dog, censored, in Wuyong Devil's Cave, they would have suffered an accident. I can save them, and it is your luck, otherwise you will definitely be killed by me if you kill the sky. Su Lang sneered again and again, if Slushan Tower really wants to reconcile with me, I must give sufficient compensation in this matter. Zhu Qi dismissed Su Lang's words that he would kill a chicken and dog in the slaughter tower. Of course, he showed nothing on the surface. Compensation? Zhu Qi asked respectfully, I wonder what kind of compensation Su Gongzi needs. 10 million superb spirit jade. There are still 30 points of the soul of martial saint. Su Lang's tone was indifferent, if you can't take it out, let's not talk about reconciliation. 10 million supreme spirit jade. 30 copies of martial saint soul. Zhu Qi's face was embarrassed, Master Su, are you a little lion, open your mouth. 10 million superb spirit jade, which is not much, produced 7 or 8 times as much as a quasi-immortal's possessions. The soul of wuxia is even more precious. But not everyone can get a share by killing a martial saint like Su Lang. Most of them want to obtain the soul of wuxia, when wuxia himself is close to sitting, condense it. It is very difficult to slay the enemy in the enemy, and use the enemy's soul to condense the soul of wuxia. Although Lushanlu is a powerful quasi-emperor organization, there are not many surplus wuxia souls within the organization. Chapter 658, Then stay as a hostage. Can't you even get 10 million superb spirit jade and 30 martial sage souls in the huge Luntian Tower? Su Lang sneered, and then his voice grew colder. I said, if my conditions are not met, the reconciliation matter is not discussed, and you, just die here. With that, Su Lang waved his hand and turned to leave. Li Shenyang showed cruel face, his eyes brightened, and Zhu Qi was about to stare to death. Zhu Qi felt that danger was coming, and stood upside down all over his body, shouting, Master Su, wait a minute, compensation can be discussed. There is no room for negotiation. Su Lang looked back at Zhu Qi and said lightly, Li Shenyang, kill him. I promise, I promise. Zhu Qi was so scared that he was so frightened that he yelled loudly in fear, "Stop!" Su Lang waved his hand, and Li Shenyang immediately accepted the move. Zhu Qi felt that the life and death crisis that had enveloped him was gradually dissipating, and could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He really felt the smell of death just now. "Since you agreed, then hand over the things now." Su Lang's indifferent words came, like a cold wind blowing out of the abyss. "Master Su, I don't have that many spirit jade, and there is not even one soul of wuxia." Zhu Qi's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and the clothes on his back were wet. "Please also ask Master Su to let me go back and get it." "Do you treat me stupid? I let you go, will you come back? You don't have that much with you, so stay as a hostage and let others take it back." Su Lang curled his lips in disdain. "If no one comes to redeem you, then you will pay with your life. Li Shenyang, take it." Li Shenyang bowed to take the command, turned to look at Zhu Qi. "Are you going to catch it with your hands, or me?" I'll catch it, I'll catch it." Zhu Qi smiled bitterly, "but I also ask old sage Shenyang to let me explain." "You call someone over to talk." Li Shenyang snorted coldly, "If you dare to get out of my sight, I will kill you." Zhu Qi nodded hurriedly, and immediately called a martial saint to explain the matter and let him go back and report to Zhu Lu. "You only need one to pass the message." Su Lang's cold voice came, "The rest of your subordinates will stay here as hostages." This word fell in Zhu Qi's ears, and his heart was furious. However, no matter how angry he is, he has to hold back, otherwise his life will not be saved. "Did you hear me?" Li Shenyang said coldly, "Let the rest of your subordinates also get caught. I'll just let them catch them." Zhu Qi sighed, and then called the remaining 34 martial saints over. The ranks of Li Tianlu were strict, and those martial sages didn't dare to be disobedient, and they all got caught. It's all the soul of martial saint. There are still a lot of spirit jade and materials. Su Lang looked at the martial sages of the slaughter tower and couldn't help but covet. His Jieshan artillery can only be the soul of wuxia, and he can be promoted to the immortal tool. Zhu Qi and others restrained themselves, and under the supervision of Li Shenyang, they were imprisoned by wuxia such as Yaoqiyan in the Sea of Sky. In fact, the Sea of Sky divided dozens of spherical barriers, shutting Zhu Qi and others inside. Zhu Qi and others suddenly became the villains in the bubble. Wu Sheng, who was in charge of reporting the letter, saw this scene, and he was lucky. He hurried to the headquarters of Tuantianlu with Zhu Qi's words. After imprisoning Zhu Qi and others, Su Lang no longer cared about them, but brought Chu Xiaobei and others to the building in the Sea of Sky. The small sea-like dumplings immediately ran out and kept calling out around Su Lang. "Is this the spirit of the Sea of Sky? How does it look like this? Its face seems to be the same as that of brother Su Lang. Ha ha ha, it looks so strange, forgive me for having a smile. And it's also called Su Lang Mama, it really laughs at me, this spirit is so cute. Come on, wow, I seem to be pinching brother Su Lang's face, so exciting. I want to rub it." Chu Xiaobei and Ru Shui Shenxian saw Xiaohai, and after a while, they laughed and went to play Xiaohai. Although Su Lang knew that he would be ridiculed for a while, he still looked speechless. Chapter 659, Go to Biu Saints, After a Fight. "Xiaobei, Xiaohai will leave it to you to teach in the future." Su Langyu said earnestly, "You must teach it well. Do not worry, bringing children is our talent." Chu Xiaobei squeezed her small fist and said, "We must bring Xiao Ke to look exactly like you, brother Su Lang." Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian booed aside. Don't look exactly like me." Su Lang rolled his eyes fiercely. However, Chu Xiaobei didn't even intend to listen. "It's such a happy decision, Ruxexian, let's go." During Xiaohai's calls, it was captured by the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei. "Don't bring out a Xiaohai who has exactly the same character as me." Su Lang stood still and sighed, and immediately found Li Shenyang. "What's the Lord's order?" Li Shenyang bent and asked. "You go and choose a few martial saints who have just broken through. We want the kind that is more famous in their generation, both good and bad. Well, it's best to have been to the Biu Saint clan before they can be recognized. In addition, the patriarchs of Yaoqi Yanfa and the 3 saints are also named." Su Lang said, "I want to take you to Biu Saint clan and pull them onto our chariot." Li Shenyang took the order and hurriedly went to select a new martial saint. Not long after, Li Shenyang appeared in front of Su Lang with Yaoqi Yanfa and other tribe. chiefs and 6 new martial sages. The 6 new martial sages, Yaoqi, Qiri, and Tianyan each account for 2. The 6 people were extremely excited when they saw Su Lang. Being able to work directly under Su Lang's hands is their great glory. Su Lang said lightly, "Presumably you already know what we are going to do this time." "The servant knows," Yaoqi Yanfa replied. "The Lord will give the Bu Saint clan the opportunity to join us." "Well said." Su Lang smiled happily. "Then, Li Shenyang stay, let's go." Su Lang took a group of martial sages to the Qiri Saint clan. Because the relationship between the Qiri Saint clan and the Bu clan is fairly good, a super teleportation array was established between the 2 clans. There is still a martial sage of the Qiri clan in Bu Saint clan. At that time, I asked for help in the past because of the disaster caused by the flying gliders. Later, the Qiri Saint clan surrendered to Su Lang, and that Wu Sheng originally planned to come back to take refuge in Su Lang, but Su Lang asked him to stay there temporarily. Su Lang and others arrived at the territory of the Bu Saint clan through the super teleportation array. The super teleportation formations of the Qiri Saints and Bu Saints are all built in very remote places, in order to prevent one day from suddenly turning over to war. Coming out of the teleportation formation, Su Lang unfolded his mental power, covering a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Yes, Wu Shengwei Moon Realm's spiritual power is so awesome. After some exploration, Su Lang discovered that there were a large number of birds living on the territory of the Bu Saint clan, of all kinds. Apart from that, the rest of the species are almost the same as the 3 saints. Red Sun Pearl, talk about the situation of the Bu Saint clan. Su Lang said. The Qiri Muju took the command and immediately introduced the Bu Saint clan. Su Lang thus learned. The Bu Saints have a powerful bloodline of immortal birds, so the body surface will show feather characteristics. The Bu tribe is adjacent to the 100 Wars Saint clan, the Fishuang Saint clan, and the Lianhua Saint clan. There are dozens of large and small races of the Valkyrie level among them. Separate from it by the 3 holy tribe areas, there is also a fairy tribe named Kolchakam tribe. Because of the existence of the Kolchakam tribe, although the surrounding saint tribe had occasional friction, they did not go to war. It can be said that every holy race here is related to the Kolchakam tribe. It's just that the Bu tribe is the farthest away from the Kolchakam tribe, and it is relatively poor, so it is not valued by the Kolchakam tribe. In fact, Bu and Chushui have not established any affiliation, and they belong to 2 independent forces. Of course, the Bu tribe is dispensable in the eyes of the Kolchakam tribe. But once the Bu immortal clan intends to transfer to others and become a subordinate force of other immortal forces, then the Kolchakam is definitely not doing it. It is estimated that something will happen to the Bu clan this time. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. However, if the Kolchakam tribe is safe and self-conscious, if you dare to oppose me, hee. Chapter 660. Smiled like a chrysanthemum, seeing Su Lang hooking his mouth and smiling. Yaoqi Yanfa and others could not help but settle down a lot. Without Su Lang, they would not have the courage to fight against the fairy clan. Lead the way, let's go. Su Lang turned and looked at Qiri Muju. He was more familiar with the Bu tribe. Qiri Muju saluted and led his orders, and while leading the way, he said, "The Qiri prisoner is already on the way to greet us. I must see him soon." The Qiri prisoner is the martial sage of the Qiri Saint clan remaining in the Bu Saint clan. The crowd flew forward around Su Lang, the ground under his feet retreated rapidly, and the mountains, rivers and forests were all left behind. When passing a huge mountain peak, everyone finally saw the Qiri prisoner Shin. The first 2 greeted. "The lower servant Qiri prisoner has lost his way, please forgive me." A stream of light fell in front of Su Lang, turning into a knelt and crawling bald man. Su Lang glanced at this big man's attribute panel, and found that it was indeed the new prisoner of Qiri, and waved his hand lightly. "The lower servant asked the Lord to accept me as a servant." Prisoner Qiri did not get up, but continued to kneel on the ground, trying to squeeze a little soul out, holding both hands to Su Lang. "I have received a lot of soul fire in the Sea of Knowledge." Su Lang glanced at Qiri prisoner Shin, his voice indifferent. The latter immediately appeared depressed, sad because he could not become Su Lang's direct servant, but during your stay with the Bu clan, you have been dedicated and loyal. Su Lang smiled. "Then I will accept your soul and heart, and let you become my 9 servants." Su Lang took the Qiri prisoner's new soul fire and put it into the Sea of Knowledge. Although he has collected 19 souls in the Sea of Consciousness so far, he has not reached his limit at all. Last time, it was because the souls of the 3 tribal quasi-sages in the Pinnacle Warrior were as high as tens of thousands. Su Lang only used another method to seal it into the sacred vessel. Second servant, thank the Lord for the gift. Prisoner Chiri immediately kowtowed, and a face full of flesh and blood smiled like a chrysanthemum. A generation of martial sages was sad and excited in order to be someone else's servant. Such a scene fell into the eyes of ordinary people, and they didn't know what kind of reaction they would have. Get up and lead the way. Su Lang nodded, and said, "You must have known that we are here." How did they react? Return to the Lord. Patriarch Bu is looking forward to the Lord's coming. The Chiri prisoner said, "Before I came, they had already arranged the welcoming ceremony, and it must have been arranged by this time. It seems that the attitude of the Bu clan is not bad." Su Lang smiled happily. "Let's go and see how the Bu clan will greet us." The crowd responded in unison, and immediately surrounded Su Lang, turning into a big canopy streamer, and flew forward under the new leadership of the Chiri prisoner. In a blink of an eye, he crossed several cities of the Bu Saint clan. Seeing so many martial saints flying in the sky, they were all panicked and trembling with fear. Fortunately, all the city masters also knew the arrival of Su Lang and others, and quickly suppressed their panic. Under the new leadership of the Chiri prisoner, Su Lang and others came to another big city far away from Bu Saint clan. The patriarch of the Bu Saint clan chose the place where Su Lang would meet, just for safety. Su Lang also understood this very well. After all, he came with the martial sage of the 3 clans. Even with kindness, the Bu clan would be more careful. The city we met was named Jingling City, which was a big city of the Bu clan. Outside Jingling City, there are a large number of warriors lined up in an array to form a ceremonial welcoming ceremony. Lines of brilliance and lines of silk hang down, forming a huge floating road. Countless beautiful birds are flying around this road. It looks beautiful. Bai Yulin, the patriarch of the Bu clan, was leading 2 martial sages, standing in front of the floating road waiting for Su Lang and others. Countless warriors in Jingling City rushed out of the city, watching this vast scene. Chapter 661, Welcome from the Bu clan. God, who is coming? The patriarch personally greeted him. It must be a big figure from the fairy clan, maybe from the Colchicum clan. No, look, there is a streamer coming. Look at the style of streamer, it's not from the Colchicum tribe. I have seen those streamers, they are from the Yaoqi Saint clan, Chiri Saint clan, and Tianyan Saint clan. It's them. Then who is the streamer that they are surrounded by? Isn't the 3 saints of the Yaoqi causing flying squirrel natural disasters? I was very interested and found out that their 3 clans had already taken refuge in a powerful young Master Su. In that case, the one they are surrounded by should be young Master Su. Yes, I don't know what Su Gongzi came from. All 3 clans actually surrendered. It must be a big man. I don't know what their purpose is for the Bu clan. Among the many martial artists with green feathers on their heads, Su Lang and others slowed down and gradually stopped in front of the martial sages of the Bu tribe. Sweep away at a glance. The information of the 3 major martial sages of the Bu tribe is fully visible. Bu Lin, the patriarch of the Bu clan, is an 8-star martial sage, but his combat power is not outstanding, just an ordinary 8-star. In addition, the other 2 are 6-star and 5-star respectively. From then on, it can be seen that the strength of the Bu clan is stronger than the Yaoqi, Chiri, and Tianyan clan. In Sha Bu Forest, Tim is the patriarch of the Bu clan and has met young Master Su. Bai Yulin saw that Su Lang was looking at him, so he took the lead to salute and show respect. The martial sages of the other 2 Bu tribes also saluted, with smiles on their faces, nothing strange. But in fact, they were very surprised. Because the Su Gongzi in front of him clearly only fluctuates at the Wu Zun level. With such a low level of cultivation, they are just like the ants, and they don't even look at it. However, it is unbelievable that this young Master Su is respected as the Lord by the 3 saints. Although they also knew that Su Lang's identity was extraordinary, it still felt incredible to see the patriarchs of the 3 clans sitting with them bow their heads and call them servants. Su has seen the Bu patriarch and the 2 martial sages. It is a pleasure to meet. Su Lang bowed his hands in salute, his expression calm and calm. Fortunately, I dare not be. Bai Yulin said politely, I have been leaning up for a long time. Patriarch Bu, how are you doing these days? Chiri Muju laughed and said hello. Biyulan smiled. Patriarch Chiri and Yaoqi, the complexion of Patriarch Tianyan also looks very good. It's all delayed the blessing of my patriarch, I am about to break through. We are all about to break through. With the Lord's blessing, the way of martial arts seems to have become easier all of a sudden. Chiri Muju and the patriarchs of the three saints laughed. Bai Yulin listened to them and couldn't help but glanced at Su Lang again, and wondered in his heart which big person this was. Yaoqi Yanfa smiled and said, Patriarch Biu, take a look, do you know these juniors? While talking, the three Yaoqi Yanfa stepped aside, revealing the 6 new martial sages behind them. The junior has seen the Patriarch Biu. The 6 newly promoted martial sages bowed their hands to Bai Yulin. You are you? The 3 of Bai Yulin looked at the 6 new martial sages, and couldn't help showing surprise. He recognizes these 6 people. These 6 people are from the Yaoqi, Chiri, and Tianyan tribes. At that time, they were all Tianzhao of the famous Three Holy Clan, and he also heard a little bit as the chief of Biu. However, after these Tianzhao practiced to the quasi-sage realm, they were all stuck in the bottleneck, just like those geniuses in the past, completely silent. I thought that their achievements in this life were quasi-sages. But the 3 Biyulin never expected that they would break through to become martial sages. And the most shocking thing is that the 6 have broken through into martial arts at the same time. The sky mode between Zhensheng and Wusheng is very clear to them as people who come by. At the beginning, there were so many amazing and brilliant people who shocked the whole family as soon as they were born, and then soared to the sky to cultivate to the realm of quasi-sage. But when I got here, I was stuck. Among the hundreds of arrogances, almost only one person can break through to the realm of martial saint. But what they saw now was that the 6 martial artists who were stuck in the quasi-sage realm were promoted to the martial sage realm at the same time. Chapter 662, Join me, work for me. What kind of panacea was used? Stormy waves rose in the hearts of the 3 Bai Yulin people, and their eyes turned to Su Lang. They used their censored to think and know that these 6 people can be promoted to Wusheng. It must be related to the Su Gongzi. Young Master Su, who is so sacred. Not only did the 3 veteran saint clan chiefs go further, but also allowed the 6 quasi-saints to be promoted to the martial sage realm at the same time. Could it be a big figure from the fairy clan? Bai Yulin and others thought, and it must be a very important person among the immortal clan. Patriarch Biu, Su Lang smiled, the aristocratic city looks so beautiful, can you take us in and see? Of course, of course. Bai Yulin recovered from the shock, apologizing, stretched out his hand and asked, please come to the city, Master Su and you. He patronized and was shocked, forgetting that it was still outside the city. It is not the way to treat guests outside the city for so long. Under the respectful leadership of Bai Yulin and the others, Su Lang and others embarked on the path to the sky composed of guanghua and silk. Along the way, the Valkyries standing on both sides sang the unique ballads of the Biu tribe to welcome the guests. Chiri Muju and others all smiled. They know that this is almost the highest standard of reception for the Biu clan. Everyone walked on the path of the sky. The martial artists of the Biu tribe below couldn't help but look up and talked a lot. They are all surrounded by that young man. Tisk Tusk, I think that young man has a very young bone age and a low level of cultivation, but he was crowned by all the martial arts and all the stars, his identity is extraordinary. I don't know what he came from. Afraid it is the direct blood of the fairy clan. The warriors were shocked, and they kept guessing Su Lang's identity. Immediately, they watched Su Lang and the others walk through the path of the sky and entered the most luxurious building in the city lord's mansion. Su Lang and others entered the jingling city lord's mansion and took their seats. It's here. The other 4 martial sages of the Biu clan also appeared. At that time, the 2 who helped the Chiri saint race in Yin Wu's were also there. The Biu clan has 7 martial sages in total, and the strength among the saints is fairly good. After some greetings, the conversation enters the topic. As the head of the clan, Patriarch Biu must be busy with business, so I will be straight to the point. Su Lang drank a drink unique to the Biu clan, and smiled, I came here this time to invite the Biu clan to join me and serve me. After speaking, Su Lang's voice was sonorous and powerful, and his momentum was also raised sharply. Bai Yulin and others felt tight, and immediately couldn't help but raise some anger. It's so overbearing to come as a guest, but let them surrender as soon as you speak. Bai Yulin said, our Baiyu Saint clan has developed very well and has no plans to join any forces. In the eyes of the Biu Patriarch, the Biu Saint clan has developed very well. But in my eyes, the Biu clan is almost stagnant. Su Lang's expression was faint. Patriarch Biu, do you know how much change has happened since the Yaoqi tribe joined me? As soon as this statement came out, the 7 martial sages of the Biu clan looked at each other. For the impression of the 3 saints, they still stayed in the flying squirrel natural disaster period. At that time, there was a flying squirrel natural disaster among the Chiri saints and the Tianyan saints, and everyone fled in all directions. In order to escape the flying squirrel natural disasters, all the members of the Biu clan returned to their clan. And soon blocked the teleportation array from the Chiri Saint clan to the Biu Saint clan. After that, they thought that the 2 great saints must be badly injured and even forced to move. But then came the inexplicable disappearance of the flying squirrel natural disaster, and the 3 clans surrendered to a mysterious person. After that, they were not clear. Because later they did not send spies to the Chiri tribe. After all, they blocked the passage at the time and did not allow anyone to take refuge in their Biu clan. This was already very emotional. The Patriarch Biu must be unclear. Su Lang smiled lightly, waved his hand and said, Yan Fa, tell you all. Chapter 663, The Shocking 7 Sages of Biu. Yaoqi Yan Fa replied, and said excitedly, everyone, our 3 sages surrendered to the Lord, and it takes only half a month to add up. But in this less than half a month, earth-shaking changes have taken place in our 3 tribes. Bai Yulin and the 7 martial sages exchanged their eyes and put their ears up to listen. They really want to see what has changed in the 3 saints. Just follow the chronological order. Yaoqi Yan Fa said, first of all, the Lord personally refined the quasi-immortal tool Sky Sea from my Yaoqi Saint race. By the way, now the Sea of Sky has been promoted to a fairy weapon by the Lord. At this time, he is protecting the holy city of Yaoqi. Fairy tool, fake it, this. Can Master Su make immortal artifacts? This is impossible, even the Colchicum clan can't refine fairy artifacts. Yes, it is said that the Colchicum clan spent all the power of the clan to obtain an immortal refiner to refine 2 low-level immortal implements. A fairy-level refiner, but an extremely noble figure in the entire Kandlan continent. The martial sages of the Biu clan looked at each other, and when they were shocked, they also had deep doubts. To refine fairy tools, the warrior himself must at least have the strength of the martial arts class. But the Lord Su in front of him clearly only has a Wu Zun level cultivation base fluctuation. The strength alone is not enough, and even the materials can't be processed, so what about making immortal tools? The more people thought about it, the more they didn't believe it, and their eyes became a little unkind. Can I lie at this point? Yaoqi Yan Faha laughed, if you don't believe me, you can send someone to visit my Yaoqi holy city. As soon as this remark came out, the eyes of the Biu tribe and others changed again. Yes, if there is an immortal weapon guarding the Yaoqi holy city, you can send someone to see it. You can't lie about this. They also thought of the phrase, Su Gongzi shot himself. Master Su personally refined the fairy. How do you look so different? Everyone shook their heads and attributed it to the people around Su Gongzi. Su Gongzi just participated in and helped, perhaps it was a disservice. However, at this point, they believed that the Yaoqi tribe was guarded by immortals. At this moment, endless envy and jealousy rose in their hearts. Yaoqi Yan Fa continued to speak. Next, let's talk about the matter. That is, the Lord personally arranged the 3 tribulations immortal level formations for Chiri Holy City and Tianyan Holy City. A martial sage of the Biu clan fiercely sprayed out the drink he had just drunk, 3 tribulations immortal rank formation. The other 6 martial sages including Bai Yulin also looked dull. Even after refining the immortal tool, the immortal formation was also arranged, and it was the 3 tribulation immortal formation. 3 tribulations immortal formation. A martial sage of the Biu tribe said in horror, I remember the Chu Xian tribe's restoration and perfection of the mountain protection formation for millions of years as only the 3 tribulations immortal formation, right? Patriarch Yaoqi, you, Bai Yulin said in disbelief, are you kidding us? How am I kidding? Yaoqi Yan Fa smiled, and the fairy formation, isn't it the same as the fairy? Go and see if there is any. As soon as these words came out, Bai Yulin and others closed their mouths. Yes, just go and see. Talk about a huge change. You must not believe it, because I feel that I am dreaming. Yaoqi Yanfa's voice gradually trembled. In each of our Yaoqi, Qiri, and Tianyan tribes, more than 100 people have been promoted to martial arts. And this number is still increasing. The 6 people behind me are the newly promoted martial saints. The words gradually fell, and the lingering sound surrounded the beams, and the whole living room was so quiet that there was a drop of dust on the ground that could be heard. Bai Yulin and others were all dumbfounded, and even their thinking was almost confused. More than 100 people from each clan have been promoted to martial saint. And the number is still increasing. This is completely a fantasy. Ordinary saints, 6 or 7 martial saints are already pretty good. And now, the 3 saints, who were originally weaker than their Biu clan, have hundreds of martial sages in each clan. Chapter 664, The Cat That Saw the Fish. Brother Yaoqi, do you know what you are talking about? Bai Yulin swallowed fiercely, and said, hundreds of martial sages. That is the strength that the fairy clan possesses. Hearing this, Su Lang smiled and said nothing. Brother Biu, it's the same sentence. If you don't believe it, send someone to see it. Yaoqi Yanfa took a breath and said, I can't believe it, so go and see for yourself. Bai Yulin froze in place. The other martial sages of the Biu clan were also stunned, their brains blanked. Seeing is believing. If people dare to let you see it with your own eyes, it means that everything they say is true. What Yao Kai Yanfa said is still too far-fetched, and it simply violates the laws of the world. Therefore, Bai Yulin and others did not believe it in their hearts. Immediately afterwards, a martial sage of the Biu clan suddenly became cold. You said such a big thing, and you asked us to see it in person many times. Is there any conspiracy? Another person shouted. Are you trying to lead the snake out of the cave and then kill my martial sage halfway? Swords were drawn in the drawing room, and the atmosphere instantly solidified, as if freezing. However, Su Lang still laughed and said nothing. Haha, Brother Biu, you are really worried. You can send the people below to see it. If you really can't believe the people below, you don't want to see it in person. Chiri Muju laughed. Then I will show you the treasures that the Lord has given me. I'm sure you will be surprised. While talking, Chiri Muju gently waved, took out a few bottles of pills from the martial saint realm, and poured out all the pills. Suddenly, the perfect quasi-elastic pill that was crystal clear and exuding wonderful fluctuations appeared in front of everyone. The Biu tribe and others were stunned in an instant. This is a quasi-elixir. Rather, and it's a quasi-elixir of perfect quality. My God, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 27 quasi-celestial pills. Patriarch Chiri has so many perfect quasi-elixir. He said it was rewarded by Master Su. The eyes of the 7 martial sages of the Biu clan were protruding, and their eyes were about to fall out. Yaoqi Yanfa and Tian Yunji, as well as the 6 newly promoted martial sages also shook their hands, and a lot of quasi-immortal pills were taken out. See this scene. Bai Yulin and the 7 others are like gooses pinched by their necks, their mouths are wide open, their breathing is stagnant, almost suffocating. Brother Biu, see it. This is the pill given to us by the Lord. Chiri Muju smiled and said, in fact, there is a better pill on the Lord, but I didn't give it to us because I couldn't refine it. No, this is an illusion. This is an illusion. Even the Kolchakam clan, it is impossible to have so many perfect quality quasi-elixir. Did you impose illusions on us? What are you going to do? The hearts of the martial saints of the Biu clan collapsed, and they had begun to talk nonsense. Bai Yulin didn't stop it, because he himself almost doubted life. The autumn daffodils are nothing in front of our Lord. Also, if this medicine is an illusion, you will know if you take a closer look. Tian Yunji shook his head, divided 7 pills in his hand, and threw them to Bai Yulin and others. Bai Yulin and others instinctively caught the pill. The moment they touched the pill, they felt the power of the strong mysterious rules above the quasi-immortal. This is something they haven't touched in their entire lives. Really, it's a quasi-elixir. Bai Yulin held the pill in his hand, and his whole body was trembling constantly, like a sieve. Don't be so excited. Quasi-elixir, I have more. As long as you surrender to me, I can reward you now, as a meeting ceremony. Su Lang, who had been laughing and not speaking, twitched the corner of his mouth, said lightly, then took out a large amount of medicine from the storage space and threw it out. These pills floated up and down in front of Bai Yulin and others. Bai Yulin and the others couldn't help but look like a cat that saw a fish, their eyeballs followed the pill, and they didn't move away for a moment. Chapter 665, Bu Tribe Surrender. Bai Yulin and others were really tempted. As long as you surrender, you can get so many quasi-elixir. And this is just a meeting ceremony, there will be more in the future, then Wuxian can hope. In addition, after surrendering, the entire Bu tribe can get huge benefits. Take hundreds of martial sages for example, this is already hard to refuse. I would like to surrender to young Master Su. A martial sage of the Bu clan suddenly knelt down, his eyes hot, like burning charcoal. I am also willing to surrender to young Master Su. Another martial sage of the Bu clan knelt down, and he firmly grasped the pill in front of him, his eyes full of excitement. Immediately afterwards, several people knelt down again. I would also like to surrender to young Master Su. Bai Yulin was stunned, and immediately knelt down. He knew that if he hesitated, he would become the last one to surrender. At that time, he will definitely be disliked by young Master Su. That's not okay. In an instant, 7 martial sages of the Bu Saint clan knelt on the ground in the meeting room. Everyone, get up. A bright smile appeared on Su Lang's face. In fact, he also prepared a threatening method, but it was useless at all. Just by temptation, he made the 7 aloof Wu Sheng kneel down. Yes, Lord. Bai Yulin and the other 7 stood up, their expressions were quite respectful, and they had obviously entered the role of servant. From now on, we will work together. You will soon know how lucky you are to follow the Lord. Xianxia Fa said sternly, before that, if you want to become servants of the Master, you still need to surrender your soul to show your loyalty. Soul fire. The expressions of Bai Yulin and others changed. Once you surrender your soul and heart, it means that your life may be taken away at any time. At that time, if the other party has a conspiracy, wouldn't it be possible to kill them directly? Those who cherish the quasi-elixir that are in hand are not blessed at all. Yan Fa, you are too anxious. Everyone of the Bu clan has just joined me, so I have to be familiar with it. Su Lang smiled faintly, and said to Bai Yulin and the others, although you are already my servants, I don't force you to surrender your souls. After you see my strength, you can decide for yourself. Bai Yulin knelt immediately, showing gratitude. The other 6 martial sages of the Bu tribe are also grateful, feeling that this master is really a bright master. I won't take back the pill for you, you keep it yourself. Su Lang waved his hand, I'm here now, besides for your Bu clan, I also want to investigate the rest of your forces. Let's talk about the situation of the surrounding forces and the relationship between you and the Colchicum tribe. Compared with the 3 saints of Yaoqi, Chiri and Tianyan, there are more big forces on the Bu clan, and there are even more immortal level forces. If the Fengaling tribe is regarded as a small mountain village, then the Yaoqi Sansheng tribe is a small county town, and the Bu tribe is a city-level city. In terms of resources alone, the Bu clan's resources are much richer. This is also true, in order to support the multiplication and development of so many holy races in a powerful immortal race. It is inevitable to go from a small place to a big place. The Bu Saint clan's side was one of Su Lang's forward directions. Biyulin saluted and replied, we are next to the 100 Wars Saints, Fishuang Saints, and Lotus Saints. Although there is a little friction between each other, in general, the well water does not interfere with the river water. The strengths of the 100 Wars Saint clan, Fishuang Saint clan, and Lianhua Saint clan are all comparable to our Bu clan. Beyond these 3 tribes, there are 3 saints to the north and 3 saints to the east, which do not border us. The strength of these 6 saint races is much stronger than ours, and there are double-digit martial arts powerhouses and more quasi-immortal powerhouses. Going further north is one of the restricted areas of life in the Kandlan continent, where the emperor's head is dead, and to the east is the territory of the Colchicum tribe. Chapter 666, Trivial Things. After a pause, Bai Yulin continued. The Colchicum tribe has a long history, 2 million years old, and has experienced 2 wars on the mainland. The ancestor of the Chushan tribe, Dingbo Wuxian, also rose during the War of the Mainland in the ancient times. To this day, the Colchicum tribe has given birth to the second Wuxian, titled Wanyu Wuxian. In addition to the existence of 2 martial celestial beings, there are also 2 low-level immortal artifacts, and a 3 Tribulations immortal formation. In the eyes of the Colchicum tribe, such a small martial sage-level force like our Bu tribe has an ant-like existence. The Colchicum tribe hasn't taken care of us for tens of thousands of years. Even if someone from our tribe is sanctified, the Colchicum tribe doesn't bother it. It's just that I don't know how the Colchicum clan will react when I wait for the Lord's command. Quote. Bai Yulin mentioned the Colchicum family without a trace of worry in his tone. Because in his opinion, the Lord he had just worshipped must be a stronger and more noble existence than the Colchicum tribe. Can the Colchicum tribe make immortal artifacts at hand? They're only 2 immortal artifacts, they paid a great price before they were refined. Can the Colchicum tribe throw a quasi-elixir as a reward? Isn't the Wuxian in their own home that they have seen so many perfect quality quasi-elixir? Can the Colchicum tribe instantly make a saint clan more than 100 martial saints? Although there are thousands of martial arts in their own family, they are accumulated over 2 million years. The Yaoqi Tianyanchiri tribe possessed hundreds of martial sages in just a few days, and they became the masters of the martial sage forces. From these 3 points alone, Bai Yulin can see that the energy of his patriarch is definitely infinitely stronger than that of the Colchicum tribe, and his hands and eyes are not enough to describe it. If the Chushan tribe interferes in this matter, you report to me immediately, and I will negotiate with them personally. The corner of Su Lang's mouth curled up, and he smiled faintly. Lu Shenlu will not go to war with me for the time being. I am really anxious in my heart. I will be very welcome if the Colchicum clan wants to send experience and material. Bai Yulin and others will know about the Slaughter Heaven Tower sooner or later. So Su Lang had no intention of concealing it at all, so he said it directly. But Bai Yulin and other 7 martial sages heard this statement not only did not panic because brother Su Lang killed Tianlu as an enemy, but felt that his master was really awesome, and he was able to fight the Tianlu. My lord is really amazing. Bai Yulin and others' eyes shimmered slightly, revealing a trace of excitement. Bai Yulin. Su Lang's voice came. Bai Yulin suddenly shook his body slightly, bowed his head respectfully and said, "Hey. The strength of your Biu clan should also be improved." Su Lang faintly pointed to the formation barrier in the sky. Just with this formation, I can see countless flaws and it is vulnerable. Su Lang snapped his fingers with a move. With the clear voice coming out, the mountain guard formation that enveloped the Biu Saint clan was suddenly annihilated. At this scene, Bai Yulin and others were stunned. Even Yaoqi Yanfa and others, who had already followed Su Lang, were dumbfounded. Do you want the 3 tribulations immortal formation? Su Lang smiled slightly, his expression indifferent, as if he was asking Bai Yulin if he wanted a stone on the side of the road. Think. The lower servant, please the master to arrange the 3 tribulations immortal array for the Biu clan. Bai Yulin didn't even think about it, and instantly knelt down on both knees and knelt up. Small, please set up a fairy formation. The lower servant, please protect the Biu tribe. The other martial sages of the Biu clan also all knelt down and kept kowtow. Although they are all leaders of a clan who have been in high positions all year round, they have to do it even if they blow their heads for the immortal formation. Then I will take action to refine an immortal formation for you. However, some of the materials for refining the fairy formation still need you to produce. Of course, you definitely don't have those fairy level materials, I helped you out. Su Lang hooked his mouth and waved his hands lightly, as if saying something trivial. Chapter 667. Regained the Vault of Saints. The lower servant, thanked the Lord for the gift. Bai Yulin buckled their heads one after another, and tried harder. Su Lang paid for himself and took out the immortal materials to refine the immortal formation for them. What kind of a friendly master is this? Having such a master is really the result of accumulating the virtue of all ages. They didn't even know that the immortal stage materials that Su Lang produced were fundamentally synthesized with materials from their secret library. Of course, with the same sentence, Su Lang did not lose, but the Biu tribe made real money. Su Lang stood up. Come and take me to the secret library to fetch materials. I come. Bai Yulin immediately recommended himself and his face was red. Then you. Su Lang nodded. Lead the way. Servant. Bai Yulin was excited. This is the first time that he has served the Lord, and he is quite honored. Under the leadership of Biulin, Su Lang went to the headquarters of Biu Saint Clan, Biu Holy Nest. It is worthy of the blood of birds, even the race headquarters is a bird's nest. This blue feather holy nest is very large, showing an oval shape, with a huge soaring tree in the middle, and the overall shape is like an open umbrella placed upside down between several giant peaks. Bai Yulin also introduced the origin of this headquarters to Su Lang. It turns out that this is a love nest of a powerful fairy bird, possessing very peculiar abilities, which fits well with their Biu clan. Therefore, the Biu tribe simply built it into its own lair. When Su Lang entered the Biu holy nest, he did feel a strange energy. But this kind of energy needs blood to be guided to absorb and merge. Except for the people of the Biu tribe, the warriors of the other races cannot use it at all. Moreover, this kind of energy in Biu holy nest is already relatively weak. This is also the reason why the Biu sacred nest was left by the fairy birds, but the Colchicum and the other holy races did not covet it. After turning around in the Biu holy nest, Su Lang got a lot of materials and filled his own treasure house fiercely. What made Su Lang most happy was that he had received 5 wuxia souls and hundreds of wuxian souls. The number of wuxia souls is not unexpected, more than that of Yaoqi and other tribes. After all, the Biu saint clan is stronger than the Yaoqi 3 saints, and there are more martial sages sitting on the floor, and more martial sage souls are condensed. Obtained 5 copies of wuxia soul. Su Lang immediately thought of his Jieshan cannon. At this time, the Jixian artillery is already the limit of the quasi-immortal weapon. As long as it evolves again, it can be promoted to the fairy weapon. At this time, Su Lang possesses the Sea of the Sky and the Taiji Meteorite Thunder, and can initially deal with wuxian. But Taichi Meteorite Thunder is a one-time treasure, and it will be gone after use. But if Zhangjian artillery was promoted to an immortal weapon, then Su Lang would have continuous wuxian level attack power. System. Evolve the immortal cannon. Su Lang secretly issued an order in his heart. Ding. To evolve the immortal cannon requires the consumption of immortal level materials. Extremely cold and dry immortal soil 2, red rainbow mysterious magic stone 1, 1 dark worm jade 1, and Rui Changxiamu 2. Saint level refining materials. Wuxia soul 8, cyan frost true rock 22, gale ghost jade 35, dark cloudy sky stone 50, explosive blue crystal 50. My fork, you need 8 copies of the soul of martial saint. The corners of Su Lang's mouth twitched. He originally thought that the Jieshan cannon was the same as the Sea of Sky, and only needed 5 wuxia souls. At this time, counting the 5 martial saint souls he had obtained from Biu Saint clan, he only had 6, which was still 2. If it doesn't work, just go find the kind of vicious martial sage similar to Wuyong Devil's Cave, behead it, and take the holy soul. While thinking about it, Su Lang began to refine the formation of the Kangkong Phantom Alliance Immortal Formation. This was already the 7th time that Su Lang had refined the Kangkong Phantom Alliance Immortal Array, and he was so familiar with it. However, he did not give all the work to system functions. Because Su Lang intends to show his hand in front of Bai Yulin and the others, so that they can see how the fairy formation is arranged. It's time to set up the fairy formation, let's go. Su Lang glanced at Biu Lin. Where do you want to place the formation? Is this Biu holy nest? Biulin nodded and said, Biu Saint Nest is the lifeblood of our Biu clan, so I want to set up the fairy formation here. Chapter 668, Biu Holy Nest Fairy Array. Su Lang nodded, let's go outside, you call other people over. Bai Yulin saluted respectfully and immediately contacted Chiri Muju and others. Yaoqi Yan Fa, Chiri Muju and other Wu Sheng Chichi came to Su Lang and stood with their heads down. All Wu Sheng's eyes are bright. This is a fairy formation. Who can not be excited? Seeing this event, you should be the biggest talk in your life. In the crowd watching intently, Su Lang began to arrange the Kangkong Phantom Alliance Immortal Array. All the movements were smooth and flowing, and a large fairy formation was completed in Su Lang's hands in a short time. Outside the Biu Holy Nest, a huge immortal barrier suddenly appeared. Bai Yulin and the others saw their eyes violently open, and a heart beat fast. Shenzhen. Our Biu clan has an immortal formation. Ha ha ha, we also have the fairy formation that the Colchicum tribe has only had for countless years. Everyone in the Biu tribe was flushed with excitement and couldn't control it. These are the formation keys and instructions. Take them down and study them. Su Lang threw out some formation keys and jade slips, and said lightly. Yes, thank the Lord for the generous gift. Bai Yulin respectfully took the key and the jade slip, and knelt on the ground with the other 6 sages and knocked his head a few times. You go to gather the quasi-sages of the clan, and I will take them to sanctification. Su Lang said, you can also go with you. If you have more concerns, you can stay here. Thank you, the Lord, for the servants to consider. But the master gave the servant so generously, how can the servant be suspicious? My servant is willing to serve the Lord wholeheartedly, even if I die, I will never regret it. Bai Yulin crawled on the ground, his voice filled with gratitude and loyalty. Bai Yulin knew that with Su Lang's identity and means, he could have killed himself and others many times a long time ago, so there was no need for conspiracy. What's more, Su Lang had already shown his sincerity when he sent the pill in the formation method. If their Biu clan had any more doubts, it would be a villain's heart. Chiri Muju laughed aside, "Brother Biu, some things have been done, which is more useful than your words of loyalty 10,000 times. Ah." Biu Lin Ming comprehended the words of Crimson Sun Muju and immediately forced out his soul and gave it to Su Lang. The same is true for the other 6 saints of the Biu clan. I will take you as servants. Su Lang received his soul fire and smiled slightly. Bai Yulin can serve as my direct servants, and the rest are named servants. Bai Yulin and others kowtowed repeatedly, establishing a master-servant relationship. At this point, Su Lang has gained the loyalty of the 7 sages of Biu, and once again an additional saint clan under his command. Su Lang smiled and said, "Bai Yulin, go and gather the quasi-sage and the pinnacle marshal censored of the clan." Go, go. Chiri Muju quickly smiled at Biu Lin, "This is a great opportunity for your Biu clan." My servant thanked the Lord. Bai Yulin and the others smiled and thanked, and immediately went to convene the quasi-sage. More than 4,000 people came to Su Lang. Among them, there are more than 800 quasi-saints, and more than 3,000 peak martial gods. This number is higher than that of the Yaoqi and other 3 races. More than 4,000 people stood in front of Su Lang, confused, not knowing what happened. However, while doubting, they were also shocked. Why call me up? Could it be that something big is about to happen? Look, why the patriarch and the 6 elders are so respectful to the young man, they are completely obedient. Where is this great man sacred? Is it an immortal clan? It's very possible. By the way, you found out that the formation of the holy nest has been changed. I don't know what level of formation it is now, and I can hardly perceive it. I found out, you may not believe it, I think it is a fairy formation. What kind of formation? Look at it. I always feel that the 6 senior martial arts are a bit familiar. The 6 martial sage seniors. Hey, I remembered, aren't they the arrogances of my generation? It's really them, they have been promoted to Wu Sheng together. What great opportunity did they get? Wu Sheng, the realm I dream of. Chapter 669. Loyalty bursts instantly. All the quasi-sages and the pinnacle warrior talked to themselves, and the stormy waves rose in their hearts, like a tsunami of extinction. Bai Yulin stepped forward with a solemn voice, "From now on, the Biu clan will serve the whole clan of Lord Su, and you won't kneel down." As soon as he said this, the quasi-sages almost felt their ears broken. Tianel, our dignified holy clan, suddenly want to serve a young man one day. However, someone soon recovered from the incredible. Because the patriarch can't fake it. The 6 elders behind the patriarch can't be fake. I'm waiting to meet young Master Su. More than 4,000 people knelt down one after another, and the black crowd instantly became shorter. The Lord Admiral will take you to break through the martial sage realm and accomplish what you dream of. But before that, everyone must surrender their souls. Those who are unwilling to surrender, leave now. I won't say it twice, but anyone who doesn't surrender his soul within 10 breaths is banished by my clan. Bai Yulin's voice was firm and cold, and the quasi-sage martial gods were shocked. How dare they defy the command of the patriarch? What's more, the patriarch said, this is young Master Su who wants to take them to break through as a martial sage. Although this thing is very incredible. But even the Biu clan's surrender has happened. It is not difficult to accept such things as taking them to sanctification. As a result, all the quasi-sage martial gods forced their souls to devote it to Su Lang. It's a 4-digit soul fire again. The corner of Su Lang's mouth was slightly raised, and he immediately took out the dark soul Xuanyu banner, and sealed the souls of everyone with secret techniques. Su Lang waved a big hand, throwing out countless quasi-elixir. These quasi-elixir fell accurately into everyone's hands. Bai Yulin and others are no exception, and even Yaoqi Yan Fa and others have received extra rewards. It's a quasi-elixir. God, the Lord actually rewarded us with a quasi-celestial pill. It is a wise move for the patriarch to lead the whole clan to submit to the Lord. Looking at the pill in their hands, the quasi-sages couldn't help but talk, and they were very excited. Bai Yulin and other martial sages are also grateful. Bai Yulin, Su Lang faintly shouted. Bai Yulin stepped out and knelt in front of Su Lang. Next, I will leave the Bu Saint clan temporarily. You go to make arrangements, there must be enough manpower to guard the Bu clan. Su Lang said, you don't need to arrange too many manpower. I will set up a super teleportation array here to connect the sky and sea of Yaoqi Sanctuary. Bai Yulin took the order and immediately went down to make arrangements. Soon, Bai Yulin arranged the matter and returned to Su Lang, standing with Chiri Muju and others. Su Lang arranged a super teleportation array in the Bu Sacred Nest, directly connected to the Sea of Sky. With this teleportation formation, once something goes wrong on the Bu Saint clan, it can immediately send troops to support it. With a big wave of his hand, Su Lang led thousands of people to the Sea of Sky. The warriors of the Bu clan saw the mighty Sea of the Sky and continued to admire it. Bai Yulin and other martial sages of the Bai Yu clan breathed in again and again, their eyes full of longing. They also want to be guarded by immortals. They also saw more than 500 martial sages coming out of the Sea of Sky and kneeling at Su Lang's feet. More than 500 martial sages. This can already be compared with some immortal tribes who have no solid foundation. See so many Wu Sheng. Whether it was Biyulin and other martial sages, or those quasi-sages, they all trembled with excitement. This is their bright future. As long as I am loyal, the Lord will not be stingy with rewards. Our Biu clan will have hundreds of thousands of martial sages guarding that day. Bai Yulin and others secretly said in their hearts, their loyalty instantly exploded. Su Lang took the Biu tribe to Blue Star. Yan Ongxing and others couldn't help feeling stunned when they saw that Su Lang had brought so many quasi-sages. We must not be left behind. Yan Hingxing has practiced fiercely, and he is about to break through Wu Sheng. The quasi-sages of the Biu tribe met the quasi-sages and the Valkyrie of the three sages such as Yaoqi on that island. At the same time, they also felt the singularity of Blue Star, and their confidence in sanctification couldn't help soaring. Chapter 670. What a wealth of money. The warriors of the Biu clan took out the pill that Su Lang rewarded with agitated mood and began to practice. At present, there are more than 13,000 quasi-sages and war gods practicing on Blue Star. Tisk tisk, these are all future martial sages. Su Lang smiled in a good mood, and immediately returned to the Yaoqi Saint clan with dozens of newly promoted martial sages. These newly promoted martial sages all entered the Sea of Sky and guarded them with more than 500 people before. Just at this time, Zhu Lozheng was furious at the headquarters of Tuantianlu Waterfall. The dog Su Lang dares to ask us for compensation from Tuantian Tower. Not only that, but he also offered a sky-high price of 10 million top-grade spirit jade and 30 Wusheng souls. Finally, he boldly detained Zhu Qi and dozens of them as hostages. This censored Su Lang is too arrogant, too rampant, and doesn't put me in the eyes of slaughter heaven. Zhu Lu sat on a chair, murmured in a gloomy expression, and the surrounding air was full of terrifying pressure. The martial saint of the Lantian Tower who came back to report felt that he was about to explode. After some meditation, Zhu Lu stood up, a cold light flashed in his eyes. I want to see, what is your confidence to be so arrogant? After gnashing his teeth, Zhu Lu ordered that Wu Sheng, go, find the top 50 Wu Sheng under my command. We will go to the Yaoqi clan to meet those little things. The informant Wu Sheng hurriedly took the order, and immediately left like a pardon. He didn't want to stay in front of Zhu Lu at all, as if he would be killed at any time. The warriors in the slaughter tower are very efficient. With dozens of breaths tightly, the top 50 Wu Sheng under Zhu Lu's command gathered in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a group of people left the waterfall headquarters and secretly went to the Saints of Yaoqi. Su Lang is taking Bai Yulin and other martial sages to visit the exchange building. The exchange rate of this exchange building is so low. 30 god-level materials can be exchanged for 1 holy-level material. Even if the qualification examination is passed, there will still be fairy-level materials for exchange. God, how rich is this, Lord? Looking at the exchange building crowded with people, Bai Yulin and other martial sages of the Bai Yu clan were stunned, and at the same time filled with deep envy. The Yaoqi Chiri and Tianyan tribes have exchange houses, and I will also build them on the Biu tribe. Su Lang smiled faintly. By then, your Biu clan warriors can also have such good benefits. Thank you for your generous gift. Bai Yulin and the others were trembling with excitement, and breathing quickly. What they mean by this exchange house means that their descendants will get better resources. The so-called future of a race lies in the younger generation. Only if the younger generation is full of hope and potential, then this race will develop rapidly. I will send my first servant, Wangfukan, to take you to establish an exchange system in a while. Su Lang smiled and said, he is in charge of the current exchange system. Bai Yulin and others saluted respectfully. Su Lang called Wangfukan and asked him to return to the Biu Saint clan to establish an exchange system with Bai Yulin and others. The Biu tribe is richer than the Yaoqi three sages. It can be expected that once the exchange system is established, Su Lang will make another big profit in a short time. After some preparations, Wangfukan and others were about to leave the Yaoqi Saint clan and go to Biu clan. The barrier of the Sea of Sky suddenly changed color. This is a warning signal from the warrior guarding the Sea of Sky. According to the color change, it means that an unknown warrior is approaching. The darker the color, the stronger the closer the warrior. At this time, the color of the sky-sea barrier is very dark, which means that the strength of the incoming enemy is very strong. At this time, the coming is fierce. I'm afraid it's not the people from Tuantianlu. Su Lang sneered and turned and flew above the Sea of Sky. Wangfukan, Bai Yulin and others were no longer in a hurry to return to the Bai Yu clan, and followed Su Lang. At this time, not to mention the current enemy, at least there is an enemy coming. Of course, Bai Yulin and others will not leave, but want to show something. Chapter 671, Slaughter Tower is coming. Report to the Lord, there are 50 streams of light approaching to the northwest of the Sea of Sky. Although they were hidden in the dark, they were discovered by the detection function of the Sea of Sky. Based on their breath, we speculate that there are 50 top martial sages, and a strong man who is suspected to be a martial immortal. Yaoqi Yan Fa came to Su Lang and informed the enemy. It should be the people from Tushanlu. It seems that they are very dissatisfied with the terms I offered. Su Lang laughed and said, ha ha ha, it just so happens that my soul is so lacking in martial saint, go and take Zhu Qi out. Yaoqi Yan Fa took the order and escorted Zhu Qi and others with Li Shenyang far away. Zhu Lozheng frowned slightly. He is a generation of martial immortals, and the range of spiritual power covered is more terrifying than that of martial saints, almost reaching a radius of 100 million li, all under control. So Zhu Lu saw the existence of the Sea of Sky from a long distance away. Damn, this immortal weapon is definitely not an ordinary one catastrophe immortal weapon. Observe its strength. I am afraid I will attack with all my strength, and I will not be able to break it. And when I approached, its barrier actually changed color. I was afraid I was discovered. HMPH, the power of this fairy weapon is really powerful, it's mouth-watering. Perceiving the power of the Sea of Heaven, Zhu Lu not only has no retreat, but is greedy. He decided to get that fairy weapon. When I have been discovered, I don't want to hide it. Zhu Lu showed his figure and waved his big hand. Everyone is going forward with all their strength. The 50 Wu Sheng Qiqi shouted, their voices shocked millions of miles. Countless creatures were frightened by the wind and began to flee frantically. Su Lang is floating behind the barrier to the northwest of the Sea of Sky, sitting on a chair, playing with the dragon button and jade seal. This long Niu Yushi is actually the reduced form of the Jianjin cannon, which looks quite majestic. Behind Su Lang, only Li Shenyang followed. And under him, there are many Slaughter Tower warriors trapped in Thiebubble, and Zhu Qi is among them. As long as they move slightly, Li Shenyang will stare at them to death. As for the other martial sages, they all entered the Sea of Sky, guarding the immortal weapons together. At this time, the defensive power of the Sea of Sky reached the highest level ever. Even the martial immortal of the 3 tribulations could not break through, and only the martial immortal of the 4 tribulations could rely on the defense of the Sea of Obliteration. At this moment, Zhu Qi felt a little frightened. Because he found out that his boss seemed to be coming menacingly, he didn't plan to pay for the ransom. Once war starts, he and his subordinates are the first to die. Master Zhu, you must not sacrifice me. Zhu Qi prayed in his heart. But he also knew that although he was known as the 7th commander of the Lu Tianlu intelligence department, the weight was not heavy in the eyes of Zhu Lu and other Wuxians. Because even though Zunxian brought a word for immortality, it was just Wusheng in essence. The so-called 7th commander's identity is also not much important. In fact, it is to take care of the low-level warriors below. This position can be replaced at any time. As long as they are quasi-sense, plus certain qualifications and contributions, they can sit in this position. Want to be immortal? There are a lot of slaughter towers. Just the first 50 martial sage under Zhu Lu's, there are exactly 20 quasi-immortals. The other martial sages are all 8-star and 9-star martial sages, so powerful that they are terrifying. Just when Zhu Lu prayed, 51 long streams of light flew in the distance, revealing the figures of Zhu Lu and others. But apart from the 50 martial sages, Zhu Lu did not stop outside the sky-sea barrier, but maintained his speed and continued to rush forward. I want to try, how strong is this fairy weapon? Zhu Lu showed his fighting spirit, rushed to the barrier, and smashed his fist. There are countless rules and mysterious power attached to this punch, as if even a planet would be broken into pieces. Su Lang glanced at Zhu Lu's attribute panel, and sneered disdainfully. This Zhu Lu is also a martial arts immortal, and his true combat power is only half of his attack level. Such strength has not even reached the second tribulation martial immortal, and cannot cause any damage to the Sea of Sky. Chapter 672, Zhu Lu Xianxia. Zhu Lu's fierce fist hit the barrier of the Sea of Sky. The power of countless rules rushed out from Zhu Lu's fist and the sky-sea barrier, almost tearing the surrounding void. The terrifying sound ran through the world, and it immediately attracted all the warriors in the holy city of Yaoqi. An enemy is coming. Look, in the northwest corner, the barrier of the Sea of Sky is moving. Haha, someone has invaded our Jade Lake holy city. There is young Master Su in it. I want to see how that stupid fork died. Father, mother, come out to watch the fun. Wait, I am going to order some drinks to sell. The warriors in the city ran to the northwest corner of the city with the mentality of watching a good show. The warriors who were originally in the northwest corner of the city have already witnessed a terrifying collision between a warrior and the Sea of Sky. At this moment, the sky is dim, the sun and the moon are dull. Although everyone was shocked, they were not very afraid. Because the barrier of the Sea of Sky only waved with a ripple, and it subsided immediately. The invading Wuxian was shot out fiercely, and his figure was very embarrassed. This is martial immortal, it is indeed powerful, and the world will be broken when it is shot. Unfortunately, although he is a Wuxian, he can't break through the defense of the Sea of Sky. With his strength, he dared to come to our Jade Lake holy city to be wild, and young Master Su will kill him sooner or later. Look at how he would die. A large number of warriors had different discussions. After the initial awe, they looked at Zhu Lu who was outside the barrier with disdain, and laughed and hissed from time to time. Zhu Lu was ejected hundreds of thousands of miles by the counterattack from the Sea of Sky, and then returned to the barrier with a hint of anger. This fairy is really powerful. Even I can only make a trace. Zhu Liamu was hot, and he felt that such a powerful fairy weapon was only qualified for him. He saw streams flashing through the barrier, turning into a pair of masters and servants. The young man sitting in the chair knew at a glance that he was the principal. As for the young man behind, although he looked young, his eyes were vicissitudes of life, and he knew that he was an old monster. Moreover, although Zhu Lu could not detect the young man's cultivation base with his mental power, he also felt a slight threat. That young man is probably Su Lang Chopsticks. As for this young man, it should be the ancient martial sage Li Shenyang. The quasi-immortal who specializes in spiritual power is more terrifying than Kai Liao, and his spiritual power is probably only a trace away from Shiri, and it can be even stronger if he uses secret techniques. Unfortunately, I have a special spiritual protection treasure, a quasi-immortal. No matter how it breaks out, it can't hurt me. Zhu Lu looked at Su Lang and Li Shenyang inside the barrier surrounded by his 50 martial sages, and speculated in his heart. Su Lang's hand that played with long Niu Yushi suddenly stopped, with a playful smile on his face. Xianxia, right. The mere tribulation Wuxian also wants to break my Sea of Sky. It's just a delusion. How does he know my real name? Zhu Lu, Xianxia was shocked, his eyes shrank sharply. However, he was also an old man, and his expression immediately returned to normal. Sure enough, as mysterious as the information. But it's a pity that there are already dozens of immortal races that have perished directly or indirectly by the hands of the Slaughter Heaven Tower. Among them, there are even immortal tribes that were rebuilt by the Emperor Zun, but they have not been destroyed. You are not a direct bloodline of the Emperor, can you still be higher than the rebuilt Zun Emperor? You are just a little bit of a pretending to be a ghost, and you have provoked a slaughter tower. Don't say you have such a fairy artifact, even if you have 10, you will die without a burial place. Xianxia sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. But his words fell into the hearts of Zhu Qi and others, and they were immediately terrified. This is really going to tear his face with Su Lang, completely disregarding their life and death. Chapter 673, Sure enough to be funny. Qian Zaiho, you keep saying that you want me to die. It seems that you don't intend to redeem your subordinates. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he sneered, if this is the case, then I will accept their little life, and then torture you to death. Just you, want to torture me to death? You have a fairy weapon, but it's only a defensive fairy weapon. Even if this fairy weapon has the ability to counterattack, it can't hurt me. You said, what are you using to kill me? Are you planning to laugh at me? Qian Zaiho ridiculed frantically, and immediately showed playfulness. Su Lang Shaoxi, are you so scared? Don't be afraid, you can make immortal artifacts, but a great talent. As long as you agree to join the Slaughter Tower and work for the Slaughter Tower, I will keep you boundless. Now, you release Zhu Qi and the others first, and then go back to the Slaughter Tower with me. I swear to heaven that I will never hurt you. Speaking of this, Qian Zaiho insisted on squeezing a trace of sincerity on his face. Hearing this, Zhu Qi and others were also relieved. It seems that Zhu Lu didn't abandon them, and Zhu Qi and others also felt that Su Lang would very likely agree. Because Su Lang seems to be invincible at the moment, but he is really hitting the stone with a pebble when he is against the towering sky. Now that he has stepped down, he can still join the quasi-emperor organization. Unless he really wants to die, he should agree to be a smart person. The future is boundless. I'm afraid there is no bright future. Attract me, Qian Zaiho, if you have a peanut, you won't get so drunk. Su Lang hung his eyelids and looked down at Qian Zaiho lightly, his eyes full of disdain. How dare you refuse my kindness? Qian Zaiho frowned fiercely. Su Lang, can you not be so ignorant? The forces that oppose us, Tuantianlu, have never ended well. Sorry, the guy who opposed me has no good end. I said I want to torture you, then I will definitely kill you to death, and then take your life. Su Lang hooked his mouth, tilted his head slightly, winking at Li Shenyang, kill Zhu Qi and the others. Servant leader, Li Shenyang bowed, with a cruel smile on his face. Qian Zaiho was furious, and his whole body exploded into a Wuxian aura, directly crushing the ground outside the sky-sea barrier for several tens of feet. Master Su Lang, let us go. We are willing to speak for you, so that you will have enough status after joining the Tower of Heaven. Join the Slaughter Tower, Lord Su Lang. The Slaughter Tower has very good welfare, and we have a holy elixir every month. As long as the task is completed, there are still a lot of spirit jade and materials available. I have saved a piece of fairy-level materials. Zhu Qi and others were terrified and kept kowtow begging for mercy. However, they didn't know that they were laughing at Su Lang and Li Shenyang. Only one holy elixir for a whole month. Have you saved a piece of fairy-level material for a whole lifetime? It really came to be funny. This is really poor to a certain level. Su Lang rolled his eyes, and then said lightly, Qian Zaiho, Zhu Qi, do you think the welfare of Tuantian Tower is good? Why not? I will give you a quasi-elixir of perfect quality every day, just follow me, kowtow and run errands. Once I am happy, maybe I will reward you with a perfect quality elixir or something. Qian Zaiho, Zhu Qi and others were dumbfounded, only to realize that they had heard it wrong. One quasi-elixir every day. And the elixir, or is it perfect quality? This is completely nonsense. Su Lang's small chopsticks. Do you know what the elixir is like? Don't say take out the elixir to reward us. Have you smelled something like elixir? Have you touched it? Have you seen it? Qian Zaiho said with disdain, but his tone became weaker and his expression became stiffer. Zhu Qi and the others were even more stunned there like thunder. Because they saw that Su Lang took out a large amount of pill, spread it in the air with a big wave. Chapter 674. I must be wrong. It was like spilling a handful of soybeans, and the air was full of pills. Most of these pills are quasi-elixir of perfect quality, and a few are immortal soul pills. Because the medicinal pill contains strong rules and profound meanings, there are faint visions around the medicinal pill, which looks very mysterious. And this is also one of the characteristics of high-level sacred pill and elixir. How could it be? How could he have so many elixir and quasi-elixir? Oh my god, I must have read it wrong. Qian Zaiho and others also saw the elixir, and they recognized it instantly. Then they were shocked, and everyone felt that their eyes were broken. Otherwise there shouldn't be such a vision. How is it? Su Lang was playful. Become my dogleg, and I will reward you. Roll. I want to deceive us by taking some fake pills. Qian Ziho yelled in Li Neal, you are absolutely fake, and I have seen the flaws. In fact, he saw the flaws in the fart, and was completely cheating Salong. It's a pity that Su Lang's pills are all real, and Qian Zihu's tricks are just making people laugh. Oh, how poor you are. Su Lang shook his head pityingly, and with a flick of his finger, the quasi-immortal pills flew out, accurately falling into the hands of Zhu Qi and others. Another immortal soul pill flew out and circled outside the barrier, and flew back to Su Lang's hands. Zhu Qi and others looked at the pill in their hands with incredible expressions, and the storm in their hearts almost broke through their hearts. This is really a quasi-elixir of perfect quality. Su Lang really had such a precious pill, and he threw it to their enemies. I'm arrogant, how proud is this to do such a thing? Compared with Zhu Qi and others, Qian Ziho was even more shocked. Because he sensed the immortal soul pill that had floundered outside the barrier. It is a perfect quality of the three tribulations spirit elixir. Qian Zihu's eyes were violent, he swallowed instinctively, and his hands were shaking slightly. Spiritual elixir, it is of the three tribulations grade, perfect quality. What a precious pill. Why does Su Lang Xiaoxie have such a medicine? Qian Ziho was puzzled. Now you know that these pills are real, right? As long as you worship me as Lord, I will be happy to accept you and give you rewards. These quasi-elastic pills are my sincerity, and then it's up to you to choose. Su Lang spoke lightly, and slowly started playing with long Niu Yushi in his hands again, standing high, overlooking the crowd. At the same time, countless quasi-elixir appeared out of thin air, all over the sky, like a swarm of locusts. There was a drooling voice. Zhu Qi had a complicated expression and said bitterly, I have already surrendered my soul and heart for the Tuantian Tower, so no matter what, I can't betray. Even me, I have already placed the fire of my soul in the Slaughter Sky sword sheath. What's more, even if you can get so many cherished medicines, you are still a chicken and dog in front of Tuantian Tower, vulnerable to a blow. Su Lang, you want to buy us, just wishful thinking. I'll accept your medicine, we also accept your remaining property and you as a person. Qian Ziho sneered again and again, of course, you have enough bargaining chips now, and I might introduce you to Lu Tianlu for important positions. Give you 10 breaths, join the Slaughter Sky Tower, and pin the heart of the soul on the Slaughter Sky scabbard. Otherwise, I can't defeat your immortal weapon, and can't I slaughter the rest of the Yaoqi cities? Don't wait for me to take action, otherwise I will let you Yaoqi chickens and dogs not stay and become a dead place. After Qian Ziho threatened, he hugged his arms with a face full of victory, and looked down at Su Lang. In his opinion, it's not a big deal at all to have a fairy guard in the holy city of Yaoqi. Why does Qian Ziho insist on attacking the holy city of Yaoqi? Isn't it fragrant to go to other small cities? After eradicating all the cities and creatures around the holy city of Yaoqi, the end of the holy city of Yaoqi will come. When the time comes, Duantianlu will send more martial arts, and they will be able to easily take down the holy city of Jade Lake, seize the fairy weapons, and capture Su Lang. Chapter 675, Kill 35 Martial Saints. Since you choose to die, then I will fulfill you. As for Tushinlu's revenge, I am looking forward to it. Su Lang smiled disdainfully and ordered, Li Shenyang, kill me. Li Shenyang saw that his family master was threatened and insulted by ridicule, and his anger was already horrible. He was like an active volcano ready to go, and a terrifying attack erupted violently. Shenyang is alive. With a low growl, a dazzling sun came directly. Zhu Qi and others were desperate, screaming and shouting frantically. It is a pity that they have become the flag sacrificers for the official battle between Su Lang and Tuantianlu. Li Shenyang's terrifying mental attack fell on Zhu Qi and others, killing them instantly. Ding! You get the soul of high-level martial arts 1, the lead of space 1, the mid-level sage soldier Bihai blood rainbow spear 1, the best spiritual jade 762,633, the high-grade spiritual jade 713,682, the middle-grade spiritual jade 2,253,688, the low-grade spiritual jade 25,888,256, fairy-level refining material. Saint-level refining material. Ding! You get the soul of the high-level martial arts 1, the guide of space 1, the junior sage soldier Qingyan Brahma seal 1, the best spiritual jade 654,533, the high-grade spiritual jade 318,284, the middle-grade spiritual jade 6,651,025, the low-grade spiritual jade 43,668,364, fairy-level refining material, holy refining material. Ding! You get the soul of Senior Martial Saint 1. A series of system prompts came, rang 35 times. In an instant, Su Lang harvested 35 copies of Wuxia's soul, equivalent to more than 52 million of the best spirit jade, 23 sacred objects, 3 immortal grade materials, and a few other materials. Su Lang gossiped, "You are dead." Qian Zihu's eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth and growled. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, "You are welcome to target me." While talking, he put the long Niu Yushi in his hand, which is the Jianjin cannon, into the storage space. The material is enough, of course it must. Evolve immediately. Ding. Consumes immortal level materials, extremely cold and dry immortal soil 2, red rainbow mysterious magic stone 1, 1 dark worm jade 1, Rui Chongxiamu 2. Saint level refining materials. Soul of Wuxiang 8, cyan frost true rock 22, gale ghost jade 35, dark cloudy sky stone 50, blast flame crystal 50. The Jixian cannon has evolved into a primary fairy weapon. The system prompt came that in the storage space, the Jixian artillery had also undergone a strange change, directly crossing the mode and being promoted from a quasi-immortal weapon to a fairy weapon. On the dragon head in the form of a true dragon, the eyes suddenly glowed with ignorant divine light, obviously condensing the spirit. Although it is a primary immortal weapon, it has directly reached the level of the second tribulation martial immortal. You can kill Qian Ziho without using the immortal level meteorite thunder. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he became more confident. At the same time, Qian Ziho was extremely angry at Su Lang's arrogance. Not only did this dog dare to kill Zhu Qi and the others in front of him, but he also dared to speak arrogantly. Ignorant children, Slaughter Tower will bring you the end. And I, let you taste fear and despair today. All the saints hear the order. All the other cities of the Yaoqi clan will be slaughtered, leaving no one to live. Qian Zihu's murderous aura broke out, and beyond the sea barrier of the sky, tens of thousands of miles instantly died. 50 powerful martial sages under Qian Ziho immediately took their orders and took out the sacred artifacts one after another, scattered all over with murderous aura, and killed the rest of the Yaoqi clan. These 50 martial sages were scattered, almost impossible to track, and it was impossible to intercept them. Su Lang, what can you do? You don't. You can only watch those cities being slaughtered one by one. Qian Ziho laughed loudly, this is what caused us to provoke Tushinlu. There are only 50 martial sages. Su Lang pouted his lips dismissively, I also want to slaughter the cities of my subordinates. It's really ridiculous. It's ridiculous that you yellow-haired kid. Qian Ziho sneered, I'm waiting to see how you look like a concubine. Hee, I really don't hit the south wall or look back, or cry without seeing the coffin. Su Lang waved out a pot of spirit tea, Qian Ziho, why don't we have a drink here and see the time of this cup of tea? How many martial sages can I kill you? How many cities can you kill me? With that said, Su Lang poured a cup of lingxia on his own, and immediately threw the teapot out, passed the barrier accurately, and landed in front of Qian Ziho. Chapter 676. Hide it next time. Qian Ziho glanced at the teapot vigilantly and found that it was ordinary spiritual tea. He sneered and said, why not dare? With that, he also poured a cup of tea. Su Lang immediately turned his head slightly, Li Shenyang, those martial sages will be handed over to you. Servant obey orders. Li Shenyang bowed to take the command, and immediately disappeared. What is this? Qian Ziho looked surprised. With his eyesight, he didn't even see how Li Shenyang disappeared. Qian Ziho discovered that Su Lang had thrown a quasi-immortal pill into the teacup and drank it with a sip. Qian Zihu's mouth twitched, and he cursed inwardly, dog asshole, I don't think you can sit still in a while. The 50 martial sages of Qian Zihu's subordinate have been flying away, each rushing towards the goal. But they didn't notice at all. In some hidden places, some strange flying squirrels were staring at them closely. Maybe someone found out, but they didn't care at all. Because this flying squirrel has no aura at all, just like the most common and lowest level creature. None of the martial sages knew that his whereabouts had been completely controlled by Su Lang. Yaolin City. The closest city to the Yaoqi Holy City is the second largest holy city of the Yaoqi tribe. Although the Sea of Sky was born, most of the warriors of the Yaoqi tribe and affiliated races are migrating to the holy city of Yaoqi. However, there are still hundreds of millions of warriors in Yaolin City. Once this city is slaughtered, it will be a huge loss for the Yaoqi tribe. At this moment, two quasi-immortals in the Luntian Tower came with a murderous aura and killed them fiercely. The outline of Yaolin City appeared at the junction of heaven and earth. I will arrive at my destination soon. You must kill a river of blood, and don't let go of even one bug. The dog Noisy Su Lang dared to kill as two quasi-immortals in Slaughter Tower, and more than 30 Wusheng brothers. Today, he must pay his blood. The two quasi-celestial faces of Lanchanlu were cruel, and their terrifying aura almost changed the color of the world. As they approached Yaolin City, they found a figure floating behind the barrier of Yaolin City. Very familiar figure. The two quasi-immortals looked at each other, exchanged glances, and immediately turned cold and killed them. Soon, they could see the face of the figure clearly. A young man, but his eyes were vicissitudes of life. He knew it was an old monster that had washed away millions of years in a long river of time. And who is this familiar face? Not Li Shenyang. He is the ancient sage of Shenyang who killed Zhu Qi in seconds. Old sage Shenyang, how could he be here? This is impossible. Is it a teleportation array? There is a teleportation array communication between this city and the holy city of Jade Lake. That should be the case. This person can even kill Kai Liao and Zhu Qi in a second. I am not an opponent. Withdraw. Li Shenyang is the strongest under your Su Lang. He is here, and it is absolutely impossible for other cities to stop us. Yes, let's go to other cities. Two Luntianlu quasi-immortals charged over with murderous aura, and when they saw Li Shenyang, they fled with their tails between them. Tisk tusk, I escaped directly. It seems that I showed up too early this time. Next time, I will hide next time. Li Shenyang sneered looking at the escaping Luntianlu Zunxian, muttering in a low voice. His figure suddenly disappeared in place. Except for the two quasi-sense who fled the transfer destination. The rest of the Slaughter Tower warriors also began to approach their goals. A 9-star martial sage of Luntianlu cut through the sky, carrying a surging weather flame, and flew towards a small city of Yaoqi tribe. His speed was very fast, and in a blink of an eye he came to the outside of the city's defense formation. There are a large number of warriors living in the city. When they saw this 9-star martial sage murderous, it almost caused the world to change, and they suddenly became a mess. Chapter 677, Li Shenyang shot, Sekal. It's Juxing Wusheng. Oh my god, how could a 9-star martial sage suddenly come? Looking at his appearance, it is because the person who came is unkind. I am afraid that he is holding the purpose of killing the city. It's over. Juxing Wusheng takes action. How can I survive? Don't worry too much. I will wait for young Master Su to guard, and nothing will happen. The city is like a boiling oil pan, and the warriors in the city are like living fish struggling in the oil pan, and desperate emotions spread among the people. Your young Master Su is being dragged by our 6th Master Zhu. He can't protect himself, but he doesn't have time to save. You are going to be slaughtered by me today. Su Lang is responsible for all the sins. If you want to blame, please blame him. Juxing Wusheng laughed wildly, then put his gaze on the city barrier. The mere 6-star holy step formation is vulnerable to a single blow. With a sneer, Juxing Martial Saint of Luntianlu made a big move, and a group of extremely strong rules was condensed, and it was constantly twisting in his hand. Ha ha ha, die for me. The Juxing Wushengmu is full of cruelty, and the next moment he will throw the power of rules to attack. He suddenly found a figure rising from the city below. Rather than rising at the same time, there is also an extremely dazzling sun. It's that ancient saint Li Shenyang. Isn't he in the holy city of Jade Lake, beside Su Lang's chores? This Juxing Wusheng saw Li Shenyang kill Zhu Qi in seconds, and he was so frightened. Escape. Without thinking about it, Juxing Wusheng immediately turned and fled. But he was too close, and the speed was not as fast as those two quasi-immortals, and he could not escape Li Shenyang's attack at all. Silently, the dazzling sun shrouded his figure. Ding! You get the Soul of High-Grade Martial Arts 1, the Lead of Space 1, the Junior Sage Soldier Jinshan Thunderbolt Whip 1, the Best Spirit Jade 221,233, the High-Grade Spirit Jade 213,682, the middle-grade spirit jade 4,253,688, the low-grade spirit jade * 45,883,256, immortal level refining material. Holy refining material. A system prompt sounded in Su Lang's mind. Have you killed the first one? The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and a small smile suddenly appeared. Outside the barrier, Xianxia, who was also drinking tea calmly, saw Su Lang's expression change, and then remembered Li Shenyang, who had disappeared before, and suddenly felt bad. Isn't it Li Shenyang who killed my subordinates? Xianxia's heart bulged, but he didn't want to show his timidity in front of Su Lang. So he didn't take out the jade card for inquiries. And in his opinion, Li Shenyang killed one of his subordinates, but could he kill 50 of his subordinates? Kill one of my subordinates. The mere loss is not worth mentioning. In the end, I must have killed more cities. Xianxia sneered, continued to pour a cup of xianxia, and drank it slowly. However, he never expected it. Just when he poured tea, Li Shenyang had been sent to another city by Su Lang, and continued to ambush the next target. Because Xianxia's remaining 49 subordinates are completely under Su Lang's control. Therefore, there is no need to worry about any city that is too late to support and will be slaughtered by the warriors of Slaughter Heaven Tower. The cities where Li Shenyang was dispatched were all cities that were about to be approached by the Slaughter Tower warriors. 2 quasi-immortals flew from a distance and fell in front of a big city. These 2 quasi-immortals were exactly the 2 who were scared away by Li Shenyang in Yalan City. Li Shenyang can expect us to go to Yalan City, can he expect us to come to this city? That is, this city was randomly selected by us. Go down and kill a river of blood. With crazy and distorted smiles, the 2 quasi-immortals of the Lantian Towers flew towards the city below. But what awaited them was a fatal blow from Li Shenyang's attainments. Chapter 678. Summer insects cannot speak ice. A dazzling round of daylight suddenly descended. This is Li Shenyang's move. How could he guess that we are coming here? This is impossible. We flee. After 2 screams, the 2 terrifying and frightening Duan Tianlu Zushan died under Li Shenyang's hands. Ding! You get the soul of the high-level martial sage 1, the guide of the space 1, the intermediate-level sage soldier. Jinshan Cold Ice Bow 1, the best spirit jade 728668. Ding! You get the soul of the high-level martial sage 1, the guide of the space 1, the middle-level sage soldier 7 braided glazed stick 1, the best spirit jade 728668. This tea with quasi-elixir is really delicious. Su Lang heard the 2 system prompts and couldn't help laughing out. Immediately, he shook his head towards Xianxia. Xianxia, you are a dignified Wuxian, don't you want to add something to the spirit tea? I gave you a quasi-elixir just now. You can't bear to use this thing you got for no reason. ... Who says I can't bear to use it? I'm just not as violent as you are. If you waste the world's resources like you will be retributed. Xianxia's face was blue and red. To be honest, he was really reluctant. And he also hated Su Lang's behavior of wasting the quasi-celestial pill. Xianxia, I advise you to enjoy it earlier, as it is the decapitation meal I prepared for you. If you don't eat it, the quasi-elixir will return to my hand soon. The smile on Su Lang's face was even brighter, as he said that he threw a quasi-elixir into the teacup. This quasi-elixir is a special pill for quasi-saints. Su Lang is not afraid of not being able to digest it, so he can eat as much as he wants. And eating it also has an effect, at least the increase in cultivation base and the speed of comprehending the rules seem to have improved. Of course, the improvement is not large. After all, Su Lang's own cultivation speed and rule comprehension had reached more than 5 million times that of an ordinary martial artist with a level of aptitude. Hearing Su Lang's ridicule, Xianxia sneered and disdainfully said, just rely on you to give me a decapitated meal. I think your brain is rotten. I think your tea is very fragrant, and you add pill from time to time. Are you afraid of losing your life in the future and want to eat enough? ... Oh, you actually think that way. Su Lang shook his head helplessly, and said faintly, there is a saying called Sha Chong cannot speak ice. Let me send you a word, a poor man like you can never imagine the happiness of a rich man like me. In your eyes, there are too many good things that you can't eat for a lifetime. Forget it, you can't imagine it anyway. ... Xianxia's face was flushed by Su Lang's words, and he held his breath in his heart, and almost turned into a fart from below. Why did I get another piece of martial saint soul, an intermediate saint soldier, and millions of the best spirit jade? Oh, here again, I can't count how much revenue I have received. Su Lang sat on the chair, sipping the spirit tea with quasi-immortal pill, and whispered excitedly. Just brag about you. Qian Zaiho looked at Su Lang with a foolish look. You just sit here, you can't go anywhere. Can the soul of Wusheng and the sacred jade fall from the sky? It's all said that you can't imagine it. Your imagination has been blinded by poverty. Su Lang waved his hand like a fly, but I can tell you that all the things I harvested just now belong to your subordinates. Impossible. With empty mouth and white teeth, talk in panic, not afraid that the wind will flash my tongue. You are pretending to be perverted now. I am afraid that you have secretly received news that you know how many cities of your Yaoqi clan have been slaughtered. Qian Zaiho sneered. I guess, 3, no, 5 cities were slaughtered. The number you guessed is accurate. Unfortunately, this number is the number of your subordinates killed in action. The city under my command, but even the defensive formation has not been breached. Su Lang curled his lips in disdain. If you don't believe me, then you can take out the jade card of transmission. And ask. Don't worry, I won't laugh at you, ha 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 ha. Chapter 679. Qian Zihu's heart is cool. Qian Zihu's face suddenly turned pale. But when he saw Su Lang's confident look, his bad premonition became even stronger. He also doesn't care whether to show timidity or not. With a cold snort, he took out the jade card for communication and began to contact the subordinates. The first Wusheng subordinate sent back news. Subordinates are on their way to the destination, promised to slaughter the city, and make Su Lang vomit blood. Seeing this, Qian Zaiho suddenly felt relieved and smiled. Immediately, he asked the second Wusheng subordinate and got the same reply. As a result, Qian Zaiho felt more at ease. Immediately afterwards, he asked more than a dozen subordinates in a row, and all of them returned to normal, indicating that they were on the way to perform their tasks. My people have not lost any of them. Qian Zaiho looked at Su Lang and said with a sneer, Su Lang's miscellaneous, you continue to go crazy and talk big, comfort yourself. Is it? Su Lang raised his brows, his face was playful. Is there any news you got that the city under my command was slaughtered? This word fell in Qian Zihu's ears, and his expression suddenly stagnated. Yes, all the replies he got were on the road. In other words, his subordinate Dao has not slaughtered a city so far. I just asked a few subordinates. On your side, a city must have been slaughtered. Qian Zaiho suddenly changed his expression and sneered again. I will let you see now, how many cities my subordinates have slaughtered you. With that said, Qian Zaiho took out the jade card of transmission and began to question his subordinates again. Ask. You will get a big surprise, ha ha ha. Su Lang drank the dry tea in one sip and chewed the quasi-elastic pill that had not completely melted in his mouth. Pretending to be momentum, Qian Zaiho glanced at Su Lang disdainfully, and quickly sent out a message asking. Soon, he asked everyone and got a reply. All are on their way to their destination. However, not all his subordinates responded to his subpoena. A total of 12 people did not reply to his message. How can they not reply to my subpoena? Could it be that they have all fallen? Qian Zihu's expression changed drastically, and he made a chuckle in his heart, as if he had broken an ice cube, and the coolness spread instantly. Did someone not reply to your subpoena? Su Lang laughed, and immediately took out 12 communication jade cards and threw them out. Their jade communication cards are all with me, and their lives have been taken by me. 12 pieces of transmission jade cards flew out of the barrier, becoming bigger and bigger in Qian Zihu's eyes. My subordinate's jade card for communication. How could it have fallen into Su Lang's hands? Qian Zihu's pupils shrank suddenly, and immediately stretched out his hand to take the 12 jade medals into his hand and observe carefully. Soon, he discovered that these jade tiles were really jade tiles for his subordinates. Lucianlu is a large and rigorous organization, and each member's jade card for communication is specially made, and it is absolutely impossible to imitate it. Sending a jade card is also one of the members' identity certificates. Even if Li Shenyang can kill my subordinates, it is impossible to kill 12 people in such a short time. And these jade badges for communication appeared in the hands of Su Lang Gugo inexplicably, which is even more incredible, as if he directly called out my real name. What kind of methods did this Su Lang gossip use? It turned out to be Qian Zaiho looked at the jade metal of communication in his hand, and his heart was angry and unbelievable. Su Lang waved his hand again, and another 8 teleportation jade metals fell outside the barrier. Qian Zihu's expression was stagnant, his fingers trembling involuntarily when he reached out for his jade metal for communication. It is also his subordinate's jade card for communication. This means that 8 of his subordinates have fallen. Of the 50 subordinates, 20 were lost in an instant, and only 30 were left. Chapter 680, I can't kill you. My subordinates are clearly scattered. Only by your side is Li Shenyang who can kill my subordinates, but he is lack of skill. It is impossible to find so many subordinates and kill me in such a short time. Why on earth, what methods did you use? Could it be that there is more than one Li Shenyang level powerhouse by your side? Qian Zihu's eyes were torn apart, his eyes bulged, bloodshot and incredible brilliance. Whatever you want. Oh, 3 more communication jade cards, come, take it. Su Lang hooked his mouth, drew out the 3 jade killing heaven tower martial artist's communication jade metal, and threw it to Qian Zaiho like a bone. This time Qian Zaiho did not reach out to pick it up. Because he knew that these jade pieces of information could not be faked, they must be his subordinates. Very good, I didn't expect that there are other strong people around you. I was really careless. I was caught in your scheme and lost dozens of subordinates. I lost slightly, but don't forget, the strongest power on my side is mine, Qian Zaiho, I am Wuxian. The strong around you can kill my subordinates, but can't I kill me if they can? Qian Zihu's face was pale, full of anger and murderous aura. Next, when I do it myself, you can stop me if you have the ability. Say here. Qian Zaiho suddenly gave a cold snort, flicked his sleeves, turned and flew towards another Yalan city. Yalan City is the second largest city of the Yaoqi ethnic group, and Qian Zaiho certainly knows it all. His plan is to destroy Yalan City and teach Su Lang a lesson he will never forget. Qian Zihu's speed was very fast, and he disappeared from Su Lang's vision almost instantly. I really can't kill you. Su Lang sneered, sat on the chair and took out a pot of tea leisurely, poured a cup, and drank it. He is not in a hurry to head to Yalan City. Drink tea, and then refine the fairy formation to ensure safety. It will take some time for Qian Zaiho Fei to pass by anyway. Su Lang drank the tea. During this period, several wuxings under the command of the Li Tianlu were killed by Li Shenyang. A large number of wuxing soul, lingyu, and various materials crazily fell into Su Lang's storage space. The martial sages of these Tuantianlu are basically all figures of the great sage level. Moreover, they were all members of the quasi-emperor's organization, and they were all engaged in murderous activities. Their possessions were much more than those of Chiri Azu and others. Therefore, only a part of the spoils has completely surpassed the sum of the secret vaults of the 3 saint races in Yaoqi. Through the clones and treasure hunting flying gliders everywhere, Su Lang firmly controlled the situation in his palm. Qian Zaiho and others did not know it. Qian Zaiho was about to arrive at Yalan City. His arrival really changed the world, and his murderous aura was like a flood that flooded hundreds of thousands of miles around. In the city, the warriors who experienced the quasi-immortal attack at the beginning once again felt the horror from Wuxian. Everyone saw the scene of Xunxian running away, so even if it was Wuxian this time, people felt a little flustered in their hearts, and they didn't feel that something would happen in their hearts, because young Master Su was against it. A few blinks. Yalan City has entered Qian Zihu's attack range. However, in order to cause more damage and a more terrifying scene, he traveled a distance. He suddenly saw that the big city in front of him was suddenly shrouded by a layer of pink light. The power of the incomparably mysterious rules above made him shocked. How can this city be protected by a fairy formation? There was no mention of this in the previous intelligence. Could it be that this was just set up? Su Lang's subordinates can actually set up an immortal formation. This is impossible. Only Wuxian can arrange the fairy formation, unless it is a formation. Yes, it must be the formation. Su Lang's miscellaneous is really rich. There are a lot of elixir and quasi-elixir, as well as immortal tools and immortal formations. He's afraid that he has picked up the inheritance of which ancient immortal. Chapter 681, This must be fake. Qian Zaiho stopped where he was, his face was blue and red. The fairy formation on the opposite side made him feel very tricky, and he couldn't grasp it directly. You have a fairy formation, are there 2 more? Qian Zaiho cursed secretly, before turning around and leaving. Su Lang's faint voice came, "Qian Zaiho, don't waste your efforts, all my cities are protected by immortal formations." Ghosts believe. Qian Zaiho turned to look at Su Lang in the barrier, sneered, and left immediately. What is the existence of Shenzhen? Most of them are super large arrays built on the right time and place, which is difficult to deploy. It is even more difficult to arrange the fairy formation in the formation. You must be an immortal level formation refining master who has reached a very deep level in order to arrange the low-level immortal level formation in the formation. Therefore, Qian Zaiho decided that Su Lang had no more immortal formations. Of course, he was completely wrong. Because Su Lang just harvested countless materials, 100, 1000 immortal formations can be refined. Watching Qian Zihu's departure, Su Lang's mouth outlines a touch of playfulness. The feeling of playing wuxian like a mouse is really good. Another system reminder came. Several of Qian Zihu's subordinates were killed, and their belongings were plundered by Su Lang. Su Lang was in a good mood. Immediately he moved his body and went to another city. In the Yaolan city, those warriors could not help but feel regret when they watched Su Lang disappear. As soon as Su Lang sat there, Wu Xian was scared away. This scene was really awesome. They haven't seen enough yet. Qian Zaiho left Yaolan city and soon arrived at another city. But when this city appeared in his eyes, his expression suddenly changed. Nothing else. Just because this city is also shrouded in pink fairy array. Qian Zaiho took a hard breath, his teeth were cold. 2 fairy formations. 2 fairy formations. Could it be that Su Lang moved the formation here? No, it's not right. I'm all randomly selected cities, how does he know I'm coming here? But if it wasn't for the transfer of the formation, then this immortal formation already existed. What kind of identity is Su Lang? He really has a subordinate who can arrange an immortal formation. Qian Zaiho trembled all over, then turned away again. There are 2 fairy formations in the small town of the sacred race, which is extremely incredible. It takes countless materials and time to lay out the fairy formation. There will never be a third one, absolutely not. The next city, I will definitely be able to break it. Qian Zaiho left again. He chose another city of the Yaoqi tribe. This time he fully expanded his mental perception to prevent being snooped. But Qian Zaiho didn't find anything suspicious at all. There were only ordinary wild creatures on the ground, fleeing in groups, and he could kill them all with a single thought. But killing these wild creatures has an ass. Qian Zaiho maintained his mental perception and arrived at the third city. Then he stopped stiffly. The third city is also guarded inside by a pink mask. This is the fairy formation again. This is impossible, this must be fake. Qian Zihu's face was distorted, his teeth were gritted, his eyes almost burst. He violently unfolded his mental power and completely enveloped the formation. He wants to break this illusion. However, this is originally a real formation. What is an illusion? Qian Zaiho discovered this fact after doing a lot of useless work. This made him very crushed. Immortal formation. In general, there is only one fairy clan. But this little Yaoqi Saint clan, in addition to fairy tools, unexpectedly has 3 fairy level formations. This is too exaggerated. No, it must be my bad luck that I will encounter 3 cities with immortal formations. The 3 fairy formations must be the limit, and there will definitely not be a 4th fairy formation. Qian Zaiho roared in his heart, but Su Lang's words appeared in his mind. Qian Zaiho, don't waste your energy, all my cities are protected by immortal formations. Chapter 682, Completely Subvert Common Sense. Could it be that Su Lang Shaozai really all cities are protected by immortal formations? Qian Zihu's heart suddenly burst, and his pupils couldn't help shrinking like needles. He took a deep breath and once again chose a city as the target of the slaughter. This time, Qian Zaiho specially chose a remote small city. This city is a small village-level existence in the Yaoqi Saint clan, and the strongest warrior is nothing more than a martial master. Qian Zaiho flew for a while before arriving at his destination. Then he saw a scene that made him collapse. This small village of the Saints of Yaoqi was also shrouded by the fairy formation. Qian Zihu's body trembled fiercely, with a trace of fear on his unbelievable face. There are fairy formations in even small mountain villages. This is not true, this is not true. This has completely subverted common sense. Who would set up an immortal formation on a small mountain village at the martial arts level? How much materials and effort are needed to set up the fairy formation? how can it be used to protect a small mountain village? Qian Zaiho couldn't help whispering, his voice trembling slightly. From the experience just now, he seemed to see the tip of Su Lang's iceberg. This Su Lang really had money and nowhere to spend, and he was wasted everywhere. Such terrifying financial resources, I am afraid that it has not been inherited by the emperor. It seems that Su Lang is not as simple as it seems. This guy is more mysterious than expected, and more useful. I can't break these formations, but in the Slaughter Sky Tower, I am only at the end of Wushan. Su Lang miscellaneous, wait, tomorrow is your end. Qian Zaiho had mixed feelings at this time. Among them were the anger and shame of being humiliated by Su Lang, and the joy of getting huge benefits after he was about to kill Su Lang. He took out the jade card of transmission, and prepared to call in the remaining subordinates, together to return to the headquarters of Tuantian Tower. But after Qian Zaiho sent the message, not even one person responded. Are they all dead? My top 50 elites, including 20 quasi-immortals, all died. Qian Zihu's eyes were cracked with hatred, and his old yellow teeth were crushed. I will avenge this grudge, Su Lang miscellaneous, I will make you better than death for the rest of your life. Qian Zaiho roared wildly in his heart, and immediately flew towards the outside of the Yaoqi clan's area. Fly and fly. Soon, Qian Zaiho approached the edge of the Yaoqi tribe. There are no humans within hundreds of thousands of miles here, only a few extremely low-level animals survive. For example, wild pheasants, wild birds, wild boars, and a kind of rat with waves. Qian Zaiho didn't care at all, and continued to fly forward. He suddenly found two figures floating in the sky far ahead. Take a closer look. Qian Zaiho was stunned for an instant. Those two are not Su Lang Li Shenyang's master servant. Who are they? How do they know where I am? How can they block my way in the wild without barriers? What the censored does Su Lang's gaggle think? Qian Zaiho felt that his mind couldn't turn around. Su Lang on the opposite side gave a small smile and said, Qian Zaiho, where are you going? Now that you are here, you must stay, not as a dog, and you must stay as a pig and be killed by me. Qian Zihu's face twitched. Let me be a dog and a pig. How can people be so arrogant? How can they be so arrogant? Lao Su has lived for millions of years, and after the ancient wars, I have even seen the direct blood of the immortal race, and I have never seen such a defiant fanatic. Does this miscellaneous dog know this is in the wilderness? No fairy tools, no fairy formation, what qualifications does he have to fight with me? Don't say anything else. Lao Su's mental power is at the level of the sun, and I can stare at you to death. Qian Zaiho cursed wildly in his heart, and then gradually calmed down. He knew that the reason Su Lang dared to leave him here must be dependent on him. What is this dependence? Chapter 683. Take a look, what is this? Li Shenyang. That's just an ancient quasi-immortal. Although he specializes in mental power, his strength is terrifying, and he has a record of ending up with the Wushan Yiji. It is impossible to kill me Qian Zaiho. The most is to use secret techniques to block his mental attacks. So, is it the fairy formation arranged in the formation? But even the immortal formations burned in the formations will take a certain amount of time to be deployed. I'm going to kill Su Lang miscellaneous, just one breath is enough. At this point he can't even put down the formation. Damn it, what the censored is it? Qian Zaiho stood still thinking constantly, his expression fluctuating. In fact, Qian Zaiho had guessed one of Su Lang's backing. That is Li Shenyang. Li Shenyang's spiritual realm is only the Weiyu level. But he has a fairy level inheritance, and his spiritual power is far beyond the Weiyu level, although he is definitely not as good as the Shiri level. But after using the secret technique, it can carry out a fairy level mental power attack or multiple defenses. The existence of Li Shenyang prevented Qian Zaiho from using mental attacks against Su Lang. Of course, Su Lang is not afraid at all. Why did he have more than 20 clones, which can be used as more than 20 lives? I'll give you a chance to judge yourself in front of me immediately. In this case, you can still get a dead body. Su Lang looked down at Wuxian Qian Zaiho faintly, with a hint of playfulness in his voice. Let me judge myself. You are really fantastic. I don't know what you have to rely on, but at most it's a low-level Wushan. I came here alone today and suffered a big loss, but I will find this place soon. Tomorrow I will let your Yaoqi people over 1 trillion li in a radius of charcoal. Qian Zaiho sneered all over his face, then immediately turned around and was about to leave immediately. Su Lang's faint voice came again. Qian Zaiho, do you think you can go? Look, what it is. Qian Zaiho was startled and turned around to look and saw that Su Lang was playing with a white gold dragon button jade seal. On the dragon Niu Yushi, there is a dumpling similar to Xiaohai that pops up from the body of the fairy from time to time. It was just taken out of the storage space by Su Lang, ignorant, and he knew what was going on. This is a fairy. It's a fairy weapon. How could he have a second fairy weapon? And it looks like an offensive fairy tool. God, are you kidding me? Qian Zaiho stared at the fairy tool in Su Lang's hand, his body tensed, his pupils tightened. He already felt it. The immortal artifact is filled with the power of extremely strong rules, and the power has at least reached the level of the martial immortal of the second tribulation, hiss. Qian Zaiho took a careful breath, his teeth trembling slightly. The extent of the second tribulation wuxian. He simply can't hold it. Escape, only escape. I know you already want to escape. But it's not so easy to leave my sight. Well, let me give you a chance, let you run 1,000,000 miles first, and then I will do it. If you can escape, then I will let you go. Su Lang twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. Master Wuxian, do you accept my mercy? Qian Zaiho was really angry and pitying in his heart, and Su Lang, who was a bitch, actually took pity on him and played with him. Qian Zaiho has lived for millions of years and has never been so humiliated. Damn dog stuff. Why are there such arrogant people in the world? Qian Zaiho roared in his heart and his eyes were cracked, almost like an active volcano about to erupt. But the thought is a matter of life. His about to erupt active volcano immediately turned into a fart holding back. It seems you don't want to accept it anymore. Okay, spine, then you go to die now. Su Lang laughed loudly, and immediately urged the Jixian cannon. Slow. I accept. Qian Zaiho yelled frantically, but you have to speak up. Chapter 684, you can't escape from start to finish. Su Lang speak. I never counted, oh no, I never broke my promise. Su Lang squinted and smiled. Don't worry, you will run 1,000,000 miles first, and I will do it again, and I will never lie to you. Qian Zaiho was very embarrassed by Su Lang's phrase, never counted, and very embarrassed. But he has no way or choice now. After taking a deep breath, Qian Zihu's figure moved and disappeared in place. As a martial artist, his speed is really super fast. And considering that Su Lang and Li Shenyang are not wuxian, the speed is definitely not better than him. So Qian Zaiho is very confident to escape this disaster. You let me escape this life today, and I will let you know what regret is in the future. Qian Zaiho roared wildly in his heart. That uninhabited wilderness. Su Lang and Li Shenyang looked at the direction Qian Zaiho was leaving, with a sneer at the corners of their mouths. 1,000,000 miles. It seems to be far away, but it is actually far away, but it has not exceeded the scope of Wu Sheng's spiritual power detection. We must know that Su Lang's mental power detection range has reached 10,000,000 li. Li Shenyang's spiritual detection range is broader. Therefore, let alone 1,000,000 li, even if Qian Zaiho was asked to run 5,000,000 li first, he would not escape Su Lang's palm. Qian Zaiho felt that Su Lang couldn't catch up with him, but he couldn't think that Su Lang possessed the abnormal function a clone replacement. Qian Zaiho ran 1,000,000 miles. Can't catch up with me. Looking at empty behind, Qian Zaiho showed a relieved sneer on his face. He continued to run forward. However, Qian Zaiho didn't know what was wrong with him. Although he was certain that Su Lang could not catch up with him, he always felt that something was wrong. As he fled, he thought about the previous scenes. The first is the martial arts who are sent out. These martial sages are all superpowers among the holy ranks, and they all exist with 8 stars and 9 stars. But none of them killed a single person from the Yaoqi tribe. All were intercepted before reaching the city. Secondly, it is his personal experience, Qian Zaiho, wherever he goes, he is covered and protected by an immortal formation. Does Su Lang really have so many immortal formations? Even the imperial family could not even set up fairy formations in small mountain villages. It is definitely an illusion that the Yaoqi tribe has countless fairy formations. So, why can Su Lang use a few immortal formations to create such an illusion? The only explanation is that he knows all my whereabouts, no matter where I am, he knows it. Also, there is no teleportation formation where he intercepted me, but he can arrive early, waiting for me there. In other words, he has the ability to reach a certain place directly without using the teleportation array. And this ability is not to tear space, otherwise I would have noticed it a long time ago. It is another unknown mysterious method. He used this ability to set up a fairy formation where I was about to arrive, and then intercepted me when I fled. Then, he let me escape 1,000,000 miles first, completely confident he can still intercept me. Xianxia gradually guessed the truth, and his heart became more uncomfortable. So I can't escape from start to finish. Xianxia swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and he looked forward with feeling. Sure enough, Su Lang and Li Shenyang are here. What is the ability to teleport out of thin air? Xianxia couldn't help yelling, his voice was full of fear and despair. Su Lang laughed wildly. Xianxia, I have given you the opportunity, but you are not using it. Su Lang dog chopsticks, I will fight you. Xianxia yelled like a collapse, almost hoarse. He raised his hands, and the inner boundary of Wuxian gradually emerged, which was already an independent world. However, although the inner boundary of Wuxian is a realm of its own, it is actually relatively weak. Under normal circumstances, if Wuxian moved all the inner world out, it was really desperate. Chapter 685, The Death of Xianxia, Dead. Xianxia roared fiercely, and a beam of light formed by the force of rules condensed in the inner boundary of Wuxian, and slammed towards Su Lang like a torrent of energy. When performing this trick, Xianxia's Wuxian inner world was shrinking, and it was obvious that Xianxia had already exploded with all his combat power, and he hadn't concealed any backhands at all. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he fights, his attack power level has not reached the second tribulation martial immortal, fire. At the moment Xianxia launched the attack, Su Lang also roared and mobilized the Jixian cannon. The dragon button jade seal restores its body. The upper dragon body is like a living thing, and the power of the rules surrounding it is simply frightening. Surprisingly, the dragon mouth of the Jixian cannon even ignorantly followed Su Lang and yelled, "Fire the gun." Just launched an attack, I saw a group of golden red rays spurting from the mouth of the Jiangjian cannon, faster than Xianxia's regular torrent. Although the attack time of the Jixian cannon was slightly later, the two attacks met in the middle. In an instant, the world lost its voice. The power of the endless mysterious rules exploded, and the terrifying rules fell on the earth, making the mud and petrified gold, the vegetation and jade, the river flowing backwards, and the mountains floating. In the air, a little golden red light flew out from the center of the explosion, instantly breaking through the inner boundary of Qianzi Wuxian. Xianxia let out a desperate roar, but he could only watch the golden red light sweeping across his inner boundary. Wuxian's inner realm is strong but fragile. It is true that the inner boundary of the Wuxian can be used for 12 points of combat power, but once the inner boundary of the Wuxian is broken, it means defeat. I cannot be reconciled. Xianxia was in tears. He is a magnificent martial artist, has experienced countless humiliations and jokes, and finally he will lose. Xianxia's resentment was soaring, and he gathered his whole body's strength and flew towards Su Lang. The more energy he gathered, the more chaotic and irritable, he was about to explode. I can't bear you blew yourself up. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and thought, fire. The spirit of the Jixian cannon roared, and immediately released another golden red, regular cannonball. There was a boom. The regular shells of the Jixian cannon fell on Xianxia, exploding the aftermath of the terrifying rules. Under the power of this chaotic rule, the earth with a radius of tens of thousands of miles has directly turned into a sinkhole. Just in case, Su Lang directly dispatched Li Shenyang away, and he also used a clone instead. Standing 9 million miles away, Su Lang spread his mental power to explore the battlefield, but was disturbed by the power of rules, and the scene he obtained was very vague. Fortunately, the pleasant system prompt came soon. Ding! You get the soul of the elementary Wuxian 1, the guide of space 1, the rule fairy crystal 1, the high-level saint soldier Chinran Haoshan sword 1, the low-grade fairy jade 12,325,689, the top-grade spiritual jade 6895326. The material of the immortal refining vessel, Xian Tianxiang gold 89, the essence of Guixian red copper 99, the material of the refining vessel of the holy level. A fairy jade appeared in the spoils. And it's more than 10 million, this time I made a lot of money. A slight excitement appeared in Su Lang's expression. He also knew about Shanyu. After all, there was Li Shenyang as a servant, and he could just hit him when he was okay. The exchange ratio between the low-grade fairy jade and the top-grade spirit jade is also 100. In other words, this tens of millions of lower-grade immortal jade is equivalent to 1 billion top-grade spiritual jade and 100 billion top-grade spiritual jade. And this is not Su Lang's only gain. In addition to gaining a lot from Xianxia, there are also many gains from other martial saints. After all, within this day, Su Lang killed a total of 85 quasi-immortals and martial sages. Among them, the martial sages are all senior martial sages, and each one has lived for at least several 100,000 years. System: deposit all spirit stones, spirit jade and fairy jade. I want to see how much money these guys gave me. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and smiled and gave instructions. Ding. Deposit is complete. Ding. The current unit balance is huge, and it has been replaced with a higher level currency unit, the superior spirit jade. Su Lang glanced at the currency balance in the mysterious black space. It was found that there was a string of 10-digit data on the back of the unit that had been replaced with the superior spirit jade. Chapter 686. 20 million times the training speed. Ignoring the fraction, the total is 57,000. So many spirit jade, it is enough for me to upgrade the system function. Moreover, this time every function can exceed level 15. It seems that my new function is about to appear. I don't know how abnormal this 10th function is. With a strong heart of excitement, Su Lang issued an order: system, upgrade the function for me. One-click training for 2 consecutive levels. One-click martial arts, avatar dispatch, one-click treasure hunting and 3 levels. Ding. Consume 10 million superb spirit jade. Ding. Consuming 100 million superb spirit jade, the one-key training function is upgraded to level 24, and the training speed is increased to 22,347,776 times the basic speed. Ding. Consume 1 million high-grade spirit jade. Ding. Consumes 100 million superb spirit jade, the one-key martial arts function is upgraded to level 24, and the training speed is increased to 22,347,776 times the basic speed. Ding. Consume 1 million superb spirit jade. Ding. Consuming 100 million superb spirit jade, the clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 23, the number of clones is +1, and the current number of clones is 23. Ding. Consumes 100 million superb spirit jade, the one-key training function has been upgraded to level 23, and the number of treasure hunting flying gliders has increased to 22,347,776. A series of system prompts resounded through Su Lang's mind. Ahahaha. The speed of cultivation in martial arts has reached more than 20 million times. The number of treasure hunting flying gliders has also increased to more than 20 million. Su Lang's eyes lit up. System, you are too abnormal. The training rate is more than 20 million times. It means that Su Lang has cultivated for 1 day, which is equivalent to an infinite level genius who has cultivated for 810,000 years without any auxiliary means. No. The system prompt that the repair base is full will come immediately. I still have something to do. Su Lang showed excitement. He didn't forget to continue to upgrade other system functions. You know, when all functions reach level 15, new functions will appear. Relative to breaking through a realm, Su Lang is even more looking forward to what that new feature is. He immediately began to upgrade the remaining system functions. Ding. Consuming 1 million superb spirit jade, the one-key alchemy function has been upgraded to level 15, which can refine the elixir of the primordial realm and below. Ding. Consumption of 1 million superb spirit jade, the one-key refining function has been upgraded to level 15, which can refine weapons of the primordial realm and below. Ding. Consume 1 million of the best spirit jade, the one-key refining function has been upgraded to level 15, which can refine weapons of the primordial realm and below. Ding. One-key alchemy, one-key refining array, one-key synthesis function level has reached the top level, no further upgrades. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading the one-key alchemy function to level 15. You have a new bonus function, instant refining. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading the one-key mixer function to level 15, and you have obtained a new bonus function, material doubled. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading the one-key formation function to level 15, and you have obtained a new bonus function, one thought to complete. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading all functions to level 15, and you have obtained the unlocking permission for the new function, one key empowerment. After the endless system prompts, a lot of information about bonus functions appeared in Su Lang's mind. Among them, the one key pill refining instant refining is equivalent to an upgraded version of Thipill in 1 second. With this function, one key alchemy will no longer take even 1 millisecond. As long as Su Lang is willing, he can instantly turn the alchemy materials in the storage space into a treasured pill. The material reduction function of the one key mixer, as the name implies, only needs half of the original materials when refining and evolving weapons and treasures. With this function, originally only one piece of fairy artifact material could be refined, but now 2 pieces can be refined. As for the one key refining of formations with a single thought, it is even more unreasonable. As long as you use this function, consume designated materials, you can refine a formation in a single thought, and complete the layout. Regardless of whether it is an independent formation or a combined formation, it only takes a thought to set it up. Chapter 687, One Key Empowerment with New Features. The 3 bonus functions are extremely abnormal abilities. The ability Instant Refining made Su Lang no longer worry about the exchange system. In the exchange system, the vast majority of exchange traffic comes from pill. There is no way Su Lang's medicines are all perfect quality medicines. Almost everyone went to the pill. The exchange system played a huge role in Su Lang. This made him no longer need to go and do things like selling pills. Countless people came to the door by themselves. Every second, a large amount of materials enters Su Lang's storage space. Although mostly low-level materials, but it can't resist the large amount. Plus one-click synthesis, it can be synthesized into fairy-level materials in minutes, believe it or not. The material reduction ability allows Su Lang to refine and evolve more powerful weapons faster. For example, the Yutian sword, the Sky Sea, and the Jixian cannon can almost all evolve again. This made Su Lang's combat power invisibly increased a lot. Su Lang decided to evolve those weapons later. However, success in one thought is the greatest increase in Su Lang's combat effectiveness, and it's a direct increase without any moisture. It takes no time to complete the formation with one thought. This allowed Su Lang's formation ability to be perfectly displayed in battle. When fighting against the enemy, numerous formations appeared in the wave of hands, directly covering the enemy, making his death unclear. After the battle, it can also decompose the formation method, perfectly recycle materials, without a trace of waste, and will not pollute the environment. It's all unreasonable functions. Too abnormal, too abnormal. By the way, there is still a one key empowerment function that is not activated. Looking at the name, it's very hungry. I don't know how awesome it is. Su Lang took a deep breath and immediately ordered, System, activate Theon Key Empowerment function. Ding. The one key empowerment function has been activated with 100 million superb spirit jade consumed. Ding. Congratulations on activating the one key empowerment function. You have obtained the first bonus feature, Repairing Initiation. Initiation of Cultivation Base. The cultivation base in the sea of cultivation bases can be passed on to designated candidates. The current one key empowerment function is level 1, the repair base empowerment efficiency is 10%, and the number of empowerments per day is 1 time. Each level increases, the empowerment efficiency increases by 10%, the upper limit is 100%, and the number of empowerments is +1. Every 5 levels you get new bonus features. The large amount of information made Su Lang stunned. He never expected that this inheritance function was passed on to others. I thought it gave me the ability to see inheritance. But this function is also very awesome, and in the future, this function can be even more awesome. I suddenly became a grandfather, and can better train a large number of younger brothers. The most important thing is to cultivate the confidants around me, so that they can keep up with me. In addition, although the power of this world belongs to itself, the reason that there are many people is also great. Crowd tactics are a very useful option in many cases. Thinking about it, Su Lang's face gradually showed a smile, and he thought of a very awesome plan. He took a few breaths. Only then did Su Lang put his gaze on the Sea of Cultivation. At this time, the Sea of Cultivation is full, but it will not overflow. Every second, the Sea of Cultivation will continue to save a large amount of cultivation. Su Lang narrowed his eyes and shot out a burst of light. A strange wave came from Su Lang's dantian. The membrane that existed in the dark has disappeared silently. This means that the mode between quasi-god and martial god realm has completely disappeared. Su Lang felt the changes in his body and found that faint spatial fluctuations gradually appeared in the dantian. A mysterious singularity appeared in the center of the dantian, invisible and colorless, but exuding a mysterious aura. The inside of this singularity is like a big explosion, and the whole point suddenly collapses. The small singularity in the dantian collapsed, but it caused an extremely terrifying movement in the outside world. Chapter 688, Elementary Valkyrie Realm. The space around Su Lang was instantly covered with cobweb-like traces. A trace of the power of the gray-white space overflowed, like being attracted by a black hole, rushing into Su Lang's dantian. To be precise, it rushed into the collapsed singularity. Viewed from a distance, this scene is like Su Lang smashing the space, absorbing the power of the space between heaven and earth. The same situation also happened to Li Shenyang. Before Qian Zaiho died, he was dispatched by Su Lang to prevent accidents. At this time Li Xiangyang was in an uninhabited wilderness. Singularities also appeared in his body, and dense spatial cracks also appeared around his body. Everything is in sync with what happened to Su Lang. The master is about to break through to the realm of martial god. Li Shenyang looked at the changes in his dantian and surroundings, with a deep surprise on his face. And it was not the realm of Valkyrie that surprised him. He had already reached this state. Even if he was happy, he would not be surprised. What shocked him was that it didn't take long for Su Lang to break through the peak of Wuzun, before he broke through again. In this time it was still a big state. The time between two breakthroughs has even become shorter. This is incredible. The master's cultivation speed is too fierce. When I followed the Lord, he was at the peak of the martial emperor realm. It hasn't been a few days since then, and it has started to break through the Valkyrie. Li Shenyang felt his heart beating wildly. At this speed, it won't take long for me to return to the realm of martial saint, and even to be promoted to Wushan. Li Shenyang was trembling all over, too excited. Su Lang is still focusing on breaking through. After the singularity in the dantian collapsed, it has been absorbing the power of the space to form the Wushan space. However, the absorption of Reiki did not fall. The aura within tens of thousands of miles rushed to Su Lang like a shark smelling blood. Not only that, Su Lang also took out a large amount of pill plugs into the import, and the whole body was surrounded by a large number of ups and downs of the best spirit jade. The countless aura almost turned into liquid, submerging Su Lang in it. A quarter of an hour passed in a blink of an eye. The cobweb-shaped space cracks that were densely covered by Su Lang have gradually disappeared. Singularity has absorbed enough space power. The collapsed state of the singularity suddenly changed, and it suddenly expanded. The interior of singularity has undergone earth-shaking changes. A strange space condenses. In layman's terms, the small singularity in the dantian is like a strange egg. It has an eggshell, which is the edge of the singularity. The egg yolk is a completely formed internal space. This piece of internal space is about 1,000 cubic meters, which can store a large number of items. Between the egg shell and the egg yolk is a chaotic space, filled with the power of gray space and the strange energy of hundreds of attributes. Those singular energies are the source of the enhancement of the Valkyrie domain to the Valkyrie. Ordinary martial gods practice one master technique, 2 or 3 god-level techniques, and the energy in the domain has only a few attributes. But Su Lang had practiced hundreds of exercises, and he had practiced 10 of them just for god-level exercises. And these exercises are all founding level and perfection level. This makes the energy types in Su Lang's martial god realm particularly numerous, and the amount is very huge, almost reaching hundreds of thousands of times that of ordinary primary martial god. The most important thing is that these energies can be perfectly integrated without interference with each other. Even if Su Lang's own real combat power has reached martial saint, once the martial god domain is launched, he can still increase his combat power to a certain extent. Su Lang then expanded his Valkyrie domain to measure the effect of the increase. I saw the colorful martial god realm spread out from Su Lang, occupying a radius of several thousand meters. In the realm, hundreds of strange energies gathered around Su Lang like hundreds of rivers into the sea. Chapter 689, You spend me 100 million. I rub, this colorful, like a peacock. Su Lang frowned and curled his lips, and immediately began to feel the increase in the martial god realm. Well, although the color is not very pleasing. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, but the effect of the increase is still very good. It probably doubled my combat power. An ordinary Valkyrie can also increase its combat power by a fifth in its own domain. But Su Lang's Valkyrie domain has tripled. You must know that Su Lang's real combat power is 1-star martial arts level. The increase is twice, even if it can't reach the level of the 2-star martial arts, it is also a very good beneficial buff. And just as Su Lang nodded, another system prompt sounded. Ding. The gold rules have been understood, do you accept it? After understanding the rules of the water system, Su Lang readily specified the rules of the understanding. It took 16 hours to comprehend a rule. Now it only takes 4 hours to upgrade to 2 levels. 4 hours to comprehend a rule, this is known by those martial sages. I don't know if they will doubt life, vomit blood and die. System, accept the golden rules, and begin to comprehend the wood rules. Su Lang gave an order, and countless blade-like rays of light suddenly appeared around his body. These lights are like sharp blades and light as feathers, so they are very strange. But Su Lang knew that as long as there was no rule power below the martial saint level, it would be cut into two with a light touch. This is the horror of gold rules. With the rules of the gold system, the various swordsmanships I have cultivated can be greatly increased, and I don't know how much my combat power is now. While thinking, Su Lang opened the attribute panel to see his status more intuitively. Activated system functions, 1 key practice function, level 24, 1 key martial arts function, level 24, clone dispatch function, level 23, 1 key treasure hunt function, level 23, 1 key alchemy function, level 15, 1 key refining function, 15 levels, 1 key refining array function, 15 levels, 1 key synthesis function, 15 levels, 1 key initiation function, 1 level, 1 key decomposition function, no level. Counting the cultivation base realm, the gold rules, and the Valkyrie domain bonus, will my attack realm increase by a small realm? Su Lang raised his brows. It seems that it is more difficult to improve the combat power of the martial saint realm than before. After reading the property panel, Su Lang turned it off. Then, his attention fell on the new feature, 1 key empowerment. This is the biggest gain. Just the first bonus feature, cultivation base enlightenment, is enough to be abnormal. You can get new features every 5 levels. Su Lang licked his lips excitedly, and immediately ordered, System, upgrade the 1 key empowerment function. Ding. Consuming 100 million superb spirit jade, the 1 key empowerment function has been upgraded to level 2, the current empowerment efficiency has been increased to 20%, and the number of initiations per day has been increased to 2. But suddenly he found something wrong. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2, you spent 100 million superb spirit jade. Su Lang was dumbfounded, and his face was dull. Chapter 690, Yutian Sword. The 10th function starts with 100 million superb jade. This is so amazing, it's almost equivalent to all the cash in 100 quasi-immortals. This consumption is too much. In the beginning, it was 100 million, and every time I was promoted, I would have to double it tenfold. I'll go, gold swallowing beast, full gold swallowing beast. Su Lang took a deep breath. The consumption of this key empowerment function is really abnormal. But fortunately, the ability of this function is also abnormal, and its development prospects are very scary. In addition, other gains also made Su Lang very excited, without feeling unhappy. Look at the other gains. The first is the soul of a junior Wuxian. The second is a total of 85 copies of Wuxiang's soul, as well as a large number of fairy-level materials and countless saint-level materials. The system only retains the current characteristics, and is promoted to Yutian Sword. Su Lang took the Yutian Sword out of the storage space and ordered the promotion without hesitation. Ding. Consume the fairy-level material Xuanming Luoxing 1, the holy refining material Bingfeng Tianwu Stone 30, Tianyu Holy Soil 30, Misty Sacred Lotus Petals 30, Jade Girl Long Hate Stone 36, Drunken Dreams Sky Ziyu 36, Qinghui Magic Amethyst 36, Soul of Wuxiang 10, Soul of Valkyrie 20. The Yutian Sword has evolved into a quasi-immortal weapon. I saw a strange light flashing from Yutian Zhangjian. The sword body on the white background became more and more crystal clear, but it did not become translucent, quite strange. The black lines became more and more, but they became much thinner, like a white sword with countless black capillaries growing densely, which looked a bit evil. The power of a large number of rules lingered on the Yutian Sword. The space around the sword body formed an illusion of uncertainty due to the power of these strong rules. These illusions are like clean and straight cracks, simple to the extreme, but they contain a very scary atmosphere. Quasi-fairy weapon Udian sword. It gives me the feeling that this sword has reached the limit of my control. If I continue to be promoted, I am afraid I will not be able to hold it with my hands. Not only that, but I might have been injured by the fairy weapon level Udian sword. Su Lang felt the Udian sword carefully, thinking silently in his heart. However, although Udian sword cannot be promoted again temporarily, its power is not weak. At this time, the Udian sword has reached the pinnacle of the quasi-immortal weapon, because its characteristics are blessed to the extreme, so its power is not weaker than a primary fairy weapon. Compared with the primary fairy weapon, the Udian sword just has no weapon spirit. With such a powerful power, a wuxian like Xianxia would definitely be killed instantly if he was successfully attacked by Su Lang. This level is completely enough for Su Lang. Promoted to the Udian sword, Su Lang continued to evolve the Jieshan cannon. Not long after the Jieshan cannon evolved, it ushered in its second evolution. Ding. Consumes immortal grade materials, extremely cold dry immortal soil 10, red rainbow mysterious magic stone 10, Yondai insect jade 10, Rui Changxiaomu 20, empty cicada heavy soil 50. Saint level refining material. Soul of Wusheng 20, sacred rock of blue frost 60, gale ghost jade 60, dark cloudy sky stone 60, explosive blue crystal 60. Jieshan cannon has evolved successfully. With thematerial reduction, function, it actually consumes so much material, it's really scary. Su Lang took out the Jieshan cannon after the evolution, and found that although its level did not break through the primary immortal weapon level, its power had been upgraded from the second tribulation wuxian to the three tribulations wuxian. Of course, the consumption of the Jieshan cannon when launching an attack has become more terrifying. Su Lang was completely unable to use his spiritual power as an energy source to launch an attack on things like the Jixian cannon. Can only urge the Jixian cannon, consume the spirit jade to launch an attack. When Xianxia was killed before, the Jixian cannon fired 2 shots, each time consuming a full 2 million of the best spirit jade. 2 times, a total of 4 million superb spirit jade was consumed. 4 million superb spirit jade. Even the 4 quasi-immortals don't have so many spirit jade on them. Had it not been for Su Lang to kill 35 people including Zhu Qi and the quasi-Xian Wusheng under Qian Zihu's command, he really didn't have that many spirit jade to fire. However, the results are very gratifying, the harvest has also doubled crazily, and Su Lang is not losing money. Chapter 691. One shot 10 million. The power of the Jixian cannon was raised to the level of the 3 tribulations wuxian, and the spirit jade consumed by each shot was many times. Su Lang estimated that firing a cannon would cost 10 million superb spirit jade. Of course, if you use meteor thunder as a cannonball, you only need to consume very little spirit jade. Su Lang was amazed. This cannon is really expensive. This is. The spirit of Zhangzhen cannon emerged from its body. It is similar to Xiao Hai's body shape, but without pinching his face, it looks like a soft crystal gun. The Jixian great artillery spirit was suspended in front of Su Lang, making a huge sound. It's really that kind of thunderous sound. Su Lang muttered speechlessly, "You should be quieter, is it necessary to yell at such a distance?" He found that the tool spirit of the Jixian cannon was as ignorant as Xiao Hai, and his IQ seemed a bit worrying. However, Su Lang is not dissatisfied with this. The offensive fairy weapon, before being taught well, he was a super bear kid, destroying the leverage. As long as the Jieshan cannon's weapon spirit is not Erha's character, it's easy to say everything if you cannons everywhere. Well, the spirit of the sky sea has a name, I will give you a name too. Su Lang looked at the Qi Ling in front of him, and after some thoughts, he said, "From now on, you will be called Xiao Pao." Small cannon. Qi Ling yelled happily, his voice rushing into the sky, even Su Lang's ears were itchy. It seems Xiao Pao has a bad habit that is hard to change. Su Lang took a helpless deep breath and exhaled a long breath, before the Jixian cannon was also retracted into the storage space. Su Lang moved to the battlefield where Xianxia had fallen. The battlefield at this time has become a huge sinkhole. This Tianqing occupies an area of tens of thousands of miles and is hundreds of miles deep. The bottom is full of glazed rocks and fiery red flowing magma. In addition, the power of terrifying rules surrounds the Tianqing. Once a warrior below the martial arts level stepped into it, he would die immediately. Can't pollute the environment. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched slightly. While humming a little song, he calmed the power of the rules in the battlefield. In the end, he sent an avatar to make them fill up the Tianqing and try to erase the traces of battle, so as not to be guessed by the people who were killed by the Tianlu. Let the clones do the dirty work. Su Lang moved back into the Sea of Sky. Li Shenyang was also sent back by him at the same time. I have to say that this special clone of Li Shenyang is really useful. Li Shenyang looked at Su Lang with excitement on his face. After following Su Lang, he returned to the martial god level in a short time, and he also continuously mastered the power of rules. The 5 basic rules of heaven and earth have already comprehended the fire system of the gold system and the water system of the thunder system. The rules of the thunder system were never mastered by Li Shenyang. In addition to the strength of cultivation basin rules, what made Li Shenyang even more excited was that Su Lang actually took out an immortal weapon that he had never seen before. The power of this immortal weapon is so great that it can kill the immortal in an instant. Well, don't look at me with so bright eyes, it's annoying. Su Lang rolled his eyes, and immediately ordered, go and let everyone in the Sea of Sky come out. Li Shenyang nodded immediately. Then he broke into the Sea of Sky and informed everyone, Yao Kai Yan Fa, the Lord orders you all to come out, and everyone must come out. When everyone heard the command, they couldn't help their expressions, revealing surprise. Su Lang let them out, no longer guarding the Sea of Sky. First of all, it means that the threat of Slaughter Tower has been lifted. Secondly, the last time Su Lang asked them all to come out, after that, the Sea of Sky was promoted to a fairy weapon. This time it was the same command. Does that mean that the Sea of Sky is about to evolve again? With excitement, Yaoqi Yan Fa and others evacuated the Sea of Sky with the rest of the guards. Dare to ask the person in the Slaughter Tower, is it already cleaned up by the Lord? Where is the Wuxian in Slaughter Tower? Did you escape? Chapter 692, Evolution of the Sea of Sky. After Yaoqi Yan Fa came out, he quietly asked Li Shenyang. The others also looked at Li Shenyang curiously. When Su Lang beheaded Zhu Qi and the others, Yaoqi Yan Fa and Wu Sheng looked in their eyes. But what happened later, Yaoqi Yan Fa and other Wu Sheng didn't know at all. Especially the death of Qian Zaiho, only Su Lang and Li Shenyang know about it. Qian Zaiho District, a robbery Wuxian, can he escape in front of our Lord? Li Shenyang sneered at Yaoqi Yan Fa's question. Our Lord not only killed him, but before killing him, he even played him a lot. Ah, Qian Zaiho is really dead. The Lord can play and torture a martial immortal, it's too powerful. God, I don't know what trump cards the Master holds, even Wuxian can kill. Having the Lord's blessing is really a blessing for me to wait for the 3 lives and 3 generations to cultivate. Before I was worried about Tushinlu's revenge, which is really ridiculous. Who said no? Including Yaoqi Yan Fa and others. The warrior of the quasi-immortal level is already a superpower that is beyond sight. The Wuxian level is already a strong man standing on the upper level of the Kanglan continent pyramid. A martial immortal can destroy countless holy forces with just one hand. But such a powerful warrior was so vulnerable in front of his patriarch Shang Su Lang. All at once gave everyone a reassurance. Everyone's fear of Tushinlu gradually disappeared, and their worries about the future completely disappeared. They know that as long as they follow the Lord, the future is bright. Among them, Biyulan and others of the Biyu clan are the most so. They were very fortunate that they had joined Su Lang's subordinates, and seemed to have seen the scene where the Biyu tribe was moving towards prosperity under Su Lang's leadership. Yaoqi Yan Fa and hundreds of martial sages, led by Li Shenyang, came to Su Lang. Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui, and Mirong Shenxian had already stood beside Su Lang with the spirit Xiaohai of the Sea of Sky. Looking at the figure of Su Lang next to him, Chu Xiaobei's eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. She knows some details about Su Lang. This time, Chu Xiaobei thought that Su Lang could scare Qian Zaiho away as the best outcome. She never expected that Su Lang could kill Qian Zaiho. This man is so mysterious. Chu Xiaobei's eyes turned Chubo. Mystery is fascinating. Bah, what am I thinking? Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian had another reaction, with joyful smiles on their faces, but they were not surprised. In their eyes, it is okay for Su Lang to do incredible things. Servant wait, see the Lord. Li Shenyang brought Yaoqi Yan Fa and other Wu Shengqi to kneel to salute. Nearly 600 martial sages all knelt down, and Su Lang looked down. Stand aside, I want to raise the level of the sea of sky. Su Lang waved his hand faintly, a trace of irreversible majesty appeared on his face. In the next moment, there was a voice that made Su Lang's majesty freeze on his face. Gigi. Qiling Xiaohai flew over from Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters, landed directly on Su Lang's shoulder, and yelled nonstop. Let Chu Xiaobei teach him how to call me after a while. Su Lang rolled his eyes secretly, then caught Xiaohai in his hand, and said in a serious voice, Xiaohai, go back to the body. Although he felt Su Lang's solemn emotions, Xiaohai still did not stop shouting. However, it entered the sea of sky very obediently. Su Lang waved his big hand and closed the sea of sky. The mask that covered a large area of land disappeared. However, at the moment Qian Zaiho has just died, no matter how fast the people who kill Tianlu, it is impossible to make trouble in this gap. System, evolve the sea of sky. Su Lang ordered. Ding. Consumes the fairy level material Zishao Yuanyang Shanyu 5, Extreme Sage Shanluo 10, Arctic Wangdust Stone 10, Wang Qiyu Yuyu 10, Shaoying Wushangquan 20. Saint level refining materials. Soul of Wusheng 10, Xuanshijunyan 60, Mingxin Sacred Jade 30, Heart of Stars and Moon 60, Shocking Amethyst 200. The Sea of Sky has evolved successfully. Chapter 693, The Real Fairy Palace. A large amount of materials disappeared out of thin air, and the Sea of Sky instantly rose to a small rank. At this time, the Sea of Sky was already the second tribulation immortal tool. Its defensive power has become stronger, and with the combination of the Kengkong Phantom and the Immortal Array, it has been able to completely defend the attack of the 4 tribulations martial immortal. Go with. After the evolution of the Sea of Sky was completed, Su Lang whispered and threw it out with a big wave. Xiaohai let out an excited cry, and then unfolded the defensive mask. The Sky Sea that was promoted to the second tribulation immortal tool is not only more powerful, but also covers a larger area. Sure enough, the Sea of Sky has been promoted. I don't know what method the Lord used to be able to instantly promote the immortal weapon's rank. This method is too bad. The Lord has many methods against the sky. If you are surprised every time, be careful not to close your mouth from ear to ear. If the concubine can close her mouth from ear to ear for the Lord, that would be an honor. I think you still want to close your legs for the Lord. Okay, don't think about it. All the martial sages looked at the new sky and sea, and they couldn't help but talk, and the excitement in their hearts was hard to add. The defense of the Sea of Sky is completely stabilized. Xiaohai whispered and flew towards Su Lang. Go to Chu Xiaobei. Su Lang twitched his mouth, waved Xiaohai to Chu Xiaobei. Xiaohai and Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui and Shenxian were already very familiar, but didn't resist, and gradually calmed down. What's next? Su Lang looked at the large amount of materials in the storage space, and after thinking about it, he found a problem. At this time, his strength is getting bigger and bigger. But there is still no real headquarters, or building. If there is a better headquarters, it can better unite people. Decided. Promote you to a fairy. As Su Lang rolled his eyes, a treasure suddenly appeared in his hand. This treasure is a white jade fairy palace, contributed by Li Shenyang. It is a quasi-immortal artifact. It's useless to put it in the storage space anyway. Su Lang planned to promote it to a fairy weapon and take it out as the headquarters. At that time, there will be an additional fairy tool, which can greatly improve the self-confidence of the subordinates. Seeing that Su Lang took out the fairy palace, everyone looked over curiously. Among them, Li Shenyang looked intently, with a look of excitement. At this juncture, the Lord took out the immortal palace, afraid that he would also be promoted. This immortal palace has followed Li Shenyang for hundreds of thousands of years, and he is naturally happy to see it promoted. System, evolve the white jade fairy palace. Here, Su Lang directly issued the order. Ding. Consumes the fairy level material Shanmei Shengdan 10, the pure sun ice lotus root 10, the positive certain spirit fairy soil 10. Consumption of saint level materials, Wusheng Soul 3, Tianshu condensed Yu 50, Yin Yang magical jade 60, 100 turns Beijing 200. The white jade fairy palace has evolved into a primary fairy. A dazzling light covered the fairy palace in Su Lang's hands. When the light disappeared, the fairy palace had changed a lot. The former fairy palace was like carved from white jade, but it was relatively simple when it was full of fairy spirit. But at this time, the white jade immortal palace has become magnificent and looks quite majestic. The peculiar breath of the immortal weapon exudes a trace, and all the martial sages who are pressing down are on the ground. It is difficult to get up. Heaven, it's another fairy. The Lord has refined another fairy artifact. The Lord is so powerful, the fairy tools can be refined at hand. Yaoqian Fa and others were surprised. Li Shenyang also flushed red with a face. The Lord has indeed promoted him to a real fairy palace. Baiyu Immortal Palace, you also got the opportunity given by the Lord, great. Su Lang actually refined another fairy tool. In such a short period of time, he has refined 2 fairy artifacts. Chu Xiaobei looked at the white jade Immortal Palace in Su Lang's hand, and couldn't help showing horror. We Xuanyu Immortal Clan also only have 2 immortal artifacts. It took countless years to accumulate. Brother Su Lang is too good. I really admire Brother Su Lang. Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian looked at each other and smiled, their eyes full of admiration and enthusiasm. Chapter 694. Of course satisfied. A crystal steamed bun appeared on the white jade fairy palace, that is, the spirit of the device. Isn't it a minor mental retardation again? Su Lang looked at the newly appearing spirit, feeling a little uncomfortable in his heart. However, Su Lang soon discovered that he was worrying too much. This instrument spirit was very quiet, looked around curiously, did not speak, and then returned to the body. She looks like a shy little girl. Call. Su Lang breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to be quiet, I will give birth to a daughter in the future. He then released the fairy palace and landed above the sea of sky. The body of the fairy palace also suddenly expanded, turning into a super palace covering the sky and the sun. The difference between immortal implements and quasi-immortal implements is just so big. When the white jade immortal palace was still a quasi-immortal tool, it was at most a cave mansion, but now it has become a palace group. After the fairy palace opened, it immediately activated its own functions. The first is defense, illusion, and other functions similar to the sky sea, which can guarantee the safety of the fairy palace to a certain extent. Secondly, it is the very abnormal ability to gather spirits. Compared with the white jade immortal palace, the sea of sky can only be said to be an amateur. Most of the aura gathered by the sea of sky was absorbed by the white jade immortal palace and condensed into a river of spirits circling the immortal palace. The water of Ling is very thick, almost like lead and mercury, close to solid. In addition, the white jade immortal palace also has the function of evolving and filtering aura, which can remove the impurity energy mixed in it. This is very useful for the training of martial artists. After this white jade immortal palace is my cave mansion. Su Lang smiled faintly. I will divide an area, as our headquarters, everyone can move around freely in this area. The martial sages were so excited that they kowtow one after another. Su Lang smiled faintly, and then said, the fairy will not be refined for the time being. Next, I will refine a handy weapon for each of you. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. It is an honor for the Lord to personally refine weapons for them. And there is nothing more exciting than those newly promoted martial sages. They have just been promoted to martial arts, and most of them are middle and high-level artifacts in their hands. The use of medium and high-level artifacts in the realm of martial saint is like an ordinary person looking for a rotten bamboo pole as a weapon. Basically it is not suitable. In Su Lang, can refining immortal artifacts, wouldn't it be easier to refining holy artifacts, just now? Su Lang waved his hand. Those who want to refine weapons should line up and come one by one. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of Wu Shengs immediately rushed up to line up with Yaoqian Fa, Chiri Muju and others. I am the first. A pleasant voice sounded. It turned out to be Chu Xiaobei. As soon as she stood up, Yaoqian Fa and others who had been ready to move immediately stopped. Just kidding, this is the maid of the Lord, the woman who waits for the bed. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the heroine. Well, that's what Yaoqian Fa and the others thought. Su Lang, my frozen cloud fantasy Sky Ling can't keep up with me. I want a quasi-immortal weapon, you have to refine it for me. Chu Xiaobei stared at Su Lang with beautiful eyes, and he felt a sense of coquetry. I will be angry if you don't satisfy me. Haha, a small matter. Su Lang smiled faintly. Give me your Bianyunwantianling. No, here it is. Chu Xiaobei smiled and handed Bingyunwantianling to Su Lang. Originally, when he was hunted down, Bingyunwantianling had been damaged, but it was later repaired by Su Lang and evolved into a 7-star halo. But at this time Chu Xiaobei's true combat power was already at the quasi-celestial level. The sacred artifact of the 7-star level is indeed not good enough. System, Evolution Frozen Cloud Magic Sky Ling. Su Lang held Frozen Cloud Fantasy Sky Ling in his hand and gave the order. Ding. Consuming holy materials. Frozen Cloud Magic Sky Ling has evolved into a quasi-immortal weapon. Now, I'm satisfied now. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched slightly and handed Bingyun Huan Tian Ling to Chu Xiaobei. Satisfied, satisfied, of course satisfied, hee. Chu Xiaobei took Bingyun Huan Tian Ling, happy as a little girl. It's good to be satisfied, good. Su Lang laughed and turned to look at Yaoqi Yan Fa and the others. Why are you still in a daze? Line up. Ah, right, line up. Quickly grab the position, quickly. You stepped on me. Who is pushing my ass? Chapter 695, A Holy Artifact. 500 or 600 Wu Sheng rushed to line up. However, although there are many people, they are in order. After all, in front of Su Lang, they didn't dare to make a mess. Isn't that too late to clean up? The Wu Shengs took a good picture of the team, and looked at Su Lang aloft one by one. At the top is Yaoqi Yan Fa. Among the many martial sages of the 4 clans, Yaoqi Yan Fa was the first to surrender to Su Lang, and he actively surrendered, with high qualifications. Afterwards, there were veteran martial sages of Wangfukan and Chirimuju. Finally, the newly promoted martial sages. Yan Fa, what kind of weapon do you want? Su Lang looked at Yaoqi Yan Fa, who was kneeling on the ground with his head to the ground, and asked with a smile. The servant has a sacred tool, and it can be regarded as a handy hand. So I want to ask the Lord to help me improve this sacred artifact. With that, Yao Kai Yan Fa took out his holy artifact from the martial sage realm, and gave it to Su Lang with both hands. Su Lang nodded and took this sacred artifact. Although Yaoqi Yan Fa is a 6-star martial sage, his sacred artifacts are only 2-star primary sacred artifacts. It can be seen that the sacred artifacts are very cherished among the martial arts. Not every martial sage can have a holy artifact, and not every martial sage can have a holy artifact that is satisfactory. But this is not a problem at all in front of Su Lang. The system retains the current characteristics of this sacred instrument and evolves it into a high-level sacred instrument. Su Lang gave an order, and the sacred artifact in his hand flashed with brilliance, and he was promoted from the primary sacred artifact to the advanced sacred artifact. No, here you are. Su Lang threw the sacred artifacts to Yaoqi Yan Fa, and in the grateful thanks from Yaoqi Yan Fa, he said to the people behind, next. Pray for the Lord to elevate the sacred artifacts to the ultimate level that I can use. Wangfukan stepped forward, then handed his holy artifact with excitement. His holy artifact was also presented by Su Lang, but it did not reach the limit he could control. So Wangfukan wanted to upgrade his holy artifact. Okay, next one. With a single finger from Su Lang, Wangfukan's sacred artifact was promoted successfully. It is Chiri Muju and others, and the 500 or 600 Zinan Wusheng. They stepped forward one by one, kneeling down, respectfully, offering their weapons with both hands and asking Su Lang for promotion. Or they could take out a lot of materials and beg Su Lang to refine them into swords, spears, swords, halberds and mace. These martial sages were also honest and did not regard Su Lang's generous gift as a good opportunity to take advantage. As long as they can get the materials, they will do it themselves. Many martial sages even finished all the refining materials by themselves, only Su Lang moved his fingers to refine them into weapons. And in the process, Su Lang has the function of material reduction, but he also earned a lot of material. In a blink of an eye, all martial sages have their own holy artifacts. In other words, Su Lang refined 500 or 600 holy artifacts. Speaking of this number will definitely surprise even ordinary immortals. You know, even the martial sage of the immortal clan, not everyone can have sacred artifacts. In many cases, a sacred object is passed down from generation to generation and is extremely cherished. Every martial artist is holding his own sacred artifact, as rare as holding a peerless beauty. That hand, it's a non-stop rubbing. Even some guys are drooling. Li Shenyang obeyed. Su Lang's faint voice suddenly spread throughout the audience. Whether everyone was rubbing the sacred vessel, drooling, or whispering, they all put aside their things and looked at Su Lang seriously. Here, Li Shenyang bent forward, his expression serious and respectful. Order people to guard the sea of sky. Su Lang said faintly, also, arrange enough manpower to put down the eyeliner to guard against the spies in the slaughter tower. Li Shenyang knelt down to take the order, and he went down to select personnel from the new Nen martial saints. Chapter 696, Attempt to cultivate and empower. Su Lang waved his hand again. Wang Fu knelt on the ground with a red face. He has only 1-star Wusheng cultivation base, but at this time he has such a status, everything is given by Su Lang. Therefore, Wang Fukan completely worshipped Su Lang as a god. Every time Su Lang talked to him, he would be extremely honored and extremely excited. You go back with Biu Lin and the others and establish an exchange system in the Biu Saint clan. Su Lang smiled and said, after the work is completed, you can go back to the Wind Spirit race to take a look. Wang Fukan immediately took the lead. Under the arrangement of Li Shenyang, Yaoqi Yan Fa and others, the martial sages went to guard the Sea of the Sky, or went to major cities to guard. Other Wusheng was arranged to patrol around. Although Su Lang has the treasure hunt flying sly as a spy, it is impossible for him to focus all his energy on this at any time. Subordinates, just let them move, otherwise everything will be done by themselves. What is the use of subordinates? After all the martial sages left, Su Lang turned and looked at the three of Chu Xiaobei. I recently realized a magical trick. Su Lang twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled, do you want to watch? Brother Su Lang, what kind of censored do you understand? Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian immediately became curious. I know the curiosity of deceiving Aunt Liang. Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes and snorted. But in fact, she herself was a little curious, of course, she would not say it. Go, let's go inside the fairy palace. I believe it will surprise you. Su Lang smiled, waved his hand, wrapped Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian with his spiritual power, and flew towards the fairy palace. This guy doesn't care about me. Chu Xiaobei was treated differently, and felt a little upset. Although she knew that she didn't need Su Lang to carry flying at all, she was unhappy, just unhappy. However, Chu Xiaobei followed up after being upset. She wanted to see what Su Lang had to do beyond common sense. The four Su Lang entered the fairy palace. Although this fairy palace was huge, it was all under Su Lang's control. Where there is a room, where there is a training room, etc., all know well. The spiritual energy in the fairy palace is very strong, and the place near the Ling is even stronger, almost giving people a sense of suffocation. Su Lang took the three daughters to the pavilion closest to Ling. The aura here is almost stronger than the best practice room of our fairy clan. Chu Xiaobei squinted his eyes slightly, carefully experiencing the rich spiritual energy around him, and his face was intoxicated and enjoyable. Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian can better understand the richness of aura here. Because just standing here, without running the exercises, you can feel countless spiritual energy digging into your body. Su Lang, what on earth do you want to show us the unskilled? Chu Xiaobei looked at Su Lang and asked, could this be the Ling River? Of course not. How can Ling be considered a jerk? With a mysterious smile on his face, Su Lang beckoned to Ji Rushui, little boy, come to me. What is brother Su Lang doing? Ji Rushui blushed and ran to Su Lang, pinched the corner of his clothes and asked. You'll find out later. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and placed his right hand on Ji Rushui's heavenly spirit. Brother Su Lang is doing this to me. Ji Rushui's face was hot, and her heart became a little nervous. Cultivation base initiation. Su Lang's heart moved and activated the 10th system function. Ding! The cultivation base is initiated, the goal is determined, and the cultivation base is started. The system gave a feedback prompt, and immediately Su Lang found that in the mysterious black space, the little cultivation base that the white cultivator had just saved began to gradually disappear. On Ji Rushui's side, he felt a powerful invisible force appearing in his dantian out of thin air, and quickly transformed his rich spiritual power. As soon as these spiritual powers appeared, they were directly digested and became part of her cultivation base. That feeling is a bit like eating a delicious food that melts in your mouth. Chapter 697, Improve the Three Realms. I feel like I'm full. A lot of aura. Ji Rushui opened her small mouth slightly, her eyes gleaming brightly. Don't talk, be good. Su Lang comforted Ji Rushui softly. Ji Rushui's cultivation base is rising rapidly, which requires her to concentrate and not be distracted. Ji Rushui nodded obediently, then closed her eyes. What the censored are you doing? Chu Xiaobei and Mirong Shenxian looked at each other with doubts on their faces. But after a breath, they got the answer. An invisible wave suddenly appeared. This is a breakthrough volatility. Rushui has broken through from the intermediate general level to the advanced general level. Chu Xiaobei and Mirong Shenxian immediately noticed Ji Rushui's changes. But the changes in Ji Rushui's body are still not over. Her breath is still rising. After a few more breaths, Ji Rushui once again experienced a breakthrough wave. Breakthrough again. Rushui has broken through from the senior general level to the pinnacle general level. Mirong Shenxian covered her mouth and exclaimed, but before she put down her hand, Ji Rushui sent another wave of breakthrough. The quasi-military commander level. Su Lang said that the fascinating knowledge is it a means to forcibly elevate the realm of martial artists. But most of these methods are facilitating, harmful and unhelpful. He can't do this. Could it be that this method will not cause harm to low-level warriors? If that's the case, then the genius Su Lang comprehended as too terrifying. Heaven broke through again, this time directly broke through to the rank of martial commander. It hasn't stopped, it's still breaking through, intermediate martial commander. Senior martial commander, peak martial commander, still on the rise, King Wu. Senior King Wu, Emperor Wu level. Chu Xiaobei and Mirong Shenxian looked at Ji Rushui, whose aura became stronger and stronger, and felt extremely shocked in their hearts. In just a dozen breaths, Su Lang actually raised Ji Rushui's cultivation base from the general level to the martial emperor level. 3 realms have been improved. Which level is Emperor Wu? It's almost as I expected. Su Lang looked at Ji Rushui, who exuded the breath of King Wu, and nodded slightly. Although he just broke through soon. But cleaning up the battlefield, evolving weapons, and refining weapons for the martial sages, all spent a lot of time. Add up to an hour. With the cultivation speed of more than 20 million times his perfect level. Cultivating for an hour is equivalent to an ordinary warrior with no lack of aptitude who has practiced for more than 2,500 years without any auxiliary means. At present, the efficiency of cultivation base empowerment is 20%, which is equivalent to 500 years of accumulation of perfect genius. Such a long period of time is long enough for a Wuxian martial artist to break through to the martial emperor level. Therefore, Su Lang had expected this result. Su Lang gently retracted his hand. But Ji Rushui still closed her eyes, still immersed in the skyrocketing cultivation base. Su Lang didn't bother her. The cultivation realm suddenly increased to 3 big realms. Even if there were no side effects, Ji Rushui would need time to take a good look. Chu Xiaobei shouted with a little surprise, what means did you use against Rushui? There will be no serious consequences, right? Although he knew that Su Lang would not use sequelae lifting methods on Ji Rushui. But Chu Xiaobei and Mirong Shenxian were still a little worried. After all, it was an exaggeration to raise 3 great realms at once. Su Lang smiled faintly. The only side effect is probably that it is not easy to control one's strength in a short period of time. It is easy to crush a cup, sit on a broken chair and so on. So we can rest assured. Chu Xiaobei and Mirong Shenxian nodded one after another, their hearts relaxed a lot. Chu Xiaobei suddenly asked again, Su Lang, what method did you use? It's a means of empowerment. I can instill my cultivation skills into others without any side effects. You also know that my cultivation speed is super fast, and my cultivation base will soon be on the verge of a breakthrough, so I plan to improve Rushui's cultivation base first. She is too weak to help her. Su Lang smiled faintly and looked at Mirong Shenxian. Shenxian, wait for me to improve you too. Chapter 698, Conversation between 2 people. Brother Su Lang is so good. Mirong Shenxian looked at Ji Rushui's arrogance, of course she envied her. At this time, she got Su Lang's promise, and she was immediately very happy. Then you give me a boost. Chu Xiaobei suddenly grabbed Su Lang's arm, stared at a pair of big eyes, and said viciously. I will give you a boost, you are already an 8-star martial saint. Su Lang said silently, the little bit of cultivation that I have accumulated is not enough to stuff your teeth. I want it. Chu Xiaobei stomped her feet violently. If it weren't for the fairy-like ground under her feet, she might have been stepped out of a big hole. This strange girl. Good, give you to you. Su Lang rolled his eyes speechlessly. He guessed that Chu Xiaobei should be too curious to experience it. However, Chu Xiaobei wanted to experience the truth, but it was not the only reason. She still wants the same treatment as Rushui Shenxian. She didn't even realize that she had unknowingly placed herself in the position of a weak woman who needs care and protection. Well, maybe Su Lang is too strong and too fierce. Su Lang stayed with the three women on the pavilion for another hour. Ji Rushui still closed her eyes, and Su Lang once again accumulated a lot of cultivation skills. But when the cultivation base was about to be empowered, Su Langxia suddenly discovered a problem. That, might censored, can only be used twice a day. Su Lang smiled wryly. It has been used up once before, but now there is only one left. As he said, he looked at Murong Shenxian and Chu Xiaobei. Then give it to Shenxian. Chu Xiaobei nodded generously. Shenxian needs more than me. Su Lang smiled. He originally thought that Chu Xiaobei would be willful once, but he did not expect that she would directly give this opportunity to Murong Shenxian. This is great. Thank you, sister. Murong Shenxian thanked him very gratefully. Immediately, Su Lang also gave Murong Shenxian a cultivation base initiation, and he also raised his cultivation level to the Woang level. Then Murong Shenxian closed his eyes and was familiar with the skyrocketing power. Just let them retreat here. Chu Xiaobei smiled. No one dares to come here to disturb them anyway. It just happens that I want to ask you something. Su Lang nodded and placed a formation between his hands to protect Rushui and Slim. What's up? Chu Xiaobei asked strangely. Say while walking. Su Lang patted Chu Xiaobei on the shoulder and walked in a random direction. Chu Xiaobei glanced at her shoulder, then followed Su Lang behind him. The two wandered around in the fairy palace. Go ahead, what do you want to ask? Chu Xiaobei walked beside Su Lang. The two were very close. I want to ask, do you miss home? Su Lang smiled faintly. Well, it's the Xuanyu Immortal Clan. Are you planning to go back? Are you trying to push me away? Chu Xiaobei trembled. I can't go back to the Xuanyu Fairy Clan. Su Lang was a little stunned. He didn't expect Chu Xiaobei's reaction to be so big. Do you know why I was hunted alone? Chu Xiaobei asked and replied, because I escaped from the Xuanyu Fairy Clan. Escape from the Xuanyu Fairy Clan? Isn't that your clan? Su Lang asked in surprise. Moreover, you have an unparalleled qualification. No one in a trillion. You should be the treasure of the Xuanyu Immortal Clan. Chu Xiaobei's eyes were blank, as if lost in memory. The reason why I escaped from the Xuanyu Immortal Clan is because of my extraordinary aptitude. Tell me more carefully. Su Lang raised his brows and said, unparalleled qualifications. Almost the highest level of cultivation qualification currently known. Who doesn't want to have an unparalleled qualification? Everyone wants to have it. Chu Xiaobei smiled bitterly, and I have the unparalleled qualifications. To some extent, it is a crime. Chapter 699, Unparalleled, the posture of becoming an emperor. Have a crime? Su Lang frowned slightly. How is it possible? Aren't you born into a fairy clan? What about the fairy? Chu Xiaobei shook his head and said, although I was born in the fairy clan, do you know how big the fairy clan is? How many factions are there? After a pause, before Su Lang could speak, Chu Xiaobei continued. The line I was born into is the weakest line in the fairy clan, and my father's generation made a big mistake, which is almost irreparable. Our line has the smallest number and the lowest status, and is looked down upon by the entire Xuanyu Immortal Clan. My birth has filled our veins with hope. All the elders have used cultivation resources on me. In addition, the elders were afraid that I would die halfway, so I concealed the fact of my unparalleled qualifications and told me not to leave a safe place. Su Lang sighed. You need to be so careful. It seems that you are indeed guilty of crimes. In the world, the human heart is the most terrifying. Chu Xiaobei stretched out his hands helplessly. In this way, I can cultivate to the level of the great sage, and have the mysterious ice magic sky silk. But my cultivation speed is still too fast. With our resources, it is simply not enough to support me with such a fast cultivation speed. So, my aptitude was guessed and confirmed. And then, Su Lang asked, I was quite happy at first. Chu Xiaobei said, I thought I would be valued by the clan and gave me more resources, but I never expected that what was waiting for me was a huge trap. The person laying the trap is the patriarch of Xuanyushan clan, Xuanyu Wushan. But I know that he is not behind the scenes. It is a stronger force that really wants to take my qualifications. If my guess is correct, it should be the emperor, and it is also the emperor of our Xuanyushan clan, the Luoyu Emperor. Luoyu Emperor Clan. Emperor Clan is hitting your attention. Su Lang took a breath. Hi, I'm really curious about how you escaped. The reason why I know that Wushan Xuanyu is not behind the scenes is because, I can escape, he let me go. Xuanyu Wushan was persecuted, and the other Wuxians in the clan were warned not to interfere in this matter. And the one who can intimidate an immortal clan is probably only the Emperor clan. Chu Xiaobei said, and I am afraid that only the Emperor has the heaven-defying means to seize the transfer cultivation qualifications. Su Lang smiled slightly. It seems that your Xuanyu patriarch still has some conscience. On the one hand, there is the censored of blood. On the other hand, it's probably because of the extraordinary aptitude has another name, that is, the posture of becoming an emperor. It is almost impossible for the fairy clan to become an emperor, and I am the only hope for the Xuanyu Xian clan to become an emperor. Chu Xiaobei said, Xuanyu Wuxian couldn't bear me, the only emperor of the Xuanyushan clan for tens of millions of years, to make wedding dresses for others, so I chose to let me go. Zan Yu Wuxian let you go. Su Lang said. Then he, and the entire profound Jade Immortal clan, I'm afraid they will have to bear pressure from the emperor. Of course there is pressure. But the Emperor Luoyu will not make a direct shot. The seizure of qualifications is a crooked way, and this matter cannot be made public. And our Xuanyu Fairy clan is also a subordinate force of Luoyu Emperor clan in name. Therefore, the Luoyu Emperor clan will not directly take action. The Black Hand behind the scenes will use other means to force a Xuanyu Immortal clan to submit. This is also the reason Zan Yu Wuxian dared to gamble Zan Yushan clan will not directly face the disaster of extinction. As long as you carry it this time and save me, with my presence as an emperor, the Emperor clan will not dare to go too far. Because no one knows whether I can really become an emperor in the future. If I really become an emperor, it will be a disaster for their Luoyu Emperor clan. Chu Xiaobei took a deep breath and said, however, the premise is that they can't catch me, and my existence has been known by the Lu Tianlu. I don't know if there is any contact between Lanchanlu and Luoyu Emperor clan, and will tell Luoyu Emperor clan where I am. To be honest, I am very worried and scared. Su Lang. Chapter 700. To become the Empress is Luoyu Emperor clan. It sounds more terrifying than Slaughter Tower. However, as long as I am given a certain amount of time, the power of the Emperor is nothing. After all, Emperor Wu is only a realm on the path of martial arts, and he is not an invincible existence in the world. Su Lang smiled and looked at Chu Xiaobei. You are alone now, and the Xuanyu Immortal clan can't go back. Just stay by my side and I will protect you. If an unsuspecting person saw this scene, their eyes would fall out. A junior marshal, censored, dared to speak up, saying that the power of the Emperor was nothing, and he wanted to protect a martial sage with quasi-immortal combat power. But in the eyes of Chu Xiaobei, Su Lang really has this ability. His potential is really terrifying, and his growth rate is even more terrifying. It is precisely because of this that Chu Xiaobei gradually became dependent on Su Lang. Originally, I was entangled whether or not to leave everyone. But you said you want to protect me, then I won't leave, hee. Chu Xiaobei laughed, her beautiful eyes like two beautiful meniscus. I still need you to bring Xiaohai. Su Lang smiled and nodded. By the way, you should be able to use the fairy weapon now. Give me your frozen cloud fantasy Sky Ling, and I will help you promote to the fairy weapon. In addition, the immortal soul pill I gave you was taken earlier, and strive to break through to the realm of Wuxian as soon as possible. Now that he knows there are enemies suspected of Imperial clan. Of course, Su Lang would not take it lightly, planning to use all the existing resources to improve combat power. Chu Xiaobei was originally a quasi-celestial combat power. Equip her with good weapons and let her break through to the realm of Wuxian as soon as possible. This is very important for Su Lang's promotion. Therefore, in addition to weapons and pill, he has another plan. Really, you are so kind to me. Chu Xiaobei's eyes shone slightly, and immediately handed Bingyan Huantian Ling to Su Lang. Bingyan Huantian Ling had just been promoted once, reaching the quasi-immortal level, and at this time it ushered in another promotion. This time I encountered some trouble when I was promoted to Frozen Cloud Fantasy Sky Ling. Some fairy-level materials are not in Su Lang's storage space. After all, it is a fairy-level material, there is not much on the entire Kandlan continent. So it is normal to lack one or two. But this couldn't help Su Lang at all. If there is no material, then synthesize it. According to the required properties of the fairy-level materials, using holy-level materials with similar properties, there is a high chance of synthesizing them. After spending a little time, Su Lang found out the missing materials, and also obtained some immortal-level materials that were temporarily useless. After some operations, Bingyan Huan Tian Ling was successfully evolved into a fairy weapon by Su Lang, giving birth to a device spirit. This spirit is exactly the same as the spirits of Xiaohai Xiaopao and Shanggong, and it looks like a crystal bun. Su Lang muttered in his heart, looking noisy, "It doesn't have the fairy weapons that I have evolved, but the spirits are all like this, right?" Bingyan Huan Tian Ling's spirits actually flew up to Chu Xiaobei obediently, babbling in his mouth, but he could probably hear the words, "Chu Xiaobei. Su Lang, it knows my name." Chu Xiaobei was excited, holding the spirit of Huan Tian Ling, with curiosity and affection on his face. "Probably because it has been with you for a long time, that's why." Su Lang smiled. After all, when it was still a sacred weapon, although it did not have a spirit, it still has aura. That should be it." Chu Xiaobei covered her mouth and giggled. Su Lang had never seen her so happy and excited before, smiled, and said, "How do you feel about this frozen cloud fantasy sky, Ling? Has it reached your control limit?" "Well, it's almost there. Bing Yun Huan Tian Ling was promoted to an immortal weapon. I also need to consume a huge amount of spiritual energy to activate it." Chu Xiaobei felt the power of Huan Tian Ling and hesitated. "In that case, I will promote it next time." The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised vigorously and smiled, "Come here today, you hurry up to practice, you have the qualifications to become an emperor, and you want to become a female emperor." Chapter 701. The wood rules have been understood. "Well, I must become the empress." Chu Xiaobei's expression condensed, very serious and solemn. "Immortal soul pill is enough for you now. I'll give you some more pills for cultivation and body forging." Su Lang took out 3 bottles of pills and handed them to Chu Xiaobei. These 3 bottles of medicine are all 3 kinds of elixir of 3 tribulations, which are 3 types of cultivation, body forging, and breaking realm. Each bottle contains a full 10. "Then I will accept it." Chu Xiaobei didn't say any words of thanks, and sometimes everything was silent. "I still owe you an initiation." Su Lang patted Chu Xiaobei on the head. "You practice first, I will save the cultivation base, and the storage will surprise you. I just want to experience it, don't give me all your cultivation skills." Chu Xiaobei wrinkled Chong's nose in shame. "Just your Valkyrie-level cultivation base, be careful to be sucked dry by me. I look forward to the day when you squeeze me out." Su Lang laughed, and immediately turned and flew away. It really doesn't change sexuality, pervert." Chu Xiaobei glared beautifully, whispered a few words in a low voice, but did not pursue Su Lang. After Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei separated, they went to find Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian. But both women are still consolidating their cultivation. Su Lang was inconvenient to interrupt, so he randomly found a retreat room and began to retreat. Others retreat for cultivation. Su Lang is not the case, he was for a plan that was a bit nasty before. The basis for the implementation of this plan is the huge number of wuxia. The martial artist of the martial sage level has mastered the power of the rules and is a relatively advanced martial art realm. Starting from wuxia to wuxin, wudi level. In fact, they are all practicing the power of rules. Therefore, if there is a way to concentrate the power of martial saint, to a certain extent, it can be transformed into a qualitative change. Su Lang's plan is to refine a super powerful weapon, gather the power of many martial sages, and form a terrifying martial arts power, even. Emperor Wu, warrior is composed of countless cells. The Sea of the Sky, and even the Jixian Cannon, are composed of many parts. There is a lot in common between the two. If the parts in wuxia are used as cells, it may be possible to create an unprecedented powerful humanoid weapon. Su Lang thought silently, and immediately took out a large number of forging classics and many corpses of warriors. He wants to study the mystery of the martial artist's body. It doesn't need to be too deep, just understand the more detailed structure of the martial artist's body. A system prompt came. Ding. The wood rules have been understood, do you accept it? Receive. Su Lang gave the order and immediately felt that he had mastered the rules of the wood system. Of course, this is only a rough wood rule, including the previously understood golden water and fire thunder, they have not understood the deeper derivative rules. Take wood rules for example. In fact, the wood system also has the rules of life and death. But Su Lang gains the power to rule at this time, which can only greatly increase his spiritual power reserve and vitality. The rest of the abilities derived from the rules of the wood system cannot be mastered. To break through from wuxia to wuxian, you need to comprehend more complete rules, which contains the basic rules such as the 5 elements. These rules form the framework of the inner boundary, and then fill the inner boundary with the substances in the universe's flesh and blood. Derivative rules are rules that most martial sages cannot understand, because they are too obscure and not easy to manifest. Most Wuxians broke through to the realm of Wuxian after comprehending the basic rules. In this way, the inner boundary is relatively crude and fragile, and it is not easy to form a real-life world, which hinders the subsequent cultivation and development. But even to understand the basic rules, it is already very difficult. It is no longer easy to understand the basic rules and form the lowest level inner frame. No one knows how many martial sages can't even perfect the power of the basic rules, and in the end they can't break through to the martial arts. So it's not that those Wuxians don't want to, but they don't have time and energy to spend on it. Chapter 702, 5 Founding Holy Skills, but Su Lang is different. At this time, his one-key practice rate has reached more than 22 million times that of the indispensable genius. It only takes 4 hours to understand a rough basic rule. I want to break through Wuxian's words. You must understand the rules more, so that after entering the realm of Wuxian, you will be able to pass unimpeded and be more capable of superior combat power. While thinking, Su Lang gave instructions and began to comprehend the rules of the Earth system. He once again focused on studying the structure of the martial artist. However, before he could study it long, another system reminder came. Don't break through for now, keep it. Su Lang issued instructions to continue studying the human body. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Within these 2 days, Su Lang comprehended a total of 12 new rules. It includes soil, wind, poison, and derivative rules of various basic rules. For example, water-derived rules freeze and wear away, wood-derived rules wither and grow, etc. Gold-derived rules are hard and tough, and fire-derived rules explode, and so on. These derived rules may seem like trivialities, but they are actually very useful. Because Wuxian wants to perfect the inner world, any seemingly useless rules are difficult to discard in the end. In fact, Su Lang really wanted to understand the rules of spirit, space, and time. Unfortunately, he did not practice the corresponding exercises. It is necessary to have the corresponding attribute of the exercises in order to understand the rules. In addition to the power of rules, the cultivation base accumulated in the sea of cultivation base is even more terrifying. For 2 full days, 48 hours, calculated at a magnification of 22 million, it is equivalent to a Valkyrie with no lack of qualifications for 120,000 years without any auxiliary means. However, these cultivation base Su Lang was going to save it to Chu Xiaobei. So there is no breakthrough for the time being. Martial artist's body structure is basically clear. The envisioned super weapon can begin to be refined. Su Lang opened his eyes, took out the Saint Cauldron, and began to refine the first Tichel. Ding! Water Martian Elephant Scroll has reached the founding level. Ding! 9 Stars Purple Rainbow Fantasy has reached the founding level. Ding! Black Flame True Sage Profound Book has reached the founding level. Ding! The True Scripture of Water Mirror Thousand Reds has reached the founding level. Ding! The Secret of Soul Seed Heart has reached the founding level. Su Lang's movement stagnated, and his eyes closed abruptly on the ground. In his mind, a lot of information about the 5 holy level exercises emerged. In addition, various strange and indescribable energies appeared in Su Lang's body out of thin air and merged into his body. In an instant, Su Lang had mastered these 5 holy level techniques like instinct. Among them, Water and Mars Elephant Sacred Scroll is a powerful dual-attribute holy-level technique that uses the power of water and fire conflict to form a more terrifying annihilation force. Water Mirror Thousand Red True Scripture, and Black Flame True Sage Profound Book, are also water and fire techniques, each with its own characteristics. Cooperating with the law of water and fire that Su Lang has understood, an extremely powerful attack will erupt. 9 Stars Purple Rainbow Phantom, as the name suggests, this is a magical technique with a very high level. Once it reaches the founding level, it is difficult for even ordinary martial arts to find clues. The Secret of Soul Seed Heart, derived from Li Shenyang's secret method, can make the martial artist's sea of consciousness contain more soul fire without any side effects. In addition, there are other effects. For example, even if a warrior has a heart of resistance, but the power of resistance is weak to a certain level, the cultivator can directly draw the soul fire, but doing so will cause irreparable damage to the drawn person. In addition, the cultivator can extract the spiritual power of the servant through the soul fire, which is very evil. If the cultivator is willing, he can also feed his spiritual power back to his servants. Su Lang cultivated the secret of the soul seed heart for the soul fire of the martial sages. The weapon secret is an important part of Su Lang's super weapon plan. Chapter 703, 22 Fairy Level Exercises. Super weapon is very important. Su Lang must ensure that the servants who control the super weapon will never have any wrong intentions. The soul's heart and fire are sealed in the ghost Xuanyu banner, and of course, you can feel the emotion of the servant. But how can one put the soul's heart into the sea of consciousness to observe more accurately? The soul of the soul in Xuanyu banner can be transferred. Su Lang murmured, and immediately took out the Yinhun Xuanyu banner, and used the secret method to take out the tens of thousands of souls in it and put it into the sea of knowledge. In Su Lang's sea of consciousness, under that round of Weiyu level spiritual aura, there were densely packed souls and phantoms. Each one is a powerful martial saint. A lot of mixed mood swings came. If it was an ordinary martial sage, long time ago, let alone practice, it would be good not to go crazy. But Su Lang possesses the secret of soul seed heart, and his passive ability can deal with these mixed emotions. Let Su Lang not be affected at all. From now on, as long as the servants are subdued, all souls can be put into the sea of knowledge. Although this secret method is only a holy rank, it is estimated that it will not be a problem to continue to use it, even if it is effective for Wuxian's soul. Su Lang pondered silently, and then issued an instruction: System, call up my attribute panel. Attack level, 4-star Wusheng. Mastering techniques, Boundless Heart Sutra, Sacred Scroll of Water and Mars, Holy level, founding 9 stars in Purple Rainbow Fantasy Book, Holy level, founding Black Flame True Sage, Founding Book, Holy level, founding Water Mirror 1000. Red True Book, Holy level, founding Secret of Soul Seed Heart, Holy level, founding Changshu Mingjian 2, God level, founding Wu Shen Shen Body Ju, God level, founding 9-color Jade Cicada Sutra, God level, founding Shen Luo Wanxiang Ju, God level, founding Secret Method of Extinguishing Heaven with Blood Flame, God level, founding Activated System Functions, 1 Key Practice Function, Level 24, 1 Key Martial Arts Function, Level 24, Clone Dispatch Function, Level 23, 1 Key Treasure Hunt Function, Level 23, 1 Key Alchemy Function, Level 15, 1 Key Refining Function, Level 15, 1 Key Refining Array Function, Level 15, 1 Key Synthesis Function, Level 15, 1 Key Empowerment Function, Level 2, 1 Key Decomposition Function, No level. The attack realm increased by 2 stars, and the physical state realm increased by 1 star. In the martial arts stage, every star is a huge gap. It is already very good to have such a rise in combat power. The corners of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, obviously in a very happy mood. Next, it's time to choose exercises again. Su Lang focused his attention on the storage space. After beheading Qian Zaiho and others, he seized a lot of exercises. You must know that those who were killed were all great sages and quasi-sages, and everyone had also practiced at least 3 holy level exercises and a large number of god level exercises. In addition, he also obtained a fairy level exercise from Qian Zaiho, called Wanai Palongxian Ju. In addition to the previous exercises, Su Lang already possessed 830 god level exercises, 186 holy level exercises, and 4 immortal level exercises. Among them, it's not even Chu Xiaobei's, Bing Yushin Yuan Junlu. Of course, Chu Xiaobei's isn't that Su Lang's. Sooner or later. System, perform Gongfa synthesis. Su Lang took a deep breath, and then succeeded again and again. 830 kinds of natural, god level exercises are combined into 83 feet composite, holy level exercises. 186 kinds of natural, holy level exercises are collectively called 18 feet composite, immortal level exercises. Su Lang has a total of 22 kinds of exercises at the immortal level alone. Chapter 704. The 104 sacred objects are all broken down. The average immortal clan is just an immortal level technique to support the facade. My 22 immortal level techniques, I'm afraid only the emperor has it. Su Lang smiled blankly. It's a pity. Now it takes too much time to practice the immortal level exercises, otherwise I must practice all the immortal level exercises. Su Lang selected 5 sacred sword arts. They are, Sacred Sword of Heavenly Fire and Refreshing Wind, recording of the burning sword formation of fierce demon god universe, light cloud pointing star sword art, Shuangguang Chenghong sword picture. 2 days later, there are 5 holy level exercises again. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched and a smile appeared. Immediately afterwards, his gaze fell on the ghost Xuanyu banner in his hand. This thing is completely useless. And even if you want to use it in the future, it can be refined directly, and you can save half of the materials. Su Lang pondered for a while and ordered, "System, disassemble this sacred artifact." Ding. Decompose the elementary sacred tool, the ghost Xuanyu banner 1, and you will get the soul of Wusheng 2. The system prompt came, and a sacred artifact became material in this way. I don't know if those martial sages who don't have a sacred weapon will feel distressed to twitch when they see this scene. At the same time, Su Lang listened to the system prompt, his eyes lit up suddenly. Lying down, this sacred weapon actually decomposed into the soul of martial saint. Who did this? Dare to use 2 copies of the soul of martial saint to refine the sacred artifacts. He only needs the soul of Valkyrie to refine the sacred artifacts, and the soul of Wusheng is used to promote the immortal artifacts. Su Lang only did it once to refine the sacred artifact with the soul of Wusheng, to refine the flying sacred artifact Xiaobai for Chu Xiaobei. In that time only a piece of Wusheng's soul was used. I'm making a big slot. I don't know if the other sacred artifacts are also like this. Su Lang's eyes lighted up, and immediately took out 104 sacred artifacts from the storage space. These 90 sacrificial artifacts all come from the martial sages of the Tuantian Tower. These guys are all at the level of Great Sage and Quasi-Shang, and each has at least 1 sacred artifact, and many people have 2. I have to say that they are really fat, and Su Lang's mouth is greasy. System, disassemble all these sacred artifacts for me. Su Lang took a deep breath and shouted with glowing eyes. Ding. Decompose the high-level sacred artifacts, Tuiyu Changshu Pagoda 1, and you will get the soul of Wusheng 8, the fairy-level materials, the holy-level materials, the god-level materials, the soul of the Wushen 23. Ding. Decompose the middle-level sacred instrument Liukai Xuanyu Robe 1, and you will get the soul of Wusheng 5, fairy-level materials. Ding. Decompose the primary sacred weapon Flying Snake Chain Armor 1, you will get the soul of Wusheng 3, holy material. Soon, all the sacred artifacts were broken down by Su Lang. Su Lang got a total of 563 copies of the soul of Wusheng, and more of the soul of Wushen, with 2,300 copies. In addition, there are some fairy-level materials, and a lot of holy-level materials. Tianla, I don't know who did it, but to use immortal-level materials to refine the sacred artifacts is completely violent. And the most important thing is, the materials used in these sacred artifacts are really too much. A holy artifact uses the soul of martial arts and immortal-level materials, and the holy-level materials are added to it like no money. I don't know which waste refiner did it, it's not human. Su Lang rolled his eyes, expressing extreme contempt for those saint-level refining masters with low refining attainments. Poor those saint-level refining masters, not to mention that their own work has been broken down, and their refining skills have been severely despised. I don't know if they will vomit blood with anger. With these materials, the progress of my super weapon project can be greatly accelerated. Su Lang licked his lips excitedly, then took out a lot of ingredients and began to refine thichels. The so-called cells, or parts. Su Lang wanted to refine countless cells to form a humanoid weapon. This humanoid weapon has dantian, meridians, bones, muscles, and even the sea of consciousness. What the warrior has, it has it. And its size, perhaps will stand upright. Chapter 705. Hidden Killing Feishu Tengtian's Love. Just when Su Lang was refining Theosuper humanoid weapon. In the distant headquarters of Tuantian Tower, Yin Sha Wushen and the 3 of them were sitting in a secret room, frowning, their faces sinking like water. Except for Hidden Killing Wushen, the other 3 are all Wushen. Feishu Wushen, 1 Tribulation Wushen, Tengtian Wushen, 2 Tribulations Wushen, Daiqing Wushen, 3 Tribulations Wushen. Among them, Wushen Feishu was a man with long sleeves and fluttering, as light as nothing, but this man looked very damn, and his temperament was cold, like a poisonous snake. Wushen Tengtian, with knotted muscles, is a muscular man like Chiri Azu, but he has long hair soaring to the sky, and he is domineering. Junqing Wushen, expressionless, without the slightest emotional fluctuation in his eyes, just like a puppet. 3 days ago, the news that Qian Zaiho and Zhu Qi died of a total of 87 people was known by Lu Tianlu. After all, it is a quasi-emperor level killer organization, and there are not only many things like Mingpai, but also more lofty. After getting the news, everyone in Tuantian Tower was furious. Since the ancient wars, the Slaughter Sky Tower has never suffered such a heavy loss. A generation of Wuxin Qian Zaiho. There are also more than 20 quasi-immortals and more than 60 great sages, which are the mainstay of the Tower of the Sky. These powers can be taken out at will, and they can crush any holy race, and ordinary immortals must be vigilant when they see it. But it was such a powerful force that it was unclear that it was in the hands of an unknown little figure like Su Lang, and died in this small place of Yaoqi clan. At that time, Wuxin Tengtian was about to take people to the Yaoqi clan to find Su Lang's trouble, but he was immediately stopped by the other three. Qian Zaiho died so fast that he didn't even send out the help message. It was as if he was killed by a spike. To be able to kill a Wuxin of 1 tribulation in a second, the last time it takes a Wuxin of 2 tribulations can do it. Moreover, Yin Sha and others cannot rule out whether it was only the 2nd tribulation martial immortal who killed Qian Zaiho, in case it was the 3rd tribulation's martial immortal, or even the 4th tribulation's martial immortal. Even if the opponent has the 5 tribulations martial immortal, isn't he going to die? Therefore, after the initial anger, Wuxin Tengtian and others calmed down and began investigating the death of Qian Zaiho. They sent a large number of inconspicuous manpower into the Yaoqi area to investigate the truth. Although Su Lang also ordered the strict prevention of the infiltration of the Tuantian Tower, the Tuantian Tower was after all a quasi-emperor level killer organization. They are professional. The manpower sent by Su Lang was far short of this. Therefore, it took 3 days for Tuantian Tower, not only to restore the cause of the death of many Wusheng, but also to find the battlefield where Qian Zaiho died. Although Su Lang dispatched a clone to clean up the battlefield, the intelligence experts from Tuantianlu still couldn't help it. From that battlefield, they inferred that Qian Zaiho was killed by an attack at the level of the 2nd tribulation martial immortal. Moreover, it was also found out that it was some kind of weapon that killed Qian Zaiho, not Wuxin. Because they did not find the unique aura of Wuxin from the remaining fighting aura, but only the pure heaven and earth aura. You must know that every warrior has its own unique aura, which is contained in the bloodline and spiritual energy and even the spiritual power, which is difficult to conceal. In front of the Li Tianlu, there was nothing to hide. But the attack that killed Qian Zaiho didn't have the unique breath of warriors. This means that this attack is a direct conversion of heaven and earth aura, or an attack that uses spirit jade to urge it to perform. In this case, most of them are using some kind of weapon. And the need for such a method to kill Qian Zaiho does not mean that the person who does it does not have the strength to fight Qian Zaiho. After some inferences, Yinsha, Feishu, Tengtian, and Duanqing thought that Su Lang did not have a master of martial arts, but possessed another powerful fairy weapon. Because Su Lang originally had the deeds of refining the Sea of the Sky, it would be easy to understand if he possessed a fairy artifact. Chapter 706, Emperor Head Forbidden Land. I have to say that the information system of the Slaughter Tower is indeed powerful. Within a short period of time, an incident was analyzed close to the facts. This Sun Su Lang is really amazing. He actually refined a kind of immortal weapon that can be activated only by the martial sage, and can also kill the martial immortal. It is unprecedented, Yin Sha Wuxin said with emotion. If this kind of talent is brought into the control of Tuantianlu, our strength will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. What's the use of saying these now? Feishu Wuxin said coldly. Qian Zaiho was killed by Su Lang. We already have an antagonism between us. He must pay the price of blood. Feishu is right. The Kandlan continent has never lacked genius, nor has it lacked strange people and strangers. We have offended and killed us, but even if Su Lang is useful, he must be killed. Otherwise, wouldn't it be someone who has the ability to scratch our beards and touch our buttocks? In that case, where is our majesty and face in Slaughter Tower? Tengtian Wuxin's complexion turned red, his eyes burst out with a strong killing intent, and the surrounding space was slightly distorted because of his anger. Su Lang must die. Wuxin Duanqing also spoke, and his voice was also indifferent and ruthless, like an ice stone. But news just came from the Emperor's forbidden area, let us all support it. Hidden Killer Wuxin had a look and hesitated. It can be seen that they are under a lot of pressure in the first seat, and the situation is not optimistic. The Emperor's forbidden land is related to the hope of the first Emperor. Should we put aside the things here first? Quote. The Emperor's forbidden area is a forbidden area formed by the head of a 9th-rank Wudi who died in the Battle of the Mainland in the ancient times. In addition, there are 5 forbidden areas, which are formed by the arms, legs, and torso of Emperor Wudi 9 turns. The Emperor Wudi of 9 revolutions was the most powerful Emperor Wudi in the Kanglan continent for thousands of years. When that was the case, Kanglan continent and Jingtian continent went to war, and the 9th-rank Wudi of both sides died together. Since then, the 9-ranked martial emperor has never appeared on the Kanglan continent. After the death of the 9 revolutionary Wudi, he used secret methods to divide his corpse and the universe of life that he had conceived into 5 parts, forming 5 forbidden areas. He left the forbidden key to future generations to compete. As long as you get the forbidden key, you can enter the forbidden area to explore the opportunities. And these 5 forbidden lands are covered by the power of a special avenue, and Emperor Wu is not allowed to enter. Once Emperor Wu forcefully breaks through, the forbidden area will self-destruct, and the separated life universe and Emperor Wu inheritance will also be wiped out. In addition, the death of Emperor Wudi of 9 revolutions was tragic and praised by others, so those who survived all uphold the will of Emperor Wudi of 9 revolutions, not only restrained themselves from competing for the chance to become an emperor, but also ordered their own people not to participate. The imperial forces are not allowed to participate in the exploration of the forbidden land of Emperor Wudi of the 9th revolution. Once someone violates it, it will immediately be targeted. The 5 forbidden areas left by Emperor Wu of the 9th revolution can be accessed by anyone below Emperor Wu. The forbidden area is extremely dangerous. Even if Wuxian breaks in, there will be life concerns. However, these 5 forbidden areas also represent the inheritance of Emperor Wudi of the 9th revolution, and represent the chance of becoming emperor. In addition, these 5 forbidden lands have had the opportunity of becoming emperor from the 4 forbidden lands to be taken away, thus creating the 4 martial emperors in the world today. At this time, the 6 inheritances left by the 9th-rank emperor were left with the emperor's head and emperor body. The competition has become more intense. Therefore, once the forbidden key appears, it will cause a censored storm and a huge wave, and countless forces will take action to seize the key. Not long ago, the emperor's forbidden land key appeared, and countless people died for it, and even the fairy clan was destroyed. In the end, there were only 2 forces competing for the forbidden land key. One was the quasi-emperor organization, Tuantianlu, and the other was the quasi-emperor force, the xianxia Immortal clan. In order to compete for the key to the emperor's forbidden land, the strength of the 2 sides has been fighting for many years, and almost all of their strength has been involved in it. It is precisely because of this that there are only 3 or 2 big cats and kittens in the headquarters of Tuantian Tower, because the real main force is participating in the competition for the forbidden key. In addition, because too much effort has been devoted, if any third-party forces join in, they will be expelled by the joint efforts of Tushanlu and xianxia Immortal clan. Chapter 707. 3 full days. Therefore, even if the other forces covet the emperor's forbidden land, they can only find another opportunity. By this time, the battle between Lanchanlu and xianxia Immortal clan had reached its peak, and the masters of both sides made all the shots, and it was time to decide the victory or defeat. Secretly, I don't know how many forces are staring at Tuantianlu and xianxia Immortal clan. Many of them were secretly instructed by certain imperial forces. For the emperor's forbidden land, the Kanglan continent at this time can be described as undercurrents. It is precisely because of this that the hidden killer Wuxian proposed to support the main force first, and wait until the dust settles on the forbidden land of the emperor, and then come to Su Lang's trouble. However, some people think otherwise. It's just a wuxia level force, what's to be afraid of? That Su Lang's offensive immortal weapon is only at the 2nd tribulation martial immortal level. I'm afraid it would be hard to kill me. Wuxian Tengtian sneered. What's more, there are 4 of us, and there are adults who are not in love. Can Su Lang stop this? Jia, Tengtian is right. Su Lang, to put it bluntly, is a waste that relies on external forces. As long as his fairy tools don't work, it's our fish meat. Wushu Feishu also showed sarcasm and murderous intent. The 4 of us will kill him together. It will never take much time. Yes, well said. Tengtian laughed loudly. Let's kill the Su Lang stray first, and then support the first ones, otherwise my heart is always unhappy, it's like a throat. Having said this, he stood up abruptly, his eyes bursting with terrifying murderous intent. If it weren't for the martial arts all around, just this murderous aura could kill a large group of people. Both adults think we can kill Su Lang first. Yin killing Wuxian groaned and looked at Wuxian Duanqing. What does Master Duanqing mean? Half a day, kill Su Lang. There was not a trace of fluctuation in the expression of severing love, and there was not a trace of emotion in the voice. Then go now. Tang Tian couldn't wait to say, by the way, with your subordinates, you can form 1,000 Sage Slaughter Immortal formations, and add another Wuxian level combat power. Well, for a quick decision, take your subordinates. Wushu Feishu smiled like a snake, I can't help but see Su Lang's dying struggle. A short word popped out of Wuxian Duanqing's mouth and got up and walked outside the secret room. A total of 200 Great Sage level Slaughter Tower killers were summoned. They stood under the 4 great martial immortals, including the hidden killer, with serious faces and bowed heads, set off. Following the order of the Wuxian Duanqing, the 4 great martial arts and the 200 martial arts sages slammed into the Yaoqi saints aggressively. Su Lang has refined thousands of cell parts for superhumanoid weapons. After beheading Qian Zaiho and others, and decomposing more than 100 sacred artifacts, Su Lang now has more than 600 copies of the Soul of the Martial God, and nearly 3,000 copies of the Soul of the Martial God. Using the Soul of the Censored of War, you can make immortal tools, and the Soul of the Censored of War can make holy tools. Therefore, Su Lang refines all very important parts into the immortal level. However, all of these immortal artifacts only used a martial sage soul, and like the fairy-level meteorite thunder, a complete artifact spirit has not yet been born. In the plan, the parts of the Dantian meridians and muscles and bones of the Sea of Consciousness are all of the immortal level. There are more than 200 bone parts alone. Su Lang predicted that the number of fairy artifact parts to be refined should reach more than 900. In addition, there are tens of thousands of holy parts, and there are countless god-level parts. From the current materials, to complete the superhumanoid weapon plan, there is still a lot of material shortage. I don't know what the censored is Lu Tianlu doing. For 3 days, for 3 whole days, they haven't come to beat me. Su Lang put down a holy part in his hand and sighed slightly. At this time, another system prompt came. Ding. The spiritual rules have been understood, do you accept it? It's another rule, good news. The corner of Su Lang's mouth was very happy. The spiritual rules can be understood after completing the training of the soul secrets. At that time, Su Lang immediately designated to comprehend this rule. In less than 4 hours, the power of the rules is at hand, although it is only the most superficial spiritual rules. Chapter 708. Comprehend spiritual rules. System, accept the spiritual rules. Su Lang moved in his heart and gave instructions. In the next moment, he felt the power of strange rules appearing in the Sea of Consciousness out of thin air. This mysterious power instantly increased Su Lang's mental strength by more than 10 times, and it also produced various magical effects. At this time, Su Lang's spiritual perception range had reached a vast range of hundreds of millions of miles. In addition, his spiritual defense ability has been elevated to an extremely terrifying level. Unless you practice a special technique, unless you use your spiritual treasure to fight, it's not as good as using two-handed devices to fight close. But now that Su Lang is within 10,000 miles, even if he fights with a spiritual imperial item, he is no less inferior to holding the Yudian sword with his own hands. Lying down, this is equivalent to increasing my close attack range to thousands of miles. Su Lang's eyes brightened with excitement. Not bad, this rule is really good. He specified the next rule, Yin rule. Yin rules are the former of Yin and Yang rules. This rule involves a wide range, even with life, spirit and soul. And Su Lang chose this rule. One is to cooperate with 9 Stars Purple Rainbow Fantasy Book, and Chen Luo Wanxiang Ju, and the other is to prepare for the practice of 9 Revolving Immortal Sun True Ju. Ding. Yin rules have begun to comprehend. With this rule, my combat power will definitely increase. Su Lang hooked his mouth and gave a dark compliment, then let go of his mental power and felt the range of mental detection. Sure enough, everything within hundreds of millions of miles is well understood. Su Lang happily put away his mental power perception, and then used the perception sharing function to share the avatars in various treasure hunting flying gliders. I haven't come to trouble me for 3 days. According to the virtues of Tushinlu, it shouldn't be What the censored are they doing? Su Lang muttered, generally looking at the shared avatar perception. The range of his mental perception has reached hundreds of millions of miles. The mental perceptions of the 23 clones and 23 clone incarnations also reached hundreds of millions of miles. Plus there are more than 20 million treasure-hunting flying gliders. Su Lang already knows the whole Yaoqi tribe's situation well. Observed for a while, Su Lang, who had not found the problem, planned to continue refining the parts of the super-humanoid weapon. His expression suddenly changed, because, through the perception of a clone on the edge of the Yaoqi clan, he found a large group of uninvited guests. Although these people have done very tight concealment, the means are superb. But they have too many hands, and they are acting together, and they are murderous, and they can't help but show their feet. What's more, Su Lang also comprehended the rules of the spirit, and his sensing power was greatly improved. He immediately observed a clue, inferring that there are a lot of people, and the cultivation base is very high. Under the leadership of the 4 great martial immortals including Duanqing, the 200 slaughter heavenly killers entered the Yaoqi area. About the information about the Yaoqi tribe, you must have understood it very clearly. Now everyone is scattered and lurking near the target city, so you must not be stunned. We must first destroy most of the Yaoqi cities, so that they can taste what grief is. Wushu Feishu's voice was cold, like a poisonous snake whistling a letter. Numerous martial sages immediately took their orders, and then secretly dispersed. Feishu Wushan, Yin Sha and the others looked at each other and rushed towards the direction of Yaoqi Holy City. These guys seem to be separated. Su Lang immediately perceives the movements of the Lanchanlu and others. There were 4 great Wushans who helped to cover up their breath before, and Su Lang was still very unclear about it. But now those martial saints separated, and Su Lang immediately noticed the specific whereabouts of the 2. No way, Su Lang has mental rules, and his mental detection ability is really amazing. The same as Wu Sheng. Fighting strength, even those Wu Sheng of the great sage quasi-immortal level, it is difficult to escape Su Lang's detection. Chapter 709, I just saw it. According to the direction these guys are heading, it should be the cities of the Yaoqi tribe. There was a hint of joy in Su Lang's eyes. Okay, the fat sheep of Slaughter Tower, I finally wait for you to come. Of course, Su Lang was careless on the surface, but very cautious in his heart. Li Tianlu is a quasi-emperor level force, why would Su Lang look down upon them stupidly? All the guys observed are at the level of martial saint. But they will definitely come to Wushan, maybe more than one. I can't see through their whereabouts for the time being, I can only wait for them to expose themselves. While thinking about it, Su Lang took out Jie Xian Cannon and Tai Chi Meteor Thunder. Just in case. First, promote the Jixian Artillery. Well, the Celestial Meteorite Thunder. God can also be promoted as a whole card. While applying perception sharing to monitor the people in Tuantian Tower, Su Lang gave evolutionary instructions to the system. Ding. Consumes the fairy level material, glazed light blood Kun Jade 3, the extremely cold dry immortal soil 10, the red rainbow mysterious magic stone 20. Holy material, the soul of Wusheng 36, the holy frost rock 100, explosive blue crystal 120. The Jixian cannon evolved into an intermediate fairy weapon. Ding. Consumption of the fairy level material overlord crystal burst essence 3, heavenly flame stone 6. Holy material, Wusheng soul 4, heavenly purple thunderwood 30. Tai Chi meteorite god thunder evolved successfully. 2 system prompts came that the Jixian cannon successfully evolved into an intermediate immortal weapon, possessing the power of the 4 tribulations martial immortal. Of course, a single shot consumes more funds. Su Lang didn't know how much spirit jade it would take to fight such a shot. In addition, the Taiji meteorite god thunder evolved successfully, and its level was raised from the first tribulation Wushan to the second tribulation Wushan. But this self-explosive fairy weapon is more powerful than the Zhangjian cannon. When it was still the 1 tribulation immortal tool, the Taiji meteorite god thunder could kill the 3 tribulations Wushan and severely wound the 4 tribulations Wushan. At this time, the divine thunder rose to a level, and its power also increased by another level. Even if the Wushan of the 5 tribulations was in the center of the explosion, he would be seriously injured. It's so strong, this fairy weapon. It's just a bit of a prodigal, it's gone as soon as it explodes. Su Lang cautiously put the 2nd tribulation immortal tool Taiji meteorite thunder into the storage space. This guy felt terrified when he held it himself. By the way, I thought it was very powerful at the time, and I also refined 2 more immortal level Tai Chi Meteorite Thunder. Do you want to promote both of them? Seeing the other 2 immortal level Meteorite Thunders in the storage space, Su Lang hesitated and decided to temporarily place them. The super-humanoid weapon plan consumes too much material. Every piece of martial saint soul is extremely precious, so save a bit of use. 2 fairy artifacts have evolved. Su Lang immediately notified Yaoqi Yan Fa and the others that an enemy had come to kill Tianlu, and asked them to take a strict defense. Yaoqi Yan Fa and others received the order, and one by one said that even if they threw their heads and shed blood, they would never let the people of Tuantianlu break through the holy city of Yaoqi. Su Lang dispatched Li Shenyang to his side. Knock on the Lord. Li Shenyang looked very excited. In the last 3 days, because of Su Lang's restraint of his realm, he has not broken his realm either. But in these 3 days, they have been constantly comprehending the rules. So far they have comprehended a total of 13 new rules. Among them are his coveted spiritual rules. Spiritual rules are one of the most mysterious and difficult to understand. Li Shenyang specializes in spiritual power, and has not fully understood the spiritual rules in his previous life. This is also one of the shackles that he didn't break from Zushin to Wushin. But he never expected that after he followed Su Lang, he would get something he could not get for millions of years in such a short time. It's so dreamy. There are people coming from the Slushin Tower again, this time about 200 people. Su Lang said indifferently, I will send you to intercept and kill those people now. Don't play with the cat like the last time. You will kill you when you see it. The people from Tushinlu are here. Again, it seems that they are really not hurt by the Lord. Don't worry, the Lord, I will definitely kill them all. Li Shenyang patted his chest and promised. Su Lang smiled slightly, waved his big hand, and dispatched Li Shenyang. Chapter 710. So please die. Although the Yaoqi tribe is only a holy tribe, the area is also extremely broad. Even a martial sage of the great sage level cannot cross the entire Yaoqi tribe area in a short time. Those great sages and the quasi-immortals who had split up on the edge of the Yaoqi tribe and lurked forward only traveled 1/10 of the distance. Even the city that was recently used as a target is still far away. Blood 18, the strong under the command of Broken Feeling, the warrior of the quasi-immortal level. His goal is the nearest Yaoqi city. I'm waiting for the Slaughter Tower assassins best at stealth assassination. The Yaoqi area is barren and remote, and there are no people everywhere. If Su Lang's servant hadn't prepared in advance, he would definitely not be able to find out where I was. When most of the people are lurking, they can take action together and let the Yaoqi tribe lose half their lives. A sage in a mere trivial area, dare to oppose our Tushinlu, and dare to kill the martial immortal of our Tushinlu, it's really funny. After erasing you, I will go to the Emperor's forbidden area to support the main force. If the first seat succeeds in obtaining the forbidden area key, then I might also be able to go in and find a chance to become a fairy. Shui Shiba moved forward while thinking about the future. As for the Yaoqi Saint clan, in his opinion, it was just a small praying mantis, and it was about to be crushed into mud. Shui Shiba found that within the range of his mental power, there were already human beings. The first is very small towns, even villages, where most of them are warriors with very low qualifications, and their cultivation is very shallow. In these villages, you can even see children who have no signs of practicing. This innocent look, I really want to destroy it. There was a strong cruelty and ferociousness on Zushiba's face. It is a pity that I can't do it for the time being. When I do it, I must kill more cute little things, Jia 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 Jia. Shui Shiba suddenly found a cloud of phantom in the direction he was heading. When Zushiba's face was puzzled, he saw that group of phantoms instantly condensed into a human form. He is Li Shenyang. Shui Shiba saw the face of the figure clearly, and was shocked. They did a good job in the intelligence work of Tushinlu, and Su Lang and most of the people around him had information. As a servant who followed Su Lang for a long time, Li Shenyang was, of course, the end-pointing figure of Tuantianlu. Therefore, when I saw Li Shenyang, I recognized Li Shenyang instantly. Shui Shishi felt the coldness on the palm of his hand and behind his back, and he was obviously immersed in cold sweat. Because according to intelligence, all the quasi-Shenwu saints under Qian Zihu's command were killed by Li Shenyang. The quasi-immortal under Qian Zihu's command is not much weaker than his blood 18. Li Shenyang, why is he here? Could it be that Su Lang has noticed that I am waiting? No, How is this possible? Our latent skills are so superb, unless we master special rules, only Wuxian can see through. But even if someone under Su Lang has mastered the special rules, how many people can there be? Only a few people at most. How can a few people monitor the entire Yaoqi area and accurately capture the traces of me? Perhaps, he just happened to meet me, he can't even confirm my identity. In an instant, a lot of thoughts flashed through Shui Shishi's heart, and a trace of luck occurred. He suddenly saw Li Shenyang's mouth showing a murderous intent. Shui Shiba's heart tightened, and he quickly revealed his figure, and bowed his hand to Li Shenyang in front of him. Friends in front, I want to cross the Yaoqi area and go to other places. I wonder why you blocked my way. The quasi-immortal of Tushinlu, your acting skills are good, but it is a pity that my patriarch has already understood everything. Li Shenyang sneered, the Lord orders me not to waste time, so please die. Chapter 711, The Fury of Su Lang. A horrible round of scorching sun reflected in Shui Shishi's eyes, stabbing him with severe pain. The roar of blood 18 before his death was filled with strong disbelief and a sense of despair. Immediately, he was attacked by Li Shenyang's spirit to break the sea of consciousness and died. Ding! You get the Soul of High-Level Martial Arts 1, the Guide of Space 1, the Middle-Level Sacred Weapon and Bone-Eroding Holy Spear 1, the Best Spirit Jade 856,236. Perfect Plunder Trigger, everything in Blood 18 has become Su Lang's trophy. It was at the moment of Blood 18's death. Among the 4 people including Wuxian Hidden Killer who went to the holy city of Yaoqi, Wuxian Duanqing's complexion changed. Someone under my command has died. It's a quasi-immortal, Blood 18, death instantly. It is estimated that he died in Li Shenyang's hands. Duanqing Wuxian has no expression on his face, and there is no mood swing in his voice. He took out something similar to a life card from the inner world of Wuxian, like a ring, which was broken into 2 halves at this time. One died so soon. Didn't they let them hide? How could they be intercepted? Wuxian Tengtian said in disbelief, could Su Lang's choreography be able to see their whereabouts? Perhaps just a coincidence. Wuxian Feishu said disdainfully, with the energy of the little saint-level power like Su Lang, the quasi-immortal who can see through the hidden traces with all his strength. Impossible. Flying. The people who looked down on Su Lang are dead. Yin Sha Wuxian glanced at Feishu Wuxian, very dissatisfied with this guy's arrogance. Feishu Wuxian looked at Yin killing Wuxian contemptuously, you are too courageous, are you afraid of Qian Zihu's death? As soon as this remark came out, a smell of gunpowder suddenly appeared between the two. Shut up. The voice of Wanqing Wuxian came, and Wushu Feishu and Wuxian Yinsha suddenly reduced their breath. Wuxian Duanqing took out 7 more broken rings, a rare trace of anger appeared on his face. This is 7 more dead. Wuxian Tengtian opened his mouth, and then looked at his Wuxian inner boundary with feeling, and found that 3 of his subordinates were also dead. Without waiting for Tengtian Wuxian to swear, Hidden Killing Wuxian also took out some cracked life cards. Including a Feishu Wuxian with contempt, but also a gloomy look, apparently someone under his command has died. It may be a coincidence that one died, but after so many deaths, it must be Su Lang and the others who can discover the traces of our subordinates. Let everyone no longer cover their whereabouts, fly with all their strength, attack the nearest martial arts gathering point, and kill all the martial arts in sight. An icy voice came from Wuxian Duanqing, and Yinsha Wuxian and others nodded. They are the killers of Tuantianlu, and when they are angry, they will immediately set off a sea of blood. The orders of the 4 martial arts were passed to the hands of all the surviving assassins. Don't hide your whereabouts anymore, just kill. Although I don't know why the boss suddenly changed his mind, I like this command. Kill kill kill. Kill everything in the Yaoqi tribe area. More than 170 quasi-celestial martial sages showed their figures, carrying terrifying power, and they killed the nearest martial artist. In an instant, the great sage attack was covered, and tens of millions of creatures died instantly. And this number is rising rapidly every second. 10 million, 30 million, 70 million, 100 million. Countless creatures, including children who have not cultivated, have been taken away by murderous killers. All of this naturally fell into Su Lang's eyes. This group of dogs is so crazy. Su Lang frowned, his eyes gradually covered with bloodshot eyes, and his intense anger instantly filled his heart. At the same time, Su Lang also knew that he had underestimated the killing nature of the Slaughter Tower warriors. I thought that although these slaughter of the sky warriors were killers, they would not slaughter the innocent and weak, or even all the creatures in front of the mass destruction. Unexpectedly, they are so inhumane. Chapter 712. The four martial immortals dripping blood in their hearts. Damn it, careless. Li Shenyang, speed it up. Quickly, quickly, you must quickly kill all the slaughter tower assassins. Yao Kai Yan Fa, you pass the message, order everyone to go to the nearest city immediately, and take away those who dare to disobey. While giving orders, Su Lang used clone dispatch and clone replacement to shuttle between the cities of the Yaoqi tribe. Every time he arrives at a city, Su Lang conveniently uses his One Thought formation ability to set up a celestial phantom united fairy formation in the local area. This formation Mage Su Lang currently has the strongest immortal formation, and its defensive power has reached the level of the second tribulation martial immortal. And its coverage is very wide, often while guarding a city, it can also cover the surrounding smaller towns and villages. In this way, most of the warriors and creatures are protected, and the loss will be minimized. Time passed by. Almost every second, a large number of innocent creatures died in the hands of the Slaughter Tower martial artist. Almost every second, Li Shenyang was able to kill a crazy quasi-celestial martial sage in the Slaughter Tower. Almost every second, Su Lang was able to leave the Azure Phantom United Immortal formation in a city. In a short period of time, Li Shenyang once again beheaded dozens of people, and Su Lang also arranged a whole number of 10 sets of the Sky Phantom United Fairy formation. Yaoqi Yan Fa also sent many warriors to move people from small towns and villages to the guardianship of the fairy formation. In this way, the loss of the Yaoqi tribe was immediately contained. The remaining more than 100 quasi-immortal martial sages killed them, and found that they had killed fewer and fewer people, and even many villages were empty. Immediately afterwards, another martial saint of the Lantian Tower inadvertently attacked the barrier of the Blue Sky Phantom United with the Immortal Formation, and was directly wiped out by the counterattack ability of the Immortal Formation. The quasi-celestial martial sages who sensed something was wrong immediately sent a message to Xianxia and other Wuxians. Master Hidden Kill, many villages and towns I encountered were empty, and the Yaoqi people have already reacted. Master Feishu, I just met the Immortal Formation laid by the Yaoqi tribe. They actually set up an immortal formation in a small city. My god, I almost ran into it. Master Tengtian, many of my companions can no longer be contacted. They may have been unpredictable. Ah, that is, Li Shenyang, no, Sir Duanxing, I have already met the fifth immortal formation. Su Lang really has an extremely senior immortal formation refiner. Ah, Li Shenyang has appeared. Ah, the four of Duanxing, Hidden Kill, Tengtian, and Feishu kept receiving messages from their subordinates. There was a lot of information at the beginning, and then it became less and less. This means that there are fewer and fewer surviving warriors under their command. The four great Slaughter Heaven Tower Wuxian was bleeding in their hearts. Although his subordinates killed countless creatures of the Yaoqi tribe, but all of his subordinates were great saint level and quasi-Xian level powerhouses, but so many died at this time, and they were completely destroyed after a few breaths. A total of 200 great sages, quasi-celestial powerhouses, just died like that. What is the origin of Su Lang, who is the son of a bitch? Wuxian Tengtian opened his eyes violently. In the information we have, the Yaoqi tribe doesn't have so many immortal formations. In just 3 days, even an extremely senior immortal level formation refining master cannot refine even one immortal formation. Hidden Killing Wuxian took a cold breath, and just what my subordinates encountered. There are already more than 10 immortal formations. What is the method used? And that Li Shenyang, obviously, I killed one of my subordinates before, just took a breath, and killed another of my subordinates. The distance between the two sides is so huge, how could he cross over instantly? Feishu Wuxian's face was somber as the bottom of a pot. Could it be that it was not Li Shenyang who killed our subordinates, but an ancient immortal level expert who understood the rules of space to the limit? The so-called ancient immortal level powerhouses are the martial immortals above the 7 calamities, each of whom has lived for countless years, so they are called ancient immortals. Chapter 713. Exterminate the 200 Slaughter Tower Killers. We still underestimate Su Lang. This guy has too many methods, too mysterious. But so far, he has only shot our subordinates, not us. It can be seen that the ancient immortal in Feishu's mouth probably does not exist. Su Lang may not be sure to fight us head-on, or even our whereabouts may not be clear. Wuxin Duanqing's eyes narrowed into a thin slit. Cold light. Now we have two choices, one is to leave quietly, and the other is to test Su Lang, and then decide whether to fight with him head-on. As soon as these words came out, the three people including Yinshu looked at each other. Leaving quietly, this is too awkward. Tengtian Wuxin said, Sir Duanqing, you have said that there is a very small probability that there will be an ancient immortal around Su Lang, why don't we try? To be honest, everyone has the idea of Tengtian Wuxin. They are all people who have lived for millions of years, and they just ran away with their tails in between. So, who is going? Feishu Wuxin has a cold tone, like a poisonous snake. As soon as this problem came up, Tengtian stopped talking. Su Lang possesses incredible means, and has an immortal weapon beside him, and there may be ancient immortals around him. Those who go to temptation will take great risks. For Qian Zihu's lesson, all four hesitated. There was a moment of silence. Only together, betting on all our strength. Once Su Lang is strong outside, we will directly kill him, and once it is overwhelming, we can also work together and retreat. Wuxin Duanqing's voice was indifferent and said, in my opinion, although Su Lang has a lot of methods, it is impossible to kill us when the four of us retreat with all their strength. In that case, let's go together. Wuxin Tengtian nodded, then looked at Feishu and Hidden Killer, you two, don't lose the chain at the critical moment. I have the same brotherhood as Yin. Kill, you are too worried. Wushu Feishu smiled, and he was so disgusted as to kill him. Our subordinates are dead, even if it's a trial, you can't just leave it alone, you have to make Su Lang pay a certain price. Shanqing Wuxin said, go, look for a city without the protection of the immortal formation, and kill the world. At this point, Wuxin Duanqing finally showed strong mood swings, shame, anger, and killing intent intertwined, such as the tsunami of the end, making him look hideous. The other three yelled in a low voice, and immediately unfolded their mental power, and began to look for a city without the protection of the fairy formation. Su Lang has just finished setting up a blue sky phantom united fairy formation in a small city. Fortunately, the servant has already beheaded all the enemies. Li Shenyang knelt on one knee, his whole face pale and crumbling, and Chi Chao even showed signs of bleeding. Obviously, the continuous use of mental attacks in a short period of time to kill the quasi-Xian and the great saint-level martial artist, so that Li Shenyang also suffered a serious backlash. You know, mental attacks are rarely used in the battle of warriors of the same level, because the attacking party will suffer a lot. Therefore, even if Li Shenyang's mental strength far exceeds that of the other quasi-celestial beings, he still has spiritual rules because of Su Lang, and after beheading 200 people, he has become weak. Good job. Take these pills to heal your wounds and recover sooner. Su Lang smiled comfortedly, then took out the immortal soul pill and some healing pill, and handed it to Li Shenyang. Li Shenyang immediately knelt and kowtowed, and respectfully accepted the medicine. Su Lang nodded, the martial immortal of Slaughter Tower hasn't appeared yet, I can't put down my guard yet. Li Shenyang looked enthusiastic, but if you need it, please call your servant immediately. The servant will be broken to pieces and serve the Lord. You go to heal immediately now, which is the best service to me. Su Lang laughed, hurry up, don't delay my arrangement of the fairy formation. Li Shenyang took the order and left immediately. Before leaving, he couldn't help but look at the blue sky phantom united immortal formation just arranged by Su Lang. Chapter 714, you finally got it. The Lord is really amazing. You can arrange an immortal formation in an instant. This is impossible even for an emperor-level formation refiner. Improvement, formation, alchemy, the speed of cultivation is against the sky, the comprehension of the exercise technique is against the sky, and the comprehension of the rules is completely unreasonable. My lord will one day be invincible. With excitement, Li Shenyang returned to Ling, the sea fairy palace in the sky, and began to heal his injuries. I don't know how many people from the martial fairy of the Slaughter Tower have arrived, and what choices they will make after all the martial artists under their command die. Su Lang thought silently, and immediately replaced it with a clone, came to the next city, and continued to arrange the fairy formation. By this time, he had arranged a whole number of hundreds of immortal formations. Every city with a little value is equipped with immortal formations, and important cities are equipped with 2 or 3 layers of immortal formations. And the materials used are like mountains and seas, countless. But now is not the time to feel distressed about the materials. If the formation is not arranged, a large number of creatures will be exposed to extremely terrible danger. Moreover, Even though a lot of materials were used, killing 200 Great Saint level and quasi-Xian level warriors, the harvest completely overwhelmed the expenses, and Su Lang's storage space had more materials. What's more, when needed, these fairy formations can finally be decomposed and recycled, and even a little material will not be wasted at all. When arranging the fairy formation, Su Lang was also using perception sharing to monitor the entire Yaoqi area. But because the realm was too different, and the martial immortals of the Tuantian Tower were professional killers, Su Lang still did not find the whereabouts of the martial immortal of Tuantian Tower. This made Su Lang more vigilant. He knew that Slaughter Tower would never stop there. A terrible revenge is brewing. A certain corner of the Yaoqi area, Duanqing Wuxian and the others hovered in the air, with an ugly look, and at the same time a strong incredible color. We have spanned most of the Yaoqi clan, and every place we go, there must be an immortal formation for protection. Tangtian Wuxian's voice trembled slightly. So far, we have seen 396 immortal formations. Those cities that are slightly more important have 2 or even 3 fairy formations. Oh my god, this is really a dream. Su Lang, this censored, has arranged so many immortal formations. Wushu Feishu's expression was cold and stiff. Even ordinary cities are guarded by immortal formations. My clan only has 5 immortal formations. Cunning, too cunning. Although I can break through that fairy formation, I can only slaughter a city that is not important at all. Yinsha Wuxian took a deep breath and said, once our whereabouts are exposed, Su Lang possesses that unpredictable displacement method, which will definitely be able to bite us. No solution anymore. We can only find a city to destroy it. Anyway, this does not prevent us from testing Su Lang, at least it can't make him pay a serious enough price. A rare look of helplessness appeared on Wuxian Duanqing's face. He didn't know this emotion for tens of thousands of years. Feishu Wuxian said, maybe we move faster and can escape before Su Lang arrives, so that we can destroy more cities. That makes sense. In that case, start with the city in front of you. Wuxian Tengtian looked at the other 3 and asked. Nodded in love, we make a shot together, and immediately retreat after 1 blow, and head to the next city. Hiddenly kill Wuxian, Tengtian Wuxian, Feishu Wuxian nodded together. Then, do it. With an order from Duanqing Wuxian, everyone suddenly burst into a terrifying Wuxian power. The 4 of them shot together, and the force of the powerful rules fell on the earth, and the world changed in an instant, as if the end of the world had come. You finally did it. In a certain city, Su Lang stared at him, and instantly used clone dispatch and clone replacement. Su Lang appeared in the city that was set as the target by the Broken Love and others. As soon as it appeared, the entire field of vision was occupied by the Wuxian level attack that destroyed the world. Chapter 715. This is so fake. Already launched an attack. Su Lang's heart was raised instantly. Kangkong Phantoms united, the immortal array shattered like an eggshell, and the power of infinite rules vented like a city. Space cracks continue to appear, and the entire city is like a fishing boat in a storm, which may be torn and swallowed at any time. One thought formation. Su Lang's heart moved, and in an instant, layers of new azure phantoms combined with the immortal formations appeared, blocking the terrorist attack that tiered the first formation. But the attack of the 4 great martial immortals of Tuantian Tower was too powerful. Especially Duanqing Wuxian, he is the Wuxian of 3 tribulations, with unparalleled power. However, the Kangkong Phantom Alliance Immortal Array was only at the 2nd Calamity level, possessing a certain degree of defense at the 3 Calamity Immortal level, but it was impossible to stop it in front of Duanqing Wuxian. Therefore, the 4 combined forces not only completely tore the first layer of the Sky Phantom United Fairy Formation. It also smashed 2 sets of Su Lang's newly arranged Fairy Formation. In the end, the remaining power fell to the 3rd set of Fairy Formations before being blocked. And all this only happened in a blink of an eye. If Su Lang hadn't appeared in time, the city would have been annihilated. At this time, the warriors in the city reacted and realized that there were strong men attacking the city, destroying the world and killing everyone. But this catastrophe was resolved by young Master Su in an instant. It turns out I was about to die under this mighty attack. It was young Master Su who saved us. Oh my god, if Master Su hadn't arrived in time, we would have died. Who are those miscellaneous people who can perform such terrifying moves, but young Master Su is much better than them. It seems that many layers of immortal formations were set up in an instant. Countless thoughts flashed through the minds of the warriors in the city. Seeing Su Lang suddenly appearing below and the large number of immortal formations that appeared out of thin air, xianxia and others were all dumbfounded, and even Duanqing Wuxian was about to stare out. Oh my god, is this dreaming or falling into an illusion? As soon as Su Lang appeared, he set up so many fairy formations around him out of thin air. This is so fake. The four of Wuxian Duanqing had never felt this way, full of doubts about this world and their own lives. In this world, how can such a formation be arranged? It doesn't make sense at all. The four of Wuxian Duanqing tried to convince themselves with various speculations. For example, Su Lang used the formation, and Su Lang had arranged a multi-layer formation long ago, but they couldn't believe it from the bottom of their hearts. Those formations were really arranged out of thin air. Sir Duanqing, Yin Killing screamed tremblingly. The three of Wuxian Duanqing recovered from the shock. Su Lang's methods are too weird, we can't destroy this city. Hurry up and implement the plan you made before and move on to the next goal. Wuxian Duanqing immediately shouted, and immediately concealed his figure without any hesitation. Go ahead, then Su Lang can't break my hidden ability. Hidden kill. Feishu and Tengtian also moved quickly, and disappeared in place in the next moment. The four of Duanqing or Wuxian, their speed is really too fast. From when their attack was blocked by Su Lang, to when they left, there was not even a second. The warriors of the Yaoqi tribe in the city were still immersed in the attack that destroyed the world and the mysterious and unpredictable methods of Su Lang. Su Lang also didn't expect this group of people to flee immediately without a single blow, and couldn't help being taken aback. But he also recovered within 10 milliseconds. Can't let them escape. Su Lang took a deep breath, his eyes full of chill. These guys, but ordered the quasi-Shenwu sage to slaughter countless innocent creatures. Furthermore, the four martial immortals themselves are extremely powerful, although they were blocked by Su Lang just now, they are still too threatening. If they shot the next city, as long as their attack is faster and stronger, Su Lang will not be able to arrive in time and can only watch the city be destroyed. After all, it takes time to dispatch a clone and swallow a clone. Although it is rare, it is very deadly in the battle of the martial arts level. Su Lang immediately moved. He didn't go forward to chase after him, because he couldn't find the traces of the four martial immortals in Lantian Tower. Even if he did, he couldn't catch up at all. But Su Lang has his own way. Chapter 716. The Strategy of Breaking Love. Still that system function. Success in one thought. With a move in Su Lang's heart, countless celestial phantom united immortal formations appeared within the range of spiritual power. Layers of pink masks suddenly rose up in the sky and underground, and even in places where the line of sight could not be reached in the distance. Within a radius of 100 million li, it instantly became a pink world. If you regard Su Lang's spiritual coverage as a basin, then the basin is filled with countless pink bubbles. This is Su Lang's method. Use the most concise and most shocking way to stop the four people from Duanqing Wuxian. Duanqing waited for Wuxian to be trapped in a certain sky phantom united immortal formation. Although their speed is very fast. But, where is Su Lang's idea? In such a short period of time, even at the speed of Wuxian, it is impossible to fly out of 100 million miles. Daiqing, Feishu, Tengtian, the four hidden killers stared in the formation, all seeing the incredible in each other's eyes. Compared to the present, the 3 or 4 layer formations arranged in the city just now are completely pediatrics. Look at the formations spreading over 100 million miles, how many are there? Arranging so many formations all at once, this is so special that even an emperor-level formation refiner can never do it. Su Lang is too weird, is he really a martial artist? Isn't it a strange existence? Xianxia Wuxian grumbled and swallowed a mouthful of saliva, a trace of fear appeared in his voice. Suddenly, Tengtian and Feishu were also playing drums in their hearts, and they became very nervous. Su Lang's methods have completely exceeded their cognition and beyond their imagination. Facing the mysterious and unknown wily, even if the 4 of them were Wuxians, they really felt terrified. Everyone ran over to hunting, aggressively, but at this time they seemed to have become prey, and fell into a trap of others. What shall we do next? Wuxian Tengtian licked his lips were dry. Although these formations are all immortal formations, we attack with all our strength and we will surely be able to blaze a trail. A fierce flash flashed in Wuxian Feishu's eyes. I don't believe that his array formation is not consumed. When the world is still exhausted, how many arrays can he deploy and how long can he stop us? The reason why Su Lang would use such a move to stop us must be because he couldn't find our whereabouts. Otherwise, he only needs to arrange a formation to trap us. At present, he probably doesn't know where we are, or whether we are together or not. Using this, we might be able to set up traps in turn. Su Lang possesses the immortal weapon that can kill a tribulation martial immortal in seconds, as well as weird means of array formation, but he himself is very fragile, and there should be no immortal martial artist around him, otherwise he should have come together just now. As long as someone restrains Su Lang, attracts his attention, and then a sneak attack by someone lurking in the dark, there is a good chance of killing him. Wanqing Wuxian analyzed, after all, he can't find any one of us hidden whereabouts at all, and the reaction power and speed can't match the four of us. Sir Duanqing is right, Wushu Feishu showed killing intent, although Su Lang has weird methods, he is very weak. Any one of us can kill him. Sir, what should we do specifically? Tang Tian Wuxian asked. He is a person who doesn't like thinking, although he is not stupid. The method is very simple. The mantis catches the cicada and the oriole is behind. We must first create the illusion that the four of us are not together. First, one person will launch an attack to break the fairy formation, and the rest will hide. If Su Lang does not come, then after destroying a certain number of immortal formations, the second person will show up and join the team of destroying the immortal formations, creating the illusion that the two are converging. In this way, not only can it create the illusion that the four people are not in the same place, but it can also pretend that the four are going to meet. Su Lang's vigilance will be greatly reduced, and he will definitely prevent us from meeting, and the timing of his appearance will most likely be after the second person appears. If Su Lang didn't show up at the beginning, then from the second person, the two hidden people must prepare to hunt down Su Lang, this mantis. Chapter 717. Su Lang's Minesweeper Game. Duanqing Wuxian once again conducted a long series of analyses and laid out a plan for Su Lang. He was also a little proud of this strategy, thinking that Su Lang would definitely be fooled. Yin Sha, Feishu, and Tang Tian heard the analysis of Wuxian Duanqing and felt wonderful, and immediately nodded to express their temporary storage. Next, it's the turn of the selection. Who on earth should make that cicada first? Su Lang was floating in the city, frowning slightly. Because he really couldn't find the trace of Wuxian Wanqing and others. No way. Although the four martial immortals in the Lantian Tower were already trapped by the formation. However, the Kangkong Phantom Alliance Immortal Array is mainly used for defense, and its auxiliary functions such as detection ability are too weak. Which formation are they in? Should you wait for them to show up? Forget it, these guys don't know when they will come out yet. And after all, it is Wuxian, and it also comes from the Zun Emperor organization. Yi Changmeng has many dreams. Su Lang frowned, dispelling the thought of waiting for the four people in the Tuantian Tower to show up. Since I am not waiting for them to come out, then I will take the initiative to find it. Su Lang thought, and soon had a plan. And this plan is very interesting, like a classic computer game Minesweeper. A radius of 100 million li is the minefield, and the Kangkong Phantom Alliance Immortal Array is a grid, and the four hidden killing building Wuxians hidden in countless grids are thunder. The Kangkong Eidolon United Immortal Array has a function called self-destruct. As long as this function is activated, the formation can be automatically destroyed, exerting a powerful attack power. This is equivalent to opening the grid, and the four martial immortals of Yinshilu absolutely cannot continue to hide in the power of self-destructive formation. In this way, four people must be found. Maybe not only can we find four people, we can also blow them up. Playing the four martial arts as a game is really exciting. I don't know how long your four thunders can hide. I hope my luck will not be so bad. I hit thunders all at once. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a smile that Zhurju was holding. Self-destruct. When Su Lang thought, the formations where the hidden killers were before they disappeared were directly destroyed. The reason for choosing this place is naturally because this place has the greatest chance of thunder. There was a huge sound, and the three adjacent sky phantoms united the immortal array and exploded directly. The power of terror spread, and its power has completely surpassed the level of the second Tribulation Martial Immortal, reaching the level of the third Tribulation Martial Immortal. Falling on the other immortal formations. The nearest immortal formation could not bear it immediately, and it was broken one after another. To put it a bit taller, it's like the dono effect. One fairy formation exploded one after another, and dozens of combined fairy formations exploded in an instant. In addition to preventing the explosion of the fairy formations that guard the city and protect many creatures, Su Lang did not prevent the remaining fairy formations from destroying themselves. In this way, the array of self-destruction continued to spread to the surroundings, forming a terrifying arc of explosion. Above this explosive arc, there are fairy formations exploding at all times. The array that Su Lang arranged was being destroyed at an extremely fast speed. But he is not satisfied with the status quo. Why, Minesweeper, how can you just click? It takes a few more clicks to find the 4 mines faster. Su Lang smiled, his heart moved, and all directions in the sky, the south, the north and the west, and the underground, instantly turned on the fairy array's self-destruction mode. One array after another exploded, and its power shook so much that the world was shaking. In a certain blue sky phantom united immortal formation, the 4 martial immortals of the Slant Tianlu have just selected the first person to do it. Then, it's up to Tengtian to show up first and act as a cicada. Don't worry, we will kill him before Su Lang kills you. Duanqing Wuxian said faintly, and soon he was about to hide his body. His expression suddenly changed and he felt a strong vibration. Yin Sha, Fei Shu, and Teng Tian also changed their faces. The world is shaking. I even felt strong spatial fluctuations, as if the space was about to be torn apart. What happened? Could it be that Su Lang's little censored is doing a ghost? Chapter 718. I'm dumbfounded. The 4 looked at each other and couldn't help gritting their teeth and taking a breath. You must know that they are now trapped in the fairy formation, and at the same time they are also protected in the fairy formation. Moreover, there is more than one fairy formation. They are surrounded by a large number of fairy formations. Even so, they all felt a strong shock. So, what happened outside these fairy formations? Sir Duanqing, Wuxian Tengtian looked at Wuxian Duanqing. Does our plan continue? Carry on. Of course, Wuxian Duanqing is not reconciled to his own tricks. And this is the only way for Yin Salong. No matter what happens outside, it must continue to be executed. Wuxian Tengtian nodded. Then please hide, I will do it. Duanqing Wuxian let out a low voice, first hiding his body. Fei Shu and Hidden Kill also immediately became invisible. The vibration between heaven and earth became more and more obvious. Wuxian Tengtian took a deep breath, condensing a group of violent rules in his hand, and he was about to launch an attack in the next moment. Suddenly his pupils shrank, and in his pinched pupils, a scene of destruction was reflected. I saw where the heaven and the earth met, the immortal formations continued to explode. The power of rules is raging, the space is torn, the aura is disordered, and even the light is distorting. At this time, Su Lang destroyed all the fairy formations by himself. Immortal Teng Tianwu was stunned, like a goose pinched around his neck, with his mouth wide open but unable to make a sound. Duanqing, Fei Shu and Yinsha Wuxian who had hidden their bodies were also dumbfounded, and even their eyes fell out. Those formations are exploding. The immortal array arranged by Su Lang has a self-destruct function. Su Lang actually caused countless immortal formations to destroy themselves. This is an immortal formation that has spent countless resources to deploy. He is willing to destroy it all. My god, this guy is a lunatic. The 4 great martial immortals of Lantian Tower were dumbfounded by Su Lang's operation. How much material is needed to set up a fairy formation? Countless. Among them, the most valuable fairy-level materials are hard to come by. An ordinary immortal clan also has an immortal formation guarding the lair. But Su Lang can not only arrange so many immortal formations, but he is also willing to destroy himself. This is crazy, but they didn't know that Su Lang possessed the magical skill of one-click decomposition. Even if the fairy formation destroys itself, Su Lang can recover a lot of materials from it. Of course, some materials disappeared in ashes, and Su Lang was unable to recycle them, so there were still losses. But Su Lang was not too distressed. As long as 4 Wuxians are killed, any loss can be paid back. Not only can you make money back, but you can also earn a wave of blood. Just as the 4 great martial immortals of the Lantian Tower were so shocked that they lost their voices, the self-destructive formation in the distance was getting closer. In the field of vision of the 4, the exploding fairy array formed an arc, enveloping themselves in all directions. The power of the explosion is like a wall of fire. After the next blink, the overwhelming power of destruction has come before everyone. Cancel the plan, resist with all my strength. Duanqing Wuxian revealed his figure and took out a fairy artifact from the inner boundary of Wuxian. Xianxia and Feishu Wuxian also appeared immediately, and the exercises in the body were instantly overloaded. Tengtian Wuxian was the first one to prepare for defense. He even used a secret technique to greatly increase his combat power. The next moment, the formations where the four great martial immortals were in burst open, and the power of endless rules poured down, and the space where they passed was torn apart, like a doomsday scene. I don't know how many immortal formations blew themselves. Although the power of these immortal formations blew out a lot, some of them still gathered, like a snowball, becoming more and more terrifying. After the formation of Duanqing and others was broken, they felt that the attack they had to face was more terrifying than they had imagined. In a rush, the four great martial gods showed horror and took out all their whole cards. Zhu Xian Disintegration Dafa, the secret technique of sloughing the body weight. Chengxian Immortal Body, Kai. The 7 secrets of love, joy, worry, thought, sorrow, fear, anger, shock. Fei Xian Ji Yuan Ji, Kill Me. Chapter 719. 4 Wuxian cards are over. The 4 great martial immortals in the Lantian Tower roared frantically. I saw the light flashing on the 4 of them, the power of rules surged, and the whole cards were revealed one after another. Tengtian was bloody, and his skin was like a melting candle, turning into cellular pus and splashing around. The heart of Feishu Wuxian sent a red light, which contained a huge life force, which seemed infinite and inexhaustible. Hidden Killing Wuxian uses secret techniques to instantly transform his body into jade, full of immortality, just like flying immortals outside the sky. Suddenly countless emotions erupted on the paralyzed and moodless face of Wuxian Duanqing Wuxian, as if the emotions accumulated over millions of years were released in an instant. The 4 great martial immortals in Luntian Tower unexpectedly displayed a power far exceeding their original level in an instant. The next millisecond, the power of countless arrays to self-destruct is like the doomsday tsunami that drowned all 4 of them. But the 4 great martial immortals such as Duanqing are like giant peaks in a mudslide, and they are not moving. However, the power of the array's self-detonation almost reached the level of the 4 tribulations Wuxian, and it continued uninterrupted. Although the 4 Wuxian blocked them, they couldn't breathe a breath. Oh, Lei has swept out. So you are here, and the 4 of you are together. Su Lang sensed the position of the 4 martial immortals in the Lantian Tower, and couldn't help but tick the corner of his mouth, preventing the remaining formation from destroying itself. Then, with a thought, he came to the vicinity of the 4. Duanqing roared in anger, "You can't go on like this, try another hard and rush out. Fight." Tengtian Wuxian and the 3 others once again squeezed their own power, worked together, and exerted the power of the 4 tribulations Wuxian, and finally broke through the horror power of the formation to explode. An invisible ruin appeared in front of him. Not only the earth, but the sky has become ruins. Numerous spatial cracks are densely populated, a large amount of gray and white space is overflowing, and the light is twisted into an unnatural shape, passing through the gaps of the inverted mountains and rivers. Rao was the battlefield where the 4 great martial arts had seen the battle of the mainland, and couldn't help feeling palpitations. However, even with the horror in their hearts, the footsteps of the 4 lovers never stopped. They don't want to be shrouded in Su Lang's formation. However, at this moment, more than a dozen immortal formations appeared in front of them again. These formations again. We are trapped again, censored Su Lang, he has already determined our position. The 4 martial immortals of the Liantianlu immediately burst into canthus, and their facial muscles twitched. Among them, Tengtian Wuxian was so angry that his body was soaked in blood because of Zhu Xian's disintegration of Dafa. Yin Sha and Feishu looked at Wuxian Duanqing. While our secret technique time is still there, fight it. We can work together to exert the power of the 4 tribulations martial immortal, and Su Lang may not dare to stop it. Duanqing Wuxian gritted his teeth, you hold on again, we rush out. Until now, the 4 of them had only the heart to escape. There's no way. After using the secret technique, the side effects soon came up, and his own combat power plummeted, and he would definitely become Su Lang's flesh and blood, and he could be killed by others. Don't talk nonsense, I can't hold it anymore. Wuxian Tengtian roared, and the internal organs and bones were even visible on the torso. Flush! Duanqing yelled in a low voice, and horrible mood swings erupted all over his body, which was obviously pushing the 7 secrets of Duanqing to the limit. Feishu Wuxian and Yinsha Wuxian also immediately overdrawn their vitality, exploding with the might of the 2nd tribulation Wuxian, and blasted towards the formation. Continuous explosions sounded, and the formation that besieged Duanqing 4 was ruddy and shattered. Another round of horrible self-destructive prestige came, and the 4 people of broken love can only clench their teeth with secret techniques. Fortunately, only a dozen formations exploded this time, and the explosive power came and went quickly. The 4 of them blocked this wave of attacks, and seeing that there was no more formation to stop them, they suddenly felt happy after the disaster. Su Lang's choppy should not be able to arrange a formation, take this opportunity and go. In the future, I will definitely come back to slaughter all the creatures of the Yaoqi tribe. Countless thoughts of hatred flashed through the 4 people's minds. And all of this actually happened within 1 millisecond, and the figures of the 4 Wuxians did not stand still at all. That is when the thoughts of the 4 people were circulating. The 4 martial immortals tightened and their hairs stood up, feeling a terrible death crisis coming. Chapter 720. 4 Tribulations Wuxian Level Attack, Fire. A loud roar came from above his head. The 4 martial immortals, Duanqing, Hidden Kill, Tangtian, and Feishu, instinctively looked over their heads, and saw a golden glow carrying the horrible rules and torrents that were suppressed severely. It's an attack of the 3 Tribulations martial immortal level. Wanqing Wuxian analyzed the power of the golden glow for the first time, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. The 3 of Wuxian Tangtian and others were also cold. They had just used the secret technique to burst once, and at this time their combat strength had already fallen back, and they were about to fall into a weak state. The 3 Tribulations martial immortals' attack above his head can certainly be stopped, but it also means that the 4 of his own were retained by Su Lang. Once retained, the next is a stormy attack. As the thoughts of the 4 martial immortals were circulating, Su Lang's attack had already fallen from the sky. Duanqing and others can't think about it anymore, they can only gather in one place and defend together. They can only work together, otherwise, except for Duanqing Wuxian, Xianxia Feishu and Tangtian will not be able to stop them. A violent explosion sounded. Duanqing and other 4 martial immortals sank suddenly, their expressions extremely ugly. The huge energy tide turned into a circular air wave, swept out, and instantly aggravated the damage to the surrounding battlefield. A large number of space cracks were torn again, and space holes were formed, just like the entrance to the abyss, and like the devil's throat. Originally, the 4 great martial arts all mastered the means of tearing apart space to shuttle. But in this case, the turbulent flow in the space cracks, if the space rules are not mastered, even if Wuxian breaks in, 99% of them will be crushed, and there will be no place to be buried. And how can space rules be so easy to master? Not to mention. Another golden light fell from the sky, and this golden light is obviously dozens of times stronger than the first. This time it was an attack of the 4 Tribulations martial immortal level. Obviously the first 3 Tribulations martial immortal attack was Su Lang's temptation. As soon as he discovered that Wanqing and the others were stronger than 3 Tribulations, he immediately used the 4th Tribulations martial immortal to attack. In this situation, there is no way for the Duanqing 4 to break into the void of space. Block. Duanqing Wuxian roared, and his emotional strength soared. Zhu Xian disintegration Dafa, shattering secret technique. Tangtian Wuxian uttered a hysterical roar and used the advanced secret technique of Juexian disintegration. This is his desperate trump card. Once it is used, even if he survives, he may eventually fall into the realm of Wuxian. Hidden Killing Wuxian and Feishu Wuxian are also doing their best, wishing to drain every trace of spiritual power in the body. After another outbreak, no one of the 4 great martial arts performed except the strongest attack of their lives. Hidden Killing Wuxian burst out with gray rules, turning into countless small daggers, flying out like a swarm of locusts. Wuxian Tangtian almost melted, and he pulled out his spine directly, and there were secret lines in the censored bones. The whole body of Feishu Wuxian burst into red light, as if it turned into a sunset, and when the air of the remnant was lingering, it carried terrifying power. Duanqing Wuxian displayed the 7 secrets of Duanqing, attached to the fairy halberd in his hand, and constantly waved it, displaying a series of terrifying rules of blade light. The 4 torrents soared into the sky, each of which was higher than the realm of its owner. The 4 Tribulations Wuxian attack launched by the Zhangjian Great Artillery and the attack performed by the 4 people including Swanqing blasted together. First, a dazzling light shone through the sky and the earth, and then a loud noise that shook the world came. The space was shattered, the power of chaotic rules exploded everywhere, and the mountains and rivers hanging upside down had completely melted. The heaven and the earth are colorful, and countless rules are entangled violently. Even if the immortal is touched, he will die. At the top of the battlefield sky, the clouds are scattered. It can be seen that Su Langduan was sitting on the platform of the Jieshan cannon, with a large number of top-grade spiritual jade, even low-grade immortal jade suspended by him. There are countless empty shells of spirit jade, fairy jade that have been exhausted, turning into dust, flying into the air. In the two attacks just now, the first time consumed a full 10 million of the best spirit jade, and the second time was even more terrifying, consuming 300 million of the best spirit jade. Chapter 721, Sifang Wuxian Inner Bound. This Nima is too prodigal. Su Lang felt that he had some toothache, and couldn't help taking a breath. However, the system prompt did not sound, which meant that none of the 4 Wuxian Duanqing had died. So, the cannon can't stop. Fire me, Su Lang shouted and issued an order, use the power of the 3 tribulations martial immortal. The reason for using the power of the 3 tribulations martial immortal was because Su Lang felt that the aura of the hidden killing of the 4 was rapidly weakening. Obviously, even if the 4 tribulations martial immortal attack did not directly destroy them, it caused terrible damage to them. At this level, using the power of the 4 tribulations martial immortal would be a bit wasteful. After all, 300 million at a time, 300 million. How many 300 million can a man have? What's more, Su Lang did this not just to save Lingyu, but to arrange a trap by the way. Following Su Lang's order, above him, a huge dragon shook his head, and opened his teeth and claws. A loud roar that shattered the mountains and rivers continued to roar from the mouth of the dragon's blood basin. Every roar represents an attack by the Jianjin cannon. The dragon mouth of the Xian cannon is almost like an automatic machine gun. It roars and fires, and ejects golden cannonballs. These golds ran one after another, almost in a string. Lie noisy, you don't want to shout every time you attack. Has this feature become your mantra? Su Lang looked up at the Xian cannon, his face was covered in black lines, and even the corners of his mouth were twitching. But Jianjin artillery was like a little deaf and blind, turning a deaf ear to Su Lang's complaints. Amount. Maybe it's also because it's not very intelligent, so it's silly. Helpless. You grow up quickly. Su Lang sighed, lowered his head and looked down at the broken ground below. I saw Duanqing Wuxian and others gathered together, propped up a layer of mask with their whole body strength, and constantly resisted the attack of Jianjin cannon. But their masks were twisting again and again, as if they were about to be torn in the next moment. With such a thin film, you still want to block my treacherous cannon? Su Lang shook his head disdainfully, and then sprinkled 10 million superb spirit jade again. The Jixian cannon let out another loud roar, and sprayed a powerful attack of 10 million superb spirit jade. So far, the Jixian cannon has fired more than a dozen cannons, consuming more than 100 million top-grade spirit jade. And Duanqing Wuxian and the others could hardly hold it anymore. Damn it, why is this kid's fairy weapon constantly attacking? His cultivation level is so low, even with an immortal weapon, it is impossible to beat us like this. We are Wuxian, the warrior at the top of the pyramid on the continent. Ah, I can't hold it anymore. The hearts of the 4 were incredible and terrified. Hurry up and display the inner bounds of Wuxian. Wuxian Duanqing suddenly roared, a rare trace of despair appeared in his voice. Use the Wuxian inner realm. Feishu Wuxian, Tengtian Wuxian and Yinsha Wuxian's complexion changed greatly. Wuxian's inner boundary is very strong, but it is also Wuxian's most deadly weakness. Once it is displayed, it means to completely abandon it and start a real desperate mode. And in this kind of battle, there is almost always death. Even if he wins, his own cultivation base will explode and I don't know how much, and even instantly fall into the martial wonderland, and there is no possibility of getting up again. But the 4 knew that there was no way. Tengtian Wuxian was the first to display the inner boundary of Wuxian. The side effects of his secret technique are the most terrifying. If he hesitates, he will not even have the opportunity to use the inner world of Wuxian. I saw a side of Wuxian's inner boundary emerge from Tengtian Wuxian's expression. A large amount of suspended land can be seen inside, but there is no sign of life, and it is completely dead. Duanqing Wuxian, Yinsha Wuxian and Feishu Wuxian also immediately opened up the inner boundary of Wuxian. The 4 Wuxians all used the final hole cards. The Sifang Wuxian inner boundary stands tall in the world, even squeezing out the surrounding space holes, forming a relatively stable world. As soon as the quartet Wuxian's inner boundary came out, they immediately struck each other with cannonballs fired by the Zhongjin artillery. Chapter 722, Cut the Four Immortals. The Sifang Wuxian Inner Realm confronted the Three Tribulations Immortal level attack, and the result was not unexpected. A large number of cracks appeared in the inner boundary of Hidden Killer and Feishu Wuxian, and the interior turned into chaos. The inner boundary of Wuxian Tengtian was tumbling, and the suspended land was broken. The inner boundary of the Wuxian of Wanqing Wuxian was hardly hurt. In any case, Duanqing waited for the four martial immortals to block this attack. Although Su Lang's little miscellaneous can use the immortal weapon to perform a powerful attack, he only performed one attack from the Four Tribulations martial immortal, and then all attacks from the Three Tribulations martial immortal. This means that he can't afford to use the Four Tribulations martial immortal attack at all. We have a chance. Yes, this miscellaneous mess has hurt us so badly, and we must make it eternal life as good as death. Go up and kill him. After paying a great price, Wuxian Duanqing and others seemed to have discovered Su Lang's weakness. That is, Su Lang could not bear the price of using the fairy for a long time. After finding Su Lang's weakness, and embarrassed to perform secret techniques one after another, even the inner boundary of Wuxian was forced out. Of course the four great Wuxians in Tuantian Tower were not willing to flee. They started a counterattack. Facing the inner boundary of the Sifang Wuxian, the four great Wuxians in the Lantian Tower tried their best to shoot towards Su Lang. Do you think I can no longer perform the attacks of the Four Tribulations martial immortal? The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and a faint smile appeared. Sure enough, I was deceived by the illusion I created. Between the small smiles, there was a trace of disdain. Su Lang waved his hand, and a full 300 million superb spirit jade appeared, and was swallowed by the Jieshan cannon, the power of the Four Tribulations martial immortal, fire. Still its mantra. After yelling, Zhongjin cannon immediately launched an attack. The cannonball, carrying the might of the Four Tribulations Wuxian, almost instantly fell in front of the four people including Wanqing Wuxian. This is the attack of the Four Tribulations Wuxian. How is it possible? How can he still display the power of the Four Tribulations martial immortal? Even if he conquered the three saints of Yaoqi Chiri and Tianyan, it is impossible for the three clans to have so many spirit jade together. We guessed wrong. The unbelievable voices of Wuxian Duanqing and the others were trembling. The might of the Four Tribulations martial immortal, they were already seriously injured once they blocked it, and later they also resisted attacks of the martial immortal level of the Three Tribulations many times. Although the time is short, they are almost exhausted. At this time, Su Lang launched another attack at the Four Tribulations martial immortal level. This is terrible. In just an instant, the cannonball of the Four Tribulations Wuxian penetrated into the inner boundary of the Sifang Wuxian. Duanqing waited for the four Wuxians to shout desperately. An explosion that ruined the world rose up, and the Sifang Wuxian inner boundary instantly collapsed. Hiddenly Kill Wuxian, Feishu Wuxian and Tengtian Wuxian dissipated in an instant, and fell directly. I unexpectedly fell on the hands of a little-known crap. Broken Love Wuxian tears, and immediately cracks appeared in his body, and his body was broken to pieces. Ding! You get the soul of the elementary Wuxian 1, the Guide of Space, the regular Fairy Crystal 1, the elementary Fairy Weapon Flying Immortal Halberd 1, the middle grade Fairy Jade 8,563,256, the lower grade Fairy Jade 114,256,888, the ultimate spiritual Jade * 5525646, the material of the Fairy level refining device, the material of the Holy level refining device. Ding! You get the soul of the primary Wuxian 1, the Guide of the Space 1, the regular Fairy Crystal 1, the high-grade Saint Soldier Mad Corpse and the Dew Bottle 1, the middle-grade Fairy Jade 685,689, the lower-grade Fairy Jade 32,325,689, the best Spirit Jade 6895326, the material of the Fairy level refining machine, the material of the Holy level refining tool. Ding! You get the soul of the elementary martial immortal 1, the enlightenment of space 1, the rule of immortal crystal 1, the high-level saint soldier Yuansheng Sunda Win Seal 1. Ding! You get the soul of the primary Wuxian 1. The 4-system prompt sounded, which means that after Qian Zaiho, there are Daiqing Wuxian, Tengtian Wuxian, Yinsha Wuxian, and Feishu Wuxian died in Su Lang's hands. So far, 5 Wuxians have died in Su Lang's hands. And Su Lang's cultivation realm was just a junior martial god. How big is the gap between the realm of Valkyrie and the realm of Wuxian? Not to mention the 100 million war gods, even the billions of war gods, in the hands of a martial god, are ants that disappear in an instant. In the realm of the censored of war, to kill the wuxian, in the eternal age, I am afraid that only Su Lang can do it. Chapter 723 comes with superb features. Su Lang is very happy. There is no way. This time a total of 200 Great Sage level and Quasi-Xian level warriors have been killed, as well as a total of 4 Immortal level warriors. It also includes an extremely powerful martial immortal of the 3 tribulations. Just a Great Sage level Quasi-Xian level warrior, there are millions of superb spirit jade. And Wuxian's net worth is more than 1,000 times that of Xunxian. Among the martial arts, every high calamity represents countless years of living longer, and the difference in wealth is 10 times 100 times. Although the use of the Zhongjin cannon consumed a whole 700 million yuan of the best spirit jade, it was all earned back. Come on, let me see how good spirit jade I have earned this time. Su Lang's face was filled with excitement that could not be concealed. The system, quickly deposit all the spiritual jade and celestial jade obtained into the balance. Ding! All spirit jade and fairy jade have been deposited in the system. In the mysterious black space, a long string of numbers appeared behind the unit of extreme spirit jade. Su Lang counted and found that there were 12 digits in total. In other words, the number of the best spirit jade has reached hundreds of billions. Specifically, it is 108.99 billion of the best spirit jade. Ding! Given that the current balance is too large, the currency unit has been changed to the lower grade fairy jade. Appears again as the system prompts. The unit of the balance is changed to the lower grade Shanyu, and the number after it has also become a tens digit. In other words, I currently own nearly 1.1 billion low grade immortal jade. Tisk tusk, I can be considered rich, and I don't know how far the system functions can be upgraded. Su Lang licked his lips with excitement, and immediately focused on the system function. There are a total of 10 functions that have been activated. Among them, 1 key alchemy, 1 key refining, 1 refining array and 1 decomposition function can no longer be upgraded. At present, there are only level 24 1 key training function, level 24 1 key martial arts function, level 23 clone dispatch function, and level 23 1 key treasure hunting function. And, the 10th abnormal function recently activated, the 2 level 1 key empowerment function. All of these 5 functions need to consume 1 billion superb spirit jade to continue upgrading. All upgrades are 5 billion superb spirit jade. This was a huge sum of money that was completely unattainable to Su Lang, who had only had 700 million top quality jade before. But now, this money is just a fraction to Su Lang. After all, 5 billion top grade spiritual jade is just 50 million low grade fairy jade. Su Lang has more than 1 billion. This time I upgrade, I am afraid that the first 4 functions can be upgraded to level 25. I don't know what kind of bonus new functions can be obtained. Su Lang licked his lips with excitement. First, let's practice with 1 key. The system, press the 1 key show to level 25. Ding! Consumes 10 million lower grade immortal jade. The 1 key training function is increased to level 25, and the training speed is increased to 44,695,552 times the basic speed. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading the 1 key training function to level 25. You have obtained the new bonus function, Absolute Gift. Unparalleled quality. The basic training speed will be increased by 100 times the current one. Messages appeared in Su Lang's mind, and Su Lang, who looked directly at him, was dumbfounded. My fork, unparalleled qualification. Isn't this the capital of Emperor Chu Xiaobei's possession? It directly increased my basic cultivation speed by 100 times, so abnormal. I'm arrogant. The more the system functions to the rear, the more perverted and unreasonable. 100 times, that is to say, my current cultivation speed is equivalent to 4,469,555,200 times the basic cultivation speed of the infinite grade genius. This Nima, more than 4.4 billion times. Su Lang stared at his eyes and turned his attention to the cultivation villain in the mysterious space. At this time, the cultivator is golden all over, because he has reached a breakthrough. And now, the cultivator has accumulated 3 full days of cultivation. Almost every hour, he can accumulate the cultivation base of a junior Valkyrie to break through to an intermediate Valkyrie. At this moment, the speed of this accumulation has become faster, and 36 seconds can accumulate one by one from the primary Valkyrie to the intermediate Valkyrie. Chapter 724. Level 25 One-Click Martial Arts. In other words, you can break through from the elementary Valkyrie to the advanced Valkyrie in 36 seconds. You know, ordinary war gods have to break through a small realm. Even if the conditions are good, it takes thousands of years as a unit. But Su Lang only needs 36 seconds. This gap is almost endless. Too awesome. If I break through now, I don't know how far I can break through. Well, forget it. I promised Chu Xiaobei to give her a surprise. First accumulate the cultivation base, and then inject her into her body to explode her, he. A nasty smile appeared on Su Lang's face, and then he cast his gaze on the one-key martial arts function. The system, upgrade the one-key martial arts function to level 25. Ding. Consumes 10 million lower-grade immortal jade, the one-click martial arts function is increased to level 25, and the training speed is increased to 44,695,552 times the basic speed. Ding. Congratulations on raising the one-key martial arts function to level 25. You have obtained the new function, 6 hearts, and 10,000 laws into 1. 6 hearts. You can practice 6 exercises at the same time. 10,000 laws into 1. All the practiced exercises will be integrated into 1, forming a new special exercise, which can continue to accommodate subsequent exercises for upgrading. Ding. The master's cultivation method is fusing. Please concentrate and hold your breath and concentrate. A series of system prompts struck. Su Lang was trembling again with excitement. Let's forget about 6 hearts, a super practical function is expected. The latter function of the unity of 10,000 faculties completely hit Su Lang's heart. So far, Su Lang has practiced more than 100 exercises. But it seems that the number is large, but many of them are low-level exercises. These exercises have been eliminated, basically useless. And as Su Lang continued to practice, the holy level cultivation technique currently being practiced would probably be eliminated. In this way, the combat power accumulated by practicing these exercises will also disappear. In the end, these exercises became useless in addition to being used as introduction for Su Lang to understand the rules. But with the function of the unity of 10,000 faculties, all the exercises can be integrated and play their biggest role. Su Langyang expected that once the techniques were integrated, they would surely bring great combat power. Soon, Su Lang suppressed his excitement, forcibly closed his 5 senses, held his breath, and entered a state of nothingness and selflessness. He felt countless warm currents rising from his body. These warm currents vary greatly. The small ones are as thin as a hair, and they are short and soft. The big one is very thick and strong, and very long, which seems to contain powerful energy. In addition, the colors of these warm currents are different, and there are colorful ones. Su Lang knew that these warm currents were transformed by the exercises he had already practiced. Hundreds of large and small warm currents condensed in Su Lang Dantian and gradually merged into a group of translucent crystal warm currents. But without waiting for Su Lang to observe carefully, the translucent warm current suddenly merged into the Dantian and disappeared. Su Lang felt a powerful and strange energy radiating from his Dantian, running through his whole body, muscles and blood, and even the realm of Valkyrie. Under the influence of this singular energy, Su Lang felt that all his abilities were growing wildly. Physical strength, reaction power, flexibility, spiritual power reserve, mental power capacity, all attributes skyrocket. Su Lang felt like he had eaten a big tonic pill, his whole body had inexhaustible energy, and his energy was still increasing. However, there is no feeling of breaking the body, everything is very natural and all under control. This feeling lasted for a long time before gradually disappearing. Ding. The exercises are integrated. Do you want to name it? Do you want to name it? No name yet. Open my attribute panel. I want to see first, to what extent my current combat power is. Su Lang slowly opened his eyes, and a ray of light that seemed to see through all the profound meaning of the world flashed away. Chapter 725, Unnamed Exercises. Attack level, 5-star Wushang. Defense level, Samsung Wushang. Shenfa level, 4-star Wushang. Endurance level, Samsung Wushang. Mastering the exercises, the Infinite Heart Sutra, 10,000 laws into 1, unnamed, holy level, founding. Activated system functions, 1 key practice function, level 25, 1 key martial arts function, level 25, clone dispatch function, level 23, 1 key treasure hunt function, level 23, 1 key alchemy function, level 15, 1 key refining function, level 15, 1 key refining array function, level 15, 1 key synthesis function, level 15, 1 key empowerment function, level 2, 1 key decomposition function, no level. The 4-dimensional attributes have been comprehensively improved, and the attack state has reached the 5-star level. Although this integrated unnamed exercise is still a holy level exercise, it is far more powerful than ordinary holy level exercises. Even if this technique has not reached the immortal level, it is estimated that it is only 1 step away. Su Lang looked at the panel of his subordinates with a slight smile on his face, still very satisfied. In the martial saint stage, every star is a huge gap, almost comparable to the great realm before the martial god. At this time, the 4-dimensional attributes have been fully improved, which is already a very good harvest. Moreover, this exercise is also a continuous fusion of new exercises, and one day it will become the most powerful exercise in the world. I don't have a name for now. Let's avoid the name not worthy of the level of the practice, hehe. While smiling, Su Lang asked, "System, how long will it take to finish the exercises I am currently practicing?" Ding. Master, the 5 exercises you have practiced can reach the founding level in just 1 day, 1 day. You can master the holy level exercises in 1 day, and practice to the level of the founder, and it's still 5 at once. Oh no, it's 6 books now, Jia 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 Jia. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and he couldn't help showing an excited smile. There is still a vacancy for the exercises. Well, do you want to practice a fairy level technique? Forget it, I don't know how long it will take for the immortal level exercises to be completed. It's the holy level exercises. While thinking about it, Su Lang began to choose exercises again. Originally, Su Lang had enough holy level skills, and now he has killed 200 slaughter towers Zunxian and Wusheng, and a total of 4 Wushan. Although many of these martial sages have practiced the same technique. But, Su Lang still obtained 1,600 new god-level exercises and 232 new holy-level exercises. There are a total of 8 fairy-level exercises, which are divided into 4 exercises and 4 secret techniques, including the various secret techniques that were finally performed by the 4 people such as Duanxing. These 8 exercises and secret techniques are all natural exercises and can be used for synthesis. They are the great method of disintegrating the immortal, xianxia immortal body, the secret technique of red heart shedding weight and regeneration, the 7 secrets of broken love, the jackdaw breaks and killing the immortal Jew, the treasure scroll of immortality, xianxian xian, record, shining ying ding tianxian Ju. Among them, Su Lang is not very interested in the 7 secrets of love. From Wanqing Wushan, it can be seen that practicing this secret technique is as emotional as a facial paralysis. This is detrimental to the image and is a huge shortcoming. In addition, the rest of the immortal level exercises and secret techniques Su Lang are very interested. I have too many exercises. Su Lang licked his lips, chose a holy level exercise called Tiantao Lingshu, and put it in the 6th practice villain, and began to practice. This exercise focuses on improving vitality and spiritual power reserves, which Su Lang chose to make up for his shortcomings. Su Lang's gaze fell on those newly acquired techniques again. Synthesize again and again. Su Lang thought, the system combines the god-level exercises with the holy-level exercises. Ding. After the synthesis is completed, you will get the immortal-level technique, Kanglang Xiaoyao Shandian. Ding. The synthesis is complete, you get. Ding. After the synthesis is completed, you will obtain the holy-level technique, Brahma Hanmei Hegemony. Chapter 726. Synthesis. Soon, the newly obtained exercises were combined to a level of 10 to 1. In the end, 160 synthetic saint-level exercises and 23 synthetic immortal-level exercises were obtained. By the way, the number of non-synthetic fairy-level exercises is enough. Su Lang's eyes lit up, now I can completely synthesize an emperor-level exercise technique. Immortal-level exercises are already extremely rare on the Kandlan continent. Regardless of the many immortal-level exercises on Su Lang, there are only 55 kinds of immortal-level exercises. But in the outside world, any immortal-level exercise can become the town clan exercise of a large immortal clan. A Wushan who has lived for millions of years has only 1 or 2 copies. This shows how rare the immortal level exercises are, and the emperor level exercises are even more rare. In the Kandlan continent today, the total number of emperor level exercises in the entire continent is only a dozen. These emperor level exercises are basically in the hands of Emperor Wu, and they are the foundation of their lives. It can be said that each emperor level exercise technique represents an emperor level powerhouse overlooking the entire continent. Once an emperor level exercise is born, the entire continent will be a censored storm. The fierce battle is definitely more terrifying than the chance of becoming an emperor in the forbidden land of the emperor. After all, the emperor's forbidden land, the Mingnian god race cannot participate, but the birth of an emperor-level exercise technique is enough to make Emperor Wu come and beat his blood. At this moment, Su Lang was about to synthesize an emperor-level technique. From a total of more than 60 immortal-level exercises, natural exercises were selected. The first is the 8 immortal-level exercises of the 4 people including Duanqing Wuxian. Then there are the 9 turns of the immortal Sun True Art, from Li Shenyang, the elusive sea-breaking wave immortal art, from Qian Zaiho, and the Sacred Book of Reincarnation Immortal Pupil, from Kai Liao. Finally, there is a book called Praying for Immortals, but it is not a practice, but a classic. The 7 secrets of broken love are eliminated directly. So, just use the remaining 10 immortal level techniques to synthesize it. Su Lang thought silently, and even gave a synthesis order. Ding! After the synthesis is completed, you will get the Emperor level exercise, Emperor Heart Samsara. A dark disc suddenly appeared. This disc is very small, with only the palm of the hand, covered with golden lines like annual rings. At first glance, only a dozen golden patterns can be seen, but a closer look reveals that the golden patterns are so densely packed that even if they are mentally observant, they are completely unclear. As for this reincarnation of the Emperor's heart, Su Lang could only feel extremely obscure, and he was dizzy at first glance. Fuck, it's an Emperor-level technique. I'm also an intermediate martial artist anyway, so I can't even look at it. Su Lang was speechless, and his heart was extremely excited, because this awesome Emperor-level exercise technique belongs to him. Moreover, when the one-click martial arts function is upgraded in the future, you can practice it in minutes. Big baby, if Emperor Wu saw it, I'm afraid he would take it away at all costs. Su Lang's eyes gleamed slightly, then tut-tut, hide it. The successful method actually took a few minutes. Su Lang once again focused on system functions. After upgrading a training function and a one-key martial arts function, his fairy jade cost less than a fraction. Now, after the balance, it is shown that there are more than 1,063,000,000 left in the lower grade jade. There are so many low-grade immortal jade. Su Lang licked his lips excitedly. The system, upgrade me to level 25 with the clone dispatch function. Ding! Consumes 10 million lower grade jade. The clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 24, the number of clones is +1, and the current number of clones is 24. Ding! Consume 100 million lower grade jade. The clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 25, the number of clones is +1, and the current number of clones is 25. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading the clone dispatch function to level 25, and you have obtained the new bonus function, cooldown. Cooldown drops. After the clone's death, the cooling time is shortened from 24 hours to 1 hour. Chapter 727, Improve System Functions. Is the new feature a cooling drop? Reducing the cooling time by 24 times is also a great ability. The cooldown of the clone is only 1 hour, which means that the cooldown of my swallowing clone is shortened to 1 hour. Haha, in this way, I will be able to repeatedly use Theoswallowing clone in a short time and maintain the strongest combat power state. Su Lang is very satisfied with the new bonus feature of cooldown. It's the one-click treasure hunt. I wonder what kind of surprise this feature will bring me. Could it be? Forget it, don't guess, the system has upgraded the one-click treasure hunting function to level 25. Ding! Consumption of 10 million lower grade jade. The one-click treasure hunting function has been upgraded to level 24, and the number of treasure hunting flying gliders has increased to 44,695,552. Ding! Consumption of 100 million lower grade jade. The one-click treasure hunting function has been upgraded to level 25, and the number of treasure hunting flying gliders has increased to 89,391,104. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading the one-click treasure hunting function to level 25. You have obtained new bonus functions, the Golden Body of the Immortal, and Indiana Jones. The Golden Body of the Immortal. The treasure-hunting flying drifter's damage immunity level is raised to the wuxian level, and it is immune to the wuxian level and below. Indiana Jones. The treasure hunt flying glider's ability to search for and collect treasures has been greatly increased, and can ignore the barriers of formations. The injury-free level has been raised to the fairy level. Does this mean that my treasure hunt flying glider can do whatever he wants on the territory of the fairy clan? Su Lang grinned at the corner of his mouth, revealing a wicked smile. Furthermore, the fairy clan's treasure hunt flying gliders can still ignore the barriers of the formation. Once they are sent out, I am afraid that even the immortal clan's nest will be emptied. The one-click treasure hunt function is getting more and more perverted. There are too many to say. You can't kill you, you can only watch your treasures. Just ask if you are angry, ha 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 ha. Of course, Su Lang knew that the treasure hunt flying gliders had shortcomings. That is the Valkyrie, Martial Saint Realm, Wuxian Inner Realm, Emperor Wudi's Life Universe, and other similar alien spaces. Treasure hunting flying gliders cannot enter. Once the opponent hides the treasure in the body space, the treasure hunting flying will be impossible. Hey, since the censored of war, no storage ring is needed. Su Lang sighed. My treasure hunting flying glider can only go out to jungle, and can only censored weak creatures when he goes to other people's turf, and disgusts others by the way. I don't know when I can break this restriction. With a trace of regret, Su Lang continued to upgrade system functions, and now there are still a lot of fairy jade left. System, upgrade the 1 key empowerment function to level 4 for me. Ding. Consumption of 10 million lower grade jade. The 1 key empowerment function has been upgraded to level 3. The current empowerment efficiency has been increased to 30%, and the number of initiations per day has been increased to 3. Ding. Consumption of 100 million lower grade jade. The 1 key empowerment function has been upgraded to 4. The current empowerment efficiency has been increased to 40%, and the number of initiations per day has been increased to 4. After the system prompt ended, Su Lang nodded slightly. The increase in empowerment efficiency to 40% is already close to half, which is pretty good. The balance is more than 620 million, and it can't be upgraded. Su Lang looked at the balance, the corner of his mouth twitched again. The system function is upgraded to advanced level, the ability is getting more and more abnormal, but the funds consumed are getting more and more scary. For the next upgrade, every system function needs a full 1 billion inferior jade. This number, even an ordinary fairy clan can't bear it. It can be said that every system function is a super gold swallowing beast, and it is still the kind that is missing. Next time you raise enough money, you will upgrade the 1 key empowerment function first. I don't know if this function reaches level 5, what terrifying ability can it have? While thinking about it, Su Lang took out 300 pieces of sacred artifacts, as well as the Fei Xian Ming Yuan halberd that he had seized from the hand of Wuxian Junqing. These weapons are all obtained by killing the martial artist of Slaughter Heaven Tower. Take it out at this time. Naturally it is the old rule all decomposition. Including that fairy artifact, it must be broken down. Chapter 728, Decomposition of Sacred and Fairy Artifacts. System, decompose these sacred artifacts, Su Lang ordered. Ding. Decompose the high-level sacred tool, Qingsheng Qianjijian 1, and you will get the soul of Wusheng 8, fairy-level materials, holy-level materials, divine-level materials, the soul of Valkyries 23. Ding. Decompose the intermediate sacred tool Xuanfeng Tianwen Knife 1, and you will get the soul of Martial Saint 5, immortal-level materials, holy-level materials. Ding. Decompose the elementary sacred tool, Cloud Piercing and Wind Sword 1, and you will get the soul of Martial Saint 3, holy material. A series of system prompts sounded, and the 300 sacred artifacts were all broken down into raw materials. And Su Lang also obtained more than 1,600 copies of the Soul of the Martial God, and more than 7,300 copies of the Soul of the Martial God, plus hundreds of previous immortal-level materials and countless saint-level materials and materials. These sacred artifacts, even if they are treasures that have been circulated for thousands of years. I don't know how many warriors have spent much effort and financial resources to create it. If anyone knew that Su Lang had destroyed more than 300 sacred artifacts in an instant, he would probably curse and violently curse the heavenly objects on the spot. However, for Su Lang, the decomposing of these sacred artifacts was to give them a new life. Soon, their raw materials will be refined by Su Lang into a part of super-humanoid weapons. The dismantling of the sacred objects is complete, it's your turn. Su Lang looked down, and the dragon head of the Jixian cannon opened its big mouth and firmly bit a weapon similar to Fang Tian's painted halberd, making it immobile. But this is the immortal weapon Fei Xianji Yuanji. Except for special circumstances, all fairy artifacts basically have artifact spirits. Fei Xianji Yuanji is no exception. Moreover, it has existed for a long time, and its spirit is relatively mature. At this time, its spirit was very angry, and was struggling constantly, trying to escape. But it is only a 1 tribulation immortal weapon, and the Jixian cannon is a 4 tribulation immortal weapon. It's strange that it can run away. Loyalty is okay, it's a pity you followed the wrong master, then, bye. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and gave the order to disassemble the Fei Xianji Yuanji. Ding! Decompose the elementary fairy weapon Fei Xianji Yuanji 1, you will get the soul of Wushan 2, the soul of Wusheng 86, fairy level materials, holy level materials, Shenzhen grade material. The materials consumed in refining this immortal artifact were too much. The system prompt sounded for a long time, at least tens of thousands of materials were mentioned. And the quantity of each of these tens of thousands of materials is huge. Su Lang felt his heart beat faster when he looked at it. The material of this fairy artifact alone is enough for me to refine dozens of fairy artifacts. I don't know who made the immortal weapon. It's a stupid man with a lot of money. Hey, you can't say that to them. After all, they can't imagine that there is such an unreasonable refiner like me in the world. With a smug smile on Su Lang's face, he was in a great mood. Su Lang left the battlefield directly. It was not that he had never thought of tidying up the battlefield, he was really helpless. Because the battlefield is too tragic, there are space holes, cracks, and rules turbulence everywhere. As soon as Su Lang entered, he was afraid that it would trigger Thedeth's substitution. The only way is to let nature heal by itself. Fortunately, the world's healing ability on the Kanglan continent is very powerful. No, after so many wars on the continent, it's all fine. Leave the battlefield. Su Lang did not return to the holy city of Yaoqi, because within 100 million li, there are still a large number of Kangkong Phantom Alliance immortal array that have not been removed. These immortal formations are refined with a lot of materials, so you can't just keep them. After spending a little time, Su Lang disassembled most of the immortal formations, and left the immortal formations that guarded the great city. In this way, the Yaoqi tribe has a full 13 cities with immortal formations guarding it. For ordinary immortal tribes, this is completely generous. After decomposing and recovering the fairy formation, Su Lang sent a message to Chu Xiaobei, and then returned to the fairy palace in the Sea of Sky. Because the previous ravages of the Killing Sky Tower killers destroyed a lot of places and killed a lot of creatures, Yaoqi Yanfa and other servants were taking people out to deal with things at this time. After the war, there were a lot of complicated things, which reflected the role of Yaoqi Yanfa and the others. Chapter 729, More than just pass it, kill it all. In the fairy palace, the first thing Su Lang saw was Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian. Because Chu Xiaobei took the pill given by Su Lang to Blue Star to practice, it will take a while to come back. Two beauties, look pretty. Su Lang looked at the two sisters, one big and one small in front of him, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, showing a gentle smile. At this time, both of them are Wu Zun, and their cultivation base has been consolidated a lot. Brother Su Lang, are you okay? I heard Li Shenyang say that a lot of quasi-immortals and martial sages from Slaughter Sky Tower came outside. While Ji Rushui said eagerly, she circled Su Lang several times, looking for a wound on Su Lang's body. However, Su Lang didn't lose a single hair, of course she couldn't find any wounds. But she was still worried and went to untie Su Lang's clothes to see if there were any wounds. Don't look for it, Mirong Shenxian smiled dumbly, brother Su Lang is definitely not injured. Isn't it just some quasi-immortals? I killed them all. Not only that, I also killed 4 real Wushans. Su Lang rubbed Ji Rushui's head with a smile, only to feel that the hair was smooth and soft, very comfortable. Just not hurt. Ji Rushui breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest, making waves a little. If you don't pay attention, the little girl has grown so big. Su Lang glanced, a hint of playfulness was outlined at the corner of his mouth. Ji Rushui didn't know Su Lang's thoughts, with a lovely smile on her face. I'm only 13 years old, and I will grow taller and bigger in a few years. Ji Rushui bounced happily, bringing another wave of waves. Seeing this, Su Lang couldn't help but smile again. Huh, big pervert, dead pervert. A cold snort came from a distance, and soon the streamer Chu Xiaobei had turned flying over and fell in front of the three Su Lang. Chu Xiaobei was watching the scene just now, so he was looking at Su Lang with contempt. However, there seems to be a little concern in the contempt. Dead pervert, I received news before that there is another person in the slaughter tower. Looking at Su Lang up and down, Chu Xiaobei hesitated and said, did you send them all? It's more than just passing it. Su Lang laughed, all killed, 200 martial sages and 4 martial sages. Chu Xiaobei froze there like thunder, his face full of disbelief. Those are 4 wuxians, and they are definitely stronger than Qian Zaiho. The combined force of 4 powerful martial arts is not as simple as 2 plus 2, and the comprehensive threat is simply exploding. But this combination was all killed by Su Lang. This guy is at the level of Valkyrie. Su Lang curled his lips, I am a man who can create miracles at hand. It's nothing to kill a few wuxians. I will kill Wudi in the future. Chu Xiaobei was speechless. She really didn't know what to say about Su Lang's abnormality. Paused. Chu Xiaobei took a breath. Since you are okay, then I will return to Blue Star to practice, and I will soon break through to the 9-star level. Wow, Sister Xiaobei is about to break through to the 9-star martial arts, so amazing. Ji Rushui exclaimed excitedly. Murong Shenxian also said with emotion, yes, Sister Xiaobei may soon become a wuxian. Oh, it's just so, as for the achievement of wuxian, it's still early. Chu Xiaobei was very happy after receiving the praise from Rushui and Slim. It won't take long for you to become wuxian. Su Lang's voice came from the side, his tone very serious. Chu Xiaobei was stunned, but even with the pill that Blue Star and you gave me, I won't be able to become a wuxian in a short time. Didn't I tell you before that it will give you a surprise? Su Lang smiled faintly. You mean, cultivation base initiation? Chu Xiaobei hesitated and asked, however, although you have a lot of combat power, you are only at the level of the Valkyrie in your true realm. Give me all your cultivation bases, isn't it useful? Haha, I am indeed a good Valkyrie level. However, when I inject my cultivation base into your body, you will know how much I have accumulated over the past few days of suffering. The corners of Su Lang's mouth rose slightly. Chapter 730. Let you do it together, amount. Only a few days, not many. Chu Xiaobei looked at Su Lang's faint smile and asked hesitantly. The reason he hesitated was not because Su Lang was so capable of creating miracles. All incredible things can happen to him. Only a few days, that was 3 full days. How unbearable it is for me, a man who is 4 times a day. A wicked smile appeared on Su Lang's face. I can't live it anymore, I'm gushing out. Dead pervert. Brother Su Lang is really bad, haha. I didn't expect Brother Su Lang to have such a bad side, but I really like it. Seeing Su Lang's evil smile, Chu Xiaobei's 3 daughters reacted differently, but they all blushed invariably. Bring it on. Let you feel carefully how much stock I have in stock. Su Lang chuckled, stepped forward to hold Chu Xiaobei's wrist, and walked to the small room not far away. You let me go. Chu Xiaobei screamed with blushing face and gently twisted his body. In fact, she also knew that Su Lang was only joking, but she felt very ashamed. Coco, Sister Xiaobei has such a cute time too. Standing in place, Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian covered their small mouths and let out a sweet laugh like a silver bell. Ah, you two come too. Su Lang suddenly turned his head and raised his brows, revealing an evil smile. Wow, 1 is not enough, I want 3 more. Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxue looked at each other and smiled, joking with Su Lang with their reddish faces. Someday we will do it together. Su Lang smiled dumbly, beckoned immediately, and continued to lead Chu Xiaobei to the room. Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian also hurriedly followed. In the room, there are 3 lone men and 3 women, and 4 of them share a room. The atmosphere is slightly warm. Of course, what the 4 of us have to do is very healthy and not dirty at all. Rushui, you should come first. Su Lang's eyes turned around Rushui and Shenxian's body, and finally fell on Rushui's body. Anyway, with so many cultivation bases accumulated, Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian are in the bottom of their realm, and I'm afraid they will fill up a little bit, so it is better to upgrade them again. Rushui nodded obediently. Of course Murong Xianxian and Chu Xiaobei had no objection. Su Lang put his hand on Ji Rushui's smooth forehead, and then used the function of cultivating base and empowering. After the 1 key empowerment was raised to level 4, the installation efficiency increased to 40%. Therefore, Su Lang was very careful, for fear of accidentally exerting too much force and causing Ji Rushui to be injured. This time the indoctrination was very fast. It took more than 10 seconds. However, Ji Rushui's cultivation level instantly reached the level of quasi-god to the elementary Wu Zun. Moreover, the cultivation base consumed during the indoctrination has not been replenished faster than Su Lang himself. After all, he can now accumulate the cultivation base of the junior Valkyrie to break through to the intermediate Valkyrie in 36 seconds. If it weren't for Ji Rushui's guide to condense the space, it would be okay for Su Lang to directly break through to the quasi-sage level. Ji Rushui accepted the cultivation base that Su Lang instilled, and the whole person was filled with a sense of fullness, and even his surroundings were filled with powerful energy aura. She closed her eyes tightly and was trying to get acquainted with the powerful force. The last time I was familiar with power was only 3 days ago, and now I am familiar with power again. All this is just like a dream. Xianxian, it's your turn. Su Lang looked at Murong Xianxian with a gentle smile. Murong Xianxian nodded and closed his eyes. After consuming the number of inoculations once again, Su Lang raised Murong Xianxian's cultivation to the realm of quasi-god. Then Murong Xianxian also fell into a state of familiar power. Would you like to give them a space guide? Su Lang touched his chin, muttering hesitantly. If you don't give the 2 girls the space guide, they must spend a long time to condense the space guide to become the censored of war. But if they give them space, they are afraid that it will affect their future martial arts. Chapter 731. Close your eyes, I'm coming. You can give it to them. Chu Xiaobei on the side suddenly spoke. Su Lang's face was surprised. Will it be affected by other space? The lead to the space left by the General Valkyrie will of course have an impact. But most of the space guides left by Wu Sheng are complete, and the probability of causing an impact is very small. And if it is Wu Shen's space guide, it will definitely not cause any impact. After all, Wu Shen's inner world can basically be said to be an independent world, and the space guide is perfect. Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes and said, "Didn't you kill Wu Shen? There must be a Wu Shen level space guide. Will the space guide left by Wu Shen have an impact?" That's how it is. Su Lang suddenly realized, and immediately took out 2 copies of the space guide left by Wu Shen from the storage space. Pack it in the best box and put it in front of Ji Rushui and Murong Xianxian. When taking the lead of space, Su Lang also noticed a few strange crystals, regular fairy crystals. This was also obtained by killing Wu Shen, but Su Lang didn't have time to check it. Xiaobei, do you know the rules of Shanjing? As Su Lang asked, he took out a regular fairy crystal. That's it. Rules fairy crystal. Chu Xiaobei opened her mouth slightly. His face was horrified. You actually have a regular fairy crystal? Well, what's the use? Su Lang nodded, looking like it was no big deal. The rule fairy crystal. This is a treasure that can help the quasi-fairy to become a fairy quickly. Chu Xiaobei took a breath. Under normal circumstances, if a quasi-immortal has a regular immortal crystal, the probability of becoming a martial immortal will be greatly increased. Basically, a regular fairy crystal represents a future Wu Shen. But the rule immortal crystal is very rare. Just like the spirit of Wu Shen, it must be Wu Shen condensed by himself, and the power is extremely low. Even dozens of martial immortals may not necessarily condense a regular immortal crystal. I'm going, it turns out this thing is so rare. Su Lang smiled. 1 piece represents a future Wu Shen. What a dear. Xiaobei, do you want? Give it to me. I don't want it. The rule immortal crystal can indeed make the quasi-immortal become a martial immortal, but it will leave an extremely powerful shackle. With this layer of shackles, it is absolutely impossible to break through to Emperor Wu level. Although becoming an emperor is an extremely difficult thing, it is hardly a disadvantage for Xunxian, but for me, it is different. Chu Xiaobei squeezed her fist solemnly. Chu Xiaobei, I want to be the empress. Good, ambitious. Su Lang laughed, then I will leave these rules to others. Well, is it my turn next? Chu Xiaobei nodded, and a pair of beautiful eyes rolled around Rushui Xianxian's body like hamsters. Chu Xiaobei was also hard to resist the temptation to improve his realm in a short time. The journey of martial arts is extremely difficult, and it can quickly improve the realm without side effects. This is a choice that every martial artist will not refuse. It's your turn. It didn't cost them much cultivation at all to improve their 2 levels. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly. Most of my inventory is still going to be used on you. Necrosis. Chu Xiaobei gritted her teeth and gave Su Lang a vicious look. Su Lang smiled faintly. Close your eyes, I'm here. Chu Xiaobei trembled her eyelashes and closed her eyes, even though she felt a warm hand covering her forehead. An inexplicable sense of security followed. Chu Xiaobei's heart suddenly became calm, and there was no wave in the ancient well. Su Lang thought, and immediately used the system functions. A large amount of cultivation base began to be quickly instilled into Chu Xiaobei's body, directly becoming Chu Xiaobei's own cultivation base. Chapter 732, Crazy Breakthrough. Su Lang saved up his cultivation base for 3 days. After the one-key practice reaches level 25, even more than a few tens of seconds can accumulate the cultivation base of a small realm of war god. So far, he has stored the cultivation base equivalent to hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation of the ordinary Valkyrie. Even if these cultivation bases were instilled into Chu Xiaobei's body with an efficiency of 40%, there were more than 200,000 years of cultivation bases. Although the speed of Wuxian's accumulation of cultivation base is far lower than that of Wu Sheng, it is also a huge amount of cultivation base. In addition, Chu Xiaobei himself was about to break through the 9-star martial arts. Therefore, after receiving the support of this cultivation base, Chu Xiaobei's energy in his body skyrocketed, reaching the breaking point of Juxing Wusheng within minutes. A wave of powerful breakthrough fluctuations spread from her body. After a short time, Chu Xiaobei successfully broke through to the 9-star martial arts level. At this time, there was still a part of the cultivator in Su Lang's mysterious black space that was golden. Su Lang simply instilled it all into Chu Xiaobei's body. The inculcation of this part of the cultivation level allowed Chu Xiaobei's realm to be quickly and stably consolidated. Chu Xiaobei still did not open his eyes, and was still in a state of cultivation. The gap between the 8-star martial sage and the 9-star martial sage is also terrifying, so she also needs to be as familiar with the new power as Ru Shui Shenxian. Su Lang glanced at Chu Xiaobei's attribute panel, and found that her various abilities had reached the quasi-Xian plus level. This level is much stronger than Kai Liao and Zhu Qi. Su Lang himself closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the system prompt. Yes, he has to break through. After tens of seconds, Su Lang intends to hold back a wave. But this time it didn't last long, only 5 or 6 minutes, a song's time. Give me a breakthrough, a breakthrough. Su Lang took a deep breath and gave the order directly. The terrifying liquid spiritual power appeared out of thin air in Su Lang, while respecting the flesh and blood, while converging towards the Dantian. The cubic area at this time has become the space of the censored, of war, an independent space. Nourished by a lot of spiritual energy, the Valkyrie space began to expand rapidly, and the Valkyrie domain became more and more powerful. Su Lang's body continuously experienced breakthrough fluctuations. Elementary Valkyrie, Intermediate Valkyrie, Advanced Valkyrie, Peak Valkyrie, Quasi-Sage. 5 small realms, 4 levels, like a broken bamboo, all break through instantly. Su Lang's cultivation realm reached the quasi-sage level in an instant. But Su Lang was not satisfied. His goal is to reach the real martial saint level. Time continued to elapse, 10 minutes passed, and finally there was another system prompt. Can you break through to a 1-star martial saint in just 10 minutes? My current cultivation speed is really abnormal. Su Lang thought in his heart, and then refused this breakthrough. Now the time required to break through is very short, enough for 1 break. 3 hours passed, and Su Lang has 4.4 billion times the basic training speed of an indispensable martial artist. This is equivalent to the immaculate level quasi-sages who have practiced for a full 1.8 million years without any auxiliary means, about there. Su Lang thought, system, give me a breakthrough. As he gave instructions, first of all endless auras appeared in the meridians. Afterwards, a terrifying attraction radiated from Su Lang, and he began to absorb the spiritual energy of the surrounding world. Su Lang didn't even think about it, and immediately rushed out of the room and came into the spirit river that was constantly rotating around the fairy palace. The Ling River poured into the earth like a waterfall, rushing into Su Lang's body frantically. The huge momentum and movement spread, and the warriors in the entire Yaoqi holy city saw this spectacular spectacle. Gosh, someone is absorbing Ling. Who is that, with good eyesight? Take a look, who is so awesome? It's Su Gongzi, it's Su Gongzi. Su Gongzi is making a breakthrough. As expected of young Master Su, the breakthrough scenes are different from me and other mediocre people. Most of the warriors in the holy city of Yaoqi looked up at the fairy palace, talking and exclaiming. Chapter 733, Quasi-Celestial Combat Power. Li Xiangyang also looked at his body in shock. He found that a strange and indescribable ability emerged in his body, which was frantically raising his cultivation level. Master, how come the Master has begun to break through again? Obviously, the Lord has just crossed the 4 realms, breaking through to the quasi-sage realm. This is not over yet. Hey, the martial sage level is now, I am back to the martial sage level, and I haven't stopped yet, the 2nd star martial sage is now. And, still not stopping. Li Shenyang knew that Su Lang's cultivation speed was against the sky, but he didn't expect to be able to go against the sky to such an extent. At this moment, he was already shaking with excitement. The entire Ling continued to revolve around Su Lang, forming a huge spiritual liquid vortex, and the spiritual energy poured into Su Lang's body frantically. Fortunately, the immortal palace plus the sea of sky, the spirit gathering effect is exploding, enough to support Su Lang's devouring. In this way, Su Lang's cultivation realm rushed all the way, rushing from quasi-sage to 6-star martial sage level in just a few minutes. Directly across 6 small realms. And it is still the 6 small realms of Wusheng level. We must know that a small realm of Wusheng level is almost equivalent to the sum of all the great realms before Wushen. But even so, Su Lang broke through 6 small realms. Plus the state of breakthrough before. Su Lang broke through a total of 10 small realms today. Such a speed is absolutely unprecedented, and there is no one to come after. Call. In the Ling, Su Lang let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately, his spiritual power looked inward and fell on the martial saint realm in the Dantian. It is still a chicken structure, divided into the innermost Wusheng space and the outer chaotic space. The area of Wusheng space is much larger than that of Wushen space. What Su Lang possessed at this time was the 6-star martial saint space, whose size was already equivalent to a large province on the Blue Star. And in the ancient times of Blue Star, it was a country. The outer chaotic space is also very huge, and there is a thick platinum energy flowing inside. This is the result of Su Lang's unnamed technique. Once the martial saint realm is launched, the combat power can be increased. In addition to the golden energy, the chaotic space is also full of lightning grid-like substances of various colors. These are the rules of heaven and earth that Su Lang has understood. Comprehending the rules and perfecting the rules can form the basic framework of Wushen Inner Realm, which is a very important infrastructure project. The skeleton of the basic rules of the 5 elements has been completed. The derived subsidiary rules are almost understood. By the way, the yin-yang rules, the yin system rules have also been understood and can be accepted. While thinking about it, Su Lang accepted the yin system rules and immediately put on the dark rules. Dark rules and yin rules have something in common, and they can be regarded as one of the basic rules of the world. At present, for me, time is not a problem with the rules of comprehension, but the type of exercises practiced has become a limitation of the rules of my comprehension. Practice a lot of different kinds of exercises, especially the space system and the time system. You must find these 2 exercises. While thinking about it, Su Lang opened his property panel. Defensive level quasi-sense plus. Shenfa level quasi-sense plus. Endurance level quasi-sense plus. Activated system functions, 1 key practice function, level 25, 1 key martial arts function, level 25, clone dispatch function, level 25, 1 key treasure hunt function, level 25, 1 key alchemy function, level 15, 1 key mixer function, level 15, 1 key refining array function, level 15, 1 key synthesis function, level 15, 1 key initiation function, level 4, 1 key decomposition function, no level. Has all aspects reached the quasi-celestial plus level? It's a pity that I haven't reached the immortal level. From this it can be seen that the gap between the holy level and the immortal level is really terrifying. Su Lang closed the attribute panel and immediately checked his mental power. In the vast and boundless sea of knowledge, the round of Weiyu that represents spiritual power has become more and more rounded. The potholes on its surface have basically disappeared completely. Chapter 734, spiritual cultivation in the realm of the sun. It's only a little bit to break through to the fairy level. Fortunately, with my current strength, I can take immortal soul pill. With a tick at the corner of his mouth, Su Lang directly took out an immortal soul pill into his mouth. The pill melted through the mouth, and then turned into strange energy, rushing through the limbs in hundreds of skeletons, and finally condensed in the sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, the thousands of golden silk ribbons on the heads of tens of thousands of souls and phantoms have become trillions of silk ribbons. These golden silk ribbons connect the sea of consciousness and the luminous moon in the spiritual aura, and continuously convey spiritual energy. The light emitted by Wei Yu became brighter and brighter. Immediately, the spherical shape of Wei Yu began to expand, and it gradually broke through the halo surrounding her waist and swallowed its fragments. When Wei Yu's volume swelled 10 times its original size, the last trace of hairline on its surface gradually disappeared. The whole Wei Yu became round and perfect, without any flaws. This sun is really like a sun, illuminating the entire sea of consciousness. Large tracts of darkness were driven away, and more golden silk ribbons appeared, connecting to the surface of the sun. The realm of sunshine. Seeing the scorching sun in the sea of knowledge, Su Lang couldn't help getting excited. The realm of the sun is the terrifying spiritual power that only Wuxian has. The power of the sun, once unfolded, can cover billions of miles. For low-level creatures, it has extremely terrifying lethality, which can make their souls fly away at the moment of a thought. Even if it is Wu Sheng, if it is not an alien like Li Shenyang, it is all ants. Moreover, Su Lang already understood the spiritual rules, and the lethality of mental attacks was even more terrifying. If Yiji Wuxian dared to confront Su Lang with mental power, he would definitely die in an instant. And if Su Lang uses mental power to carry out a sneak attack, Wuxian will be caught off guard, and he will definitely not die or be seriously injured and dying. Apart from the foreign objects, my current comprehensive combat capability is already a martial arts immortal. And counting my avatars, it's a full 51 half martial arts power. Ha 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 ha, although it's just a catastrophe, the number is really terrifying. Su Lang felt the power in his body and couldn't help showing excitement. Li Shenyang was more excited and more excited. He has never been so excited in his life. My mental strength broke through to the realm of the sun out of thin air. Sunshine, the realm I dream of has reached so soon. Lord, you are really amazing, you are a super genius with no one in the past, and a great existence destined to reach the realm above Emperor Wu. Master, I worship you. Li Shenyang knelt on the ground and kept kowtow to Su Lang in the ling, his eyes filled with endless fanaticism. Su Lang's keen mental power immediately sensed Li Shenyang's gaze. Lying down, why are you looking at me so enthusiastically? I have no interest in men. Su Lang looked at Li Shenyang, rolled his eyes fiercely, and disappeared from where he was. He didn't want to be stared at by Li Shenyang's hot eyes. Hiss, thinking about it, my back is tingling. Leaving from Ling, Su Lang returned to the small room before. Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian have all completed the consolidation of their realm. Seeing Su Lang coming in, he immediately looked over with burning eyes. Brother Su Lang, did you break through? Su Lang, you actually broke through from the elementary martial, censored, to the 6-star martial sage realm. The three women asked questions one after another, with admiration, excitement, and disbelief on their faces. Seeing the beautiful eyes of the three sisters, Su Lang's body was relaxed. It's cool to be watched enthusiastically by a beautiful woman. Li Shenyang, where is the coolness to stay? Yes, I broke through to the 6-star martial saint. Su Lang smiled and nodded. Moreover, my combat power is almost immortal. I thought it would take a long time for you to reach this state. Chu Xiaobei flattened her mouth. Now you surpassed me at once, it's really boring. I practice fast. Su Lang has a petting smile on his face, and don't worry, I will let you break through like me. Really? Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian were jumping for joy. Chu Xiaobei also swept away his unhappy, beautiful eyes full of expectation. Su Lang suddenly felt a movement in the jade card of the transmission. He took out the jade card of transmission and found that it was a message from Wangfukan. In the content, Chapter 735, 2 Wuxians of the Colchicum tribe. In the past few days, we have established an exchange system from the Biu clan. At the same time, the holy races around the Biu tribe have also discovered the existence of the immortal formation, so they are very jealous of the Biu tribe, and even fear it. Therefore, several holy races gave the Colchicum tribe a gift, and the Colchicum tribe took it very seriously and sent someone over. And the attitude of the Colchicum tribe is rather bad, they covet the celestial phantom's celestial formation. The direct blood of the immortal tribe is sent to ask for it. The above is the message sent by Huang Fukin in the jade card of Su Lang's transmission. The Chushan tribe, coveting the fairy formations I have laid. Why does this sound a bit like a laugh? The formation I arranged casually made an immortal jealous, haha. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, causing Wang Fukin, by Yulin and others to stabilize the Colchicians, and then received the jade card for communication. Su Lang had already predicted the reaction of the Colchicum tribe, so it was not surprising. With a thought, Su Lang sent Li Shenyang out. The Wuxian of the Colosseum clan would definitely not go to the Bu clan to investigate in person, so sending a Li Shenyang to it was completely enough. And with Li Shenyang, even if the martial immortal of the Colchicum clan descends, he will have the power to fight. After all, the Chu Xian clan is a Zinan Xian clan, and Wu Xian is not strong either. With Li Shenyang's current combat power, he might be able to kill him. After sending out Li Shenyang, Su Lang found a room in the fairy palace and continued to refine the parts of the super-humanoid weapon. He is also preparing for the next attack on Slaughter Tower. However, Su Lang didn't know that he had basically killed the power of Tuantianlu staying in the headquarters. But the main force of Tuantianlu was fighting for the key to the Emperor's Forbidden Land at this time, and could not spare the power to target the Yaoqi tribe. After slaying many quasi-immortals and martial sages in the Slaughter Tower, and decomposing hundreds of sacred artifacts, Su Lang already had a large amount of materials at this time. These materials have been able to initially refine the main structure of super-humanoid weapons. In the room, the cauldron was red with flames. Pieces of material were put into the furnace by Su Lang, and gradually refined into various parts. There are many parts that can be done by the system, saving a lot of time. 1.5 hours later, Su Lang then refined a total of 30 parts of the fairy. The system prompt sounded again. Su Lang put aside the matter of cultivation level and concentrated on refining super-humanoid weapons. An afternoon passed in a blink of an eye. Su Lang once again refined hundreds of fairy artifact parts. The densely packed fairy-level parts lay on the ground. If a martial arts immortal sees it, it will probably flow out. But Su Lang didn't feel anything at all when he looked at these fairy artifacts. It's as if these things are just ordinary objects. At the same time, in one afternoon, Su Lang's cultivation base once again accumulated a huge amount. The cultivation speed of 4.4 billion times is really terrifying. 1 hour is equivalent to 500,000 years of meditation for others. It's so perverted that the world is trembling. Taking a look at the golden cultivator, Su Lang decided to continue to store it. Amidst the sea of knowledge, Li Shenyang's soul was filled with anger. What happened to make Li Shenyang angry? Su Lang's expression changed and he immediately used the system's ability to share Li Shenyang's perception. Bu tribe area, Holy Nest, outside the fairy formation. There are 2 figures floating in the sky, magnificent, overlooking the earth, looking like the best in the world. These 2 people, a man and a woman, exuded a celestial aura, and they were the 2 great martial arts of the Chushan family. Behind him, there was a young man who was seriously injured and dying. Obviously, this seriously injured and dying young man is a direct blood of the Colchicum tribe. I thought that this guy was domineering and arrogant, but Li Shenyang took care of it. In the fairy formation, headed by Li Shenyang, Wang Fukin, Bai Yulin and others stood behind, staring at the 2 martial arts outside the formation with indignation. Chapter 736, Fixed Waves and Magic Rain. Your Bu clan has been attached to my Colchicum clan for countless years, and now you dare to betray and join other forces. Not only that, you actually tried to kill the blood of my clan Immortal clan. You have to know that our Chushan family has 2 great martial immortals, but they are not comparable to the little quasi-immortal in front of you. Now, you surrender immediately and hand over the immortal formations obediently, we may still spare your lives. A rare opportunity, I hope you take it well. I will give you 10 breaths of time to consider. In the sky, a martial immortal of the Colchicum tribe stood high above, with an indifferent expression. The other Wuxian half squinted his eyes, looking like he was defiant. After speaking, these 2 Wuxians burst into extremely powerful auras. In this breath, countless creatures crawled on the ground, and even the strength to escape was taken away. A large number of Biu clan warriors couldn't bear the oppression of Wuxian, and they burst into death. Looking at the people who died outside the immortal formation, Bai Yulin and other martial sages were utterly distraught. Fantasy reign. Bai Yulin yelled, "You dignified Wuxian, you even attacked innocent creatures, do you still need a face?" Noisy. Wanyu Wuxian showed displeasure, yelled violently, and covered it with a powerful spiritual force, immediately beheading countless creatures. Li Shenyang erupted with terrifying Wuxian-level mental power, which directly fell on Wanyu Wuxian. The battle between Wuxians was so swift, and the mental attack was invisible and innocent, arriving instantly. Wuxian Wanyu felt a strong sense of crisis coming. He didn't even think about it, and instantly regained his mental power and fully defended. It's just a matter of time. Wanyu Wuxian formed a mental defense, which happened to strike against the mental attack that appeared out of thin air. Wanyu Wuxian only felt dizzy and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his face changed drastically. Wuxian-level mental attack. There is a martial immortal in the Biu clan. Wuxian Wanyu and Wuxian Dingbo, who was half squinting next to him, were shocked. You really have no bottom line. Just use the aura to oppress the weak creatures, but even attack them with mental power. Li Shenyang's eyes were full of anger. You two martial celestial beings of the Chushan tribe have good names, but they are filthy. Little quasi-celestial rank, what qualifications do you have to talk to us? Which fairy-level Taoist is hiding in the dark? Why not come out for a comment? The two martial immortals of the Chushui tribe looked at Li Shenyang, their faces showed disdain. Because of the combination of the celestial phantom and the fairy formation. Wuxian Wanyu and Wuxian Dingbo didn't realize that the mental attack just broke out from Li Shenyang. They thought there was another martial immortal hiding in secret to protect the Biu tribe. Therefore, at this time, the two Wuxians were secretly alert. Fantasy Yu Wuxian, Dingbo Wuxian, Li Shenyang sneered, do you know what kind of power is standing behind the Biu clan? What kind of power? On this vast land, only my Kolchakam is the strongest. What power can there be behind you is nothing more than a guts who hide their heads and show their tails. Wanyu Wuxian and Dingbo Wuxian's eyes turned like a mouse, and there was a trace of fear hidden in their eyes. Judging from the intensity of the mental attack just now, the Wuxian who is hiding in the dark may be a little higher than their realm. The two still had no plans to shrink. First of all, a three tribulations immortal array is too rare. After they were promoted from the Saint clan to the Immortal clan, they spent countless time and financial resources, and after many generations of hard work, they built an immortal formation. At this time, this fairy formation of the Biu Saint clan was like a treasure at hand, so I didn't want to give up. Moreover, the opponent's Wuxian did not appear for a long time, and only attacked with mental power, which made people have to wonder if the Wuxian was physically sick or not. What's so scary about a wounded Wuxian? The one who should be afraid, should be the Wuxian on the opposite side. Chapter 737. Quickly hand over the set. Wanyu Wuxian and Dingbo Wuxian exchanged glances, and became more sure of their guesses. The opponent's Wuxian must have fleeing here, and was seriously injured, wanting to recover with the resources of the Biu clan. I have to say that the brain supplement abilities of these two martial arts are really powerful. It's a pity that they couldn't think of it anymore. The Wuxian in the speculation was the quasi-Xian headed by the opposing team. But they are not to blame. Who would have thought that a quasi-immortal could possess the spiritual power of the sunshine level? No one would believe it. Dingbo Wuxian, Wanyu Wuxian. You are simply arrogant. I tell you, the strongest person in this area is my patriarch. Just now, my lord killed 4 martial immortals in Luntianlu. If you two don't want to die, and genocide, you should leave as soon as possible, otherwise it won't be unpredictable. Li Shenyang looked cold and his eyes were full of murderous intent. At this time, he really wanted to kill the other two martial arts, but the other party also practiced a spiritual exercise, which was still defensive, so Li Shenyang couldn't kill them. Your lord, is that the Wuxian hiding in the dark? Kill the 4 martial immortals in the slaughter tower. You can really blow. What kind of organization is Tushinlu? That is a world-class killer organization, quasi-imperialist force. He also killed the Wuxian in the slaughter tower, it just made me laugh. Dingbo Wuxian and Wanyu Wuxian listened to Li Shenyang's words, but didn't take them to heart at all, instead they showed mockery on their faces. Well, in fact, it's probably the same reaction as the others. The slaughter tower is really too strong. Basically only the slaughter tower can kill others, no one else can kill the heavenly tower martial artist. The two sides are in a stalemate. Dingbo Wushan and Wanyu Wushan of the Kolchakam clan were unable to break through the sky magical fairy array. And Li Shenyang couldn't kill two Wushans either. However, the two martial gods of the Kolchakam clan had another choice that had no bottom line. Hurry up and hand over the formation. Otherwise, we will kill all the creatures of the Biu tribe, so that no grass will grow in your Biu region, and no chickens or dogs will stay. Wanyu Wushan's face was cold. Don't think I'm joking, and give you 5 more breaths. After 5 breaths, you will be at your own risk. You dare. Bai Yulin's old face flushed red. If you dare to do it, you will definitely get cramped and skinned by our master. It is better to die. I haven't come out yet. I'm afraid I have already given up on you. Now that the time for 5 breaths has come, I would like to ask you one last sentence. Will you pay or not? Dingbo Wushan squinted his eyes, and there was a dangerous light in the gap. Li Shenyang cursed angrily, and felt a little self-blaming. Thanks to the Lord's blessing, he can be promoted to this level, but the first task after promotion is difficult to complete, and he really has the expectations of the Lord. Haha, very good, you made a choice that utterly frustrated life. Wanyu Wushan said with a murderous expression, I will perfect you and kill all the creatures of the Biu clan. Wushan Wanyu raised a hand, and the torrent of terrifying rules began to condense. Dingbo Wushan stayed quietly, watching out for the Wushan in the dark. In other words, fighting against the air. However, Li Shenyang wanted to laugh but couldn't laugh. Damn it, you must never fail the Lord's expectations. Even if you die, you will never compromise. Fight. Li Shenyang took a deep breath, grabbed a handful of pills and stuffed it into his mouth, and began to gather the power of rules all over his body. Dingbo Wushan did not notice the pill that Li Shenyang swallowed, otherwise they should have dropped their jaws again. A mere quasi-immortal, dare to stop me. Wanyu Wushan sneered, and immediately after that, he was about to perform the horror fairy technique. Li Shenyang's breath suddenly soared. I saw that his cultivation realm started to rise crazily from the 6-star martial sage, and in an instant he broke through to the 9-star martial sage level. Such a huge change immediately stunned Bai Yulin and others. Chapter 738. Brain Supplement Duo. Suddenly break through from a 6-star martial sage to a 9-star martial sage. Moreover, the aura on his body is constantly skyrocketing, and it feels like he has broken through the sky and reached another level, a mortal level. This is too exaggerated, right? The Lord broke through again. This time it is 3 holy small realms. My true combat power has already broken through the martial arts level in all aspects. The Lord is really amazing. In just one day, he broke through so many realms. Li Shenyang himself was also taken aback, and immediately became ecstatic. Dingbo Wushan and Wanyu Wushan outside the array also discovered Li Shenyang's strangeness. He has made a breakthrough. I seem to feel the breakthrough volatility. Could it be that he is the martial immortal? He used the method of seizing the house and wants to live another life. Yes, that is, that Wushan is about to die. He chose to rebirth, and with the help of the Biu clan's cultivation, he took out an immortal formation plate and arranged an immortal formation. At this moment, he suddenly regained his combat power. He must have used some secret technique and whole cards. So, everything is perfectly explained. As the brain supplement duo communicated, they showed excitement. A Wushan who has been reborn from the house and has not yet returned to the top, what a precious prey is this? Once killed, I don't know how terrible the income can be. Thinking of this, the eyes of Dingbo and Wanyu suddenly turned red, and the color of greed rose. Find a way to lead him out of the fairy formation. Dingbo Wushan said, otherwise we can't kill him. Haha, just use the trillion creatures of the Biu tribe as a threat. Wanyu Wushan sneered, and said loudly to Li Shenyang, I have given you 2 opportunities, none of you cherish it, don't blame me now. Wushan Wanyu and Wushan Dingbo flew away, condensing powerful regular spells in their hands, and in the next moment they will kill countless creatures along the way. When Bai Yulin and others saw this scene, they were suddenly very anxious. The trillions of creatures are weak, but they are the roots of the Biu clan, rest assured. I will not let the Lord down and make the Biu tribe difficult. Li Shenyang nodded solemnly, and immediately moved his figure, flew out of the fairy formation, and chased Dingbo and Wanyu. In fact, Li Shenyang also knew the plans of Dingbo Wushan and Wanyu Wushan. It is nothing more than to lead him out of the fairy formation, thereby beheading him. But Li Shenyang was not afraid. On the one hand, It was because at this time his own strength had reached the immortal level. On the other hand, Li Shengyang was full of fanatical worship and trust in Su Lang, who stood behind him. He knew that there was a master standing behind him, and he would never watch him be killed. By the means of the Lord, I am immortal. Li Shengyang was full of fighting spirit, and fiercely killed the brain to supplement the duo. He got it. Haha, I don't know where his self-confidence came from, but he really dared to chase it out. I thought he would choose to shrink. He used the secret technique and wanted to pay a great price, so he didn't want to stop there. HMPH, go a little further, and kill him. While the brain supplement duo was flying, the spells in their hands were constantly falling. Li Shengyang from behind chased after him frantically, intercepting the attack from the opponent and protecting the innocent creatures on the ground. The brain supplement duo flew hundreds of millions of miles with Li Shengyang hanging. The distance is almost enough. Under our siege, he will never return to the fairy formation. A lifelong treasure of a Wuxian, it will fall into our hands. Dingbo Wuxian and Wanyu Wuxian looked at each other with a sneer. The two suddenly separated, went in a circle around Li Shengyang, and sandwiched him between them. Ha ha ha, today you will definitely die. Dingbo Wuxian laughed and started directly. Wanyu Wuxian also started at the same time, and the two attacked fiercely towards Li Shengyang. The five elements rule torrent. Li Shengyang yelled violently, condensing the endless five-element rule in his hand, antagonizing the two Wuxians. There was a loud noise, and Li Shengyang's face was pale. One enemy too is too hard after all. Chapter 739, Surrender, I surrender. He actually blocked our attack. Wanyu Wuxian looked surprised. Brother, use the fairy weapon, make a quick battle. Dingbo Wuxian nodded, and after a while, a long sword appeared. Wanyu Wuxian also took out a fairy weapon, a heavy shield. However, although it is a shield, it can also be used to smash people, and the effect is not bad. If you don't believe me, look at the captain. The next breath is your death date. Dingbo Wuxian sneered, and severely chopped off at Li Shengyang with the long knife. In his hand, I saw a blade of light tearing through the sky, rushing out of the fairy sword, slamming towards Li Shengyang like a bamboo. Wanyu Wuxian's fairy shield turned into a huge island, smashed down. Two fairy artifacts. Li Shengyang's expression changed. Faced with two fairy artifacts, he couldn't stop it. In an instant, the two attacks were about to fall on Li Shengyang's expression. A full 40 figures suddenly appeared beside Li Shengyang. 40 figures shot together, and the terrifying might blasted out, directly flying the shield immortal weapon, blocking the sky-cracking sword light. The sudden scene directly stunned the brain supplement duo. Even Li Shengyang was stunned there for a while. He knew that the Lord would not let him die in vain, but he didn't expect the Lord to send so many immortal powerhouses at once. These are all clones of the Lord. Li Shengyang turned his head and looked. All the figures looked exactly the same as the Lord, and the breath on his body was exactly the same. Dingbo Wuxian and Wanyu Wuxian were stunned. Their eyes were about to fall out. Where did these people come from? How did they come? They are all immortal warriors. A total of 40 immortal warriors. One fairy-level warrior can dominate a large area. 40 fairy-level warriors, what kind of power is this? Is it possible that they are warriors from the imperial clan? The Biu tribe was blessed by the emperor. Escape. After being surprised, the brain supplement duo turned around and fled instantly without thinking about it. But at this time, Su Lang's 40 clones had already dispersed, blocking all their retreat. Kill out, Dingbo Wuxian roared, holding a fairy sword, waving wildly. A series of horrible sword lights swayed out, the sky was torn and the earth was trembling. Wanyu Wuxian held a shield to resist Wuxian-level attacks from all directions. Su Lang's 40 clones and Li Shengyang couldn't kill them unexpectedly. Dingbo and Wanyu Wuxian are overjoyed. They have no fairy weapons, ha ha ha, we have a chance to escape. Hurry up, hold on, and escape back to the clan to survive. With the joy of the rest of their lives, the Naobu duo shouted frantically, attacking and defending, and flew towards the distance. Li Shengyang mixed in the crowd, constantly attacking, but couldn't break through the opponent's defense. He suddenly felt something in his hand, and he looked down and couldn't help but his eyes burst. Li Shengyang unexpectedly had an extra fairy in his hand. Not only that, but the other 40 clones also had an extra fairy weapon in their hands. With such a scene, Dingbo Wuxian and Wanyu Wuxian were so scared that they were urinating. This. 41 fairy artifacts. My god, How come there are so many fairy artifacts? Our entire Colchicum tribe, with a history of 2 million years, has only built the 2 weakest fairy artifacts. What kind of power do they come from? At the time of horror, the brain supplement duo felt desperate. Under the siege of 40 wuxians holding immortal weapons, it was impossible for them to escape, surrender. I surrendered. I would like to be slaves and slaves. Don't do it. Under the threat of death, Wuxian Dingbo and Wuxian Wanyu immediately made a choice. Immediately, Li Shenyang and the 40 avatars stopped and surrounded them. We are willing to surrender our souls and become slaves. Dingbo and Wanyu knelt in the void, with humiliation in their eyes, their heads buckled heavily. At the same time, they thought they had saved their lives. After all, a generation of martial arts were slaves and servants. This was something that no one could refuse. Even Li Shenyang has similar thoughts. 40 clones raised the fairy weapons and smashed them down. Chapter 740. Death of Dingbo Magic Rain. When Su Lang's avatars had no immortal weapons, Dingbo Wuxian and Wanyu Wuxian could still survive. But now, with the 40 clones and Li Shenyang all holding the immortal instruments, they slammed them down suddenly, and the brain supplement duo suddenly fell into an ice cave, and the whole body was cold. In their desperate eyes, the fairy gradually occupied all the field of vision, and finally suffered a pain and lost consciousness. Ding! You get the soul of the elementary Wuxian 1, the guide of space 1, the regular fairy crystal 1, the elementary fairy weapon Tionkan knife 1, the middle grade fairy jade 386,358, the lower grade fairy jade 23,568,652, the ultimate spiritual jade asterisk 8865,356, the material of the fairy level refining device, the material of the holy level refining device. Ding! You get the soul of the elementary Wuxian 1, the guide of space 1, the regular fairy crystal 1, the elementary fairy weapon Nushan shield 1, the middle grade fairy jade 225,328, the lower grade fairy jade 16,584,552, the ultimate spiritual jade asterisk 6358211, the material of the fairy level refining device, the material of the holy level refining device. 2 system prompts came, the only 2 martial immortals of the Colchicum clan. Just like that, Su Lang's clones were beaten to death. The saints of Yaoqi, the city of the sky, thinking that I am a martial immortal, I can survive after I surrender. My kindness is far from that cheap. Su Lang curled his mouth in disdain, then took a look at the trophy and took out the 2 immortal artifacts. 1 long knife, 1 shield. The spirits of the 2 immortal artifacts were rushing out of their bodies, flaring their teeth and claws at Su Lang, looking like only a brutal instinct. The 2 lowest level fairy artifacts are even incomplete. Even the device spirit has no intelligence, it is like a crazy beast with only instinct. These 2 immortal artifacts seem to have been promoted from high-level sacrificial artifacts by some special method. Su Lang took a close look at the 2 immortal artifacts and found that there were very strong evil and resentment on them, and the lingering smell of blood penetrated into the bones of the immortal artifacts. It seems to be some kind of blood sacrifice method. This kind of evil method, I am afraid that it is necessary to kill the creatures in the unit of billions, and they are the creatures with martial arts cultivation skills, and they are forcibly promoted to these 2 immortal weapons. These 2 guys are really deadly. Fortunately, I didn't save them. While whispering, Su Lang gave instructions, and soon disassembled the 2 fairy artifacts in his hand. After the decomposition, a total of more than 130 copies of the soul of the martial god and more than 10,000 copies of the soul of the martial god were obtained. The soul of more than 10,000 Valkyrie. It is enough to see how terrifying the number of dead creatures behind these 2 fairy artifacts. In addition, there are densely packed, countless holy level materials and some immortal level materials. It is the soul of Wuxian, not a copy. Su Lang could also understand that even with the Xinan immortal clan like the Chu Daffodil, the entire race has only 2 martial celestial beings. Where can I get such a big treasure as the soul of martial celestial being? After decomposing the immortal artifacts of Dingbo and Wanyu, Su Lang decomposed all the 41 immortal artifacts used by the clone and Li Shenyang. These immortal artifacts are all temporarily refined, and it is useless to keep them. It is better to decompose them into materials for later use. As for Li Shenyang's lack of weapons, it will be resolved soon. Disassemble the fairy. Su Lang took out the Yutian sword from the storage space. The Yutian sword at this time was a quasi-immortal weapon, possessing a certain amount of power, and it was a great weapon that could kill the immortal. At this time, Su Lang's true combat power had already broken through the sky and reached the immortal level. The Yutian sword evolves into an immortal weapon, and Su Lang can also control it perfectly. Of course, he must evolve it as soon as possible. However, Su Lang did not directly start to evolve, but also decomposed the Yutian sword. Ding! Decompose the quasi-immortal weapon Yutian sword 1, you get. The quasi-immortal weapon Yutian sword became a pile of materials. But then, Su Lang used system functions to refine it. Moreover, this time not only one handle was refined, but a whole 51 was refined. Yes, in addition to himself, Su Lang would also equip all the clones with a Yutian sword as standard. Of course Li Shenyang can get one too. System, keep the specified characteristics, evolve the Yutian sword. Su Lang picked up one of the Yutian swords and gave the order directly. Ding! Consume the fairy level material Xuanming Luoxin 6, Qibao Anger Stone 10, Typing Eternal Jade 20. Holy Refining Material Ice Front Tianwu Stone 30, Tianyu Holy Soil 30, Jade Girl Everlasting Hatred Stone 36, Wusheng Soul 20, Valkyrie Soul 50. Yutian sword has evolved into a primary fairy weapon. Chapter 741, Fairy Yutian Sword, Xiaoyu. It's quite expensive. To evolve all the Yutian swords into primary immortal weapons, it will consume more than 1,000 souls of the martial censored, and more than 2,000 souls of the martial god. The key is that the soul of Wu Sheng is not enough, I have to refine super-humanoid weapons. Now evolving all Yutian swords into primary fairy weapons, it will not raise the upper limit of combat power, so let's leave it for now. Su Lang frowned, and handed out the remaining quasi-Xian level Yutian swords, leaving only a fairy craft level Yutian sword in his hand. This fairy weapon level Yutian sword has already given birth to its spirit. Its shape is different from the Zhongjin Cannon and Sky Sea. It is the shape of a sword, and it can also be called a sword spirit. The appearance of the sword spirit is almost exactly the same as the Yutian sword, with black stripes on the white background, mysterious and unpredictable. But there is an eye in its sword grid. The sword grid is double-sided, one for each, and 2 eyes in total. These 2 eyes looked quite agile, turning around, like a newly born baby full of curiosity about the world around them. It can be seen that this sword spirit's natural intelligence is much higher than that of Xiaohai and Xiaopao's 2, mentally retarded, devices. After all, it consumes so much of my Wusheng soul and the soul of the Valkyrie. If I refining a mentally retarded device spirit, I will doubt if the system is intentional. Su Lang grinned, with a slight smile on his face. He held the Yutian sword in front of him, and looked at each other with the eyes on the Yutian sword's grid. From now on, you will be called Xiaoyu, don't you know? Xiaoyu, you know, Xiaoyu knows. Yutianjian's eyes moved cleverly, making a crisp sound like a bell. You know how to communicate from the beginning. In addition, I learn languages very quickly. It's much smarter than the 2 spirits that only know how to call ma 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 and fire cannons. Su Lang showed excitement and was very happy. Great, I want to teach this Xiaoyu myself. With excitement, Su Lang taught Xiaoyu Langsing the language. Xiaoyu learns very fast, and he can learn the language at almost 1 point. He has directly mastered the language of Blue Star and has reached the level of Chinese level 10. His communication ability instantly reached a level similar to that of Su Lang. Xiaoyu. Su Lang waved Yutian sword and shouted. I'm here, does the master need anything? Master, don't play with Xiaoyu's body, it's itchy. Master, stop it, does the master want to be hacked? Xiaoyu was very excited just as soon as he learned the language of Blue Star, so when Su Lang asked, he began to answer and answer continuously. Xiaoyu turned out to be like this. Answer more than a dozen sentences as soon as you ask. And it's saucy and sturdy, want to cut me? Su Lang stared, and the corners of his mouth twitched, feeling that the sword spirit also had a bit of sand sculpture. What is the master staring at? Don't stare at people like that, it's so shy. Does the master want to be poked blind? Can Xiaoyu want to pierce the master's 2nd generation body? Xiaoyu and Su Lang looked at each other, each sentence after another, perfectly interpreting what is called huatang. My day, this sword spirit is too showy. Su Lang couldn't help rolling his eyes fiercely. Immediately, he quickly put the Yutian sword into the storage space to prevent it from continuing to talk. Su Lang turned his eyes, took back all the clones from the Biu clan, and gave Li Shenyang an order. Li Shenyang, the martial fairy of the Kolchakam tribe is dead. You immediately go to subdue the saints near the Biu tribe. There are also the Chu Shui Xian clan. No, now it is the Chu Shui Saint clan. If they are conscious and take the initiative to vote, then they will accept it. If they are not moved and wait for me to come, then they will be destroyed. This series of orders appeared on Li Shenyang's jade card of transmission. The servant must complete the Lord's order. Li Shenyang received the order and immediately knelt down in the direction of Su Lang. His expression was full of gratitude and a hint of guilt. Because he was favored by Su Lang, his combat power reached the immortal level, but he fell into a disadvantage in the first battle. In the end, he needed the Lord's rescue, and he suddenly felt sorry for the Lord's favor. Chapter 742, Choice of Colchicum. The first order was not executed well. I must meticulously complete the orders the Lord is giving now, otherwise I can only apologize with death. Li Shenyang was secretly ruthless in his heart, and immediately returned to the Biu saints, gathered all the saints, went to the surrounding saints, and included them in the territory of Su Lang's rule. Su Lang was not interested in what Li Shenyang would do. With Li Shenyang's Wuxian level combat power, there is no threat around them. Those holy races either surrender or perish. There is no third choice. Just broke through 3 small realms. It is now a 9-star level cultivation realm. It's a pity that the skills I practice are limited now, which delays the understanding of the rules and is unable to enter the martial arts for the time being. The rules are not perfect. Even if the cultivation level is sufficient, I can't choose to be promoted, otherwise the foundation is not strong, and it will become a big problem in the future. The most urgent task is to practice the exercises. The cultivation level can be temporarily put on hold. Well, I don't know what is going on in the slaughter tower. Will a more powerful Wuxian be sent next time? Should I upgrade the Jixian cannon? In the Sea of Sky? Forget it, upgrading the fairy weapon requires more materials than the evolution Yudian sword, so let's talk about the super humanoid weapon first. Thinking in his mind, Su Lang adjusted the flame, looked at the state of the materials in the furnace, and continued to refine the parts of the super humanoid weapon. In fact, sending an avatar to help Li Shenyang kill Dingbo Wuxian and Wanyu Wuxian took a dozen breaths. At this time, Su Lang didn't delay the refining of parts. Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian have consolidated their cultivation bases. Originally the 3 women were excited to find Su Lang, but Chu Xiaobei discovered that after Su Lang was refining the equipment, she took Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian to Blue Star to practice. At this time, Chu Xiaobei's cultivation level has also reached the 9-star martial sage, only 1 step away as the quasi-immortal. What is needed most now is the power to understand the rules. She chose not to use the rule fairy crystal, so this process will be more difficult for her. But Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian had reached the quasi-shen and possessed the space guide given by Su Lang. At this time, they had to go to the Blue Star to refine the space guide and achieve the position of the Valkyrie. On the Biu clan's side, the fall of the 2 great martial immortals caused a tremendous panic. All the holy races were plunged into fear, for fear that the mysterious person would get angry and kill himself. However, when the people were in a panic, they saw an envoy from the Biu clan. The messenger of the Biu tribe gave them 2 choices: surrender to young master Su or perish. Without exception, all the saints chose to surrender the first time. Originally, the envoy of the Biu clan planned to throw out the benefits of surrendering to young master Su, but he didn't expect that all these saints would surrender directly without thinking about it. All of a sudden, the neighboring races of the Biu tribe, the 100 Wars Saint clan, the Fishuang Saint clan, and the Lianhua Saint clan, as well as the 3 major Saint clan of the north and east respectively, surrendered and presented countless treasures of heaven and earth, rare and exotic animals, plus books, the most beautiful group of women in the tribe. Immediately, the name of Li Shenyang spread to the 9 great saints and the Chu Shui saints, and the name of Su Gongzi, the lord of Li Shenyang, made everyone feel thunderous. The various miracles about Su Gongzi were passed from the mouths of the martial sages of the Biu tribe and turned into various versions, which made people admire and worship. In the end, the Colchicum clan finally lost its breath. Their martial immortal was directly beheaded, which was the most feared force in this incident. Wuxian, almost the figure at the top of the pyramid of Kanglan continent, it is extremely difficult to kill. At this time, the martial celestials of their Colosseum clan fell all together, without even a chance to escape. The death of Wuxian and the mysterious murderer, like a sword on his neck, could destroy their Chushui tribe at any time. Of course, there are people in the Chu Shui clan who are unwilling to surrender and want to resist with the help of the immortal formation. But these people were quickly killed in the Chu Shui clan's internal struggle, and the Chu Shui clan quickly completed the change of power in just one day. By this time, all the senior leaders of the Chu Shui clan are people who intend to surrender. After the internal fight was over, the Chu Shui tribe immediately sent an envoy to the Biu tribe without delay, and saw Li Shenyang. The last time the direct descendants of the Colchicum tribe came, they were arrogant, defiant, pretentious, and lofty. But this time, the 10 quasi-immortals who came as messengers all knelt in front of Li Shenyang, and gave their souls and hearts very humble. Chapter 743, Create a quasi-immortal in an instant. These soul fires, I will pass on to the Lord. Whether you live or die is only a matter of the Lord's thoughts, but I estimate that you have escaped with your life. No, not just escaped with a life, but got a great opportunity. Your choice will make your future smooth. Li Shenyang looked down at the 10 quasi-immortals below and said lightly, Master Shenyang, I will serve the Lord wholeheartedly, crush my bones, and do whatever I can. The quasi-immortals hurriedly patted their hearts and assured. In fact, from the changes in the Biu clan, they had long seen that submitting to that mysterious Su Gongzi would gain great benefits. After all, it is a character who can reward a set of 3 tribulations immortal array at will. Thereupon, Su Lang, who was refining a super-humanoid weapon, soon received the soul fire transmitted back by Li Shenyang. This time, there were a total of 136 soul fires. Among them, there are 13 quasi-immortal levels, which are 10 quasi-immortals of the Autumn Water Narcissus clan, and one of the 3 neighboring saint families of the Autumn Water Narcissus clan. In addition, all of them are martial saint levels, from 1-star martial saints to 9-star martial saints. It's all veteran martial saints. And there are many great sage levels among them, and one is comparable to dozens of new young martial saints. Not bad, this time the harvest is very good. Su Lang showed a satisfied smile on his face, and then put all these soul heart fires into the sea of knowledge. Immediately afterwards, he collected the furnace and materials in front of him and stood up. In this day, Su Lang refined more than 500 immortal level materials. At the same time, he has accumulated countless cultivations. 1 day's time is equivalent to a 9-star great saint meditating for more than 10 million years without auxiliary means. If you are not restricted by the rules, you can be promoted to a martial immortal. Su Lang estimated that he might not only be able to reach the martial immortal level, but also break through several levels in succession and reach the peak of the primary martial immortal, the 3 tribulations martial immortal. With so much cultivation, it is estimated that many quasi-immortals can be created. The corners of Su Lang's mouth were slightly hooked, and he immediately took out the transmission jade card and gave the order, allowing Wang Fuqin, Yaoqi Yanfa, Qiri Muju, and Tianyanji to enter the immortal palace. Wait to meet the Lord. Wang Fuqin and the other 4 knelt on the ground, respectfully kowtowing and saluting, their eyes full of fanaticism. You are the servants who have followed me the longest, although it really hasn't been long. Su Lang smiled lightly. Today, I intend to give you the opportunity so that you can quickly improve your cultivation realm without much effort. The Lord will give the servants and other opportunities. This time, what a mysterious means is this to directly improve the cultivation realm for the servants and others? Wang Fuqin, Yaoqi Yanfa and the other 4 had thoughts flowing in their hearts, and they couldn't help themselves. Moreover, in their hearts, they never doubted whether Su Lang's means had any side effects, and they completely trusted and worshipped 100%. Su Lang smiled and said, as my first soul fire servant, you come first. Wang Fuqin knelt on the ground and moved his knees to Su Lang. Close your eyes and calm down. Su Lang said. Wang Fuqin immediately complied. Immediately afterwards, Su Lang put a hand on Wang Fuqin's heavenly spirit and used the cultivation empowerment function. Suddenly, like a dam discharging, terrifying cultivation directly poured into Wang Fuqin's meridians and dantian. These cultivations naturally became Wang Fuqin's cultivation, and there was no need for any refining process at all. As a result, Wang Fuqin's cultivation realm began to skyrocket. He was originally just a 1-star martial saint, not much better than the new and Nenian martial saint. But at this time, the realm of cultivation soared wildly, and the 2-star, 3-star, and 4-star directly reached the quasi-immortal. With such a scene, Yaoqi Yanfa, Qiri Muju, and Tianyanji on the side were stunned, and their jaws were about to fall. Only then did they understand how terrifying the opportunity the Lord was about to give this time. A one-star martial saint turned into a quasi-immortal in an instant, which was really too exaggerated. However, the opportunity given by Su Lang is not over. Chapter 744, Wuxian's Chance to Give Away. This is a regular fairy crystal. When Wuxian sits down, it is a fairy-level treasure with a small probability of being able to condense. With this rule fairy crystal, you must be more likely to make up for your lack of rules. Wangfukan, I hope you can arrive at Wuxian soon and do things for me. While talking, Su Lang threw the rule fairy crystal down. Wu, sir, I will definitely work hard to cultivate and be promoted to Wuxian as soon as possible. Wangfukan burst into gratitude, and his whole person was almost crazy with excitement. He was originally an enemy of Su Lang, but was later coerced and had to become a servant. But now, he has been a blessing in disguise, not only reaching the level of a quasi-immortal, but also having the opportunity to break through to a martial immortal. This is no longer being promoted in the slightest, but an even more unspeakable gift. If possible, Wangfukan almost wanted to give Su Lang his soul first to show his loyalty. Xianxia and others on one side also looked stupid. What they are about to get is the chance to become a fairy. Achieving Wuxian was originally an unattainable goal in his whole life, but now because of the Lord's gift, an unimaginable opportunity can be obtained so easily. This is simply the blessing of not knowing how many years of cultivation have come. Don't froze. Su Lang waved his hand faintly. Wangfukan, you go to consolidate your cultivation, and then you can go back to Fengaling clan to take a look. Wangfukan held the rule immortal crystal and retreated respectfully. Yao Kai Yan Fa, you will come next. Su Lang turned his eyes and looked at Yaoqi Yan Fa. To upgrade Wangfu Qin from a one-star martial sage to a quasi-immortal level, the realm span is indeed very large, and the installation efficiency is only 40%, but it only consumes a quarter of Su Lang's cultivation. This quarter of the cultivation base is equivalent to the 9-star martial sage meditating for more than 2 million years. Even if it is half, it will have more than 1 million years, which is completely enough to raise Wangfukan's cultivation base. At this time, Su Lang still had 3/4 of his cultivation left. The remaining Yaoqi Yan Fa and others are 6-star martial sages and 7-star martial sages, and these cultivation skills can't even be used up. At this time, Yao Kai Yan Fa stepped forward and knelt down with a fanatical expression. Use the same method. Su Lang gave Yaoqi Yan Fa a cultivation base initiation and directly raised him to the quasi-celestial level. Subsequently, another piece of regular fairy crystal was dropped. Next, Chiri Muju and Tianyanji also had to go straight to the quasi-celestial level to obtain regular fairy crystals. Immediately, Su Lang had 4 quasi-celestial confidants. As for the quasi-immortals who have just surrendered to the Chu Shui tribe, they can't simply reward them. A certain contribution must be made to be rewarded. Raising all the 4 of them to the quasi-immortal level, Su Lang's accumulated cultivation is still about 1/5. Today's count runs out, save it. Su Lang stood up, ready to go to the Biu clan. The purpose here is to harvest the wealth of the 9 saints in the Colchicum. And what Su Lang valued most was the fairy-level formation of the Colchicum tribe. With this celestial formation, my sky phantom and immortal formation can be improved. Su Lang smiled and looked forward to it. System prompts came one after another. Ding! Sacred Sword of Sky Fire and Breeze has reached the founding level. Ding! Xiaoying Sword Record has reached the founding level. Ding! Ferocious Demon Sword Array has reached the founding level. Ding! Qingyan Point Star Sword Art has reached the founding level. Ding! Shuangguang Chenghong Sword Picture has reached the founding level. Has the 5 sacred sword arts reached the founding level? Su Lang looked happy, and immediately felt the 5 warmths flowing out of his body, blending into his limbs. A kind of hot spring-like comfort comes, which makes the pores relax and the mood is refreshing. At the same time, the unnamed Wanfa integrating cultivation technique was once again integrated into the 5 saint level cultivation techniques, and the rank was improved a lot. But the unnamed exercises still haven't reached the immortal level. Although I haven't reached the immortal level, I will definitely be promoted to the immortal level next time. Su Lang thought to himself, and then opened his property panel. Chapter 745, Across the Sky, the Power of Martial Arts. Attack level 2 Tribulations Wuxian. Defense level 1 Tribulation Wuxian plus. Shenfa level 1 tribulation wuxian plus. Endurance level 1 tribulation wuxian plus. Spirit level realm of sunshine. In the realm of the 9-star martial sage, across the sky, has it reached the attack realm of the 2nd tribulation wuxian. The corners of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, quite satisfied. The gap between Wusheng and Wuxian is really too big. On the Kanglan continent, from ancient times to the present, it is estimated that no one can have the real combat power of the Wuxian level at the Wusheng level, even those Tianzhao who have only shocked the ages. Next, first choose 6 exercises to practice. This time, I don't see whether the exercise is strong or not, but whether it can make me understand the new rules. Su Lang whispered, and immediately selected a holy level technique from the storage space. At this time, Su Lang possessed a large number of holy level exercises, and the combined number of natural exercises and combined success methods reached about 500. Among them, there are many new techniques from the Colchicum tribe. Su Lang's gaze first fell on these newly acquired techniques. The first is a fairy level exercise method, called Tian's Lumming Immortal Ju, which is a relatively low-level fairy level exercise method. Although low-level, it is a fairy level exercise method after all, and it is a natural exercise method, which can be used as a material for synthesizing low-level exercise methods, which is very precious. In addition to this immortal level exercise method, there are a total of 50 natural saint level exercise methods. From these exercises, Su Lang found several holy level exercises he needed. The first book, titled The Forbidden Book of Bliss in the Sky, is a rare space-based exercise technique, a type that Su Lang urgently needs. The second book, titled Sacred Ju of Illusion Yang Aspires the Ding, is a special Yang attribute rule that interacts with the Yin attribute. The third book, titled Mingyuan Tianji True Method, is a mysterious technique of the Fate attribute, which is very rare. The fourth book, titled Sacred Scroll of Deluo Mountain and Sea, is the main rule of heaven and earth, the attribute of gravity, which can be regarded as one of the basic structural rules. The fifth book, titled The True Book of the Dead and Cold Years, can make Su Lang comprehend the mysterious rules of death. Except for this, I didn't find any special attributes. Most of the remaining exercises are derived from the main attribute, allowing Su Lang to comprehend the derived rules. Derivative rules are of course also very important. Each additional one will make the inner boundary more perfect. The first 5 books are all main attributes. The 6th book, please choose one at random. Su Lang turned his eyes and chose a rock system exercise method, one of the main derived attributes of the Earth system. System, immediately place these 6 exercises. The system prompt came. The 6 martial arts villains in the mysterious black space immediately moved. After completing these exercises, you can continue to comprehend the rules. Su Lang muttered silently, a glimmer of expectation flashed in his eyes. He moved his body, replaced it with a clone, and came to the holy nest of the Biu clan. Chapter 746. Go to see the Colchicum. As soon as he appeared, Li Shenyang immediately felt something and came to see him. Of course, Bai Yulin and the others also immediately followed, for fear that they were a step slower. In addition to them, there are the main members of the 9 saints in the Colchicum. Because Li Shenyang knew that Su Lang would definitely summon these people, so he simply left them behind. Servants wait to see the Lord. Headed by Li Shenyang, a group of quasi-celestial martial sages knelt on the ground, their heads crushed in black. These are all strong men standing on the upper level of the Kanglan continent pyramid, but they are as humble as a bug. The quasi-celestial warriors of the Colchicum and the 9 great sages tremble, for fear that they will make a little mistake and cause dissatisfaction with the new master. Therefore, not only did they dare not even look at Su Lang, but they did not even dare to breathe. They were all tense as tight as a rubber band. Of course, they could still feel the fluctuations in the cultivation base of the 9-star martial saint on Su Lang. I couldn't help but feel a little strange. The master I'm waiting for, the realm of cultivation is only 9-star martial saint level. Could it be? What kind of person is the Lord? Is it the direct blood of the ancient immortal tribe, or simply the direct blood of the emperor tribe? Everyone thought in their hearts, and felt more and more that an extremely terrifying force was standing behind Su Lang. When they were frightened in their hearts, there was a contradiction in joy. The power of the Lord is strong, so of course they have a lot of benefits. Su Lang sat on the head and waved his hand faintly. Immediately after a glance, Su Lang's attribute panel of the strong men was called out, and everyone's information was immediately clear. You made the right choice. Su Lang said to the newly surrendered quasi-martial sages, as long as I do things with my heart, I will ignore the predecessors and reuse your weight. The Lord is the master of virtue and virtue. The servants will do their best to do things for the Lord, even if they give their lives, they will not hesitate. The 13 newly surrendered quasi-immortals took the other martial sages and bowed their heads one after another. Don't talk nonsense, I want to see your actions. Now, young level immortal, you will lead the way. I'm going to see you Chushui clan. Su Lang pointed a finger and hit a glamorous female quasi-fairy. Yes, Lord, Zan Jushin was flattered at once. Suppressing his ecstasy, showing a charming smile, instantly showing a variety of amorous feelings. Seeing this scene, the other quasi-immortals were immediately envious. It is a great honor to be ignorant by the Lord, and the future is boundless. But they didn't even know that Su Lang was not interested in the appearance of Zan Lianjun, just because her cultivation base was the highest among the people. This Zan level immortal has almost half-footed into the realm of Wushan, and he is considered a talent. Su Lang got up and said lightly. Everyone got up one after another. Li Shenyang and Zan Shaoshan led the way, while the others followed behind. A large group of people surrounded Su Lang, passing through the teleportation array one by one, across the 3 saint race areas, and came to the territory of the Chushui tribe. The territory of the Kolchakam tribe is very large, almost the total area of the 10 holy tribes including the Biu tribe. And the aura here is stronger and more abundant. 4 cities stand, the strong are like clouds, and the overall strength is a realm higher than the saints. But Su Lang is not interested in this. He directly asked Hyoshui Wushan to join him to the headquarters of the Kolchakam tribe. The headquarters of the Kolchakam tribe is a huge lake named Kolchakam. This lake occupies a large area, and the edge is not visible at a glance, just like a sea. But Su Lang's spiritual power was so majestic, it instantly enveloped it. I saw Chushan Lake like a bright moon falling down on the ground, with autumn waves rippling and fairy aura overflowing. The headquarters building is built on the bottom of the lake, and it is white all over, and it is natural at first sight. It has to be said that although the Kolchakam clan is a Xinan clan, after 2 million years of accumulation and precipitation, the foundation is still much deeper than that of the Holy Clan. Chapter 747, Waving and arranging the 5 tribulations immortal array, Su Lang stopped on the edge of Chushan Lake. Everyone behind him also stopped, bowed their heads, and dared not make noise. In the distance, a large number of martial artists of the Kolchakam tribe formed a guard of honor and formed a welcoming team, but they did not dare to move forward, and could only greet them silently with an uneasy mood. Su Lang was not interested in these people either, and directly began to observe the fairy formation. The fairy array of the Kolchakam tribe is the mist that evaporates around the lake. These mists condense the rules of the water system and some derived rules of the water system, and the defense is strong and endless. It also has the ability to counterattack in the dark, which can consume the body and soul of the enemy, erode its intelligence, and is extremely insidious. But this immortal formation was vulnerable to Su Lang's eyes. Even if you don't need the ability to control the formation, you can get rid of it directly. Is this the 3 tribulations immortal array of your immortal clan? Su Lang smiled and shook his head. The flaws are continuous, you can break it with one finger. Zan Shaoshan and the others were at a loss and were afraid to speak. Immediately afterwards, they saw Su Lang stretch out a finger, and with a single tap, a group of terrifying force of rules condensed and fell into the formation. It's a Wushan level attack. And it's not just a Wushan. The master seems to have only a 9-star martial sage in the realm of cultivation, but it is incredible to be able to perform a Wushan level attack at will. Look, under the Lord's attack, the fairy array started to collapse in an instant. Our immortal formation has gone through millions of years of perfection, and we think it has no flaws, but it has been found out by the Lord. One finger can break through the 3 tribulations immortal array. The master is also superb in the formation of the 2nd generation of attainments. Maybe the Biu clan immortal array was refined by the master. Strong combat power and extraordinary formations. The Lord I waited for must be the most talented genius for thousands of years. If there are no accidents, I will be the throne. When everyone was discussing, they saw that the immortal array collapsed under Su Lang's fingers, and finally vanished into ashes. This scene directly saw the guard of honor warriors in the distance dumbfounded. A good fairy formation, which has been standing in Xianxia Lake for millions of years, was broken by a finger of the new master. God, what a powerful lord this is! Some warriors could not help kneeling on the ground, buckling their heads frantically. Su Lang stretched out his hand, and a large amount of material was taken out from the Colchicum Lake and fell into his hands. When Su Lang destroyed the formation, he deliberately did not destroy these formation materials, otherwise it would be too wasteful. Most of these immortal array materials are immortal. It can be said that most of the accumulation of 2 million years of the Colchicum tribe has been used in this fairy formation. Therefore, Su Lang has gained a lot. However, after seeing Su Lang destroying the immortal formation, the Shu Shaoshan and others of the Chushan tribe directly collected the materials and sighed in their hearts. The formation of the immortal clan's 2 million years of accumulation only at night, is that just destroyed? After the Chushui tribe, is there no fairy formation for protection? After all, he was forced to surrender, and he was not treated by the Lord. The Colchicum and others were a little depressed. Su Lang suddenly waved his hand, and an overwhelming array landed from the sky, directly covering the entire Xianxia Lake. This formation is gleaming, with faintly inky colors, sometimes turning into illusory mist, sometimes condensing into a silky thin barrier. This immortal formation, called the Phantom Sky Lingbo United Immortal Formation, on the basis of its original defensive power, illusion concealment and concealment capabilities, and counterattack capabilities have reached a very terrifying level. Even if a martial immortal of the 4 tribulations came, he would be trapped in it. If it were the Wuxian of the 5 tribulations, it would not be able to break free gradually, but it would not be possible to break the formation at all, unless some powerful external force was used. After seeing the 3 tribulations immortal array of the Chushan clan, Su Lang immediately grasped it, and merged with the former and Kangkong phantasmal immortal array to create this more powerful 5 tribulations immortal array. Chapter 748. Otherwise I will not forgive you. The original 2-3 tribulations immortal array could not become a 5 tribulations immortal array no matter how they were made. But Su Lang's formation skills had reached the supreme level. The 3 tribulations immortal array of the Chushan clan is a combined formation of 5 celestial formations in a large number of quasi-celestial formations. Therefore, after Su Lang perfected the flaws in these formations, he used each immortal formation as the skeleton, using the quasi-immortal formation and the powerful holy formation as flesh and blood, to construct this powerful 5 tribulations immortal formation. The fairy formation is a stronger fairy formation. Oh my God, I have seen this kind of heavy aura and vision in ancient books. I'm afraid this immortal formation already possesses the defensive ability of the 5 tribulations martial immortal. The Lord demolished our immortal formation, and then gave us a 5 tribulations immortal formation. From the beginning to the end, the Lord is rewarding us, not beating. The new master I'm waiting for, really don't care about the predecessors, the master, I will kill the stubborn people in the clan and take refuge in the master. This is the most correct choice. The Lord has set up a 5 tribulations immortal array in an instant. On his surface, the cultivation base of the 9-star martial saint is afraid of false appearances, and the Lord is at least an ancient immortal level power. Even if it is powerful, you can't set up an immortal formation in an instant. No, even an emperor level array mage can't do it. What is the identity of the Lord? It's really mysterious. When the Chu Xian clan and others were in ecstasy, they were shocked by Su Lang's formation skills, which caused a flurry of thoughts and brain supplements. This 5 tribulations immortal array can keep your Colchicum tribe safe. Su Lang said lightly, I hope you don't let me down. The warriors of the Colchicum clan kowtowed one after another, doing their best to show their loyalty. The other 9 saints were envious, even their eyes were red. 5 tribulations immortal formation, a powerful formation that can only be possessed by the real ancient immortals. The Colchicum tribe has actually received such a great reward. This Colchicum lake is indeed in a good environment. From now on, the martial sages of the 10 saints can freely enter and exit the fairy formations to come and practice. Furthermore, the 9 saints can build residences in it. In times of trouble, this is a shelter for everyone. Su Lang said, Li Shenyang, next you send someone to build a teleportation array, and you must connect most of the cities of all the saints. Li Shenyang immediately knelt down and took his orders. The quasi-sage martial arts of the 9 saints were excited. This 5 tribulations immortal array is not just for the Colchicum. It is common. Although the fairy formations are here, they are basically common to all races. One more thing. Establish an exchange system in this fairy formation. Su Lang continued, you do this, Bai Yulin, and I will be rewarded after it is done. You will not shame your life. Bai Yulin knelt immediately, the joy on his face could not be concealed. He knew that once the Lord gave a reward, it would at least be a quasi-elixir of perfect quality. Young level immortal. Su Lang gave a soft drink. Slave. Zan Xiaopingxian came to Su Lang in surprise, and slowly knelt down, a pair of brackets trembling slightly, causing ripples. Su Lang didn't even look at it. I'm going to refine a fairy artifact recently. You go down to collect materials, down to the king rank, and up to the immortal rank. You need them all. The larger the quantity, the better. But you must remember, don't make all races mourn, otherwise I will not forgive you. 9 saints, and a colchicum, with a vast area and countless creatures, they will surely be able to scavenge a lot of materials. Although most of them are low-level materials, Su Lang has a synthesis function, which can synthesize high-level materials in a unified manner. 100 god-level materials can be used to synthesize a lowest-level fairy-level material, which is simply beautiful. Chapter 749, You are developed. If the servant can't do it, I will apologize with death. Xian Xiaopingxian bowed his head and solemnly accepted the task. It is also necessary to collect a large amount of materials without making a wailing voice. This requires everyone to voluntarily hand over their wealth, which is a huge problem. But Zan Xianxian had no choice. This was the first order and request that Su Lang issued to them, and it was an order issued after the 5 tribulations immortal array was granted. If they can't handle it well, they will end up miserably. Of course, they also know that if it is done well, there will definitely be benefits. At the same time, everyone got a new message from Su Lang, that is, the Lord can make immortal artifacts. Immortal refining skills, another terrifying ability. Everyone couldn't help but admire and convince them more. Come here. At this time, Su Lang ordered another quasi-fairy of the Colchicum tribe. This quasi-immortal is known as Duz, and it is the strongest quasi-immortal except for the level of Zan. Servant knock on the Lord. Zunxian Duz came to Su Lang's side, knelt down cautiously and kowtow, for fear that any wrong move might arouse Su Lang's dissatisfaction. Su Lang said faintly, all the maps and forces around the Chushui area will be sorted out, and the map will be handed to me. Servant obey orders. Duz Zunxian immediately knocked on the leader's order. In fact, there is already a map that Su Lang wanted among the Colchicum tribe, but Zunxian Duz believes that the map is not accurate anymore. In order to perfectly complete the task assigned by Su Lang, Duz Zunxian intends to personally lead people to explore and draw the latest, most complete and accurate map. Ning Yuan quasi-immortal. Su Lang spoke lightly again. Ning Yuan Zunxian immediately stepped forward to kneel, trembling, respectful. You go to gather all the quasi-sages and pinnacle martial gods of the 10 races, such as Chushui, Bayesian, and the next time I come again, I hope you won't miss one. Su Lang's indifferent voice fell into Ning Yuan Zunxian's ears, making his heart tense. Please rest assured, the servant must complete the order. Ning Yuan Wuxian also knocked on the leader's orders. He secretly said in his heart that all quasi-sages and pinnacle martial arts must be called together. Even those high-ranking warlords must be summoned and cost a price to make them break through to the peak martial god, so as not to suddenly break through to the peak martial censored after the summoning is completed. Isn't he bad? The rest of the quasi-immortals and martial sages heard this order from Su Lang, and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Especially the people of the Colchicum tribe, their martial immortal has a history of using martial arts. But everyone didn't dare to speculate about Su Lang secretly, so they could only wait for the opportunity to inquire about the members of the Biu tribe. Thinking like this, someone couldn't help but look at Bai Yulin and the others, but they met the eyes of Bai Yulin and other martial sages. That look is like saying you are developed. The martial sages of Chushui and other tribes were surprised, but their hearts were also relieved. They decided to find Bai Yulin and others to find out the news as soon as possible. Okay, all go away. Su Lang waved his hand, threw a large number of formation keys to Li Shenyang, and immediately disappeared from the spot. And this trick inevitably made Hyuna leveling immortal and the others horrified. The methods used by the Lord when he leaves are completely invisible. What a terrifying move, regardless of what Hyoshui Wuxian and others think. Su Lang directly returned to the Sea of Sky. Recently, he has been vigilant against the counterattack of Tuantianlu, so he definitely will not stay outside for a long time. After returning to the Sea of Sky, Su Lang immediately began to improve the formation of the Sky Sea. After some operation, the formation of the Sea of Sky has been updated iteratively and has become the 5 Tribulations Immortal Formation. This layer of Immortal Formation was built on the body of the Sea of Sky, integrated with this immortal artifact, and almost pushed its defense force to the peak of the 5 Tribulations Martial Immortal. At this level, even the 6 Tribulations Martial Immortal could hold back a long time. After improving the formation of the Sky Sea, Su Lang thought about it and returned to the space-time crack between the Wind Spirit race and the Blue Star. Chapter 750, Blue Star again. Changes with each passing day. The big city here has now become another larger and more refined main city. As for the original Fengaling clan main city, it was completely reduced to a secondary city. People come and go in the city, and the Fengaling and Terran warriors live in a harmonious atmosphere. In addition, the average strength of these warriors has improved a lot, and they have gained a lot of benefits from the exchange system. Su Lang didn't have the mind to play the world, and with a big wave of his hand, in the horrified eyes of countless people, he replaced the formation with the Magic Sky Lingbo United Immortal Formation. With this formation, there is basically no need to worry about the cracks in time and space. After all, no wuxian from the 6 Tribulations would go to this poor country to wander around boringly. The emergence of the new formation method has caused an uproar in the new main city, but this naturally has the warriors below to calm down. Su Lang directly entered Blue Star through the time-space crack. At this time, Su Lang of the 9-star Martial Saint level stepped onto the land of Blue Star, and suddenly felt the power of rules that were extremely prominent. The power of these rules manifests from the void from time to time, and it is easy to feel and comprehend. Su Lang felt a lot of rules that he hadn't understood at the time. Of course, most of these rules were derived from the main rules. Unfortunately, if I want to comprehend these techniques now, I need to comprehend them from scratch just like ordinary martial artists. I cannot use convenient system functions unless I practice the related techniques. Su Lang shook his head regretfully, then smiled again. I don't know what benefits I can get after I get out the inner boundary and put the Blue Star in. By the way, there are also planets such as Mars and Venus. Even the Sun. Thinking of this, Su Lang couldn't help but feel a glimmer of anticipation in his heart. In the inner boundary of the ordinary wuxian, all the ordinary mountains and rivers on the Kanglan continent were absorbed. The Blue Star and other planets are part of the core of the infinite realm. The level is different. With a slight smile, Su Lang descended on the small island in the sea. At this time, Chu Xiaobei was taking Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian to practice here. She wants to understand the rules, and Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian need to refine the space guide from wuxian. Su Lang spread out his majestic spirit and carefully observed the 3 women, and found that they were still in retreat. However, looking at Rushui and Shenxian's breath and fluctuations, they should soon be able to break through to the level of the censored of war. After they break through, using the cultivation base empowerment can directly promote their cultivation base to the quasi-sage. By then, the 2 sisters were initially able to protect themselves. Looking at Chu Xiaobei again, her beautiful eyes are closed, her eyelashes are slender, and her body is full of tranquility, like a jade fairy. Sister to become the emperor, come on. Su Lang smiled faintly, then cast his gaze on the tens of thousands of warriors. Since the last time Su Lang took away 200 martial sages, a long time has passed by this time. Therefore, a large number of martial arts have emerged from these tens of thousands. The number of wusheng has reached 2,000 people. In addition, all have broken through to the quasi-sage level, and none of the peak martial gods has been seen. No way, Su Lang's pill is too powerful. It is a quasi-elixir of perfect quality, a holy pill, and it will be infinitely useful after digesting one. All martial sages, come up to see me. With a thought, Su Lang accurately informed every new martial artist with spiritual power, and the rest of the people who were in retreat were not disturbed. The Lord is calling me. I finally lived up to the Master's expectations and broke through the martial sage level. This is the time when the Master is serving. Everything I have is bestowed by the Lord, and I must be a useful person to the Lord. A martial sage opened his eyes, revealing extremely enthusiastic gazes. Chapter 751, Another 2,000 Martial Arts. Immediately, more than 2,000 new martial arts sages jumped into the air and flew in the direction of Su Lang's existence. In a blink of an eye, a figure appeared in the air, forming a dense black spot. 2,000 war gods knelt in front of Su Lang. The martial sages all spoke in unison, with extremely enthusiastic emotions. However, although their voices were loud, they did not spread out. Because Su Lang was around, they did not disturb the rest. Get up all. Su Lang looked down at the crowd and waved his hand faintly. All the martial sages thanked them, and then slowly stood up. Break through wuxia, very good. But you have to know that wuxia is just the beginning. I hope you can continue to work hard in the future, and even become wuxian. And for now, I will give you some rewards to inspire you. Su Lang's expression was indifferent. I will give you a chance now to refine the holy rank weapons for you personally, bring your materials, and come up. Gifted to the sage soldiers, the previous batch of new martial sages received this benefit. These latecomers can naturally also be obtained, otherwise they will be biased. Moreover, refining the saint weapon for everyone does not require Su Lang to produce the materials himself, and can even make a fortune from it. The Lord wants to refine the holy soldiers for me. Heaven, the Lord not only grants us the opportunity to become holy, but even refines weapons for us. Such a good master is definitely the first master of the ages. There is no master higher than Master Su in this world. The noble body of the Lord, but personally refines the holy soldiers for me. Such a great kindness, I can only use my life to return. The new martial arts sages learned that Su Lang would personally refine the sage soldiers for themselves, and their eyes were filled with excitement. Regarding this, Su Lang just smiled faintly and did not speak. One of the most prestigious martial sages stepped forward boldly, came to the front, and knelt at the feet of Su Lang. Servant, Biyuhei, see the Lord. This martial saint trembled slightly, his eyes burning, like a pilgrimage. Su Lang smiled kindly. You can tell what kind of weapon you want, and then give me the materials. Thank you, Lord, for your kindness. The servant wants a long thin blade. For the rank, as long as it is a holy artifact. While talking, Biyuhei took out all his belongings. He also didn't know how much material was needed to refine such a holy artifact, so he simply took out all his wealth. Haha, not so much. Su Lang smiled lightly, took a part of the material and directly refined it into a high-level sacred artifact. As a result, this part of the ingested material was not used up. The material reduction ability is simply too easy to use. It is a good function for saving money at home. This is the long-handled thin-bladed sacrificial artifact you want, take it. Su Lang casually threw the refined high-level sacred artifacts to Biyuhei, just like something trivial. Biyuhei received the sacred artifact, thanking him for his many graces, and was extremely enthusiastic. Immediately afterwards, Biyuhei retreated, and the new martial saints from behind stepped forward. Su Lang refining weapons was very fast. He could refine a sacred weapon in an instant, and his time was completely consumed in communicating with the martial sages. After a few breaths, Su Lang was able to refine a sacred artifact. After refining the sacred artifacts of more than 2,000 people, it only took about an hour. The martial sages who had obtained the sacred artifacts were in high spirits, loyal, and almost turned into Su Lang's dead men on the spot. Chapter 752, Worship of All Races. Just need loyal people, more than 2,000 people, or one of the future masters of super-humanoid weapons. A deep light flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and immediately afterwards, he led these martial sages to leave the blue star and return to the Sea of Sky. There are more than 2,000 martial sages, Yaoqi, Chiri Tianyan, and Biu clan. This return has caused another boiling. In just a few days, there were hundreds of martial sages in each race at once, which is simply shocking. Countless people looked up at Su Lang's figure and worshipped with excitement. Everyone enters the Sea of Sky to guard. Su Lang issued an order and immediately turned and disappeared. More than 2,000 martial sages were ordered to join the Sea of Sky. The Sea of Sky is made up of more than 3,000 parts. At this time, 4/5 of the parts are guarded by wuxia. So many martial sages not only uplifted the defensive ability of the Sky Sea, but also made it tougher. Under the hand of Wuxian's 6 tribulations, you can resist even longer. This force filled the 4 clans with self-confidence, and made the Kolchakam tribe and the messengers who had newly joined the Saint clans dumbfounded. These messengers were all sent by Bai Yulin and Li Shenyang. Before coming here, I saw Su Lang leading the 2,000 martial sages to return. They had never seen such a spectacular scene. You know, Even the Colchicum tribe plus all the martial sages of the 9 tribes, the number has only reached more than 200. More than 2,000, it's unimaginable, and, judging from the fluctuations in these martial sages, they are all newly promoted martial sages. Reminiscent of the order issued by Su Lang to gather all the peak martial gods and quasi-sages of the Colchicum tribe and the 9 great sages, you can guess Su Lang's purpose at once. This is to make those younger generations, like the 2,000 people, promoted to martial saint. The warriors of the tribes were instantly excited. This is a real chance. Therefore, they quickly contacted their clan, so that the clan must not disobey the order, and take the initiative to hand over the quasi-sage and the pinnacle warrior. Not only that, but also in a short period of time to use the treasures of heaven, material and earth, to crazily spawn the pinnacle censored of war, so that they can get the opportunity to be promoted to the martial arts. News came back one by one, and immediately caused an uproar among the senior leaders of all ethnic groups, and the waves were raging. Before I waited, I was worried that the Lord would use these quasi-sages and the pinnacle martial gods to do crooked ways. I waited. It's ridiculous. Yeah, everything is good for the Lord. We can get such a huge opportunity without giving anything, but we don't understand in our hearts, but instead question the Lord. What a damn. Master Su is the world's first master. From now on, the master's command will be my life. Let's pass the order down, shape the Lord with a golden body, worship every day. The 10 races newly joined by Su Lang completely cast aside their doubts and became loyal fans like the Biu tribe. Immediately afterwards, the major races did their best to cultivate the pinnacle censored of war and quasi-sage. One by one, geniuses beheaded their heads and showed up, and they were promoted one after another, just like a baby waiting to be fed by Su Lang to receive them and bring them to be promoted to martial saint. And all of this is actually in the eyes of Su Lang. His treasure-hunting flying gliders and clones are scattered all over the place, acting as eyes. Naturally, the Colchicum and the 9 saints will not miss them. It seems that this group of new subordinates is not bad and can be cultivated vigorously. Su Lang nodded silently, and then continued to refine the parts of the super-humanoid weapon. Dawn comes. At the same time, there was Du's Zunxian. Chapter 753, Map of Wushan Du's. This is a fairy tool, the Lord lives in the fairy palace. Wushan Du's came to the sea of sky, looked at the fairy palace standing in the clouds, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Then, he walked carefully to the fairy palace, holding a crystal-clear jade slip in his hand. After receiving Su Lang's order yesterday, he immediately used the power of the entire Colchicum and even the 9 saints to survey and map new maps, power distribution, and recent anecdotes. 10 races, at least hundreds of millions of warriors participated in this mission. Among them are Du's Zunxian and many martial sages, with a vast spiritual coverage and extremely fast footwork. Therefore, Du's Zunxian can survey and map a new map in such a short period of time. Servant, Du's, please see the Lord. When Du's Zunxian came outside the fairy palace, he dared not take a step, fearing offense, so he could only tremblingly ask to see him. Su Lang's figure did not appear, instead a crystal bun appeared. This crystal bun is the spirit of the fairy palace. Xian Gong Qi Ling is very quiet, but it seems to be smarter than Xiao Pao Xiao Hai. At this time, after some time, it has learned a lot of languages, and it has been able to achieve initial communication. Of course, it is far worse than Xiaoyu. The master let you in. Xian Gong Qi Ling looked at Dui Zi Zunxian and said softly, "You are not familiar with it, I will take you there." Zunxian Du's bowed deeply at the crystal bun, and then carefully followed the fairy palace spirit to outside the room where Su Lang was. "The master is inside," the immortal palace tool said. "Wait first." With that said, the spirit of the fairy palace tool disappeared. Zunxian Du stood there, trembling, not daring to move. About a few minutes later, Zunxian Du's looked up, and suddenly saw countless treasures. "I saw the Lord sitting in the room, with a huge cauldron in front of him, and pieces of immortal artifacts lying on the ground like debris, exuding horrible waves. This is, fairy. The cauldron is a fairy artifact, and the ground around the Lord is also a fairy artifact." Du's quasi-Xian thunderously thundered, shaking his whole body. He felt that his worldview was about to be subverted. Immortal weapon. It took the Colchicum tribe 2 million years to refine the 2 lowest-level fairy artifacts with evil methods. But on the Lord's side, it was thrown around like debris. Are fairy artifacts so cheap? Du's Xunxian almost doubted whether this world was fake. Su Lang's faint words came, "Come in." Yes, yes. Xunxian Du's came back to his senses and entered the room with an unconcealable shock. After entering the room, Xunxian Du's could feel the breath of those fairy artifacts on the ground more and more. It's nothing more than the lowest level fairy artifacts, nothing to look at. You came to me, you should have completed the task I told you. What about the map? Su Lang waved his hand and put hundreds of fairy artifact parts on the ground into the storage space. The map is here. Xunxian Du's bowed humbly, knelt on the ground, and offered a map jade slip with both hands. With a thought, Su Lang picked up the jade slips with mental power and directly began to read them. Suddenly, a vast world appeared in front of Su Lang. This is not a traditional map, but a 3D, sandbox-like miniature world. The mountains and rivers above, Kyoho Lake, and even some special plants and animals are displayed. At a glance, it was like a censored overlooking a small world. Chapter 754, This is interesting. Well done. Su Lang smiled slightly. Xunxian Du's didn't dare to speak, crawling on the ground, even more humble. Su Lang began to check the map. The map is marked with the southeast and northwest, and the distance is in 100 million li. It covers 10 Saint tribe areas including Colchicum and Biu. And not only that, but also the relatively deserted and remote places around La. For example, there are many small forces at the Valkyrie level that survive outside of the holy races, and even weak tribes at the Wuzun level. Some of the more famous places are not left behind. For example, the Sea of Vines and Tortoises at the far east is a real ocean with a vast area. There are countless islands surrounded by stars and various strange races. At the far south, there is a huge rift valley. Legend has it that it was formed by the battle of the continent in the ancient times. It is still a dead place with almost no living things. At the far north, it is also a deadly area, called the Dead Zone of the Emperor. Next to this map, there is also a corresponding introduction. The Emperor's Death Domain is the outer area of the Emperor's Forbidden Area, very vast. Its area is almost equal to the sum of the Colchicum and the other 10 saints. It is also the Death Zone of the Emperor, which separates the Colchicum from the fairy-level race further north. The Emperor's Death Domain surrounds the Emperor's Forbidden Area, which is gloomy and dark all year round, and there is no sky. Inside are densely packed with various powerful and strange monsters, and even the 2 martial immortals before the Chu Shui tribe cannot go deep. The Emperor's Forbidden Area is the core area where the head of Emperor Wudi of the 9 ranks is buried, which contains the important inheritance of Emperor Wudi, which is very attractive. At the same time, below this introduction, there are also the encounters of Du's Xunxian and others when mapping maps. When surveying and mapping the Emperor's Death Domain, everyone tried their best to go deep, but instead of encountering the expected monster, they encountered a group of powerful warriors. It is suspected that the 2 forces are facing each other, and both sides have quasi-immortals. Du's Xunxian noticed his lack of combat power and immediately retreated. Emperor's Death Domain, Emperor's Forbidden Land, Emperor Wu's head, an important inheritance of Emperor Wu, and where are the warriors confronting? Hey, this is interesting. Su Lang raised his brows, and thought to himself, the Emperor's Death Realm is close to the Colchicum tribe, it's a place next to me, so you can check it out first. As for the Toki East Sea and the Great Southern Rift Valley, there is nothing for the time being, so I will go there later. Thinking of this, Su Lang was about to send a clone to Chushuixian Lake, and then all the way north. Why don't you need to do things like Pathfinder yourself? Of course, you have to hand it over to the clone. Du's Xunxian. After Su Lang dispatched the clone, he looked at Xunxian Du's. Xunxian Du's thought that Su Lang had some dissatisfaction, and was immediately extremely frightened. I think the time for you to reach the quasi-Shang realm is not short, right? Su Lang said lightly. The servant has been suffering for 300,000 years since he broke through the quasi-immortal. Xunxian Du's replied, with a slight bitterness in his heart, in terms of rules, I have almost understood the main rules and reached the breakthrough standard, but I lack a lot of mental power. Basically, it was the shackles in the spirit, which made him stuck at the quasi-centennial level for hundreds of thousands of years. It's just that the mental power is somewhat weak, so that's it. Su Lang smiled faintly, and threw a bottle of pill. There is the immortal soul pill, the spirit of the 3 tribulations, I have bestowed it on you. When Xunxian Du's couldn't believe it, he hurriedly caught the pill bottle, almost thinking that he had heard it wrong. Chapter 755. to the death zone of the Emperor. The elixir of 3 tribulations is still spiritual. This kind of pill, even their previous martial arts, have not eaten it. Don't make a fuss. Su Lang's expression was indifferent. By the way, this regular fairy crystal is also given to you, it should be very suitable for you. After speaking, he gave a regular fairy crystal to Du's Zunxian. Rule fairy crystal. Du's Zunxian caught the rule Shanjing with a dull face, and didn't know what to say. Rule's fairy crystal. It must be when Wuxian is facing sitting, he condenses by himself, and his power is extremely low. Even dozens of martial immortals may not be able to condense a regular immortal crystal. What a rare baby this is. I just surrendered, the Lord actually rewarded me with a regular fairy crystal. Zunxian Du's was moved. This was the most precious treasure he had obtained in his nearly million-year life. Isn't it? The rule fairy crystal basically represents the road to becoming a fairy. As long as you are willing to spend energy to refine and understand, there is a high probability that you can become a fairy. Du's Zunxian could feel that this regular immortal crystal in his hand is very suitable for him, almost tailored for him. This is even more valuable. Its value is simply incalculable. Zunxian Du's voice trembled, not knowing how to thank Su Lang for his generous gift. Get out. Su Lang waved his hand faintly. I hope that when I see you next time, you can break through to the level of martial immortal. Du's Zunxian's voice was sonorous and powerful. He understood that in front of the immortal soul pill and rule immortal crystal, any words of gratitude were pale. Only action can prove your loyalty and determination. Immediately, Du's Zunxian left the fairy palace with the pill and rule immortal crystal. He didn't know that the rule immortal crystal in his hand was actually Dingbo Wuxian. Because the main cultivation technique and the immortal level cultivation technique and various holy level cultivation techniques are almost the same, the rule immortal crystal is very suitable for Du's Zunxian. However, even if Su Lang told Zunxian Du's the truth, he probably wouldn't believe it. Because the conditions for the appearance of the rule fairy crystal are too harsh, and Dingbo Wuxian was killed, how can it leave the rule fairy crystal? And Su Lang gave him this regular immortal crystal, and it was regarded as a certain kind of thing returned to the original owner, and the real reward was the bottle of immortal soul pill. It feels really good to have another loyal brother. There was a smile at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and he felt the worship and fanaticism from the souls in the sea of knowledge all the time. It was really refreshing. Su Lang continued to refine parts of super-humanoid weapons. Cultivation and construction are in full swing in various places. On the Blue Star, there are still nearly 10,000 warriors trying to break through the martial arts. Chu Xiaobei and Ru Shui Shenxian are also working hard to cultivate. Bai Yulin led a large number of people to build an exchange system in Chushan Lake. Zan Xiaopingxian summoned the quasi-sage and the pinnacle warrior from all around, and did his best to complete Su Lang's order. In addition, the Kolchakam tribe and other tribes have made great efforts in civil engineering and built teleportation formations everywhere, closely linking the huge territories. In such an orderly development, Su Lang's clone flew all the way, caught the teleportation array, and finally reached the periphery of the Emperor's forbidden land, the Emperor's death realm. Perception sharing. Su Lang used the system function to receive the perception of the clone. With one mind and two purposes, he refines the parts of the super-humanoid weapon while making the clone expand its mental power and explore the surrounding environment. Chapter 756. Emperor level is equal to the creation god. As the outer area of the Emperor's forbidden area, the Emperor's death domain is really too huge. Even with the terrifying mental power of Su Lang's avatar Shiri level, enough to cover a radius of billions of miles, only the tip of the iceberg can be detected. In the dead zone of the Emperor, there are no plants, the ground is dark and dry, and it turns into gravel with a light step. The sky is dark, the sun and the moon are not light, but there is no dark cloud covering it, which seems to be some kind of regular phenomenon. Su Lang saw some strange creatures. These creatures resemble human figures, with rough and thick skin, red eyes, and a height of 10 meters, just like little giants. They are jumping and running, fighting, and multiplying on the earth, but they have no wisdom, only instinct. These creatures are generally very powerful, and the number is not small. Their average level has reached the 3-star martial arts level. There are also many monsters of the Great Sage level, and a few quasi-Shang level creatures sometimes exude aura, which are noticed by Su Lang's clone. The fairy level monster Su Lang hasn't found it yet, but since Dingbo Wuxian and Wanyu Wuxian can't go deep, there should be monsters who want to come to the fairy level. These creatures are weird. Su Lang frowned slightly. It always feels like man-made. With a hint of doubt, Su Lang controlled this clone and grabbed a monster of the Great Sage level. With Su Lang's combat power at this time, using only the basic ability of Spirit Imperial item, can make a Great Sage unable to resist. Dragging this Great Sage level humanoid monster closer, Su Lang carefully observed it. Ho ho ho! The humanoid monster roared with fine fangs in its mouth. This tooth is a good refining material. Su Lang smiled dumbly, continued to observe, and then found a lot of disharmony. This humanoid monster seems to be pieced together by many kinds of creatures. This is a creative creature in a sense. Wu Xian has an inner world. When he is promoted to Emperor Wu, he will be ascended into the universe of life, which can breed life in the inner world and form a world. To some extent, to achieve the Emperor rank is to achieve the creation god. These creatures are very powerful and they are created creatures. I'm afraid they are the creatures created by Emperor Wudi of rank 9. But why do I always feel that these creatures are so crude? They are not refined at all. If it were me, I would definitely start the creation of creatures from the genetic level, instead of using secret techniques to cast the limbs of various creatures together. This approach is too fishy. However, Kanglan continent is a pure martial arts civilization, without the concept of genes, and spiritual power cannot observe the existence of molecular levels such as genes. It is understandable when such a situation occurs. Su Lang thought silently, and immediately squeezed the Great Sage level monster in his hand. The poor Emperor Wudi had never expected that after more than 10 million years of death, he would be despised by others. After squeezing the monster, Su Lang shook his hand in disgust and continued to move deeper. Before long, Su Lang flew billions of miles. A group of warriors appeared within the range covered by the spiritual power. To be precise, it should be two groups. Because they are divided into two sides, they are very clear, and each is on guard. The cultivation base of these people is not low. There are 5 quasi-immortals on each side, besides there are 15 great saint-level warriors. Moreover, everyone is flying, not fast, and seems to be observing and monitoring something during the action. At the same time, the two parties seem to be cooperating, constantly detecting their surroundings to prevent anyone from prying eyes. These guys should be the ones mentioned by Du Zunxian. I don't know what they are doing. Su Lang pondered silently, and suddenly his expression moved, and he discovered that when the monsters encountered these warriors, they turned a blind eye. Interesting. Su Lang's thoughts turned, his body gradually became transparent, and finally his breath disappeared completely. Chapter 757, The Game of Quasi-Emperor. Just when Su Lang detected the strange relationship between the two teams through the perception of the clone. In the middle of the Kanglan continent, Li Tianlu was still fighting for the key with the immortal clan of Emperor Zun. I saw a bizarre jade with brilliant red light hovering above the sky, and 2 huge illusory arms each held a corner, struggling to compete. 2 illusory giant arms, one black and white, exuded a terrifying fairy-level atmosphere, and even a hint of suppressing the world. These 2 illusory giant arms are the terrifying supernatural powers displayed by the poster of the Lantian Tower, Emperor Lantian Zun and the patriarch of the immortal clan Wu Wei Zun. At this time, the 2 powerful quasi-emperors did not fight, but sat on opposite sides of a table, drinking tea and chatting with a smile. Everything looks like an old friend recounting the past. But under them, there are a large number of Wuxian, Zunxian and Wusheng fighting frantically. The power of the rules is falling, manifesting all kinds of anomalies. From time to time there is the fall of Wusheng, and the blood spills into the sky. The quasi-immortal roared bitterly, like a madman, and kept fighting. The Wuxians found their opponents accurately and kept blasting, and from time to time people were seriously injured. This is an extremely censored battle. The Great Sage level is the lowest threshold for participation. You must know that the Great Sage rank is already the superior combat power of Kanglan continent, but there are countless casualties here, and it is extremely cheap. Suddenly, Emperor Liantian said, "Wuxianzi, if this continues, both of us will suffer heavy losses." Haha, when they can't tell the victory or defeat, it's the time when the two of us really do it. Wuxianzi smiled faintly. At that time, you and I will not be able to care about those who secretly covet. At that time, you and I are afraid that there will be a high probability that the snipe and the clam will fight for the fisherman's profit and kill the sky. Are you really going to let that situation happen? ... Otherwise, what can I do? But I believe that my subordinates will not fail. The Lord Slaughter Sky was indifferent, each of them was killed out of the sea of blood in the Corpse Mountain, but you are not the one who has the honor and the superiority of the Immortal Clan. Are you a patronizing and superior person, don't you know? At present, it seems that you and I are equally matched, but in fact, you are already weak. Wuxia smiled, if you have tried your best now, it's better to give me the key. If you give me the key, I won't let you suffer. A 9 Tribulations immortal artifact is infinitely close to the quasi-emperor soldier, how? The 9 Tribulations immortal weapon that is close to the quasi-emperor soldier is indeed tempting. Unfortunately, how can an immortal tool be compared with the inheritance of Emperor Wudi of rank 9? That is an opportunity for Emperor Chang. Xianxia, you want me to withdraw from the competition, it's completely idiotic. Besides, I haven't done my best yet in Slaughter Tower. There was a slight sneer on the face of Xianxia, and his sharp eyes kept looking at Xianxia. But in his heart, he was very anxious. Because he knew that his Slaughter Tower would no longer have helpers. On the scabbard of Slaughter the Sky, the souls belonging to Duanqing Wushan and others have disappeared, which means that they are dead. The 5 martial arts who stayed behind at the headquarters, and even the souls of more than 200 great saints and quasi-Xian level martial artists, all disappeared. At this time, at the headquarters of Tuantian Tower, as long as a few weak warriors like ants, how can they talk about support? Damn it, who on earth dare to kill the martial immortal who killed me? When things are done here, I will find you out, so that you will suffer all the torture. Life is better than death, until the end of your life. For the murderer who killed Duanqing Wushan and others, Tuan Tianlu was deeply hated. Although the 5 martial arts are not strong, they are only junior martial arts, but in the current battle, they are indeed extremely important bargaining chips. They were the last few logs that overwhelmed the elephant, but they died at this time. The result of this is that the balance of victory is gradually tilting towards the Wuxian clan. The camp of Tuan Tianlu is about to lose. At that time, he can only take action personally to fight for the chance of becoming emperor. This requires a great risk, and may even fall. The difficult situation made the Emperor Zudian almost want to go crazy. Of course, Xianxia would not show a trace of clues. On the surface, it still looks like a Jerju in his hand, confident. At the same time, the Emperor's death domain. Su Lang temporarily stopped refining the weapon, using the perfect possession to control the clone to hide, and gradually approached the 2 strange pairs of people. Chapter 758. It's really from Tushinlu. Su Lang's concealment methods are good, and his true combat power has reached the level of Wushan. Therefore, even if the 2 groups of quasi-immortals kept observing the surroundings, they couldn't find the existence of Su Lang at all. Look at their property panel. Su Lang hid in the dark, just followed behind everyone, and then called up all his attribute panels. Everyone's information is clear. There are people from the 1,000 pupils. Moreover, the techniques he cultivated are very similar to the dead Kai Liao. Besides, there are several other races of Zunxian and Wusheng who are exactly the same as Qian Zaiho and others. They will not be the people of Tushinlu. While thinking about it, Su Lang looked at the other group of people, only to find that all of them were Wu Wei. I'm afraid they are really from Slaughter Tower. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and he smiled in his heart. I didn't expect that by such a coincidence, I would meet my old friend on a trip. I don't know what they are doing here, no one goes to my sea of sky to trouble me. I am such a hospitable person who has been waiting for you, but you have made me wait for the flowers to thank you. Fortunately, people who found you today, let me see what you are doing. Thinking in his heart, Su Lang moved closer and closer to the 2 teams. The distance gets closer. Su Lang suddenly felt that the void surrounded by the 2 pairs of people seemed to fluctuate in formation. An extremely hidden formation. Even I am about to hide it. These guys just keep moving with this formation. No wonder, even I can't find it easily. If they dare to leave for a while, they will definitely not find the formation. Su Lang murmured in his heart, and was about to control the formation immediately. There was a sudden roar in the distance. This roar is very terrifying. The sound seems to penetrate the world. It turned out to be the sound of a fairy-level giant. Moreover, his roar turned out to be in the direction of Su Lang. Is this discovered me? Su Lang was slightly surprised. It seems that the creature created by Emperor Wu is still a little capable. The inexhaustible family flying ahead. A giant of the Wushan level. A man. The giant. Why do people yell at us? Could it be that it found something we couldn't find? Is someone spying on us in secret? No way, people with ghosts secretly spying on such things, it might happen a few years ago. However, after we joined forces to suppress the Emperor Zudian Juntian and Junwu Wuk, and annihilated them, no one dared to watch. But that Wuxian-level giant. Stop it, maybe it just happened to yell at this side. Just in case, let's explore the surroundings. It turns out that the creature created by Emperor Wu is called Giant Human. Su Lang watched this group of people talk, and saw them take out a disc. Guantianjian. Su Lang looked at the disc, the weapon recognition function was working, and he recognized it immediately. The so-called Guantianjian is a kind of strange exploration-type treasure, a big treasure at the level of immortality. Once this thing is activated, the observation ability is more terrifying than mental power, but it consumes a lot of money and cannot be opened frequently. Oh, you really are from Tushinlu. Tisk tusk, I will be discovered now. Su Lang smiled blankly, but didn't make any movements. Because he is not afraid at all, these people are just quasi-sages, one punch, afraid of wool. The people from Tushinlu and Wuk clan worked together to urge Guantianjian. I saw a layer of invisible and colorless waves emanating from the Guantianjian, instantly sweeping across billions of miles. Its observation range is actually equal to the spiritual power of the sunshine level. Su Lang was also difficult to hide in this ripple, and was directly discovered. Chapter 759, You all have to die today. Someone is actually following us. Who is so bold that he dares to covet the entrance of the Emperor's forbidden land? People from the Tuantianlu and Wuk clan looked at Su Lang one after another, looking frightened. When they saw Su Lang clearly, the anger on their faces suddenly turned into disdain. This person turned out to be just a 9-star saint. I originally thought it was a Wuxian, but I didn't expect that it was just the great sage of the 9 stars. Perhaps it was a weird method used to prevent our spiritual power from discovering him. The mere 9-star great sage, dare to come and spy on us, it's just looking for death. The quasi-immortals and the great sages looked at Su Lang contemptuously, as if looking at an ant. The entrance to the Emperor's forbidden land. It turns out that this is what you have been guarding. If Su Lang didn't see the contempt of everyone, he would be interested in the entrance to the forbidden area. Smuggler, who are you? A quasi-immortal in the Tuantian tower shouted angrily, immediately kneel and beg for mercy and tell the forces behind you, otherwise I will kill you now. Yes, knelt down and kowtow. Otherwise I will let you, censored, great stick. A quasi-immortal of the Wuk clan took out a sacred artifact that looked like a stick and said arrogantly. I haven't let you kneel, but did you let me kneel? Su Lang smiled disdainfully, and immediately his eyes condensed, and a fairy-level aura shrouded fiercely. In an instant, all the quasi-sage martial arts felt like the sky was falling, the whole person was overwhelmed with breath, and the spine gradually bends down. Thump thump, all the quasi-Shenwu sages were directly pressed on the ground, unable to climb like mud. The gap between Wu Sheng and Wu Xian is too big. Just the power emanating from Su Lang, those quasi-immortals and martial sages couldn't bear it. He turned out to be a Wuxian. Damn, who are you and what forces are you sent here? Don't you know that the end of the shot against us is that the Slaughter Tower and the Wuk Immortal clan will act together to destroy the family and the clan? Do you know the Slaughter Tower? Do you know the Wu Wei Xian clan? We are all members of the Zun Emperor organization. If you are acquainted, you will immediately let us go. Let us go immediately, and apologize. The entrance of the Emperor's forbidden land is flying far away. Let us go quickly, otherwise even if you don't kill us and lose the entrance, you will be tortured to death by the people above us. Don't think that you are a martial immortal, you can stand high, you are nothing in front of Emperor Zun. Everyone yelled violently, and their hearts were panic and worry. Lucianlu, I naturally know. Daiqing, Hidden Kill, Feishu, Tengtian, and Qian Zaiho are all dead in my hands. You people who slaughtered the sky building have not shared the sky with me, and the hatred is as deep as the sea. I am still afraid of offending you. Really ridiculous. Su Lang smiled faintly, if I meet you today, then you will definitely die. He actually said that he killed Duanqing and other Wuxian adults. What's the joke? Although you are a martial immortal, but the aura on your body is far worse than that of an adult, how can you kill him? Quick mouth for a while. You will pay a terrible price for this. The quasi-celestial and martial sages of Tuantianlu had stormy waves in their hearts. Although they kept retorting and threatening verbally, the fear in their hearts almost reached the extreme. It turns out to be the enemy of Tushinlu. Senior, we are members of the immortal clan Wu. We and the Slaughter Tower are hostile forces. Don't kill us. Yes, yes, you want to kill the people who killed the Tianlu. Please don't kill us, and don't worry about the entrance of the Emperor's forbidden land, we will not trouble you. The warriors of Wu Shanzu spoke one after another, with a hint of warning in their pleading, leading Su Lang to sneer again and again. For this Emperor forbidden land, I am bound to win. So, you all have to die today, ha 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 ha. Su Lang laughed, raised a hand, murderous. Chapter 760. Who is it, so bold? A crazy roar came, and it was approaching quickly. Is it the Wuxian level giant that roared before? It seemed to feel the murderous aura on Su Lang, think it was provoked, so it was furious. I still plan to kill these little things, and then kill you. I didn't expect you to come through the door so impatiently. Su Lang raised his brows, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, revealing a slight smile. For this Wuxian level giant, Su Lang originally planned to kill, because after killing, the soul of Wuxian will be available. And there are fairy level materials. Because when I killed that great saint level giant before, he obtained the soul of martial sage and some materials. Just when Su Lang whispered, that Wuxian level giant has already rushed to the front. The opportunity is here. When they fight, we will withdraw first. Maybe that young Wuxian is not a giant's opponent, he will be killed. It depends on the situation. Anyway, we have the amulet left by Emperor Wudi of rank 9 for future generations. That giant will not attack us. All the quasi-immortal martial sages secretly communicated, staying in place one by one to observe, and are ready to retreat at any time. But the scene that shocked their eyes appeared. I saw a long sword with a black pattern on a white background appeared in the young Wuxian's hand, and with a light wave, he directly divided the Wuxian level giant into two. Roar. The Wuxian level giant roared before death, and then died completely. Spike. Kill the Wuxian level with one sword. The warriors of Tuantianlu and Wuk clan are completely sluggish. They originally wanted to see that young warrior be killed by that giant, but they never expected that a giant of martial arts level would be killed like this, so horrible. What realm is that young Wuxian? What kind of weapon is the long sword in his hand? Everyone was sluggish in thinking, and immediately the whole mind was filled with fear and despair. Without even thinking about it, this word appeared in everyone's mind. But, under Su Lang's hands, where can they escape? Su Lang waved his hand lightly and cut without fancy. A sword light containing the power of terrifying rules fell on everyone and cut them off. In an instant, these 30-odd saints and quasi-Xian level warriors completely died. Ding! You get the soul of high-level martial sage 1, the guide of space 1, the intermediate sage soldier cuts the river in the mountains 1, the top-grade spiritual jade 925,633, the high-grade spiritual jade 5,363,682, the middle-grade spiritual jade 4,863,684, the low-grade spiritual jade * 16,895,686, the materials for the holy refining. After a sword, tens of millions of superb spirit jade were accounted for, besides a large number of high-level martial sage souls. A lot of gains. Su Lang smiled. My superhumanoid weapon can add 36 celestial parts. At the same moment, in that terrifying battlefield of the Quasi-Emperor organization, the faces of the confronting Quasi-Emperor and Wu Kezi suddenly changed greatly. The person guarding the entrance of the Emperor's forbidden land was killed. The two Quasi-District Emperors even said in unison, "Who is it? So bold, isn't there not enough lessons for them?" Wuxianzi was furious, and the terrifying Quasi-Emperor's might was unintentionally distributed, and the people fighting underneath suddenly became sluggish. Armistice. Emperor Zudian sipped in a low voice, then waved his big hand, tearing a terrifying space crack. At the same time, he was a little happy in his heart. Because of this sudden change, it relieved him. If it keeps on dragging on, his men will be defeated, and the worst situation will be shown to her. But at this time, if someone makes trouble, Wukongzi will unite with him to fight against foreign enemies. Say it too late. The space cracks ripped apart. Xiao Lantian and Li Filo held the Emperor's forbidden land key together and disappeared directly into the space crack. The Wuxian and Wusheng who were fighting below reacted, and then quickly flew into the space channel, following the two Quasi-Emperors. How fast the Quasi-Emperor class moves. Su Lang had just finished sorting out the spoils. Suddenly if he felt something, he looked up and saw that the space crack had already formed. Chapter 761. Yes, I killed it. Oh, someone came so soon. It should be these quasi-Shenwu saints who have been marked with spatial coordinates. Look at the aura in the cracks in the space. The person here is extraordinary and powerful, you have to take it seriously. While thinking, Su Lang silently used the clone replacement, the deity descended. Two figures walked out of the space crack at the same time. A person was covered in black robe, his eyes were blood red, his long hair was cape, and there was a crack-like pattern on the center of his eyebrows, and his blood seemed to condense into some strange rules. The other person is handsome, full of immortality, but with a trace of deep indifference, with a perfect circle of energy suspended behind him. They were separated by dozens of feet, and there was a fiery red jade floating in the middle. At any moment, the two quasi-emperors are fighting for the key. And the moment the two appeared, Su Lang suddenly shrank his pupils and expanded his attribute panel. The first is the blood-eyed man in the black robe. Name, Xiao Lucian. Race, Emperor Burning. Realm level, Zhundi. Attack level, Zhundi plus. Defensive level, Zhundi plus. Shenfa level, Zhundi plus. Endurance level, Zhundi plus. Master the exercises, Fenshin Ju. Fenshin Emperor Jing, Emperor level. Introduction, Burning Soul Ji Yu Deng Ju, Xian level. Consummation, Fen Tian Ju, Xian level, Consummation. This person turns out to be an unparalleled qualification. Furthermore, the race is named Emperor Fen, and it also masters the Emperor level technique. Su Lang was stunned in his heart, looking noisy, it looks so scary. Look at the other person, named Li Filo, Wu Wei clan, who is also a quasi-emperor realm and a quasi-emperor plus rank combat power in all aspects. As for the exercise method that Li Filo mastered, the main exercise method is called Wukong Jing, and there is no emperor level exercise method, but a full 6 perfect level immortal level exercise methods. Tisk Tusk, Zhundi, Big Brother. It seems that these two are the landlords of Tuantian Tower and the helm of Wuk clan. What is that thing among them? It seems to be the formation key. Su Lang thought in his heart, with a calm appearance on the surface. At the same time, the two quasi-emperors were also looking at Su Lang. 9-star martial saint, Xiao Lucian's eyes flickered, but the aura on his body has reached the immortal level, and my talent and fighting talent are even stronger than I was back then. Li Filo said, there is an aura of a fairy-level giant around him. He has been killed. It should be this young man who killed him. This person is really good. Among the space cracks in the sky, a statue of Zun Zunxian and Wu Sheng appeared, and they came to Xiao Lucian and Li Filo respectively. The number is increasing, and in the end there are dozens of martial immortals, thousands of quasi-immortals and great saints. Among them, the 6 tribulations martial immortal and Zhu Xian who had estimated Su Lang was also among them. However, although she had counted Su Lang by special means, she had never seen Su Lang's appearance, so she didn't know Su Lang. This person killed the person who guarded the entrance to the Emperor's head. He is looking for death, and soon, he will be tortured and killed by Lord Slaughter. These quasi-immortals and martial sages looked at Su Lang coldly, as if they were looking at a dead person. Everyone's reactions and thoughts were just a moment after they met. At this time, it was only a breath or two from the two sides meeting. You killed my subordinate Zunxian and Wusheng. Xiao Lucian spoke, his voice indifferent, but he was rarely murderous. This shocked those quasi-immortals and martial sages. That young man is so offended, Master Tushan has no intention of killing. What exactly is going on? Su Lang smiled faintly. Yes, I killed it. As soon as these words were made, Zunxian and Wu Sheng couldn't help looking at each other, and finally turned their eyes to the two Zun emperors Xiao Lucian and Li Filo, wanting to see how they would react. However, everyone felt that the two quasi-emperors should be angry. Because the young man was so defiant, killing so many quasi-immortals and martial sages, he still looked indifferent. Those who kill me will have to pay a price. If it were an ordinary person, I would just pinch to death. Xiao Lucian said, but you are very good, are you willing to join me and accept my cultivation? As soon as Xiao Lucian's words fell, dozens of martial immortals and the quasi-immortal great sages behind him were stunned. Chapter 762. Would you like to be my disciple? At this moment, everyone felt that their ears were broken and hallucinations appeared. Am I wrong? This young martial saint killed our man, and Lord Zhundi still wants to recruit him. No, not just to solicit, but to cultivate him, just like collecting disciples. My God, Lord Zhundi has never accepted a disciple before, and now he has moved to accept disciples. This child's combat power is indeed strong, and only with the 9-star Great Sage level, it has reached the fairy level combat power. However, this son still killed our Zunxian and Wusheng after all, and there are still so many people. The Lord Zhundi is broad-minded, he has taken a fancy to this person's potential, and he is lucky to accept him. A group of martial arts and quasi-immortal great sages in Tuantian Tower secretly communicated, showing incredible colors one after another. The martial immortals of the Wuxian clan are also unbelievable, never expecting that Emperor Tuantian Zhundi was not angry, but ignorant of that person. At the same time, everyone thought that Su Lang would agree to the Emperor's slaughter in the next moment. After all, Su Lang had killed so many people and had already offended 2 huge quasi-emperor organizations. Without protection, he would definitely die. At this time, if the Emperor Tushan wanted to accept him, he would be able to protect him and get him out of danger, then join the organization of the Emperor, get trained, and soar. Li Fei stepped upstairs. Zhundi Wuizi has action. Do you want to prevent Emperor Zudian from accepting that person? It's very possible. After all, that person not only killed the people of Tushanlu, but also killed a lot of quasi-immortal powers of our Wu Wei Xian clan. Yeah, he killed so many people from our Wuxian clan, how could Wuxian Zhundi let him go so easily? Not bad, not to mention that our Wu Wei immortal clan had already beaten you to death with Slaughter Tower. Lord Wu Wei Zhundi won't let it go. At this time, one person wants to protect and the other person wants to kill. The fate of that young great sage is really confusing. Look at it, watch it, there will be results soon. In the field, there was silence on the surface, but in the dark, everyone was talking and noisy. Everyone thought that the 2 quasi-emperors were about to fight around the young sage in addition to the emperor's forbidden key. But something unexpected happened to everyone. Young people. Zhundi Li Filo smiled. I am the patriarch of the Wuxian clan, my name is Wuxian, and I am only a little short of the realm of Emperor Wu. Would you like to be my disciple? Dozens of martial immortals and more than 2,000 quasi-immortal great sages, complexion changed drastically, demented. Wuxian Zhundi, unexpectedly, also accept that young Wusheng is a disciple. Moreover, it is straightforward to choose to be a disciple. Once you agree, it will immediately become a master-disciple relationship. There is a quasi-emperor who is a teacher, doesn't he instantly become a distinguished figure that few people on the Kandlan continent dare to provoke? Oh my god, this person is so lucky to be confidant of 2 quasi-emperors. I thought that the 2 quasi-emperors would have another dispute because of the disagreement between the 2 quasi-emperors, but I didn't expect that the dispute would still exist, but it was to compete for this person as a disciple. This guy, how many years of cultivation is the blessing? Hundreds of powerful people looked at each other, dumbfounded, and their faces were full of incredible colors. At the same time, a strong envy and jealousy rose from the hearts of everyone. They can't wait to immediately take the position of the young martial sage and become the object of the 2 quasi-emperors. But they also know that this is impossible. The young martial saint is indeed very talented, and the fighting talent is even against the sky, which is absolutely incomparable at the level of the great saint. Even among the martial arts, there are many people who are not as powerful as the young man. Speaking of which, it is really speechless. After living for so long, he has become an immortal, but he can't compare to a young great sage. Chapter 763, The Alluring Conditions of the Quasi-Emperor. The reaction of everyone was just an instant. At this time, Li Feilu's voice had just landed. Su Lang was also a little stunned. The 2 quasi-emperors in front of him didn't come to trouble him, and they even accepted himself as disciples. It seems that I am really the kind of super genius who is unparalleled in the world, even the Emperor Zun would be tempted. It's a pity, I don't want to be a disciple for anyone. I just pressed a master on my head. Su Lang disdain, he has a system in his body, and it is inevitable to achieve Emperor Wu, why should he worship Emperor Zun as his teacher? Thinking of this, Su Lang wanted to refuse. But at this time, Emperor Liantian Zhundi spoke. Li Filo. Emperor Zudian smiled. Everything must be first come last come. For this child, I'm the first invitation. You have to accept this person as a disciple, unless he rejects me first, otherwise you have no chance. When the words were spoken, everyone felt a trace of determination and a strong will to fight. Zudian Zhundi, who paid so much attention to that young man? Everyone felt horrified. When the quasi-emperor Xiao Tushan finished speaking, regardless of Li Filo, he turned to look at Su Lang, and he wanted to continue to say something, perhaps it was Chengruo, or it was a threat. But the words didn't speak. Li Filo spoke again. This kind of thing depends only on the wishes of the person involved, and what is the first thing to do. You and I like this person, and you should let him choose between us, instead of being threatened and intimidated by you and forced to yield. Quote. These two guys are really fighting. Tisk tusk, this is a good drama. Su Lang smiled secretly in his heart and decided not to refuse them for the time being. As his thoughts flowed, Emperor Zudian glanced at Li Filo and spoke lightly. You said I would threaten to intimidate him. I dignified Xiao Tushan, would you do such a thing? After Zudian Jundi finished speaking, he paused, and then said to Su Lang, originally, I planned to make you become a confidant like me. But now I have changed my mind, I also want to accept you as a disciple, close the door to pass on to the disciple. As long as you agree, I can now teach you 2 immortal level exercises, and give you a lot of immortal jade and an immortal artifact. These are all meeting gifts, and there will be more benefits in the future. As soon as these words came out, the Wuxian and the quasi-immortal great sages behind them all stared. The Emperor Zeng wanted to accept his disciples. Just a word was enough. At this time, he even promised to send 2 immortal level techniques, as well as immortal jade and immortal artifacts. A Wuxian couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Immortal level exercises are extremely cherished, and the immortal level exercises from the quasi-emperor are the top one among all the immortal level exercises. Immortal jade is also extremely cherished, a treasure with a wide range of uses. With the handwriting of Emperor Zun, the amount of immortal jade given is absolutely staggering. In addition, there are fairy artifacts, which are also extremely attractive conditions. You know, even if the quasi-imperial forces on both sides add up to dozens of martial arts, only 1/3 of them have immortals. And the above 3 are just a meeting ceremony, there will be more benefits in the future. The conditions given by Emperor Li Tianzeng were really tempting. If it were any of them, I'm afraid it would immediately kneel and kowtow, gratitude. Everyone looked at Su Lang, their eyes burning, wanting to see his choice. However, Su Lang glanced at everyone, twitched the corner of his mouth, and looked at Li Filo. God, this person is so unmoved. No, he wanted to see what bargaining chip Li Filo gave, he was too courageous, and he really dared to choose from the 2 quasi-emperors. This boy is courageous and terrifying, for this alone, I can't compare to him. Yes, it's no wonder that the 2 quasi-emperors would like him. Those dozens of martial immortals and more than 2,000 quasi-immortal great sages, the color of shock on their faces became stronger, and the stormy waves in their hearts became stronger. This one is really good. Not only is the fighting talent against the sky, but the courage is amazing. The Emperor Zudian looked at Su Lang, nodded silently in his heart, and then turned his head to look at Li Filo. Li Filo looked at Su Lang with a smile, I really like you more. Chapter 764. Speak your choice. Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he secretly said, everyone is a man, don't like me. Li Filo didn't know what Su Lang was thinking, and said, Xiao Lushan gave you very good conditions, but I gave you even better conditions. After a pause, Li Filo continued, as long as you promise to be my disciple, I will give you all those promised by Xiao Lushan. Moreover, if it is not for fear that you will be too greedy and not chew, I can give you 4 immortal level exercises at once. In addition, my Wuxian clan has always been a blood descent named Hongsho. This woman is of unparalleled aptitude, and is a yin and yang immortal body. She has a superb effect in Xuangsho, and has never had a Taoist companion. I will betroth her to you, let you go hand in hand in the martial arts and fight for the road to emperor. Everyone was shocked when Li Feilu's words came out. Obviously, Li Feilu's conditions are even more attractive. Not only does it have more immortal level techniques, it also directly matches a martial level Taoist companion, and it is also a Taoist companion of special physique. Amidst the shock, everyone couldn't help but look at a martial censored among the crowd. This Wuxian has a slender figure and a beautiful face. It is the red-sleeved Wuxian. At this time, Hongshu Wuxian's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze at Su Lang flickered slightly, and there was no resistance, and there was a hint of goodwill. Yes, there is a hint of favor. After all, Su Lang was the one who received the contest between 2 quasi-emperors. Moreover, Li Filo personally said that this person has the hope of conquering the road of Emperor Wu. This is a true resource for becoming an emperor. As long as there are no accidents, the weakest achievement is the rank of quasi-emperor. With such a good match, she is naturally willing to agree to this marriage. After Li Filo put forward the conditions, Zun Tian suddenly frowned and thought to himself, I didn't expect the marriage strategy to not only increase the bargaining chips, but also to win the relationship, and to monitor when necessary, Li Fei Lu, the human being. Xiao Lushan smiled and looked at Su Lang. I also have a daughter named Zhu Xian, who is a martial immortal of the Six Tribulations. She is only a trace away from the realm of ancient immortals and can step into it at any time. You kid, if you promised me, Zhu Xian would make you cheaper. In addition, immortal level exercises are nothing. When you have a sufficient level of cultivation, the emperor level exercises I have cultivated will also be passed on to you. As soon as this remark came out, everyone couldn't help but an uproar. Sir Zhundi unexpectedly wants to marry Lord Zhu Xian to him. Master Zhu Xian's aptitude is also extraordinary. Although he does not have a special physique, he is already the Six Tribulations martial immortal at this time, and his cultivation is crushing the red-sleeved martial immortal. Yes, it is said that Zhu Xian is also good at deduction, and even comprehend a little bit of Tianyan rules. Compared to Zhu Xian, the emperor-level exercises are the real heavy bargaining chips. The emperor-level exercises, we currently know about the entire Kandlan continent, are only 37. Obtaining an emperor-level technique, plus having the resources to become an emperor, the winning rate of conquering the emperor road is much higher. Master Zudian Zhundi has really lost his blood this time. It is estimated that the young martial saint will choose Slaughter Heaven Zun Emperor. It's really enviable, everyone whispered in secret, and some people looked at Zhu Xian, who was also a beautiful beauty in Fanghua. Zhu Xian was looking at Su Lang. She always felt that this young man seemed to have known each other before, and coupled with his excellence, she also had a good impression. Immediately afterwards, countless envious eyes looked at Su Lang, who had been silent. Li Filo sighed secretly. He couldn't come up with the emperor rank technique, and this time he could only watch the peerless genius fall into the hands of Emperor Tuantian. Emperor Luntian glanced at the ugly face of Li Filo, and nodded at Su Lang with a smile. The conditions are too small. In the end it depends on the wishes of the parties. Li Filo thought in his heart, and said to Su Lang, Junior, tell me your choice. Chapter 765, Of course I know. Should I speak? Su Lang's expression was indifferent, his eyes swept across the two quasi-emperors, and then he glanced at Hong Shu and Zhu Xian. After some action, Su Lang smiled slightly and said, I'm sorry, I can't accept both of the conditions, I choose, but I refuse. Emperor-level exercises or something. Su Lang already had one at this time, and as long as the natural immortal level exercises were enough, he could continue to synthesize. In the Taoist couple, double repair or something, it is useless. Su Lang's cultivation base can advance by leaps and bounds, so he still needs to use double cultivation tricks. In addition, there is one more person on the head, how uncomfortable. In short, it is impossible for Su Lang to choose to be anyone's apprentice. And Su Lang's choice directly made the scene silent, as if the entire world had fallen into a silent abyss. Almost all of them were dull and unbelievable. Even the Zhuntian Emperor and Li Filo Zhundi were stunned by Su Lang's choice. Everything seems to be frozen. Just like throwing a lot of fry into the stagnant water, this world has come alive again. A group of martial arts and quasi-martial arts have their mouths open. You look at me and I look at you. It is incredible that they can't speak. He refused. He actually refused. That is the two quasi-emperors put down their bodies to let him choose. What an opportunity is this? Countless people were envious and jealous, but he actually refused. The delay in thinking caused by the unbelievable gradually disappeared, and everyone began to discuss. It's so fake. I have fallen into an illusion. He actually rejected such a great opportunity. Emperor-level exercises, immortal-level exercises, Wuxian Taoists, countless celestial jade. Furthermore, he is still in an extremely critical situation. Does he know that he is seeking death by making such a choice? As long as he chooses either side, he can fly into the sky, but he actually refused both sides. This person is crazy, this person must be crazy to make such a crazy decision. He is a fool, yes, he is a fool. All the Wuxians were too lazy to communicate in secret, and they all talked loudly. Even the two sides who had been tit for tat and beaten their heads had a sense of resentment of the same enemy, which seemed strange. Suddenly the voice of Emperor Lun Tianzun spread throughout the audience. The faint voice did not have a trace of murderous intent, and there was not a trace of fireworks, but the Wuxians felt a strong terror. Those great sages shut up immediately, and did not dare to breathe. Everyone stopped talking, and the gaze that looked at Su Lang returned to the original one as if looking at a dead person, and even more intense. He is dead, this is what everyone thinks. Boy, Li Feilu's eyes were slightly cold, do you know who you rejected? This questioning immediately made the atmosphere extremely tense. Of course I know, haha. Su Lang laughed, facing the power of the two quasi-emperors, he was also calm. The laughter did not fall. Su Lang looked at the Emperor Luntian. You, Xiao Luntian, a member of the Burning Emperor tribe, the Lord Luntian, the Zhundi Great Power, majoring in Burning Heaven Ju, practicing the Emperor-level cultivation method Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra, and 2 Consummation Immortals 1-level exercises and several holy-level exercises. Xiao Lucian's expression suddenly changed slightly, as if a strong earthquake had occurred in his heart. This person actually knows me so much. This is clearly the first time I have met. There are not many people who know my race and my techniques. Even the Wuxian in the building does not know how he knew it. Could it be that he heard it from others? So, what is his identity? When Xiao Lucian's thoughts flowed, his thoughts collided. Su Lang looked at Li Filo again. You, Li Filo, the name Wuxianzi, Zunhuangmeng, majoring in Wuxianjing, and 6 Consummation Immortal level exercises. Li Filo also had a sigh of relief. Ordinary people only know that I have practiced 5 immortal level exercises, and very few know that I have practiced 6 exercises. And those are the people of the Emperor. Is this person the son of which Emperor is traveling abroad? But it's not right, I've never heard of such a brilliant junior. The rest of Wuxian and quasi-Shenwu sages all showed horror. The young man actually knows his poster and patriarch better than they do. Chapter 766. You are willing to be my slaves. This is a big man. I'm afraid he is still a great figure in the imperial family. Only with this kind of status can he act so boldly and refuse the invitation of the 2 quasi-emperors. Everyone replenished their brains, and Su Lang in their eyes suddenly put on the halo of Emperor Tianzhao. Who are you? Xiao Luntian squinted his eyes. Which emperor clans hid in Tianzhao? Are you really an Emperor Tianzhao? Li Filo frowned slightly. If so, please contact the adults in your Emperor clan to solve the matter of killing our warriors. Including the 2 quasi-emperors Xiao Lucian and Li Filo, everyone thought that Su Lang was the arrogant emperor. The attitude of the 2 quasi-emperors has also changed, and it is no longer the attitude of your life is in our hands. But then, Su Lang's words once again made everyone stunned. I am not an Emperor Tianzhao. Su Lang shook his head and said with a smile, the reason why I reject you is because you are not qualified to be my masters. In addition, another reason why I reject you is that I want to ask you one thing: you are willing to be my slaves. The words came out, everyone suddenly thundered, their eyes widened, and the expressions on their faces were wonderful. And Xiao Lucian and Li Filo were also dumbfounded and unbelievable. Not the Emperor's Tianzhao. Then he said that Emperor Zun was not qualified to be his master. Finally, he must recruit 2 quasi-emperors to be his servants. This young man is really crazy. I'm afraid it's not because of practicing to get into troubles and hallucinations. You said that you want the 2 of us to be your servants. It's not the Emperor Tianzhao. Then, where do you get the courage and courage? Li Filo opened his mouth, and his words gradually became cold as ice from incredible. I thought you were a piece of jade against the sky, but I didn't expect you to be so crazy, stupid, and hopeless. The quasi-emperor Tushan burst into murderous aura. Humiliate a quasi-emperor. Haha, you will pay the price of your life for your arrogance. 2. I'm serious. As long as you are my servant, you will get extremely attractive and generous treatment. What kind of immortal weapon? I waved thousands of them. What perfect elixir? My clothes are tens of thousands. What immortal level exercises? I open my mouth, and I have dozens of them. I also have emperor level exercises, even emperor level. Pill, emperor soldier, I want it, and I can have it. Su Lang laughed. Come on, become my servant, you will get all of this. Crazy. This person is really crazy. Thousands of immortal weapons, tens of thousands of perfect elixir, dozens of immortal level exercises, and emperor level exercises pill weapons. Idiot people say dreams, fools say dreams. This kid is simply mentally ill, he is hopeless. Next, is when he has no place to bury him. All the martial immortals and the quasi-immortal martial sages screamed. Hongshu Wushan and Zhu Xian were even more angry. They actually had a good impression of that kid before, which is simply a shame. Xiao Luntian and Li Filo shook their heads, revealing a trace of self-deprecation. They both looked away. He actually opened up a huge bargaining chip to compete for a fool that God couldn't save. Hey, don't believe me. At this time, Su Lang's faint voice continued, if you don't believe it, I will show you first. As soon as this word was said, everyone's eyes turned white. How crazy is this person? Actually want to show us those things. I see, this person hurt his brain and became a lunatic when he was practicing. The two quasi-emperors will soon tear his mouth. Not only the mouth, but the body, but also the soul, completely torn apart. One by one Wushan and quasi-Xian Wusheng showed mockery, as well as a trace of coldness and indifference. What a fool, it's a pity that he has a talent for fighting against the sky. Xiao Lushan shook his head helplessly, then looked at Li Filo, who nodded. This was the same opinion, and he was going to kill Su Lang. The scene suddenly fell silent, and a series of cold eyes fell on Su Lang, all thinking that he was a person, undoubtedly death. Chapter 767, Shocking and Dizzy. Xiao Luntian stepped forward and took a deep look at Su Lang again. This person's fighting talent is really against the sky, and his cultivation aptitude is extremely high. He really doesn't want to kill. But no matter what, this young man has a brain disease and dares to humiliate them. As a quasi-emperor, he is also the landlord of Tuantian, his majesty cannot be lost, he must be killed. A cold word popped out of Xiao Lushan's mouth, and he squeezed Su Lang to death with his big hand, like he was about to squeeze a bug. But just when Xiao Lushan started, there was one more thing in Su Lang's hand, no, not one, but an innumerable treasure. The first is the pill. Countless elixirs emerged densely, and the visions formed by the power of the rules of the elixirs took up a large area of the surrounding space. A more dense pill fragrance spread out, flooding into everyone's perception. Xiao Lushan trembled all over, and stopped his hands in an instant, an amazing splendor appeared in his eyes. The elixir, and it's all the elixir of perfect quality. Li Filo opened his mouth, stared, and said in disbelief. As for the martial arts and quasi-martial sages behind them, the sneer and indifferent expression instantly solidified on their faces. At this moment everyone seemed to have been pressed the pause button, dumbfounded, motionless. Those dozens of quasi-immortals and many quasi-celestial sages reacted. Seeing the endless vision of pill medicine and smelling the coveted and alluring pill fragrance, everyone was shocked. Am I wrong? The elixir of perfect quality around him. I feel that it is the spiritual pill that I need most, and there are other pill for cultivation and healing. I was injured in the previous battle. After smelling the pill incense, the injury showed signs of healing. Oh my god, this person actually took out so many elixir. These people are not hillbillies, but gangsters of the quasi-emperor organization. In Kandlan continent, there are not many people who are more knowledgeable than them. But even so, they were still shocked by the pill that Su Lang took out, even for the two quasi-emperors. No way, they eat a lot of elixir, but the perfect quality of elixir still takes out so much at one time. This is completely what they have seen in their lives. Here, who is it? He said he is not the Emperor's Tianzhao, but I don't believe it. If it weren't for the Emperor Tianzhao, how could he come up with so many perfect quality pills? No, even the real Emperor Tianzhao can't do such a thing. They can take out the elixir, but it will never be a perfect quality pill. Xiao Lushan and Li Filo looked at each other, their eyes were full of shock, and the rest of the meaning gleamed. They hesitated again about the killer. Let's see, these are my elixir, but I am afraid that the elixir will not work for you, so if you want you to be my slaves, you have to use the Emperor grade pill. Su Lang was at the center of everyone's shocking gaze, taking it calmly, and calmly said something more shocking and dizzying. Emperor-level medicine. These four words fell in the ears of Juntian Jundi and Li Filo, which directly aggravated their breathing. Before, they absolutely did not believe what Su Lang said. What is the concept of Emperor-level medicine? This is the only super treasure possessed by Emperor Wu on the Kandlan continent. But at this time, Su Lang had already produced countless elixir of perfect quality, and he had a very high degree of credibility with regard to the Emperor-level pill. And they were only one step away from entering the Emperor Wu level, an Emperor level pill. It might be their opportunity to enter the Emperor level. How does this make them unmoved? Even the two quasi-emperors are like this, and the Wuxian and the quasi-Shenwu sages behind them directly held their breath, staring like light bulbs. Chapter 768. I'm afraid it's not Emperor Wu's son. Everyone stared at Su Lang, watching his movements. Su Lang smiled faintly in the eyes of everyone, took out a bottle of pill, and opened it. In an instant, a pill flew out of the bottle, seemingly spiritual and wanting to escape. Su Lang grabbed it lightly and pinched it in his hand. The pill struggled for a while, and did not move anymore, and immediately an extremely lifelike vision emerged from the pill. It was a verdant world, mountains and rivers, and even the sky, all green. It's like a real green world has come, as if everything is real. This green pill was an Emperor-level pill that Su Lang synthesized with the elixir. It was called Theorborn Emperor Pill. It was a terrifying healing pill that could extend the life of Emperor Wu and was extremely valuable. But the cost of synthesizing this Emperor-grade pill is also super terrifying. This can't be synthesized by 10 elixir. This reincarnation Emperor pill cost Su Lang a full 10,000 primary elixir. This treasure appeared on the world and instantly attracted everyone's eyes. This kind of vision, this kind of power of rules. It's really an emperor. Unexpectedly, when I was in the realm of quasi-emperor, I would encounter an emperor-level pill. Xiaoluntian and Li Filo opened their mouths directly, and the stormy waves in their hearts kept beating their hearts, one heart beating like it was about to explode. Emperor pill. I can actually see an emperor-grade pill in my lifetime. Apart from this far, I feel that the power of my rules is improving. Its effect is too terrifying. It is simply a treasure that is rarer than any fairy artifact. That kid, he was able to take out the emperor pill. His identity, it is extremely scary to think carefully. Yeah, is he not the son of Emperor Wu? The only way to explain it, otherwise, who can take out the emperor pill? All the martial arts and the quasi-immortals secretly talked, and their gazes at Su Lang changed again. It was a kind of extreme fear, like seeing an absolutely irresistible existence in the world. Even Xiaoluntian and Li Filo tried their best to suppress their desires, not allowing themselves to censor Naughty Pill. They really want Naughty Dan. But they are afraid of death. The opponent is likely to be Emperor Wu's own son. It is almost the same as Emperor Wu's visit. The word difference between Emperor Zun and Emperor Wu is a huge difference. One Emperor Wu can easily squeeze countless Emperor Zhu. If they dared to censor that young man's emperor pill, they would definitely end up horribly, and even destroy the race. I have said that I have the emperor pill, you still don't believe it. Now that I see it clearly, I should believe what I said. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched slightly, and he said with a smile, as long as you are my servants, I can reward you with these pills. The two quasi-emperors swallowed at the same time. Compared to the inheritance in the emperor's forbidden land, which needs to go through all kinds of difficulties to obtain, this emperor pill is close at hand. And becoming the other's servant is not a shame. After all, he is the son of Emperor Wu. Moreover, once they truly achieved Emperor Wu, they would immediately be at the pinnacle of the Kandlan continent, and no one would talk about any servants, and no one would mention it. Of course, the premise is that you must never give up your soul. How about it? Tell me your choice. Seeing that the two of them were about to flow out, Su Lang couldn't help but smile again. Xiao Lushan and Li Filo looked at each other, a little caught off guard. Before, they let the young man make a choice, but now it's the young man's turn to let them make a choice. The changes in the world are really impermanent. And those Wuxian and quasi-Shenwu sages trembled even more. The two quasi-emperors who were strong enough to make them worship at this time actually faced a choice at this time, and they still chose whether to become servants of others. Quasi-emperor, servant, what a difference in identity. All this is as unreal as a dream. But this really happened in front of them. Li Fei stepped upstairs, but he bowed his hand before saying, "Dare to ask your excellency, that emperor-level technique." Chapter 769. Hurry up and make your choice. As soon as this remark came out, all the martial immortals raised their ears. Xiao Lushan's eyes were also scorching, and his spirits aroused. The emperor-level exercises, including the entire Kandlan continent, are pitiful. Xiao Lushan's emperor-level exercises were inherited from his ancestors, and his ancestors had also passed through Emperor Wu, but that was a long time ago. The value of an emperor-level exercise is really incalculable. If the opponent can come up with an emperor-level technique, it will be another extremely important bargaining chip. Besides, this request is still a test, or a side attack. There are so many Emperor-level exercises in the Kandlan continent, and the Emperor-level exercises taken out by the opponent can tell the power of the young man. This is also a way to verify the identity of the young man. Su Lang smiled slightly. Emperor-level exercises are naturally available. Since you want to see it, I will show it to you. With that said, Su Lang took the Emperor-level pill that was green to the alarmingly green in his hand and took out a pitch-black disc. The black disc is the size of the bottom of a bowl, and it is covered with golden lines like annual rings. At a glance, there are only a dozen golden patterns, but a closer look reveals that the golden patterns are so dense that they are countless. Even if you use mental energy to observe, you don't know the number at all. This exercise is the first Emperor-level exercise, Emperor Heart Reincarnation Record, synthesized by Su Lang. This kind of exercise can hardly be copied, cannot be sealed, and it is very difficult even to pass on. All its essence and meaning are condensed on the black disc. That disc is the main body of the Emperor-level exercise technique. There was no noise and exclamation in the court. Because the first time they saw the black disc, everyone immediately confirmed that this is definitely an Emperor-level technique that cannot be faked. And it is also the most cherished Emperor-level cultivation technique body. Everyone is staring at the main body of reincarnation of the Emperor's heart, paying attention and keeping their eyes on. Xiao Lushan and Li Filo even wanted to put it under their eyes or between their eyebrows, using all their mental power to perceive them. Everyone is fully peeping at the Emperor-level exercises in that disc. This is a great opportunity that will never be encountered in 10 lifetimes. Enough to see. Su Lang smiled slightly, flipped his wrist, and put the golden pattern black disc away. Everyone immediately found that the treasure had disappeared, and they were suddenly lost and anxious. Li Filo returned to his senses and trembled fiercely, and couldn't help but want to stamp his feet. Do not. Xiao Lushan was even more awakened by a nightmare as an ordinary person, and he yelled divinely. He has practiced the Emperor-level exercises himself, and has a lot of experience in the practice of Emperor-level exercises. Among all the people, it was his Xiao Lushan who saw the most. Just now, he had tasted 1/10,000th of the golden pattern black plate exercise, and he was just addicted to it, and he couldn't extricate himself, but suddenly found that the exercise was gone. How could he not worry? Hey, I've also seen the Emperor-level exercises, so confirm it. I have never been so troublesome in taking slaves, so hurry up and make your choice. Su Lang looked at the two quasi-emperors and smiled slightly. Xiao Lushan and Li Filo couldn't help but look at each other again. Then they began to communicate. Lord Tushan, can you see what cultivation technique it is? I haven't seen it. I can only see a trace of fur. It can be determined that it is a spiritual Emperor-level exercise. It is really an incomparably mysterious exercise. My Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra can't match it. Spiritual Emperor-level exercises. That's really rare. In addition, the 37 Emperor-level exercises currently known in Kandlan continent are not spiritual. Yeah, just thinking about that exercise, don't you say that I haven't paid attention yet. That exercise is not any known Emperor-level exercises, that is to say, he is not the heir of a certain Wudi. It's possible, but it's not certain. On the Kandlan continent, there are only 37 Emperor-level techniques on the surface, but we don't know if the Emperor Wu will hide and leave behind. Anyone will do it. We have never heard of the exercises he took out. The mystery of his identity is still unexplorable, and he can only continue to be treated as the heir of Emperor Wu. Yes, yeah, it can only be so. Besides, Wukongzi, what are your plans for that choice? Chapter 770. Do I look like a liar? The two exchanged, the topic returned to the choice given by Su Lang. Whether to become the other's servant. Lord Tushan, to tell you, I am a little moved. Wuqianzi Li Fei said in the corridor, I have practiced a lot of exercises, but there is no Emperor-level exercises. I have a hunch that I will become Emperor Wu after I get that exercise. Who isn't hearted? Xiao Lushan licked his lips. The Emperor grade pill alone is about to make me involuntarily. I feel that that is the opportunity for me to become an emperor. The two continued to communicate. But regarding his identity, I still have some worries, and I dare not make a decision just like that. Me too, why don't you ask? By the way, let me mention the soul fire thing. That is the bottom line and you can't cross it. Two powerful quasi-emperors whispered, and then looked at Su Lang at the same time. Su Lang asked with a noncommittal smile, Did you make a decision? The conditions given by the sun are indeed generous. Li Filo communicated with Su Lang by means of divine intent and sound transmission, but I don't know the name of the sun, who is the heir of Emperor Wu. In addition, if you become a servant of the sun, your soul cannot be surrendered. This is the consensus between me and Tushan. But we accept other forms of restraint to reassure the sun. Only Su Lang and Xiao Lushan could hear Li Feilu's words, and none of the others could hear it. Therefore, everyone is secretly guessing. It seems that the two quasi-emperors are discussing with that person. Oh my god, when the Emperor Zeng was faced with the choice to become a servant, he was moved. HMPH, if I wait to face that choice, I'm afraid I won't even have a discussion, so I just kneel down. I don't know what the final result will be. Everyone talked in secret. However, one person frowned slightly, that was Zhu Xian. She had calculated the identity of Su Lang, and she felt familiar with it. At this time, Su Lang's cultivation had reached the point where she could not deduct it, but she tried her best to make the familiarity even stronger. When and where did I have an intersection with this person? Zhu Shensho frowned and whispered silently in her heart, but she just couldn't remember that when she returned to the waterfall headquarters, she deduced a little-known little character in the backcountry. Su Lang listened to Li Feilu's words and scorned his lips with disdain. Being my servant, taking so many benefits, but not giving up the soul, how can there be such good things? There was no concealment at all, and even spoke very loudly. Li Filo and Xiao Lushan were embarrassed instantly, and the martial immortals and quasi-immortals were even more stunned and filled with emotion. In the end, the two quasi-emperors actually agreed to become someone else's servants, even though they were unwilling to surrender their souls. All this is incredible. At the same time, after a moment of embarrassment, Li Filo and Xiao Lushan both felt very humiliated, and their faces were blue and red. Becoming someone else's slave is a shameful thing, and being exposed to the public at this time will push the shame to the peak. If it is other time, they are already furious at the moment, they are killing others and vent their anger. But facing the unidentified Su Lang, even though they were extremely upset, they could only endure with gritted teeth. However, the question of whether to become a servant is obviously broken. How important is the soul fire? We don't know the details of each other, how can we dare to believe you? Xiaolun was in a hurry, so he stopped calling any other sons, and asked angrily. So you are worried about being deceived? I look like that kind of liar. Su Lang rolled his eyes silently, paused, and continued, if you agree, we will establish a master-servant relationship first. Then, without any restraint, I can first give you the Emperor-level pill, and even give you the Emperor-level exercises. After you have taken the pill, practice the Emperor-level exercises, and then hand it over your soul fire. Chapter 771, Can you just be a bit more? This was still spoken without any cover, and everyone present heard it. And such conditions immediately made everyone look dull. This condition, this wife is too loose. Yeah, without any restraint methods, just in the name of master and servant, so many benefits can be brought out. Emperor-level exercises, Emperor-level pill, that is a treasure that Emperor Wu will fight for, but now he can get it almost without any effort. My god, who is that young great sage, who can be so generous? Yes, and isn't he afraid that the two quasi-emperors will run away after taking things? Everyone talked a lot, and they didn't care about hiding their voices, and they all spoke with their mouths to vent their shock. The scene also seemed noisy. Xiao Lushan and Li Filo were also shocked. The other party actually put forward such a loose condition, and they are not afraid that they will turn their faces immediately after taking things. Why is this? Looking at Su Lang, who was smiling and not speaking, Xiao Lushan and Li Filo gradually calmed down and thought of the reasons. There is only one reason. That is, the other party is not afraid that they will run away with something. Yes, they are not afraid. The meaning of laughter and silence is that if you run to the ends of the world, to the broken continent outside the territory, you can be pulled back and brutally killed. What kind of confidence is this, and what a terrifying force is behind it? Xiao Lushan and Li Filo couldn't help but frightened. They wondered, what kind of force is able to achieve this level in Kandlan continent? We must know that the Kandlan continent is very large, and the Emperor clan has various parties, and it is impossible for the whole world to hunt one person. Well, not a single woody force. Xiao Lushan and Li Filo looked at each other, a noun appeared in their minds. Woody Palace. The so-called Wudi Palace is a super-organization founded by the gathering of Kanglan continent in the supreme ancient times. The extremely ancient era was the first time that Kanglan continent and Jingtian continent went to war. At that time, almost all Wudi on the mainland joined the Wudi Palace and participated in the war against the Jingtian continent. After the war ended, Wudi Palace also passed down. However, in the long years, the dominance of Wudi Palace gradually weakened. Up to now, there are only 12 Wudi in Wudi Palace, and the other Wudi are scattered around, or formed into small groups, or independent parties. But even so, Wudi Palace is also the most terrifying organization on the Kanglan continent. Its power is everywhere, its warriors are omnipresent, its territory is the most expansive, and it even holds a lot of fragments of continents outside the territory. Even in places that are not under control, there are a lot of eyeliners, which can be called omniscience. What are you still waiting for? Taking your soul fire, you refuse to accept your soul fire, but you are stunned again. Su Lang said impatiently, I just want to take in servants, can you just be a little bit more? As soon as this statement was made, everyone looked stagnant and choked silently. In this case, you dare to say it. Dare to ask the young man, is he from the Emperor Wu Palace? Li Filo asked with his hands. Although it was an inquiry, there was already an expression of, I know you are, don't deny it, on his face. Look at Xiao Lushan again, the same is true. When the other Wuxians heard the name Wudi Palace, they immediately felt all over their bodies standing upside down. It turns out that he is from the Emperor Wu Palace. Yes, only then can we explain everything before. Oh my god, people from the Emperor Wu Palace, and a distinguished person, are they the heirs of the Lord Wu Emperor? It's very possible. The Emperor-level medicine, the Emperor-level cultivation technique, and his talent for fighting against the sky, I don't believe that he is not from the Emperor Wu Palace. Everyone's lips trembled, their voices trembled, and they even went out of tune. They looked at Su Lang, waiting for his answer. Chapter 772, can you take it back and watch it slowly? Wu Emperor Palace. Su Lang's mouth twitched slightly and smiled noncommittal. This action immediately made Xiao Lushan and Li Filo sure, you guessed it. But they didn't know what Su Lang was thinking. Oh, Wudi Palace. What a powerful force it sounds like, remember, should I pretend it? Forget it, I don't know about Wudi Palace, and it's easy to reveal things, so let them make up for it. At this time, Li Fei went upstairs and stopped talking. My identity, don't guess at all. With a faint smile on his face, Su Lang said, do you accept the conditions I gave before? This is the third time I have asked you, and I don't want to ask for the fourth time. Dare to say such a thing, you deserve it. Those Wuxian and quasi-Shenwu sages thought so. Faced with the choice, Xiao Lushan and Li Filo looked at each other and made a decision. I am willing to be a servant of the sun. Please give me the Emperor pill from the sun. I am also willing to be a servant of the sun. Please give me an Emperor-level technique. The two terrifying quasi-emperors just bent down and bowed to Su Lang deeply. And their decision immediately caused an uproar among the martial arts. Although everyone had guessed the result a long time ago, they couldn't help but sigh when they really witnessed this scene. Two quasi-emperors, that is an invincible existence under Emperor Wu, who can destroy trillions of living beings and control sentient beings in a single thought. Who dares not accept it? But such a great existence has also surrendered to the young great sage of Wudi Palace. Okay, I'll give you things first. When you are willing, give me your soul and heart. Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately threw out the Emperor-grade pill and the Black Disc Emperor-grade technique, and the two treasures accurately fell into the hands of Xiao Lushan and Li Filo. Su Lang did not fear that the two of them would run away after taking things. Because although he is not a member of Wudi Palace, he himself is more terrifying than Wudi Palace. In a short period of time, perhaps 7 or 8 months, perhaps 5 or 6 months, or perhaps a shorter time, Su Lang will be sure to become a real martial emperor with unparalleled combat power. And where can the two quasi-emperors go in such a short time? I'm afraid I can't even digest the pills and read the exercises. Dare to run, that's death. At this time, Emperor-level pill. Xiao Luntian held the bottle of Chinese medicine pills in his hand, his eyes protruding with excitement, his pupils kept dilating and shrinking, as if a shocking tsunami had occurred in his heart. Emperor-level exercises. Li Filo was holding a gold-patterned disc in his hand, and he was shaking all over, unable to control himself. This was the most exciting time in his life. Okay, take it back and watch it slowly. Su Lang couldn't help but smile as he watched the reaction of the two. Yes, master. Xiao Lucian and Li Filo noticed that they were in a state of failure, and when they were reminded, they immediately put away the appearance of a hillbilly, and bowed deeply to Su Lang. Xiao Lucian looked respectful, and asked cautiously, Next. Next servant. I don't know the name of the son yet. Li Filo also looked at Su Lang eagerly, becoming a slave and not knowing the name of the master, which was miserable. These people from the slaughter tower, even this Juntian emperor, actually knew me. Is it because I killed all the fighters who knew me? Su Lang looked at Xiao Lucian in front of him, then looked at the more than 2,000 people behind them, a little funny in his heart. Poor Xiao Luntian only learned from the soul fire of the soul sealed on the laddering scabbard that Weqing and others had been killed, but he didn't know that the murderer was in front of him and became his own master. Since the son doesn't want to tell me the name taboo, let's call the son the young master in the future. Seeing that Su Lang did not answer, Li Filo thought that Su Lang was worried, so he said cautiously. Call me master. Su Lang grinned, showing a smile. Xiao Lucian and Li Filo bowed respectfully and shouted. At this time, the relationship between master and servant is completely established. Zhu Xian in the crowd suddenly trembled like thunder, and then stretched out a hand and shouted, Wait a minute, Chapter 773, The Subordinates Know Who He Is. Zhu Xian is a martial immortal of the six tribulations, and it is also the top one among the martial immortals. Even the quasi-emperor Xiao Lucian valued him very much. She shouted, immediately attracted everyone's attention. A pair of eyes focused on the main line. Zhu Xian, what are you shouting for? Be careful to disturb the young master. Xiao Lucian turned to look at Zhu Xian, and suddenly smiled. Could it be that you want to sit on the young master and Taoist couple? Everyone was stunned. Yes, the young master exists, and I don't know how honorable his identity is. It is normal for Zhu Sheni to move. Well, but in my opinion, Taoist couples are no longer good. Lord Zhundi is a servant, but Zhu Xian wants to be a Taoist couple. Isn't that reasonable? It's true, maybe being a concubine is about the same, exactly. There was a lot of discussion, and they all thought that Zhu Xian wanted to climb the thigh of a young master. When Zhu Xian heard this, he was a little panicked. No. Zhu Xian quickly denied it, then glanced at Su Lang, gritted his teeth and said to Xiao Lucian, the subordinate remembered it, the subordinate knows who he is. She remembered it after all. The familiar smell comes from a person named Su Lang. Her words fell on everyone's ears, and it was like thunder that shook everyone's eyes. Zhu Xian knows who the young master is. No, if she knows, why didn't she say it earlier? She must say it at this time. What she said was remembering. Does she know the young master before? What is the status of the young master? That is the existence of the Emperor Wu Palace. Although Zhu Xian has a higher cultivation base than mine, it is impossible to get to know the young master. In other words, Zhu Xian is sensationalizing. No, she's not a fool, how could she find death? Could it be said that Zhu Xian thinks that young master is not from the Emperor Wu Palace, so he shouts and waits? Ah, the young master is not from the Emperor Wu Palace, who can he be? Just ask you, who can take out the Emperor level pill, the Emperor level technique, and can give it out casually? Everyone talked a lot, and kept guessing. The light in their eyes flickered, and the scene suddenly became confusing. Branches. Seeing this scene, Su Lang raised his brows, revealing a noncommittal smile. Xiao Luntian and Li Filo looked at Su Lang's expressions, then looked at each other, their thoughts continued, and they stopped talking. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Lucian couldn't help asking, Zhu Xian, did you admit the wrong person? How do you know the name of the young master? The original poster, I have deduced him. His name is Su Lang, he is a warrior of the Yaoqi Saint clan. At that time, Kai Lao's subordinate force was destroyed. He went to check it, and only met this Su Lang. He thought he was a direct bloodline of the imperial clan and was scared back. At that time, I happened to go back to the headquarters, and I did some deductions, and found that Su Lang was not directly of the imperial family. Later, Kai Liao went to seek revenge and died, but I had already left the headquarters at that time, so I didn't care about it. After all, there are still Xuanqing and others in the headquarters, more than enough to deal with the Yaoqi clan. Later things, because I participated in the war, so I didn't know. Zhu Xian bit his scalp and said everything he knew. Everyone heard what she said, and they all looked dull like a clay statue, standing still on the spot. This is true even for Emperor Lun Tianzun and Li Filo. Everyone caught the point in Zhu Xian's words. The young master's name is Su Lang, he comes from a small clan, not a direct bloodline of the imperial clan. This is completely different from everyone's guess brain supplement. Before this, everyone thought that the young master came from the Emperor Wu palace and was a direct heir of Emperor Wu. But now, this guess has been overturned. Why Xiao Lucian and Li Filo agreed to become Su Lang's servants? Reward is the most critical point, and identity is also the most critical point. If they hadn't thought that Su Lang came from Wudi Palace and the forces behind him were terrifying, they would never agree to be servants. Chapter 774. You don't have to guess. But now, they have agreed and have become servants, but the other party is not the direct bloodline of the Emperor Wu Palace. This is so embarrassing and shameful. The faces of Xiao Luntian and Li Filo were blue and red, as colorful as they had opened a dyeing workshop. Zhu Xian's words are really amazing. But she has no reason to lie. Zhu Xian, did you make a mistake? Xiao Lucian took a deep breath and asked, how can the young master be a member of a small clan if he can reward the emperor-level pill and exercises at will? Subordinate. Zhu Xian looked nervous and opened his mouth and said, but you know, my deduction has never gone wrong. Okay, don't say anything. Zhu Xian is right, I am Su Lang. Su Lang's faint voice came, in addition, I have never said that I am a direct bloodline of the Emperor clan, let alone that I am a member of the Emperor Wu Palace. The identity matter will be revealed one day, so it is better to say it now. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was in an uproar. Admit it, he actually admitted it, it is not the blood of Emperor Wu, and he is not from the Emperor Wu Palace, so how dare he be so arrogant and let two quasi-emperors be servants? Where did he get the emperor-level exercises and the emperor-level pill? Did he get it by chance, by luck? Without a strong backing, why would he dare to let two Zun emperors serve as servants and offer such generous terms? He is not afraid of the Lord Zun Emperor turning his face. When everyone was horrified, they felt even more confused. But Xiao Lucian and Li Feilu's expressions flickered and they were about to move. They are quasi-emperors, super powerful people who have been overlooking sentient beings for a long time. How can people like them be willing to be other servants without a special reason? The background of Emperor Wu Palace, and the temptation of emperor-level pills and emperor-level cultivation techniques, made them agree to be Su Lang's servants. At this time, the same as before is missing. The other party does not have a strong background, just a small clan. With such a lowly status, how can he be qualified to be their young master? It is an unprecedented shame to become a servant of a humble person. The urge to turn face in Xiao Lucian and Li Feilu's hearts became stronger. Anyway, now that things are in hand, the other party does not have the background of the Emperor Wu Palace, and there is no ability to restrain them, so why bother to bow and be that servant? But after all, the two still had a trace of concern. In other words, he was still a bit bluffed by Su Lang. People who can come up with the emperor-level pill and the emperor-level exercises are freely rewarded, maybe they are other powerful people. If this is the case, the consequences of their running away are still very serious, maybe they will lose their lives. After Su Lang admitted that he was not a member of the Imperial Blood and Wudi Palace, the scene fell into a strange silence. One by one Wuxian looked at each other, puzzled. The two quasi-emperors struggled inwardly, thinking about whether to turn their faces. Su Lang smiled slightly and said, you don't have to guess randomly. I will tell my identity now, and then you will decide whether to become my servant. Everyone immediately pricked their ears. At the same time, their minds began to wonder. How dare to reveal their identity, so even if you are not from the Emperor Wu Palace, you must be a big figure of a powerful force. Only in this way can I dare to speak. Xiao Lucian and Li Filo looked at each other, only to feel that the feeling of eagerness faded a lot. If this young master Su Lang is strong, they must be careful, listen. Su Lang's slightly playful voice came, first of all, everyone knows my name, Su Lang. Secondly, I am not a member of the Emperor Wu Palace, nor the blood of Emperor Wu, but the patriarch of the Blue Star clan. At present, I have subdued the Kolchakam and more than a dozen holy clans. I am currently the great sage of the 9 stars, possessing martial arts power, and there are thousands of quasi-sages and martial sages under my command. This is who I am. These words fell in the ears of everyone, instantly causing him to thunder like a giant thunder, his hair standing upright, his eyes open, his mouth was dumbfounded. Chapter 775. Really thought it could kill me. There is an incredible look in everyone's eyes. And Xiao Lucian and Li Filo were also dumbfounded, their faces full of shock. Someone came back to their senses and couldn't help but exclaimed, You are such a tiny person. His identity is so humble. I have never heard of any blue star human race. I'm afraid it's not a small race in the back country. Although he is a patriarch, and what immortal clan he has subdued, there are thousands of quasi-immortal martial sages as subordinates, but it is not enough. Yes, my forces are stronger than him, and the Wuxian we are present is not weaker than him. It's such a force, with a face full of control over everything, and dare to fool the two quasi-emperors to recognize him as the master. Oh my god, what kind of courage did this person eat, dare to do such a crazy thing? Where did he get his confidence and courage? He was a lunatic, he was from the beginning. Everyone talked loudly in disbelief, and their eyes towards Su Lang were full of incredible and contempt. However, what is strange is that in addition to these gazes, there is still a little admiration. As any one of them, I dare not fool the two quasi-emperors. To dare to do such a thing, their courage has exceeded all of them present. Xiao Lucian and Li Filo looked at each other, a flame ignited in their eyes. Your identity. Nothing more. Xiao Lucian's expression was super complicated, shocked, joyful, doubtful, and cold. Li Filo is similar, with mixed feelings. Shocked by Su Lang's identity, shocked by Su Lang's actions. I am happy because I can get rid of my servanthood and unconstrained. He was puzzled about why Su Lang could take out the emperor-level treasure, and he felt ashamed because Su Lang dared to deceive himself, and his expression was cold. My identity is nothing more. You make your own choice. Su Lang nodded and said, However, I want to remind you that sometimes, life and death are in one thought. Laughable, extremely ridiculous. You are only the leader of a small and weak force, so you dare to say to us that life and death are in a single thought. Open your eyes and see clearly, we are the quasi-emperor, even if it is a subordinate behind me, picking a martial arts immortal can easily pinch you to death. Now your life is in our hands, where does your courage determine our life and death? Xiao Luntian laughed loudly, and his plan to turn his face was settled when he got the identity of Su Lang. Your actions are shocking, but ridiculous. You dare to expire us and trick us into being your servants. This is a great shame for us. Li Filo looked indifferent and restored his attitude of overlooking from above, but now I can give you a chance to tell the source of these two imperial treasures, we will spare you your life. Name the source of the emperor-level treasure. Life and death are just between your thoughts. Xiao Lucian roared with a sullen face, and his terrifying murderous aura swept away, causing the Wuxian quasi-immortals behind him to retreat. Everyone also feels that things are impermanent. At first, the quasi-emperors let Na Su Lang make a choice, and then became Na Su Lang and let the quasi-emperor choose, and now it was the turn of the quasi-emperor to let Su Lang choose. This is simply a dramatic change. If you say you turn your face, you will turn your face, not only to kill me, but also to ask the source of more emperor-level treasures. It's really greedy. Unfortunately, you two poor old confused, really think you can kill me. You really treat me as a fool, thinking I will put myself in a place of death. Su Lang was not afraid of the two quasi-emperors, and even showed disdain. The brain is a good thing, but unfortunately you don't have it. It's still confusing and makes the most stupid choice. This speech fell to the ears of everyone. It was completely a madman's speech. A trivial saint actually said that Emperor Zun could not kill him. Is there anything more ridiculous in the world? Chapter 776. You can't kill me. I care if you are really crazy or fake. Xiao Lucian said coldly, give you one last chance to tell the source of the emperor-level treasure, otherwise it will kill you. Speak up. Li Filo looked kind. I can promise that as long as you speak out, I will treat you kindly. Oh, these two old fools still know how to sing black-faced and white-faced drama. Why don't you believe what I said? I repeat it 3 times, you can't kill me, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. Su Lang shook his head helplessly. On the contrary, you chose to tear your skin and successfully pushed yourself down the abyss of death. I want to see how hard your mouth can be. Xiao Lucian laughed wildly, stretched out his big hand, and grabbed Su Lang fiercely. Don't kill him, Li Filo reminded secretly. I know it naturally. This Su Lang is a big baby. Xiao Luntian replied to Li Filo with his spiritual thoughts, and at the same time tightly confined Su Lang in the illusory giant palm. Catch him. Behind. Dozens of martial immortals and quasi-immortal great sages stared at this scene. That daring Su Lang was caught. Next, he just put on the fish and let it be killed. Xiao Lucian's eyes were burning, and he stared at him. In order to avoid the disaster of skin and flesh, let's talk about it, the source of the emperor's treasure. Li Filo was also watching Su Lang closely. His heart was full of greed. Xiao Lucian, do you really think you caught me? Su Lang's slightly playful voice came. Xiao Lucian, Li Filo, and thousands of people behind him instantly looked in a certain direction with shocked faces. I saw a second Su Lang unexpectedly appeared there. He was smiling faintly, as if laughing at Xiao Lucian as an incompetent person. What the censored is going on? A Wuxian exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that it is a clone? But it's not right. The newly appearing Su Lang is clearly a great saint, and the aura on his body has reached the level of a Wuxian. Everyone observed carefully and found that the second Su Lang was indeed exactly the same aura as the first Su Lang, both of which were Wuxian level combat power. What? The two Su Langs who are exactly the same are both at the Wuxian level. Could it be that these two are clones? They are clones of a great existence. As he pondered his fear, Xiao Lucian widened his eyes and suddenly felt that Su Lang in his hand was very hot and hot. Li Filo is also tingling scalp. They all have practiced the technique of avatar. However, their clone only had the quasi-celestial level combat power, and only this clone reached the quasi-celestial level. More avatars, all of which are low and medium level martial arts. But the real combat power of the two Su Langs in front of them has reached the Wuxian level. This means that its deity's combat power is definitely stronger than them. They are already invincible under Emperor Wu. Stronger than them, are they not Emperor Wu? The two of them offended a Wudi. You can't be Emperor Wu. I killed you, I killed you. Xiao Lantian's expression was distorted, hissing loudly, and he was about to kill Su Lang in his hand in the next moment. But at this moment, Su Lang in his hand became illusory and disappeared immediately. Gone. Xiao Lucian and Li Filo were shocked. Because they can't detect the means used when the other party leaves. Is it really Emperor Wu? The two looked at each other in horror. A Wuxian pointed in a certain direction and shouted, Su Lang has appeared, there. Everyone looked in the direction of his fingers, and saw a Su Lang with his arms folded, floating in the air and looking at everyone faintly. I said, you can't kill me. Su Lang looked at Xiao Lucian contemptuously. On the contrary, your death period is coming soon. Noisy, noisy, go to death. Xiao Tushan broke out in a murderous manner, and his mental power was swept away, and he wanted to kill Su Lang with a mental storm. When his mental power touched Su Lang, he felt a strong resistance. Even he can't break through this resistance. Of course, after a long period of training and polishing his mental power, both quality and quantity are at the peak of the sun, so he will not be backlashed. But even so, he was extremely shocked. Chapter 777. I've said it, I can't kill it. Sunny level mental power. Xiao Lucian was stunned. A great sage level clone had the spiritual power of the sun. Xiao Lucian, you are so weak. Su Lang's disdainful ridicule came. You die for me. Xiao Luntian was furious and waved his sword scabbard fiercely. A large amount of sword energy flew out from it and fell on two Su Langs. The two Su Langs suddenly fell apart, and their spirits were all destroyed. Dead. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Lucian was overjoyed. Didn't you say that you can't kill you? Pretending to be a fool. Ha ha. Li Filo looked ugly. Here again. Xiao Lucian recovered from his joy, turned his head and saw that there was another Su Lang in the sky. It's the kind of displacement that can't see the details at all. Xiao Lucian, Li Filo. Su Lang laughed and said, there are so many clones like me, come, kill, let you enjoy yourself before you die. As soon as these words came out, everyone stood upside down and their scalp numb. There are so many powerful clones. Could it be that his deity is extremely powerful even among Emperor Wu? I do not believe. I will kill you. Xiao Lucian's voice trembled, and he waved his scabbard fiercely, and another sword aura fell on Su Lang. Click. Su Lang in the air was shot down and disappeared in midair. But before Xiao Lucian showed joy, Li Feilu's voice came again, here again. Xiao Luntian roared wildly, looked up at the sky, and saw another Su Lang standing in the sky, looking down at them disdainfully. Kill kill kill. Xiao Lucian fell into an unprecedented anxiety, the sword energy in his hand poured frantically, killing Na Su Lang. Appeared again. Li Feilu's lips trembled, and he couldn't help but swallow a spit. They are the strongest clones and only have the quasi-celestial level, but the opponent's clones, even the lowest level ones, have the combat power of the Wuxian level. This is really scary, and how is it possible? Xiao Lucian looked at the sky, and another Su Lang stood there and shook his head contemptuously. I don't believe you have endless clones. Xiao Lucian looked at that contemptuous Su Lang, his heart was as angry as a volcano erupting. He flew up in smoke, and beat that Su Lang into meat with a fierce punch. Really relieved. Sixth, I don't believe you really have so many clones. Xiao Lucian squeezed his fist and let out a long breath. However, Li Filo exclaimed again, also, behind you. Xiao Lucian turned his head and saw that there was really another Su Lang standing there laughing, smiling brazenly, and the flowers blooming brilliantly. Exactly. How many more? Xiao Lucian didn't act immediately, but couldn't help but glance at Li Filo. And this glance immediately made him exclaim, Li Filo, behind you, behind you. There are also behind me. Li Filo turned around to take a look, and he really stared at Su Lang with big eyes. Not far away, those martial immortals and quasi-immortals, seeing this scene, felt cold all over, like falling into an ice cave. How much does that exist? Just the clone can play around two quasi-emperors. Some of the more timid Wuxians even shuddered slightly. Xiao Lucian and Li Filo shot at the same time, killing the two Su Langs separately. After the killing, Su Lang appeared again. And there are more than two, exactly four. A Su Lang was in front of Xiao Lucian, a Su Lang in front of Li Filo, a Su Lang in front of Zhu Xian, and a Su Lang in front of Hongshu Wuxian. All very close. This is the number one. Xiao Lucian and Li Filo couldn't help being shocked. Taking advantage of their horrified moment, the four Su Langs stretched out their hands and patted the faces of the people in front of them. I have said it, I can't kill it. Su Lang's voice was simultaneously spoken from the four clones. Zhu Xian Wuxian and Hongshu Wuxian were directly frightened, they didn't even move, letting Su Lang slap their faces. However, Xiao Lucian and Li Filo were so angry that they slapped Su Lang in front of them to death. However, Su Lang really seemed to be unable to kill. Four more appeared. Chapter 778, His deity is on the way. Ha 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 ha, come on, come and kill me. The six Su Lang laughed brazenly in front of the crowd, as if teasing a group of ants. At this time, even Xiao Lucian and Li Filo felt terrified, and the other Wuxian and Zhuxixian were urinating frequently. Suddenly, Li Feilu's expression changed. Xiao Lucian, look, these clones don't seem to be delaying time. Procrastination, his deity is on the way. Xiao Lucian was terrified, it must be that his deity is too large to arrive in an instant. It takes time, hurry, let's run away. Su Lang's deity is the pinnacle of Emperor Wu. Once they come, they can be killed by a single finger. But how do they know that Su Lang's deity and clone strength are the same? Without hesitation, Li Filo immediately turned and flew to escape. Xiao Lucian also immediately found a direction and began to run away. Two quasi-emperors, even the Wuxians under their command can't take care of them. But they stopped for less than a millisecond after flying. Because the key to the Emperor's forbidden land was in the middle, they were held by the two of them, and neither of them would let go. The two old foxes even had a small nine when they ran away, expecting that the other party would not care about the key when they escape. Li Filo, go left. Xiao Lucian, go right. The two yelled together, both wanting the other to escape in the direction they expected. But the two wanted to escape in the opposite direction, and they couldn't help but froze. Fortunately, the two reacted quickly and immediately unified their directions and flew north with the key to the Emperor's forbidden land. Emperor-level medicine and Emperor-level exercises have my mark. If you escape to other continents, I can also find you. So, do you think you can escape? Su Lang's voice came from behind, causing Xiao Lucian and Li Filo to tremble fiercely. They really want to throw away the medicine and exercises immediately, but they are totally reluctant. This is an opportunity for Emperor Cheng, you can't lose it. My achievements today are all made by hard work, and I will make another hard work today. The two quasi-emperors became fierce, and flew away with all their strength, like a pair of mandarin ducks fleeing for their lives. Oh no, two men can't be said to be mandarin ducks, should they be said to be mandarin ducks or mandarin ducks? The two quasi-emperors disappeared into the horizon in a blink of an eye. Escape, let's escape, I want to see if you can escape from my palm. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and immediately sent a clone to pursue the two quasi-emperors. In situ, under Su Lang's call, more than a dozen clones appeared, occupying all directions in the sky. A group of martial arts and quasi-immortals shivered, and their quasi-emperor abandoned them. It was so cruel. Don't be afraid, little babies. A Su Lang chuckled. Stand on the left with the soul fire, stand on the right if there is none, come, be obedient, stand well. A whole number of 10 martial immortals, and more than 2,000 quasi-immortal great sages, were all terrified. Those martial immortals can be regarded as great men, and there are many martial immortals who have 7 tribulations and 8 tribulations. Therefore, they also had the idea of running away. However, when they thought that the unknown terrifying Emperor Wudi was coming, they felt that they were all dead when they fled to the ends of the world. Therefore, when these people were in panic and despair, they couldn't move a step. Among them, Zhu Xian was even more isolated, terrified. It was because of her exclaim that the situation fell to this point. Otherwise, the two quasi-emperors should become the servants of the powerful Emperor Wu, and they can be regarded as having a greater backing. But at this time, I don't know what my future will look like. At Su Lang's request, everyone was divided into 2 piles and stood there tremblingly. Hey, pretty familiar. Su Lang nodded with satisfaction. Now, those who have the fire of the soul will hand over the fire of the soul first. You will become my servants and will be rewarded with the immortal level technique and the immortal level pill. Su Lang waved his big hand, and a large number of elixir and immortal level techniques emerged. At a glance, the elixir is densely packed, and it is almost countless. There are more than 60 copies of the immortal level exercises, suspended in the air, with many visions. The expressions of more than 2,000 people in the field stagnated, and immediately the vast majority of them showed expressions of incomparable surprise. Chapter 779, The Escape Route of Emperor Liang Zun. They all thought they were dead. Unexpectedly, as long as you hand over your soul, you will be able to get the immortal pill and immortal level techniques that are extremely cherished. Moreover, the opponent is a powerful Emperor Wu. Becoming a servant of Emperor Wu is not only not a shame, but a high climb. The surprise came too suddenly, and tears filled my eyes. Soon, a Wuxian rushed out of the crowd. Su Di, I am not rich, and I am willing to surrender the fire of my soul and become your servant. This Wuxian knelt down on both knees respectfully, with a sincere expression full of expectation. Fuyu is a martial arts immortal of the Wuxian clan, but he was very unhappy. He was suppressed everywhere in the clan, and was even more dangerous in the battle of the Emperor Zun, and almost died. Therefore, he was very angry with the Wuxian clan. At this time, he was tempted to get the opportunity of Gao Pan Su Lang, the martial emperor. Su Lang smiled and said, "Okay, you choose 20 pills from these pills, and then choose 2 immortal level exercises." Fushin Wuxian excitedly spoke incoherently, and immediately stepped forward to choose medicine and exercises. The rest of Wuxian and Quasi-Xian, some of them stared eagerly and eager to move, and some had no souls, regrets and worries in their hearts. There is also a small part who looked at it coldly, showing unruly eyes. In any case, Wuyu Wuxian quickly selected 20 perfect quality elixir and 2 immortal level exercises. Then he handed over his soul and heart, and paid Su Lang with both hands. Well, very good. Su Lang smiled and nodded. If you have any credit in the future, I will reward you again. Just stand by. Yes, Lord Su Di, call me Langdi. Yes, Lord Langdi. Lord Langdi, who was flying in waves, smiled, turned his eyes, and fell on the people below. Master Langdi, I am willing to be your servant. Another Wuxian stepped forward with a respectful look. There were some quasi-immortals beside him who wanted to step forward, but when he saw him going, they held back for the time being. Okay, choose the pill and exercise. Su Lang smiled kindly. Xiao Luntian and Li Filo, their enemies, are fleeing together, fast. They looked terrified, and their hearts were chilling. Because no matter how fast they fly, there will be a Su Lang around them from time to time. Su Lang's clone was really like a tarsal maggot, and he couldn't get rid of it. But it is not difficult for Su Lang to do this. At this time, Su Lang's mental power reached the level of the sun, covering billions of miles. In other words, the perception range of each clone has billions of miles. The flying speed of the Emperor Zun was indeed fast, but he couldn't fly out of the perception range of a clone in 1 second. When they flew out, they had already entered the perception range of the second clone that Su Lang dispatched in advance. Therefore, Xiao Lushan and Li Filo will always be under Su Lang's nose. As long as Su Lang is willing, he can send an avatar next to them with a thought. Faced with the avatars that couldn't be thrown away at all, Xiao Lushan and Li Filo tried their best when they were frightened. First behead the clone. They killed more than a dozen in a row, but Su Lang still appeared, and Xiao Lushan completely gave up this move. Use concealment. Su Lang's clone directly launched a mental attack, using a radar-like method to find out their location. Flee through the teleportation formation. Their every move is under Su Lang's supervision. How can they hide from Su Lang if they want to find the teleportation formation? Therefore, often when the teleportation is over, there is already a Su Lang clone waiting for them with a smile. You can imagine how desperate they were at that time. Tear space to escape, but Su Lang's perception can already see the scene on the other side through the space channel, so he can continue to send his clone to pursue. The more Xiao Lushan and the two ran away, the more they felt powerless and desperate. Especially afterwards, a strange flying squirrel appeared, like ghosts everywhere, watching them all the time. The most important thing is that this flying squirrel can't even kill. Chapter 780. Throw it away. No way, the treasure-hunting flying gliders are immune to Wuxian attack, and the Quasi-Emperor is also a Wuxian. Of course, the treasure-hunting flying gliders can't be killed. The flying squirrel, which even the Quasi-Emperor could not kill, immediately made the two Quasi-Emperors fully ascertain that Su Lang's deity was a great Wuti. And this is the last straw that crushes their psychological defense. Li Filo. Xiao Lushan shouted hoarsely, I'm going to throw away the Emperor-level pill, and I can't keep it. No, I can't bear it. Li Filo was heartbroken. This is my opportunity to become Emperor. Don't throw it away, then Emperor Wu is coming. Xiao Luntian pointed at the treasure-hunting flying gliders and said sternly, look, there are more and more strange flying mice. This is a sign that Emperor Wu is about to come. No, I really can't bear it. Li Filo was tearful and regretful on his face, or we should admit our mistakes to Emperor Su Lang Wu, let's surrender. We missed the opportunity. If we go back, the end will be terrible. Xiao Lantian shook his head fiercely. For the sake of the present, the only way to do this is to throw away the Emperor-level technique and the Emperor-level pill, and then look for a martial Emperor-level force as a backer. Ah, I'm not reconciled. Li Filo cried with grief and anger. I blame your subordinate Zhu Xian, I blame her. Yes, it's all her fault. Xiao Luntian's eyes were blood red. If it weren't for her exclaiming, I wouldn't have fallen here, she should die. Then you don't kill her yet. Li Filo shouted hoarsely with hatred on his face. Their souls are all on your slaying sky sword sheath, kill her. You can't kill it. In order to show trust and show my demeanor, many of my powers have not turned in their souls. Xiao Lushan shook his head helplessly, only some newly joined members, and the weaker warriors, were my soul fired. Li Filo cursed with great hatred. Ah, you stupid, why don't you take everyone's soul and heart? You only know to talk about me. Xiao Lushan retorted sternly, what about you, which Wuxian soul fire have you received? Li Filo smiled bitterly, I am a member of the clan, that is my clan member, I can't take their souls and hearts out of reason. Xiao Lushan sighed, hey, stop talking nonsense, and throw away the Emperor-level medicine and Emperor-level exercises. With that said, he took out the Emperor-grade pill, and after a while reluctantly, threw it to the ground. Xiao Lushan actually wanted to take a sip, taste it, and then smashed the pill severely and let out a breath. But he was afraid that licking a mouthful or destroying the pill would get the mark in Su Lang's mouth, so he didn't dare to do so he could only throw away the intact pill. After losing the medicine, Xiao Lushan looked at Li Filo with a serious expression. If Li Filo is not lost, he will help. With an unwilling roar, Li Filo took out the gold-patterned Emperor-level exercise technique in his arms and threw it to the ground. Soon, they found that two flying squirrels had grabbed the pill and the Emperor-level exercises and disappeared directly from the place. Seeing this scene, the two shivered fiercely again. Xiao Lushan took a deep breath. The clone of Emperor Su Lang Wu is still there, and the flying squirrel is still there. Let's go quickly while the mark is gone. The somewhat languid Li Filo nodded, as if he was several hundred years old. The two quickly flew away. However, they soon discovered that the nightmare had not gone away. Those smiling avatars, those flying squirrels that could not be harmed by various means, still surrounded them, showing no signs of dispersing. Damn it, I'm afraid the imprint has already been transferred to us. Even if we didn't throw away the pill and the exercises, he will still catch up. Li Filo looked frightened and distraught. Xiao Slushan, I blame you, my opportunity to become an emperor. Chapter 781, Angry Zanai Wushan. Damn, how did I know it would be like this? Emperor Wu's methods are beyond our conjecture. Li Filo, don't blame me, I also lost the emperor grade pill. Xiao Lushan's face paled. Now that Emperor Wu is still chasing us, we can only immediately seek shelter from the emperor-level forces. My heart hurts so much. Li Filo clutched his heart, tears crisscrossed. You, Xiao Tushan, meeting you is really the worst thing in my life, do not talk. I'm not the same unlucky, I blame Zhu Xian, she is the source of our unlucky. Xiao Luntian gritted his teeth, his eyes were cracking, and immediately took out his scabbard. Damn, I feel many people's hearts shake vividly, they want to betray me. Kill them, Li Filo shouted immediately, but, they are my only team. Xiao Lushan couldn't bear it, moreover, there are still some people who are tough, how can I? The Emperor's death domain. There are dozens of martial gods of the Lanchanlu and Wuxia clan, as well as more than 2,000 quasi-sage martial arts, divided into 3 piles, each fighting on one side. Before, it was divided into 2 groups of people with souls and no souls. But now there is a 3rd pile, and that is the Wushans who have given their souls to Su Lang. At this moment, there is a martial, censored, who is choosing the immortal level technique. This person was named Xingtai Wushan, a martial artist of Slaughter Heaven Tower, and like Duanqing Wushan, he was a martial immortal of the 4 tribulations, and he was very powerful. Moreover, although his cultivation is not as good as Zhu Xian and other first-level martial immortals, he is an old man in the Tuantian Tower, who has lived for 4 million years. Therefore, Xiao Lushan did not collect his soul to show respect for the elderly. But at this time, under the influence of life threats, material temptations, and some of his own thoughts, he immediately chose to surrender to Su Lang. Subordinates select these 2 immortal level exercises. After Xingtai Wushan chose 20 pills, after a dazzling selection, he found 2 immortal level exercises that were most suitable for him. I will give you a copy later. Su Lang nodded, because some people chose the same technique, so they couldn't give the original one, otherwise it would not be enough. Fortunately, the copy is also the same, but you must be careful when burning the exercises, and there can be no mistakes. Xingtai Wu bowed for the first time, and soon forced out his soul and gave it to Su Lang. A voice with deep hatred came from the crowd. Xingtai, you old thief, you really surrendered your soul. How much the original poster trusts you. He has treated you as a grown-up for millions of years, but you are so unfaithful and unrighteous. You, an old dog, cannot die. The angry curse sounded like Lei Ting, exploding in the crowd, and spreading towards the surrounding with a powerful martial arts power. The martial artists around have resisted, but there are still many great saints injured. After a while of confusion, immediately, everyone's eyes condensed on one person. That was a Wushan standing in the soulless Heartfire camp. At this time, his eyes were splitting, with a fierce expression, staring at Su Lang and Xingtai Wushan rebelliously. It's Wushan Zanai, the strong man in the Slaughter Sky Tower, the Wushan of the 5 tribulations. Unexpectedly, he dared to come out. It was just looking for death. Yes, facing a martial emperor, this is howling before his death. He doesn't have any soul or heart, he probably felt desperate, so he broke out. Hey, my brother's soul fire is also in the hands of Emperor Tushanzun, and I don't know if he will be killed when he is. Without the soul and heart, you can't show the highest reverence for Emperor Lang, and you can't show your loyalty. At this time, those who don't have a soul and heart, haven't come forward to choose medicine and exercises. I guess they can only rise up and run away desperately. No, how can Emperor Langdi's methods be something I can predict? Maybe Langdi has other ways to save them from death. I think so too, otherwise Langdi could kill them all in the morning, so how could he stay for now? Yeah, Wushan Zanai was in a mess in despair. He didn't expect this. Now he is dead. Everyone talked a lot in private, looking at Wushan Zanai as if they were looking at a dead person. Chapter 782, Against Emperor Lang, Can You Not Die? Treat me as an elder. Ridiculous. Immortal Xingtai Wu turned around and stared at Wu Xian Zanhai without any fear, with a cold expression in his eyes. Although I am an older generation in Tuantian Tower, everyone respects me on the surface, but in private they laughed at me for living in vain for 4 million years. It's an old trash. I have been in Tushanlu for so many years, except for the superficial respect, I have not received any rare training resources at all. As long as some rare medicines, natural materials and treasures have been given to you younger generations who are extraordinarily talented, I am an old and immortal, so I can only meditate and cultivate. How can you deny that? I have worked hard in the Tuantian Tower for millions of years. My cultivation is stagnant, and it is inseparable from the treatment given to me by the Tushinlu. Now that Emperor Lang saves me from merciless fire and water, he has given me cultivation resources and practice techniques. Although I am a slave and a servant, I am willing. With that, Xingtai Wuxian respectfully knelt down to Su Lang. As soon as he said this, Wuxian Zanai was speechless, he could only open his mouth and exasperated, glaring at Xingtai Wuxian. And the other warriors in Slaughter Tower were also silent. What Xingtai Wuxian said is true. He did work hard, but he didn't get any rare training resources. Instead, he only got a little reputation for nothing. In the martial arts world, strength is king, and reputation is just icing on the cake. Xingtai Wuxian complained about this, which was completely normal. Xingtai Wuxian, in any case, you are betrayed. You traitor, I am at odds with you. Also, Emperor Lang, your deity has been reluctant to come, I'm afraid you are going to hunt down 2 quasi-emperors. With your clones, how can we stop us? Brothers, let's kill them. Wuxian Zanai looked terrifying, yelled sternly, and immediately fled into the distance. After he flew out, he discovered that no one was running away with him at all. This is so embarrassing, but at this time the arrow had to be sent on the string, and Wuxian Zanai, who was riding a tiger, could only hope that Su Lang's deity was really dragged, unable to take care of himself. He used all kinds of secret techniques together, and fleeing far away crazy. My deity is definitely not here. But who said that my clone is the only one? Su Lang smiled faintly, with a thought, smoothly chasing and killing him with the clone dispatch and the clone replacement. In the next instant, the one who stayed in place became a clone. But dozens of Wuxian and Zunxian heard Su Lang's words, they all felt their backs numb, and fluke arose in their hearts. Fortunately, I didn't wait to escape with that fool. Yes, there are countless avatars of Emperor Lang. These primary Wuxian level avatars are only the lowest level, and Emperor Lang must have high-level avatars. That fool is dead, everyone whispered in disgust. Suddenly, they all looked in the direction where Wuxian Zanai was escaping, with an expression of, it really is on their faces. I saw a huge explosion on the horizon in the distance. The violent aura of a Wuxian of 6 tribulations and a Wuxian of 5 tribulations spread, making most people present panic. It's fighting. It's a clone of the 6 tribulations martial immortal level. This is certainly not the strongest clone of Langdi. Of course, I guess Langdi's strongest clone may have the rank of quasi-emperor. Everyone talked softly, their eyes fixed on the battle in the distance. And the battle did not last long, just a few breaths, accompanied by Wuxian Zanai's dying roar. His breath gradually weakened, and finally disappeared completely. Died. If you fight against Emperor Lang, can you not die? Everyone present is just ants in front of Emperor Lang. It is already a great gift for me to surrender and grant medicinal techniques, but Wuxian Zanai wants to escape, it is ridiculous. Here, Emperor Lang's 6 tribulations martial immortal clone is back. Everyone saw a stalwart figure flying in the distance. He held the head of Wuxian Zanai in one hand and a regular fairy crystal in the other, playing with it carefully. Chapter 783. Surrender, longing, just now. Su Lang used Theoswallowing Clone, and directly swallowed 15 clones, instantly raising his combat power to 6 tribulations martial immortal. Zanai Wuxian was only the 5 tribulations Wuxian, and the difference between 1 tribulation was the difference between heaven and earth, and was quickly killed by Su Lang. The clones that were killed before were all clone incarnations, so there were a lot of clones that could be swallowed. At this time, 15 clones were swallowed, and a full 10 clones had not been swallowed, so their strength could skyrocket. In the awe of everyone's eyes, Su Lang's figure was getting closer. They also clearly saw the things in Su Lang's hands, the head and the regular fairy crystal. This immediately horrified them. It's the head of Wuxian Zanai. A generation of 5 tribulations martial immortals, a difference in thought, the direct deity is destroyed. The avatar of Emperor Lang taking his head back is meant to kill the chicken and the monkey. If I dare to imitate Zanai, the same will end. Don't pay attention to that head. Look, isn't the Rule Fairy Crystal on the right hand of Emperor Lang's clone? Rule's immortal crystal. That is the treasure that appears with a very small probability when Wuxian voluntarily condenses before death. What does the Emperor Lang hold at this time? Could it be that it was condensed from the body of Wuxian Zanai by any special means? What? Forced to condense the rules of fairy crystals? I have heard of this kind of thing, and it has never been recorded in history. What does it mean that Langdi clone holding the rule immortal crystal? Everyone kept guessing and coveted secretly. If a quasi-immortal obtains a regular immortal crystal, the chance of becoming a martial immortal can be greatly increased. Moreover, even if a martial artist who has already achieved martial arts obtains it, he can use this to prove martial arts and speed up his cultivation. Su Lang has come to the top of everyone, looking down at them faintly. Those who dare to escape are like this person. Its voice was not loud and not cold, but it made everyone frightened. Those who are eager to move in their hearts no longer dare to have any wrong intentions, even those warriors who have no soul and heart. A martial immortal in the Tuantian Tower gritted his teeth, walked out tremblingly, and knelt under Su Lang. Master Lang, I have no soul and heart, life and death are in the hands of Shao Tuantian, and hope that Emperor Lang can help. Hang Lian Wuxian, a Wuxian nearby shouted worriedly. That Hang Lian Wuxian walked out to worship, and Juntian Jundi must have known it instantly. As long as the Emperor Zudian Zun had a thought, his death would disappear. Originally, it was useless for me to wait. Su Lang looked down at the people indifferently. The only effect is to kill, condense the rules of the fairy crystal, and reward my servants. The crowd suddenly thundered. Those warriors who did not have the soul and fire in the Heaven Slaughter Tower were chilly, and they only felt that their own time of death was coming. The others were shocked and inconceivable at Su Lang's condensed rule fairy crystal. Master Langdi really can condense the rule fairy crystals. Heaven, what a method is this, and what kind of cultivation is Langdi? Even the rule immortal crystal can forcefully condense. In the eyes of Emperor Langdi, the rule immortal crystal can only condense at will, and he can reward the objects of his servants at will. It can be seen how terrifying the Lord Langdi is. If I become a servant of Emperor Lang, I will have the opportunity to get the rule immortal crystal, and the road to becoming a martial immortal will become much smoother. This is a rare opportunity forever. Everyone was talking. The heart of awe, surrender, and desire rose. Su Lang's voice continued, but if you wait for your sincere return, I can try to get your souls back. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone was shocked. Those warriors whose souls are in the hands of Juntian Jundi are even more excited. Langdi deserves to be Langdi, and he can even retrieve the soul fire that he has already handed over. I don't have to die, Langdi can save us. Chapter 784, Let us go. The slaughter of the sky martial artist has no other thoughts at all. Before they had no way out, there was only a dead end in front of them. Of course they wanted to escape. Now that there is a way to survive, naturally you will not seek death. Wait, don't worry. Su Lang smiled faintly. It's time to go forward and choose the pill method. Continue. Master, I am willing to surrender. I am willing to be a slave and a servant. A quasi-immortal rushed forward hurriedly, almost flying to Su Lang on his knees, constantly kowtow. I'm going. Is this guy a mouse? He rushed out all of a sudden, and he was one step ahead of me. I want to go up too. This guy is just a quasi-immortal. He has no self-knowledge at all. I don't know if he should wait behind him. A group of warriors looked at the quasi-immortal who rushed out and cursed secretly. You choose. Su Lang was not despised because this person was just a quasi-immortal. His voice was still flat. Thank you, Lord. Zunxian immediately chose the immortal pill in the immortal level exercises, smirked and handed over his soul fire, and then stood in the third camp. Su Lang nodded and called softly. Suddenly, several people rushed up, but they were afraid to offend Su Lang. After some hesitation, several people stopped, and only one Wuxian came to Su Lang. Choose. Su Lang's voice was faint, neither indifferent nor gentle. This Wuxian bowed his head respectfully, and then began to choose. When Su Lang asked everyone to choose the exercises and medicinal pills one by one, he was actually not idle. He was still scaring Xiao Lucian and Li Filo, two old confused quasi-emperors. Far away in the middle of the Kandlan continent, Xiao Lucian and Li Filo were flying at full strength, fleeing frantically. Their faces were full of anxiety and panic, as well as a trace of fatigue and despair. After escaping for so long, those flying squirrels have not diminished at all, and the clone of Emperor Su Langwu not only appeared, with a creepy smile. The two who were struggling with their lives almost cried under tremendous psychological pressure. Damn it, I haven't escaped Su Lang's pursuit. Quickly, the territory of the Red Lotus Emperor clan is ahead, and Emperor Wu Lian will definitely protect us. Even if we can get the blessing of Emperor Red Lotus Wudi, the two of me will have to pay a great price, and I am afraid that my immortal clan will be swallowed by Emperor Red Lotus. It's good to be able to live, but those who are still entangled. My slaughter tower is gone. My subordinates all want to betray me at this time. Then you don't kill them yet. Kill them. Damn, I thought they would rather die than surrender, but Zanai was the only one, and was killed. I will kill them. Xiao Lushan's face was full of madness, and his subordinates would be killed through the fire of soul in the next moment. Su Lang's voice came, your subordinates, I am very interested. However, it was Su Lang who controlled a avatar, blocking the path of Xiao and Li. Slow. Don't kill them. Li Filo heard Su Lang's words, and suddenly exclaimed to stop Xiao Lushan. I'm going to kill them. Ah, Xiao Lushan roared with blood-red eyes, but stopped his murder. Because he knew that Su Lang was interested in his subordinates, this was a bargaining chip. It is precisely because of this that Li Filo will stop him. Li Filo hurriedly said loudly, I don't know what use you want Xiao Lushan's subordinates to do, but we don't need to kill them. In exchange, you let us go. After speaking, he winked at Xiao Lushan. In Li Feilu's view, Su Lang is also very likely to see them entering the territory of Emperor Red Lotus, not willing to offend Emperor Red Lotus. Therefore, at this juncture, he said that he was interested in those who killed the sky. This is to take advantage of them. In other words, the Emperor Wu who claimed to be Su Lang might not intend to chase him. For them, this is a great opportunity to get away and must be seized. Xiao Lushan said, I can let go of those traitors, but you must let us go. Chapter 785, Blackmail the Two Quasi-Emperors. Don't you consider thinking about becoming my servant? Anyway, you have to take refuge in Julian, it's better to come to me. Su Lang smiled faintly, the Emperor Pill appeared on his left hand, and the Emperor Grade Technique appeared on his right hand. Then, what about the soul? Li Filo was shocked and asked. After all, he was still reluctant to bear the Emperor-level exercises, and this thing could not be obtained by taking refuge in Emperor Red Lotus. Of course you have to leave it to me. Su Lang grinned, somewhat evil. No, impossible, we can't give you our souls. Xiao Luntian gritted his teeth and said, even if we take refuge in Emperor Red Lotus, he won't want our souls to be angry. Yes, Lord Su Di. Li Filo cried out, we have taken refuge in you, and our lives are between your thoughts, why bother let us give up our souls? The two of them consciously have offended Su Lang, the Emperor Wu, and worry that they will still receive revenge after surrendering, so they are not so reluctant to give up their souls. Without my soul, I can't trust you. Su Lang smiled, since you are not willing, then forget it, you can leave after paying enough. Pay the price. What price do you want us to pay? What if we don't want it? Xiao Lushan said nervously, looking in the direction of the Red Lotus Emperor from time to time. As soon as he said this, Li Filo immediately trembled, for fear that Su Lang would become angry. No, then you will die. Su Lang smiled, don't think that Emperor Wu Lian can protect you. Even if you escape into the Emperor Red Lotus clan, I can let him hand you over automatically. If you don't believe it, you can try. Try it. Xiao Luntian's expression turned ruthless. He felt that Su Lang's deity hadn't caught up for so long, and there was something strange in it. So it was a little fluke. Xiao Tushan, you really think you can escape, so let's escape. Su Lang smiled disdainfully, and immediately gave way to Xiao Lushan and showed him the way. No, there is the territory of the Red Lotus Emperor clan, go. Su Lang said that he could make friends with the Honglian Emperor, but he didn't just say that he really has such an ability. Because he has a powerful array control ability, Emperor Wulian is unwilling to hand over someone. Okay, give you control of the Guardian formation in your clan, and self-destructed, let's see where you cry. In addition, there are also methods such as treasure hunting, flying, looting all the way, robbing all the places they pass, and always tossing the Red Lotus Emperor clan to cry without tears. Master Sus forgiveness, he just spoke quickly. At this time, Li Filo quickly stopped Xiao Lushan and apologized to Su Lang. We are willing to pay the price and redeem our lives. I wonder what Lord Wu needs us to pay. Since it is a redemption, of course you have to pay something equivalent to yours. Su Lang smiled in his heart, you can hand over all your belongings, although I don't think there are many. When Xiao Lishan heard that Su Lang asked them to surrender their possessions, he suddenly became anxious. Xiao Lushan, shut up. The ability to exchange a little property for a life is already a great gift from Lord Su, don't be dissatisfied. Li Filo yelled at him. He was so afraid that Xiao Lushan would continue to die, and he had lost the chance to escape that he had finally obtained. This Li Filo is a good helper for me. Su Lang smiled in his heart, of course he was still indifferent on the surface. And Xiao Lushan was scolded by Li Filo, and he was even more angry, but after all, he was not that kind of reckless man, so he stopped talking. Su Lang suddenly showed a trace of impatience. I don't have time to waste on you, so hurry up and hand over things. I'm going back. Yes. Let's hand it over. Li Filo was so scared that he stood upside down and immediately opened the Wuxian inner realm. Under the witness of Su Lang, he handed over almost everything. All that is left are his personal belongings. Su Lang possesses the ability to recognize treasures and so on. With a glance, he can see that the value of those things is not high, so he left Li Filo to keep it. For this, Li Filo was simply grateful. Xiao Lushan, what are you still waiting for? After handing over his possessions, Li Filo immediately began to supervise Xiao Lushan. Chapter 786, Messy and Desolate in the Wind. Okay, I'll pay it. Xiao Lushan hung his head, gritted his teeth and unfolded the inner boundary of Wuxian. Suddenly a large number of items appeared in front of Su Lang. Most of the contents belonged to Su Lang, including the quasi-emperor weapon slaughter sky scabbard in Xiao Lushan's hand. However, some of the things he left were very valuable, and Su Lang couldn't bear to let it go. The most important of these are the 3 exercises practiced by Xiao Tushan, Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra, Burning Soul Lonely Lamp Ju, and Non-Sword Immortal Sutra. Xiao Lushan, don't you want to survive? The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, revealing a sneer. My emperor-level technique cannot be handed to you. Xiao Lushan stared with blood-red eyes, looking desperately. That is the treasure of the Emperor Burning Clan, and I will never give it to you. Xiao Lushan, you fool. Li Filo on the side couldn't help saying, if Lord Su killed you, wouldn't he get your technique? Why are you so stupid? Su Lang raised his brows slightly. Li Filo, this guy really looks like my subordinate. He's helping me with everything, making me laugh. And Xiao Lushan heard Li Feilu's words, and he also felt a little irrational. Now that he has paid such a big price, he can get away with just paying more exercises, and now he is desperately late and still suffers too much. Besides, you don't have to hand it over the exercises and you won't be able to. It's still in your mind, but there are more people who know it. If I become the emperor the day, Xiao Lushan roared wildly in his heart, and reluctantly handed over the Emperor-level cultivation technique and the other 2 Immortal-level cultivation techniques to Su Lang. Su Lang accepted the exercises, curled his lips, and said, as the Emperor-grade material you've hidden, isn't it considered to be handed over? This Su Di, his eyes are so harsh. Xiao Lushan was horrified. He did hide an Emperor-grade material and put it in the corner disguised as a holy-grade material, but he didn't expect to be recognized by Su Lang at a glance. But Li Filo was frightened. He didn't expect Xiao Lushan to dare to die, but Su Lang saw it through. Who is Su Lang? It is Emperor Wu, and the Emperor Wu is very powerful. You are so impatient that you dared to hide things under the eyes of Emperor Wu. This is Li Feilu's idea. Xiao Lushan also regretted a little. Of course, they didn't know that Su Lang was just a 9-star great sage, and he didn't know how many great heavens he was missing from Emperor Wu. I pay it, I just forgot for a while. Xiao Lushan cried and said something that ghosts didn't believe him, and handed out the Emperor-grade materials. So far, he and Li Filo are basically bankrupt. The avatar Su Lang collected the treasures of the 2 and disappeared immediately. The treasure hunting flying around also disappeared out of thin air. Seeing this unpredictable and weird method, Li Filo and Xiao Lushan couldn't help but fear Su Lang, the omniscient and all-powerful emperor. When all the treasure hunt flying gliders disappeared, the 2 men were relieved. Get away, my 2 finally survived. Pity my treasure for nearly tens of millions of years, all used to eliminate disasters. Suddenly, the 2 of them hated Zhu Xian again. If it weren't for Zhu Xian's voice, they were now eating the Emperor-level pill and looking at the Emperor-level practice. It's really a difference in thought, the difference between heaven and earth. Li Filo and Xiao Lushan smiled bitterly, messy and desolate in the wind. Suddenly, there was a sense of sympathy. Xiao Lushan suddenly looked between the two of them like an electric shock, where a key was still floating quietly. Li Filo noticed Xiao Lushan's strangeness and looked over, and exclaimed, "My two have forgotten the key to the Emperor's forbidden land." Xiao Lushan's face was ecstatic, and his voice trembled with excitement. The reason why Su Di didn't take this key is probably because of the unspoken rules between Emperor Wu. He can't interfere in the inheritance of Emperor Wudi. In other words, there is still a chance to become an emperor. Li Feilu's eyes came out like searchlights, and they met Xiao Lushan's excited eyes. Suddenly, the feeling of sympathy disappeared, and the tense atmosphere and violent fighting spirit gradually spread. Chapter 787, Take a Look. What is this? Soon after. The key is mine, you let go. Fuck off, if it weren't for me to keep reminding you, you would have been killed by Emperor Su, you have to give me this key. It's going to you, if it wasn't for my emperor-level technique, would Su Di be so easily satisfied? I pay the most, and the key is mine. Xiao Lushan, you censored white-eyed wolf, I saved your life, I am your savior. I only saved your life. The Emperor Su simply didn't like it because of your possessions and cultivation techniques. I relied on my imperial cultivation techniques and treasures to redeem your life. I redeemed your life. You dog thief, you are really shameless to the extreme. My Wu Wei Xian clan has a long history of slaughter Heaven Tower, and I have more treasures than you. Even if there is no emperor treasure, it is more valuable than what you handed over. The imperial level technique and the imperial level materials are not as good as your tattered ones. Li Filo, you are really shameless. I see if Grandpa and I can't kill you today. Fight as long as you fight, my son Xiao Tushan, die. Suddenly, the enemies fought bang bang bang. In the dead zone of the Emperor. The deity Su Lang closed his eyes, floating in the air. All the warriors who possessed the Soul Heart Fire gave him the Soul Heart Fire, received the pill, and chose the immortal level technique. 2 groups of people became 3 groups of people, and then 2 groups of people. A group of people stood in front of and below Su Lang, all of them were the warriors who had handed over their souls and hearts. They looked at Su Lang eagerly, the whole being like an ant on a hot pot. Another group of people stood behind Su Lang, excited, stroking the elixir in their hands over and over again. Many people look at the group of people who have no soul and heart from time to time, and occasionally gloat in their eyes. Especially the warriors of Wu Wei Shanzu almost made no secrets. However, some people are full of worries. That is Zhu Xian and other high-level warriors of the original Luntian Tower. They surrendered their souls and became Su Lang's servants, half-pushing half-heartedly, benefiting from them and saving themselves from death. They were very worried about the companions who had handed their souls to Xiao Lushan, for fear that the warriors who were alive and well would all die at once. At this moment, Su Lang, who hovered above everyone's heads and was looked up to by everyone, suddenly opened his eyes. Master Langdi. Seeing that Su Lang opened his eyes, everyone was in awe, and his stature could not help being slightly shorter. Take a look, what is this? Su Lang smiled faintly, waved his hand, and a scabbard appeared in the eyes of everyone. The scabbard was completely black and plain, except for a red rope tied to the opening of the scabbard, and 2 red to black beads strung on both ends of the rope. Seeing this scabbard, everyone was shocked, their eyes widened and their jaws drooping. It's Slaughter Sky sword sheath. I feel it, my soul is on the top. Heaven, the Slaughter Sky scabbard is a quasi-emperor soldier, and the quasi-emperor is great. Xiao Lushan never left his hand, but at this time it fell into the hands of Lord Langdi. Doesn't this mean that Xiao Lushan has already fallen? Xiao Lantian disobeyed Lord Lang's order and dared to escape. He has been killed. My soul and heart are no longer in the hands of Xiao Lantian. I don't have to worry about death in the next moment. Langdi Lord is too powerful. Killing the quasi-emperor Xiao Lushan in such a short period of time, he deserves to be Emperor Wu. Yes, yeah, I am waiting to follow Lord Langdi, the future is boundless. There was a lot of discussion, especially the group of warriors who had no souls and hearts, and had been worried. At this time, they completely let go of their hearts. Of course, there are some people who are not in high mood, such as Zhu Xian and others, as well as the warriors of the Wuxian clan. Zhu Xian and the others were quite trusted by Xiao Lushan, so they didn't give up their souls. At this time, they took refuge in Langdi. Xiao Lushan fell, and their hearts were incredibly complicated. The warriors of the Wuxian clan have some concerns about Li Filo. The old man who always helped Su Lang inadvertently did not do little to benefit his clansmen on weekdays, and the warriors of Wu Wei Shanzu respected him. Seeing that Xiao Lucian was dead, at this time, he speculated that Li Filo must have been violent, and couldn't help feeling sad instinctively. Chapter 788, turned out to be a gourd baby. I am not a murderer. Su Lang suddenly smiled and said, although Xiao Lucian and Li Filo offended me, I did not kill them. Both of them have paid a sufficient price and gained freedom. This word fell in the ears of everyone, and those who were worried would not worry immediately. Su Lang also became benevolent in their hearts, not the kind of fierce and brutal tyrant. Such as Zhu Xian and other high-rise buildings in the original Lantian Tower, as well as the warriors of the Wuxia clan, are like this. They had a much better sense of Su Lang, and since they had done so, they had better serve the Lord, and they were completely at heart. Those happily Tuantianlu warriors were not worried about future revenge because Xiao Tuantian did not die. They are now under Su Lang's command, embracing bigger thighs, still afraid of Xiao Tushan. Everyone came forward to flatter and praise Su Lang for his broad-mindedness and noble morals. Okay, it's all quiet. Su Lang waved his hand gently, and everyone immediately closed their mouths, showing respect. Immediately, Su Lang placed the slaying sky sword scabbard in front of everyone. The soul and heart fire on this, I will take all of it into the sea of knowledge. Your treatment is the same as the rest of the people. Now you all go forward and choose the medicine and exercises. The Lord is kind. Those warriors who have no soul and heart are excited, lining up to choose the medicine. In this gap, Su Lang's gaze fell on the slaughter sky sword sheath. Come out, don't hide. Su Lang stared at the two beads on the scabbard rope, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The slaughter sky sword sheath is a quasi-emperor soldier, the king among immortal weapons, and the most advanced weapon under the emperor soldier. It certainly has its own spirit, and it is also very mature. Su Lang guessed that this scabbard was at least 10 million years old, and belonged to the quasi-imperial soldier caste in the era of Emperor Wu's 9 revolutions. In a long time, the spirit of the slaughter sky sword sheath has already been fully witty, not only not inferior to intelligent creatures, but even worse. And this spirit is now hidden in the two red to black beads. However, Su Lang's words seemed to have no effect. The beads are motionless. Dare to play dead, then I will let you really die. Su Lang curled his lips in disdain, and the brilliance in his eyes gradually became cold. An inexplicable breath descended on the slaughter sky scabbard, which was a gigabyte that was about to use the one-key decomposition function. I will come out now. The two beads on the scabbard suddenly rose out of thin air, swaying like two hands, and begging for mercy. This spirit originally thought that if it was hidden, Su Lang could not use it, but he didn't expect that the other party would destroy it if he didn't agree. Moreover, it is the kind that can kill it in an instant, and it doesn't even have the power to resist. The Soviet emperor's method is too weird. My dignified and quasi-imperial soldiers have actually felt powerless and desperate. The spirit of the slaughter sky sword sheath appeared while thinking. As soon as it appeared, it not only attracted the attention of Su Lang, but also attracted the attention of most people. The appearance of this tool is very strange, like a gourd. The lower part of the gourd is a swollen belly, and the upper part is also swollen, but it has facial features that can be regarded as its head. Above the head, there is a curly dull hair, fluttering in the wind. My fork, it turned out to be a gourd baby. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and his heart said that the small appearance of this instrument was really unique. I'm not called Calabash Baby. The spirit of Slaughter Sky Scabbard cautiously retorted. I have lived so long, what kind of baby is still called? I don't want face. No, you are called Calabash Baby. Su Lang's tone was very firm, and there was no room for negotiation. The spirit of Slaughter Sky Sword Sheath still wanted to refute, but suddenly remembered the sense of crisis before, and couldn't help swallowing the words immediately. Well, it's just a code name anyway, Gourd Baby Gourd Baby. Chapter 789, The Accident Has Occurred. Calabash Baby, how old are you? 1,123,000 years old. Hulua said, that cartoon-like face showed a trace of pride. Sure enough, it was from the era of Emperor Wudi of the 9th Revolution. Su Lang nodded. Hulua suddenly said, I am not a thing. Su Lang looked stunned, but he didn't expect this gourd baby to scold himself. The other warriors also looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Hulua was a little scared, but still said, I am not a thing, I am a creature. Good, you are not a thing. Su Lang smiled dumbly, and smiled in his heart, this guy has lived for so long, and it doesn't look like he has become a spirit. Does it mean that the spirit of the weapon has some mental retardation attributes? Gourd Baby was affirmed by Su Lang and was very satisfied. Calabash Baby, from now on, you will follow me. Su Lang tickled the corner of his mouth and said, I will be your new master from now on, don't you know? I know. Gourd Baby blinked her eyes and looked very familiar. Seeing this, Su Lang breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that this guy was very stubborn, and if he kept being disobedient, it would be annoying. Of course, it was possible to decompose it without Su Lang, and then recompose it. But in this way, the Qi Ling is not the previous one, but a new one. What Su Lang wanted was the original device spirit, because it lived long enough, and it must know more. Intelligence and information are as important as combat power, so Su Lang will not break it down unless it is impossible. Su Lang smiled, as long as you obediently be my weapon, I will give you good food and promote you to the Imperial Soldier. Calabash Baby asked in horror, really? You can promote me to the Imperial Soldier? You know, I am an Emperor-level refiner. Su Lang smiled faintly, don't talk about Imperial soldiers, even at a higher level, you have the opportunity to be promoted, of course, the premise is to be obedient. I must be obedient, Hulua said hurriedly, I will do whatever you ask me to do. It thought that this new master was much better than Xiao Lucian. That Xiao Lucian only knew to fight with it. After the fight, it was damaged. Xiao Lucian couldn't repair it, he could only wait for it to heal. But this new master is different, this is an Emperor-level refiner. For the weapons that have opened their minds, advanced refiners are there. Eager presence. Therefore, senior craftsmen can repair them and even help them advance. Su Lang said, let's talk about it, since you opened up Lingzi, how many times has the Kandlan continent have experienced battles of the ages, and what are the victories? I went through the battle of the fall of Emperor Wudi 10 million years ago. 7 million years ago, the Jingtian continent colluded with the 79 continent fragments outside our Kandlan continent to attack our continent together. 5 million years ago, I experienced another mainland battle. In that battle, my first master, Emperor Fen, fell, the Emperor's Sword of Heaven was destroyed, and Emperor Fen clan fell apart. After that, there were 4 more battles on the mainland. I went through 3 masters and passed it to Xiao Lucian. So far, only Xiao Lucian is left in the Fen Emperor clan. In the first war, our Kandlan continent and Jingtian continent were both injured. It was a draw. In the subsequent wars, the balance of victory and defeat gradually tended to Jingtian continent. In the battle 1 million years ago, Jingtian continent even broke into the Kandlan continent. Finally, Wudi Palace used the trump cards to kill 3 Wudi and drove them back. However, those 3 Emperor Wu are only the lowest level Emperor Wu, and Jingtian continent is not considered a painful one. Instead, Emperor Wudi's whole cards seem to be exhausted. The next war is not far away. If there is no accident, the Kandlan continent should be defeated and merged by the Jingtian continent. As the Gourd Baby was talking, she even sighed a little, and she seemed to have a sense of belonging to Kandlan continent. If there is no accident, will Kandlan continent fail? A sneer appeared on Su Lang's face. Unfortunately, the accident has already occurred, that's me. His tone was sonorous and powerful, and he seemed to have seen the day when Kandlan continent won. Chapter 790. Su Lang is the gangster who has just awakened. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Wuxians were full of thoughts. First of all, they became interested in Su Lang's problems. In the Kandlan continent, everyone at the Wuxian level knows almost the history of thousands of years. But Langdi didn't even know. Why does Langdi not know this history? Is it because he is too short? This is impossible. Emperor Lang is a powerful Emperor Wu, the best among them, and he is definitely not a short year old. Then, why would Emperor Lang ask such a question? Perhaps on the contrary, the age of Emperor Lang is too long. He has fallen asleep in the long river of time, and it is today after waking up. It makes sense, Emperor Lang must be a great emperor who has lived forever. After he awakens, the original subordinates around him have long since disappeared, so he will look for new servants. Not bad, it must be like this. Everyone kept replenishing their brains, and Su Lang's image became taller and more mysterious, becoming an old monster sleeping behind every age. Su Lang also faintly heard everyone's discussion, and his heart was very funny. To be honest, it has only been about 2 months since he was reborn in Red Maple City, plus his previous life, he is less than 25 years old. There is no such thing as an old monster sleeping in the long river of time. I believe these new subordinates will soon discover that Su Lang is not the old monster in imagination. Su Lang was not interested in what they would think and react after they knew the truth. Anyway, the soul's heart is held in his hand, and their life and death can be determined with a single thought, and what is there to worry about? Asked about the battle of the mainland for thousands of years, Su Lang asked for information about the various forces on the Kandlan continent. This time not only the gourd baby was answering, but there were also a few diligent Wuxians around to add. It turns out that there are currently 29 Emperor Wu in the Kandlan continent, and 9 of them are in the Emperor Wu Palace, making it the largest Emperor Wu force. In addition, there are Xuandaotai and Qingyu Emperor Realm. There are 4 Wudi, and their races are behind them. Then there are the 11 Emperor clan, Honglian, Baiyu, Ziming and so on. Among them, the Baiyu Emperor clan is a twin emperor, and they are twins, which are extremely rare. All the imperial clans are basically in the middle and north of Kandlan continent. Because of the distribution of resources in the Kandlan continent, the south is too barren, and the Red Lotus Emperor clan is considered the most southern emperor. On the other side of the Tengui East China Sea, there is also an emperor that depends on the south, namely Ziming. But the Ziming emperor's sense of existence is very weak, so he came back to cooperate with the emperors to fight against the Jingtian continent during the Battle of the Continent, and would never leave the house like a dead house. This is very strange. It is estimated that only the Wudi level big boss will know the reason. In Su Lang's mind, there was already a map of Kandlan continent's power. Taking the emperor's death domain as the dividing line, the most advanced force in the south is the Fairy clan. The land occupied by Su Lang was only 1% of the total area of the south. Going further south is the Great Rift Valley in the south. To the north of the death domain of the emperor is the central part of Kandlan continent, with a large number of immortals and several emperors, and further north is the most prosperous place. The west of the emperor's death domain is the icy world, almost a desert with no creatures, and the east is the Tengui Donghai, and the mysterious Ziming emperor family. In addition to the territories on the Kandlan continent, the various emperor clans also have extraterritorial continent fragments, which have various characteristic resources. Moreover, because the rules on the mainland fragments are easier to comprehend, although they are not as good as 1,000th of the Blue Star, they are also the cultivation base for Wusheng and Wushan. Of course, the distribution of these forces mentioned by the people is all on the surface. No one can be sure. There will be no more martial emperors, more forces on the Kandlan continent. In the eyes of everyone, isn't Su Lang just a super boss who just awakened? After asking about the power distribution, Su Lang put away the Slaughter Sky sword sheath. Because everyone has already chosen the medicine and exercises, the two groups of people completely merged into one group, and they all became Su Lang's servants. Tisk Tusk, 36 Wuxians, 2,800 Zunxian and Great Sage. Seeing the dark group of servants, Su Lang couldn't help but raise his mouth slightly. He also didn't expect that on a whim, he would have such a reward if he visited this emperor's death zone. Moreover, these people are only part of the harvest. Chapter 791, 10 Level 1 Key Empowerment. In addition to people, I want your money. Su Lang smiled secretly in his heart, with a slight smile on the surface. Now everyone gives me all of their wealth. I will use it to refine pills and immortals, and then return it to you. Emperor Lang is going to personally refine pills and weapons for us. This is another generous gift. Yeah, although I am required to wait until I surrender all my wealth, but how much of our possessions we have, Langdi simply looks down on it. All this is not for our good. Everyone talked about it and handed over all their belongings. Not only the spirit jade, the fairy jade, all the materials, but also all the exercises were handed over at Su Lang's request. Like Xiao Lucian and Li Filo, they only left some personal belongings. But there are some beautiful martial artists who gave Su Lang their underwear together, not knowing what they were thinking. All the belongings of everyone were collected. Su Lang's storage space suddenly piled up into hills. The variety of refining materials, alchemy materials, and various exercises are dazzling and dazzling. Among them, there are the most items from Xiao Lucian and Li Filo, and even emperor-level materials. In addition to this, the things that made Su Lang most concerned were the fairy jade and the spirit jade. Su Lang ordered, deposit all spirit jade and fairy jade. Ding! The amount of funds is too large, and the current unit has been changed to the best immortal jade. In the mysterious black space, the currency unit became the best immortal jade, and the subsequent amount became 2,456,867,208. Although in terms of numbers, it is more than 200 million. However, its unit is the best immortal jade. 1 million lower grade fairy jade is equal to a top grade fairy jade. 1 billion inferior jade is worth only 1,000 top grade jade. It can be seen that Su Lang is so rich and rich now, his net worth has increased hundreds of thousands of times. System, first upgrade me the 1 key empowerment function. With sufficient funds, Su Lang immediately began to upgrade system functions. Ding. Consumption of 1000 best immortal jade, the 1 key empowerment function has been increased to 5, the current empowerment efficiency has been increased to 50%, and the number of initiations per day has been increased to 5. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading the 1 key empowerment function to level 5, and you have obtained the new bonus function, Gongfa Empowerment. Gong Method Empowerment. You can choose any exercise method to empower the specified target, and the current efficiency is 50%, which can make the target obtain a small level proficiency. The number of exercises initiation and the number of cultivation base initiations are not related to each other. The system prompt disappears. Su Lang's expression was stunned, and he was immediately delighted. Unexpectedly, the second function of 1 key empowerment turned out to be Gongfa initiation. I'm going farther and farther on the road of passing the Gong grandfather. After a while of joy, Su Lang continued to upgrade the 1 key empowerment function. Ding. Consumption of 10,000 supreme immortal jade, the 1 key empowerment function has been increased to 6 levels, the current empowerment efficiency has been increased to 60%, and the number of initiations per day has been increased to 6 times. Ding. Consuming 100,000 best immortal jade. Ding. Consume 10 million of the best immortal jade, the 1 key empowerment function has been upgraded to 9 levels, the current empowerment efficiency has been increased to 90%, and the number of daily empowerments has increased to 9 times. Next, it will consume 100 million of the best immortal jade. Su Lang took a deep breath and gave the order to continue upgrading, because at level 10, there will be a new bonus feature. Ding. Consume 100 million of the best immortal jade, the 1 key empowerment function has been upgraded to 10, the current empowerment efficiency has been increased to 100%, and the number of initiations per day has been increased to 10. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading the 1 key empowerment function to level 10. You have obtained the new bonus function, Rule Empowerment. Rule Empowerment. You can choose a rule you have comprehended to instill on the specified target. The current empowerment efficiency is 100%, which allows the target to fully comprehend the rule. The number of regular empowerments, exercises and cultivation base empowerments are not related to each other. Chapter 792, Practice 30 levels with 1 key. Is it the rule after the exercises? Rule Empowerment. Rules are something more difficult to understand than exercises. They are the mode for sanctification and the difficulties and obstacles of the road to immortality. But now I can actually empower others with the rules. Doesn't this mean that I can train Wu Sheng and Wu Xian in batches? Well, it's a pity that I only have 10 initiations now, so I can only make a quasi-sage a real martial sage every day. This efficiency is still too slow, let the quasi-sages go to Blue Star to understand it by themselves. My 10 times of empowerment will be used on key candidates, such as Chu Xiaobei and others. While thinking about it, Su Lang turned his attention to other system functions. There are more than 100 million top-quality fairy jade left. These top-quality jade are completely enough to raise 1 key training in 1 key martial arts to level 30. We must have 2 new bonus functions later, I don't know what it will be. A gleam of light flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and he immediately began to upgrade his 1 key practice. Ding. Consume 100 best immortal jade, the 1 key training function is upgraded to level 26, and the training speed is increased to 8.95 billion times the speed of the basic training without lack of qualification. Ding. Consuming 1000 best immortal jade, upgraded to level 27. Ding. Consume 10,000 best immortal jade. Ding. Consume 1 million of the best immortal jade, upgrade the 1 key training function to level 30, and increase the training speed to 143.2 billion times the speed of the basic training without lack of qualifications. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading the 1 key training function to level 30. You have obtained the new bonus function, Shifang Inner World, 10 Fang Inner Boundaries. When the host reaches the level of Martial Immortal, it consumes a certain amount of cultivation base to expand more Martial Immortal Inner Boundaries. The maximum number is 10. The system prompt fell to Su Lang's ears, making him smile. Sure enough, it's another extremely powerful feature. Generally, Wuxian has only one inner realm. Once it is deployed, it is the peak of combat power. However, I can have up to 10 inner realms. How much combat power can be increased after deployment? Ordinary martial arts use the inner world as a whole card, so they dare not use it easily. Once they are destroyed, they will die. But I have 10 inner realms, which can be used casually. If they are destroyed, they can consume the cultivation base and condense them again. In addition, there is something more against the sky. After the inner boundary of Wuxian reaches the realm of Emperor Wu, it can be upgraded to the universe of life. I have 10 inner realms, and then I will have 10 universes of life. What a pervert is this? Although I don't know what bonus the life universe has to Emperor Wu, it is not difficult to predict that I have 10 life universes, and the combat power is absolutely outstanding. Thinking of this, Su Lang couldn't help laughing, causing the martial artists around him to be confused, and I wonder why Lord Langdi suddenly laughed. Of course, they didn't dare to speculate, they could only stand there obediently. Su Lang quickly put away his smile and continued to upgrade system functions. Upgrading to level 30 at this time only consumed 1 million of the best immortal jade, only a fraction. Ding! Consume 10 million of the best immortal jade, the one key training function is upgraded to level 31, and the training speed is increased to 286.4 billion times the speed of the basic training without lack of qualifications. It's time to upgrade to one-click martial arts. Su Lang did not continue to upgrade the one-key training, but began to improve the one-key martial arts function. Ding! Consumption of 100 best immortal jade, one-key martial arts function increased to 26, the training speed increased to 89.5 million times the basic speed. Ding! Consumption of 1000 best immortal jade, the one-key martial arts function is increased to 27, and the training speed is increased to 179 million times the basic speed. After spending 11,111,100 the best immortal jade, the one-key martial arts function has also been upgraded to level 31. The bonus function did not disappoint Su Lang either. There are two bonus functions for one-click martial arts training to level 30, one of which is 7 Hearts, which increases the number of simultaneous practice exercises to 7. There is nothing to say about this function. Su Lang is now looking at the information of the second bonus function. Chapter 793, The Source of Power. The 30th level bonus function of one-click martial arts is called Source of Exercises. The source of the exercise method. The integrated exercise method formed by the unity of all the methods will produce the source of the profound meaning of the exercise method, which can be used to deduct powerful moves. Seeing this system prompt, Su Lang showed joy between his eyes. This function of Theosource of the practice is obviously a supplement to the function of the integration of all laws into one. The ability to integrate all methods into one is to integrate all the exercises that Su Lang has practiced into one super exercise that encompasses all aspects. But the moves of the various exercises are still the original ones. Although Su Lang was able to retreat and repair, and gradually sort out more powerful moves, it would take too much time. Moreover, it is too difficult to sort out hundreds of exercises with one person's strength, and to eliminate the waste. So from the integration of the exercises to the present, Su Lang has not deduced and sorted out his own moves. Those original moves that come with the exercises are usually used to make a living, but once faced with a strong enemy, they appear to be stretched. Therefore, in this aspect of the move, Su Lang's shortcomings. Now, the source of the exercise method integrates all the techniques of the exercises to form a unique source, from which various powerful moves can be performed. This is really dozing off and sending pillows. The corners of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, appearing very satisfied. However, he did not immediately choose to perform the moves, because inside the mysterious black space, the 6 martial arts villains were about to complete the 6 exercises. Yes, it is so fast. Originally a holy level technique, it would take a day to complete the practice. But now the one-click martial arts function has been upgraded to level 31, and the training speed is 64 times faster than at level 25. In just half an hour, You can practice a holy technique to the founding level. Anyway, I still have a lot of top quality jade. Take advantage of this time to upgrade other system functions. While thinking about it, Su Lang issued an order to upgrade the clone dispatch. Ding. Consuming 1000 of the best immortal jade, the clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 26, the number of clones is +1, and the current number of clones is 26. Ding. Consumption of 10,000 supreme immortal jade, the clone dispatch function is upgraded to 27, the number of clones is +1, and the current number of clones is 27. Ding. Consume 1 million best immortal jade. Ding. Consume 10 million of the best fairy jade, the clone dispatch function is upgraded to 30, the number of clones is +1, and the current number of clones is 30. Ding. Congratulations on raising the clone dispatch function to level 30. You have obtained the new bonus function, Higher Spiritual Intelligence. Higher Spiritual Intelligence. The spiritual intelligence level of the clone will be raised to the average level of a wise creature, no different from ordinary people. Higher Spiritual Wisdom. This bonus feature finally appeared. Su Lang raised his eyebrows. When he acquired the function of medium psychic intelligence, he knew that there would be a function of advanced psychic intelligence. Now, this feature has finally appeared. Su Lang is looking forward to this feature. Because, no matter how many subordinates there are, no matter how loyal those warriors are, there will be people who have a heartless day. However, the clone can be completely trusted and never betrayed. It is Su Lang's true confidant. At this time, the clones have a high level of spiritual wisdom, which is very convenient in many things. For example, Su Lang has always been thinking of the super-humanoid weapon. This heavy treasure needs a large number of warriors to control at the same time. If the clone can participate in it, it will be very beneficial to Su Lang's overall management. In addition, there are numerous benefits. At this moment, Su Lang looked at several avatars around him. I saw the light of wisdom flashing in their eyes, which seemed a lot more agile. After the two avatars looked at each other, they even winked at each other, and there was a feeling of flying brows, which was very strange. Oh, even winks, not bad. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, and temporarily put the clone dispatch function aside. Next, it's the one-click treasure hunting function. Su Lang ordered, System, upgrade me the one-click treasure hunting function to level 30. Ding. Consume 10 million of the best immortal jade, the one-click treasure hunting function has been upgraded to level 30, and the number of treasure hunting flying gliders has increased to 2.86 billion. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading the one-click treasure hunting function to level 30. You have obtained the new bonus function, Soul. Chapter 794, Treasure Hunting Flying Soul. After a series of system prompts, the one-click treasure hunt function was finally upgraded to level 30. Su Lang was a little excited to check the information about the new bonus function. Suohan, treasure hunt flying gliders gain super tracking ability, even Emperor Wu cannot escape their tracking. I didn't expect it to be such a feature. If this function was available when I was hunting down and scaring Xiao Lucian and Li Filo before, I wouldn't have to bother to send the clones. The emergence of this feature also means that these little flying squirrels have a real ability to scout. Su Lang thought silently, and was also satisfied with this function. With this function, even in the vast Kanglan continent, it is very simple for Su Lang to find someone. Try to see how it works. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and he took out a piece of material from the storage space. This material is exactly the Emperor-grade material obtained from Xiao Lucian, with the aura of Xiao Lucian on it. A treasure-hunting fly appeared in Su Lang's hands. Their appearance hasn't changed in any way, and they still have the appearance of a golden-striped glider. Find the original owner of this material. Su Lang put the Emperor-level materials in front of the treasure-hunting flying gliders. The treasure-hunting flying glider sniffed, and squeaked twice, indicating that he already knew what he was looking for. Su Lang smiled faintly, and dispatched the treasure-hunting flying glider to the last place where he and Xiao Lucian met, which was the edge of the Honglian Emperor clan. Moreover, Su Lang did not only dispatch this treasure-hunting flying glider, but several thousand. It is worth mentioning that although there is only one treasure-hunting flying glider who has sniffed Xiao Lan's breath, the remaining treasure-hunting flying gliders seem to share information and all know what they are looking for. As soon as they appeared, Xiao Lucian's breath was immediately felt. However, because Xiao Lucian and Li Filo were fighting before, the scope of the aura was very wide, so the treasure-hunting flying strays immediately dispersed and searched around in an organized and orderly manner. Soon, they started flying to the west based on Xiao Lucian's breath. On the way, there were pits and potholes everywhere in the battle. It can be seen that Xiao Lucian and Li Filo were both lingering on the way. The treasure hunt flying gliders finally found Xiao Lucian. Two people. They have been fighting, how far can they go? Xiao Lucian and Li Filo were fighting fiercely, and they continued to scold each other. Li Filo, you shameless old man, you don't even have an emperor-level technique. What qualifications do you have to inherit the inheritance of Emperor Wudi? Xiao Luntian, the emperor-level inheritance of virtue is inhabited, you are a killer leader, and you don't know how many geniuses of Kanglan continent have been harmed, you are not qualified to inherit the inheritance of Emperor Wu. Humph. In the world of warriors, everything speaks with strength. Waiting for me to beat you half dead, let's see if you can say what virtuous people live in. Ha 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 ha, who do you think you are? You have heard me a Velis after playing for so long. Huh, stop talking nonsense, look at the trick. The two of them fought while scolding, and they had completely lost the tolerance of the emperor. But soon, the two found the treasure hunting flying around, and they were shocked. They both stopped in a tacit understanding, and they also moved closer to each other, quite meaning to join hands. Seeing their proficient movements, Su Lang almost laughed. It's the flying squirrel raised by Emperor Su. What's the matter? Why are they looking for it again? Doesn't Su Di plan to let us go? Damn it, as long as we surrender all the net worth, we will be let go. This Su Di, is it the idea of an inheritance key? Xiao Lucian, you idiot, do you dare to speak ill of Su Di? You don't want to kill me. The two leaned together, shivering at the treasure hunting flying around. Li Filo was brewing for a while, and he handed over to one of the treasure hunting flying gliders. I wonder what the Lord Su is looking for us. Chapter 795. No need to pass on the key or something. The treasure hunting flying glider couldn't speak, just staring at Xiao Lucian so firmly. Li Filo was slightly pleased to see this. Xiao Lucian, these treasure hunting flying gliders are all staring at you. Obviously they are here to find you. It has nothing to do with me, so you can do it yourself. With that said, Li Filo stopped talking. Xiao Lantian shivered fiercely, gritted his teeth, and showed humiliation to the treasure hunting flying glider. Grandpa, please let me go. We will give you the key to the Emperor's forbidden land. Xiao Lucian, seeing that Xiao Lucian was about to hand over the inheritance key, Li Feilu's mouth twitched. Didn't you say it has nothing to do with you? Humph. Xiao Lucian glanced at Li Filo and snorted bitterly. Don't let go, let me hand over the key to the Emperor's forbidden land to Lord Su. Li Feilu's face flushed, but he was unable to refute. But he doesn't want to let go. Once the key is let go, it really has nothing to do with him. Let go, Xiao Lucian said. You dead old man, do you want to kill me? Li Filo rolled his eyes and said coldly, why didn't you let go and let me dedicate to Lord Su Di? Su Di is clearly here to find me, I must come. Xiao Lucian looked like he took it for granted. Hurry up, don't let Master Su wait for a long time. Li Filo looked struggling and hesitated. Seeing this, Su Lang burst into laughter. He didn't care at all about the key to the Emperor's forbidden land. Because the guard guarding the entrance was a very high-level Imperial Seal formation, but it was not at all troublesome for Su Lang. With just one hand of control of the formation, you can usurp the control of the Imperial Seal formation and open it directly. Grab the key, it's just taking off your pants and farting. With a thought, Su Lang accepted the treasure-hunting flying glider. Xiao Lucian and Li Filo, who were arguing endlessly, were taken aback when they saw that the treasure-hunting flying glider had disappeared. I don't know why Emperor Osu suddenly came and left. Fortunately, he has no plans to break the unspoken rules, otherwise this only chance to become an emperor will be gone. When Xiao Lucian and Li Filo were confused, they also breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, the two men showed fear at the same time, and they moved apart, their eyes collided, and the fighting spirit was surging. The key is mine. Fuck off, it's mine. Bah, you shameless killer boss, go to hell. Bang bang bang. The two fought again. Here, Su Lang took back the treasure hunt flying glider, and then checked his balance of the best immortal jade. 5 system functions were upgraded, and a total of more than 155 million yuan was spent on the best fairy jade. So the balance is a little over 90 million. Unfortunately, there is a difference of 10 million. Su Lang shook his head regretfully. Otherwise, I can still upgrade to 1 key training or 1 key martial arts. So far, this time upgrading system functions is over. The red-sleeved Wuxian Hu was as beautiful as a fairy, pursed his small mouth, plucked up the courage to come to Su Lang and knelt down. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. Tisk tusk, the fairy red sleeve is going up. Is she asking Master Langdi to accept her as a concubine? No, as far as I know, Hongshu Wuxian is not such a person. Hehe, in front of a great existence like Emperor Lang, no matter how pure the woman is, she can't help being tempted. If it weren't for me to be a man, I would have gone up to fight with Hongshu Wuxian at this time. Puff, let me give in, I want to stay away from this guy. While discussing, everyone looked at Hongshu Wuxian with the corner of their eyes. What's the matter with you? Su Lang looked at the slender and graceful red-sleeved Wuxian who was kneeling in front of him, and asked faintly. Hongshu Wuxian looked earnestly. Hongshu Zai Wu Kei Xian has a younger sister who can't give up. I beg Lord Langdi to allow me to meet them. Well, then you go. Su Lang nodded and looked around at everyone. As long as you have private affairs, handle it now. If you really have relatives and friends who can't let go, you can also bring them over, but the premise is to surrender your soul. With his family tied up, this is a good way for the monarch to restrain his men. The fire of the soul has surpassed all restraints. Therefore, whether these subordinates should bring relatives and friends over is entirely voluntary. Chapter 796, Breakthrough, Quasi-Wonderland. After Su Lang finished speaking, he used his system power to return to the Sea Fairy Palace in the sky. Dozens of martial immortals and thousands of quasi-immortal great sages kowtowed at the location where Su Lang had been before, and then scattered in groups happily. After receiving Su Lang's medicine and exercises, and tasted the sweetness, everyone planned to persuade their relatives and friends to join Su Lang. Therefore, for the time being, none of them went directly to the Yaoqi Saint clan. It can be predicted that when they return, there will be more than 2,000 to 3,000 people. After Su Lang returned to the fairy palace, he put away the cauldron in front of him and all the materials. He sees himself internally, and his mind comes to the mysterious black space. I saw that the cultivator was already all golden, and obviously the accumulated cultivation base was long enough for Su Lang to improve his realm. I am currently a 9-star wuxiang. Although I didn't want to break through to the immortal level before the rules were not perfect, but breaking through to the quasi-senile level has no effect. Su Lang's heart moved, and he gave the system an order to break through. Endless liquid spiritual energy appeared in Su Lang's meridians, circling endlessly along the lines of the endless heart meridian, and gradually converged into the realm of Dantian Wuxiang. But these auras didn't seem to be enough. There was a strong attraction coming from Su Lang's body, which directly attracted the Ling outside the fairy palace. I saw the surging Ling like an angry dragon passing through the fairy palace, plunged into Su Lang's body, and turned into majestic energy. Su Lang's martial sage realm is rapidly expanding with the support of endless aura. Before, when Wuxiang space was at the 6-star level, it had the size of a country. At this time, the scope of Wuxiang space has expanded more than dozens of times. This vast space has an area of hundreds of millions of square kilometers, which is almost equal to the surface area of the blue star. In a sense, this is already a world. However, it was just a new world, with nothing in it, empty, like a dead place. Moreover, the rules are imperfect, and no creatures can be put in, otherwise they will undoubtedly die. The reason why Li Shenyang's inheritance space was able to enter people before was completely because that space had basically been integrated into the Kandlan continent, separated by only a thin space barrier. In addition to the expansion of Wuxiang space, the outer, chaotic, part has also expanded a lot. It is filled with thick platinum energy. The texture of these energy looks tighter, although it is liquid, it gives a feeling of tougher than steel. In addition to platinum energy, lightning grid-like matter of various colors has also become more. Obviously, although the cultivation realm cannot increase the types of rules, it can condense the same rules into more numbers. Quasi-Wonderland, here it is. My world has also taken shape. Only after breaking through the peace of Wuxian, a real inner boundary can be formed. At that time, even if the creatures can't thrive in it, they can still put living things in, and there will be no impact in a short time. Furthermore, With me who has the function often Fang inner realm, I can consume a certain amount of cultivation to create a full 10 inner realms. There was a glimmer of light in Su Lang's eyes, and a little joy passed away. Su Lang glanced at the cultivation villain again, and found that the cultivation base above did not lose much. The speed of his cultivation is now 143.2 billion times the speed of the basic cultivation of the wuxia level genius. 1 second of cultivation is equivalent to a quasi-immortal with no lack of qualifications meditating for 4,540 years. 1 minute of cultivation is equal to 272,400 years. Under normal circumstances, a 9-star martial sage meditates, and it takes a full 1.6 million years to break through to the immortal. In less than 6 minutes, Su Lang can accumulate the cultivation base of Juxing Wusheng to break through to the quasi-immortal. This shows how terrifying his cultivation speed is. Such a fast cultivation speed, before I understand enough rules, I can definitely store endless cultivation skills. These cultivation bases are of great use whether they are forcibly elevating the realm of subordinates or keeping the inner realm of creation. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, then took out the cauldron and began to refine the parts of the super-humanoid weapon. As for using Theosaurus of the exercise, to deduct moves, you have to wait half an hour. Because there are still 6 Wusheng level exercises that will be completed soon. If the move is performed at this time, after the exercise is completed, you have to perform it again, which is not cost-effective at all. Chapter 797, Comprehend the Rules of Space. Su Lang thought, a large number of flame rules appeared under the cauldron. Seeing the rules of fire, Su Lang couldn't help but think of the strange fire obtained from the blue star. Even the fire rules cannot be derived. I don't know when this strange fire mystery will be solved. Su Lang's heart moved, and he immediately threw his distracting thoughts aside, and began to refine the tool seriously. After refining a large number of parts, his movements became more and more proficient. In the past, only about 100 parts were refined in one afternoon, but now 15 pieces were refined in less than half an hour. The refining speed has increased by 50%. That is when the 15th part is finished. The system prompt that Su Lang had been waiting for finally came. Ding! The forbidden code of Sky Trace Bliss has reached the founding level. Ding! Sacred Dew of Magic Sun Aspiration has reached the founding level. Ding! Mingyuan Tianji True Method has reached the founding level. Ding! The Deluo Mountain and Sea Sacred Scroll has reached the founding level. Ding! The True Scriptures of the Dead has reached the founding level. Ding! The Secret Book of Iwara Heaven has reached the founding level. Su Lang's expression moved, and he put down the materials in his hands. He only felt 6 strands of warmth flowing out of his body, constantly circulating, moisturizing the limbs, every cell, and finally completely integrating into the body. 6 saint-level exercises are completed. I can continue to comprehend the rules I need. Space, yang, fate, gravity, death, and rock. A hint of excitement appeared on Su Lang's face, and he immediately chose Theospace rules to comprehend. Ding! The space rules have been understood. Do you accept it? Su Lang chose to accept without hesitation. Immediately, a large amount of the profound meaning of the space rules appeared in Su Lang's mind, and it was severely branded, making him directly grasp the space rules. Of course, it is also the main rule of space, and there are no other derivation rules. However, the master rule is the best. Although the evolving rules are wonderful, they are far less important than the master rule. After mastering the rules of space, Su Lang suddenly felt a new understanding of the surrounding space. The space is divided into 3 layers. The first layer is the surface of the space, which is the side of the world. The surface of the space is intertwined with infinitely thin, infinitely many, and infinitely long spatial grids to form a grid of spatial grids. The interweaving points are spatial coordinates. If you tear apart the grid of space, you can tear the surface of space and see the second layer, space barriers. Space barriers are also composed of space metric lines, but they are not intertwined. There are no interweaving points, and no coordinates. Infinitely many, infinitely thin, and infinitely long spatial rhythm lines are parallel to form a space barrier. Because the metric lines that make up the space barrier are strictly parallel, the space barriers of the 2 spaces are also parallel. Unless they are broken with great power, they will never be intersected. This is the basis for the independent existence of space. Between the barriers of the 2 spaces is the third layer of space, where the turbulence of space is located. Because the time rules of some worlds are slightly different, the flow of time is different, which may cause some time turbulence between the two worlds. These two kinds of turbulence are very dangerous things, and the spatial turbulence will not be mentioned. As long as it cannot be resisted, it will be torn apart. The turbulence of time is even more terrifying. Once in, a martial sage is likely to die of old age in an instant, or time reverses, the cultivation base regresses, the age becomes younger, becomes a baby, becomes a fertilized egg, it's right to die. The power of time is more powerful than space, and there is absolutely no resistance to existence without the rules of time. Even if you understand some time rules, you can only resist a little in the face of the turbulence of time. Once you can't get out, you still can't escape. But time turbulence is very rare. If you really encounter it, it must be blood mold for 1,000 lifetimes. For example, there is also a slight time rule difference between Blue Star and Candlin continent, but there has never been a time turbulence in the time and space cracks between the two. After Su Lang comprehended the rules of space, he had a deeper understanding of space, and the wuxia realm immediately changed drastically. Chapter 798. The rules of yin and yang work together. This is the space grid. Its appearance did not make Su Lang's martial saint realm wider and larger, but its solidity was hundreds of times faster than before. High-rise buildings start at the very end, and the foundation is the most important. Space, as the most basic rule of the inner world, plays an unparalleled role in the structure of the inner world. The general inner world of wuxia, without comprehending the rules of space, directly derived and expanded from space, is fragile. And I understand the rules of space. Once I break through the wuxia, the inner boundary formed is definitely the most powerful one. In addition to having a huge effect on the inner world, the rules of space also have extremely abnormal abilities in battle. Su Lang smiled slightly, but he didn't see any movement, and a grid of space suddenly appeared around him. This layer of spatial grid appeared out of thin air, automatically opened a channel, and Su Lang suddenly disappeared. In the next instant, he appeared directly in another place. This is the teleport ability, or flash, which is achieved using the rules of space. In this blink ability can not only affect itself, but also other objects, and even enemies. Photo. Su Lang turned his eyes and stared at a wall of the room. With a move in his mind, the rules of the space flashed, and the wall moved closer in an instant. All of this takes almost no time, and the wall is as if it was there and never moved. Such a magical effect, it can be used on the Taiji meteorite thunder. Taichi meteor thunder god can be launched with the Jixian cannon, but after all, there is still a process of launching and flying. If you use a spatially regular shifting and transposition, you can put this big killer directly into the enemy's crotch. It's exciting to think about it. Su Lang grinned, revealing a bad smile. He temporarily put the rules of space aside and began to comprehend the next new rule yang. The yang rules are related to the fire rules, thunder rules, light rules, spiritual rules and even life rules. It is the opposite of the rules of the yin system, which is like the relationship between wood, water, fire and earth. It also took less than a minute. The system prompt appeared again. Su Lang did not procrastinate, and immediately chose to accept the rules. Suddenly, Thiang's system rules were directly imprinted into the depths of Su Lang's soul, and he was directly mastered perfectly. After mastering the rule of Yang system, Su Langdun felt warm, as if even the surface of his skin was exuding a faint light. A strange force of rules circulates in his body, constantly improving Su Lang's vitality, expelling obscure and filthiness, and purifying his whole body. Compared with before comprehending the rules of the Yang system, Su Lang's vitality and energy reserves at this time at least doubled. Moreover, not only the vitality has been greatly increased, but even the spiritual power has also increased a lot. After the mental power is improved, the mental attack power becomes more powerful. This is not over yet. The rules of Yin system that had been understood before suddenly emerged, forming a hazy gray-black galaxy. The tiny rays of light formed by the rules of the Yang system also flew out from Su Lang, gathering together like fireflies, forming a hazy golden galaxy. The two galaxies are like swimming fish, like dragons, chasing each other with their tails. The two rules are combined. Maybe it can't be called a single Yang system or Yin system, but a complete Yin and Yang rule. The combination of the two rules has greatly improved each, and I can feel that my spirit has increased to a certain extent. Su Lang felt like seeing the Sea of Insight, and saw the perfect sun bursting out with a more brilliant light. Strands of smoky silk hanging in the air, connected to the sun, like a corona of stars. Below, the humanoid shadows formed by thousands of souls, bathed in beams of light, sitting quietly, like a devout believer. In the distance, the edge of the sea of consciousness that was dark as chaos was opened up a lot. By this time, the area of this sea of consciousness world had reached several times the wuxia space, reaching a range of 1 billion square kilometers, equivalent to the surface area of 2 blue stars. Chapter 799, Terrible Death Rule. The rules of yin and yang plus the rules of spirit make my mental power at this time far exceed 10 times that of the martial arts of the same combat power. It's also the spiritual power of the sunshine level. If it weren't the old wuxian of the ancient immortal level, I am afraid that I would not be able to resist a blow from my spiritual power. However, spiritual power involves the soul, so don't take it out to fight easily. It can only be used as a whole card. Su Lang smiled and shook his head, and then began to comprehend the next rule. The third rule is called destiny. It took less than a minute for Su Lang to comprehend this profound rule. The rule of fate is very mysterious and difficult to understand, but it is a very important rule for a world. The Kandlan continent is formed by 3,600 rules to protect the Kandlan continent and maintain the operation of the world. The rules of fate play a very important role in it. The so-called son of destiny, the lucky one, is to be confided by the avenue and blessed by the rules of fate, so that it will be smooth sailing, and even if it encounters danger, it will be able to overcome danger and even get huge benefits. Of course, the rules of fate are also two-sided, which can make you lucky and unlucky. People who suffer from bad luck may be the same for the rest of their lives. Even if they encounter good things, they will suffer from good fortune and become even worse. However, the destiny rules that make up the avenue are very terrifying, but the destiny rules understood by individuals are not so powerful. After comprehending the rules of destiny, a warrior cannot directly make someone lucky or unlucky, but can only gain mysterious deduction ability. For example, Zhu Xian is one of them. Even if he only knows Su Lang's name and a small part of his deeds, he can calculate more and completely irrelevant information out of thin air. In addition to the deduction ability, the warriors can also acquire a stronger instinct of seeking for good and avoiding evil, perceiving danger and perceiving opportunity, which is a more mysterious sensory instinct than the seventh sense. An unlucky person, if he understands the rules of fate, can change his fate to a certain extent and become a lucky one. The rules of fate are pretty good. Su Lang touched his chin and thought, but to me, it is more meaningful when forming the inner world and even the universe of life. In normal times, I also give people a fortune-telling. Whatever bad luck and danger of oneself can be broken with force. Thinking of this, Su Lang closed his eyes, silently pondered Chu Xiaobei's message, and began to deduct it in his heart. Gradually, he seemed to see Chu Xiaobei's constant strength, becoming a great existence that has remained unchanged in the long river of time. Sure enough, Chu Xiaobei has a bright future. Su Lang's mouth bends slightly, but this is also normal. After all, I have a man behind her. Chu Xiaobei, who was practicing assiduously at Blue Star, suddenly frowned, couldn't help covering Cherry's mouth with her little hand, and lightly punched it. After hitting the cut, Chu Xiaobei looked confused. I'm almost in the fairyland, and I won't catch a cold, so how can I still hit the cut? Strange. After Su Lang deduced Chu Xiaobei, he put the rules of fate aside and began to comprehend the fourth rule of gravity. The rule of gravity is also one of the main basic rules that constitute the world. Although it is not strong in combat power, it has a great effect. Next, there is the fifth rule, the mysterious rule of death. 1 minute later, Su Lang understood and mastered it. With the acceptance of the rules, Su Langdun felt that a strange and unique rule had come to him, blending into his body and soul. The rule of death. Su Lang looked serious and stretched out his right hand. In this right hand, he saw a different, unspeakable breath. Looking along the right hand to the arm, shoulder, and whole body, there is this kind of breath. They are ubiquitous in the body and soul, neither depleted nor supplemented, very strange. This kind of breath is the breath of life, the breath of living. Su Lang whispered if he was enlightened. He looked at the wall and the ground, there was no such aura on it. Until he took out the Yudian sword. As soon as the Yudian sword appeared, the two eyes on the top of the sword grid twitched. Soon, A line of poems came out of it. Chapter 800. All aspects improved. Master, are you going to play Xiaoyu? Or does the master use me to pierce someone's body? Xiaoyu feels itchy. I really want to chop something off, okay with the master's head. Talking Xiaoyu kept talking about Cao, but it was innocent, which made people dumbfounding. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, but he did not forget what was going on. He squinted his eyes and looked at Yudian's sword, and found that there was a layer of breath of life attached to it mysteriously. It's just that the breath of Yudianjian's life is only richer in those two eyes, and the hilt of the sword is very thin. Sure enough, all creatures have this kind of breath of life. On the other hand, there are no dead objects such as pill medicine and materials on stone walls. Su Lang's eyes lit up slightly, and his mind immediately moved, and a clone appeared in front of him. The clone carried a ferocious and violent animal in its hands, and it seemed that there was no intelligence. There is no intelligence, only instinctive animals, but also a breath of life. Su Lang observed for a while, nodded slightly, and then tried to use the death rule to deprive the animal of the breath of life. The rule of death radiated from Su Lang, like an invisible flame, covering the struggling animal. The breath of life was immediately extinguished, and the animal became stiff and died directly. This is the method of using the rule of death to kill people. It's really impossible to prevent. Su Lang was surprised. With the death rule, he had another powerful whole card. This whole card is not irresistible, but if there is no rule of life corresponding to the rule of death, it will be necessary to pay a completely unequal price to block the attack of the rule of death. This is a super means of leapfrog combat. Su Lang understood the rules of the rock system. This rule can be regarded as a derivative rule of the earth system, but it is a big branch and very important in the composition of the world. Moreover, Su Lang also felt that after comprehending this rule, his defensive power was obviously enhanced. All 6 rules are understood. I don't know how much my combat power has reached. Su Lang showed expectation and opened his attribute panel. Realm level quasi-sense. Attack level 3 tribulations Wuxian plus. Defensive level 2 tribulations Wuxian plus. Shenfa level 2 tribulations Wuxian plus. Endurance level 2 tribulations Wuxian plus. Mastering the exercises the Infinite Heart Sutra, 10,000 Fas into 1, unnamed, Xian level, founding. Activated system functions, 1 key practice function, level 31, 1 key martial arts function, level 31, clone dispatch function, level 30, 1 key treasure hunt function, level 30, 1 key alchemy function, level 15, 1 key mixer function, level 15, 1 key refinement function, level 15, 1 key synthesis function, level 15, 1 key initiation function, level 10, 1 key decomposition function, no level. A small level in all aspects. Not bad, not bad. Su Lang looked at his attribute panel and nodded in satisfaction. At the Wuxian level, a small gap in the realm is a huge gap, which can cause a strong crushing force. It becomes extremely difficult to leapfrog. At this time, the 4-dimensional attributes have improved to a small level in all aspects, which is already a very terrifying benefit. Next, we have to practice more exercises to continue to understand the rules. Su Lang closed the attribute panel, licked his lips, and then began to choose exercises. This time, he finally planned to practice the immortal level exercises. Because the 10,000 laws into 1, unnamed, exercise method has been successfully promoted to the immortal level exercise method after integrating the newly practiced 6 holy level exercise methods. Therefore, if you practice the holy level exercises again, its effect is not great, you must use the immortal level exercises. Take out all the immortal level exercises and pile them on the ground. Chapter 801. 7 immortal level exercises. Sweep away. At a glance, a total of 79 books. Originally, Su Lang had 62 immortal level exercises, and he even took them out for the newly reliant Tuantianlu and Wu Wei immortal martial artists. After collecting all the possessions of everyone, there are of course many exercises. Obtain 5 immortal level exercises from Li Filo, 2 immortal level exercises from Xiao Lucian, and 1 emperor level exercise. From those dozens of martial immortals, he obtained 10 immortal level exercises. Although the number of Wuxian is as many as dozens, they can be divided into 2 camps, and many of the exercises that everyone practiced overlap. Immortal level exercises are precious, and it's pretty good to get 10 books from them. However, there are so many holy level exercises, a total of 636. Needless to say, God level exercises. At this level, there are no more eggs. What made Su Lang most happy was that all of these new exercises were unsuccessful, and could be used to synthesize more advanced exercises. The first is the 17 non-synthetic immortal level exercises. Take 10 of them and you can synthesize an emperor level exercise. First, synthesize the holy level technique. Su Lang murmured, then used those holy level exercises to synthesize 64 new immortal level exercises. The reason why it was 64 instead of 63 was because Su Lang used the 4 holy level exercises he had obtained before to make up the number. So far, the total number of immortal level exercises Su Lang possessed has reached 143. This number has already surpassed 99.99% of the forces in Kandlan continent. I am afraid that only Wudi Palace, a force that has survived in the river of time, has such a rich accumulation. But maybe not as good as Su Lang. After synthesizing 143 immortal level exercises, Su Lang did not immediately start synthesizing emperor level exercises. Instead, I chose Burning Soul and Solitary Lamp Ju, 10,000 Qi Immortal Code, Tianchu Wuk Immortal Code, Birth and Birth Immortal Ju, Bing Yushin Yuan Zhen Lu, Futian Immortal Ju, and Wish the Fairy Secret, 7 exercises to practice. These 7 exercises basically have corresponding rules. The first, Burning Soul and Solitary Lamp Ju, corresponds to the spiritual rules. Although this rule has been understood, Su Lang chose this exercise for a reason. Because this exercise involves the soul source, it can increase the soul source. Spiritual power exercises are extremely rare. Even if Su Lang has hundreds of immortal level exercises, thousands of holy level exercises, and countless god level exercises, he has never seen a second one. Therefore, Su Lang was the first one to choose this exercise. However, using this technique to increase the soul's origin requires an extremely painful process, that is, burning soul. Burning soul refers to burning spiritual power, calcining the essence of the soul, integrating into the soul's origin, and increasing it. Using the burning soul once, the spiritual power level will directly drop to a large realm, but the soul origin will increase a lot. For the remaining warriors, it takes a long time to consider, and then with great courage, to make the decision to burn the soul. Because it is too difficult for them to cultivate spiritual power. Even Xiao Luntian, the host of the Lantian Tower, the astounding quasi-emperor, has only experienced soul burning once. After burning the soul, his soul origin was enhanced, but his spiritual power level dropped to Weiyu, and it took a long time to return to the realm of Shiri. To experience the second soul burning, I don't know how long it will take to accumulate enough spiritual power. His current cultivation speed is 286.4 billion times the basic cultivation speed of a genius. With no lack of qualifications. The cultivation of spiritual power also follows this rate. Even though spiritual power cultivation is much harder and slower than cultivation at the realm of cultivation, Su Lang's spiritual power has also grown extremely fast with the addition of nearly 300 billion times the cultivation speed. It took less than an hour from the 1-key training function to level 31. But in the mysterious black space, the halo behind the cultivator's head, which represents the spiritual power cultivation base, has already turned nearly 1/10 into gold. In other words, in about 10 hours, Su Lang would be able to accumulate the spiritual cultivation base of Shiri level breakthrough to a higher level. In a day's time, Su Lang can accumulate enough spiritual power for 2 breakthroughs. If you use Burning Soul to amplify the soul source, you can use it twice. Although I don't know what benefits the increase in soul origin can bring, there is no doubt that the benefits do exist, and they are absolutely amazing. Chapter 802. Really look forward to it. This soul-burning solitary lamp art will definitely give me a surprise. With a faint smile on Su Lang's face, he immediately looked at the other exercises. The second book, The Immortal Code of 10,000 Qis, corresponds to the rules of Qi. Between heaven and earth, Qi is everywhere. It is one of the basic structures of the world. It is very important and must exist. And to go to the rules of Qi also involves various energies between heaven and earth. Aura is one of them. The third book, The Immortal Code of Immortality. At the beginning, this exercise has no corresponding rules to comprehend. But this is the immortal level technique obtained from Li Filo, and it is the foundation of the Wu-Wei immortal clan's life. The qualifications of a warrior are destined by the sky, but the day after tomorrow can be supplemented and perfected. For example, in Dongfang City, King Jing Chenny used living humans as raw materials to refine pills to improve the qualifications of other warriors. The immortal code of immortality in the beginning of the beginning is a method to improve your qualifications. Moreover, this exercise is not Jing Qianyi's evil way, but an upright cultivation method, which can make up for one's own aptitude. There are only benefits, no harm. Why is Wuxian clan called Wuxia? It's because in their clan, all high-level martial artists have made up for their aptitudes to the level of wholesome. The qualifications of low-level warriors will one day be promoted to the infinite level. The reason why Su Lang chose this exercise was to try whether he could change his turbid body aptitude. Since activating various system abilities, the whole person is almost perfect, but the problem of lack of qualifications has never been solved. Although this turbid body aptitude has no effect, it looks an eye-catcher. Su Lang was also afraid that he would be promoted to a higher level in the future. This turbid body aptitude had become a lifespan, a weakness, and it would have caused irreparable losses. Don't let me down, Wuxia Immortal Clan's famous immortal level practice. Su Lang took a deep breath and looked at the next exercise, Life is Immortal. This exercise corresponds to the rule of life, which was synthesized by Su Lang's luck. The rule of life is the opposite of the rule of death, and this alone shows its extraordinariness. Of course, its various wonders can only be known after comprehension. In addition to the Birth and Unbreakable Immortal Ju exercise method, the 5th and 6th books are Futian Immortal Ju and Wish of Immortal Secret, which are also made with good luck. Futianxian Ju corresponds to the radiation rule. Radiation, like light, qi, etc., is also an indispensable part of the world. It is ubiquitous, strange and mysterious. The immortal secret of wish is a more mysterious technique. It corresponds to the rules of wishing power, and is related to the incense of beings. Su Lang instinctively felt that this exercise was very important, so he picked it out and practiced it. The 7th exercise is the Ice Jade Immortal Yuan Junlu, which is Chu Xiaobei's fairy level exercise. The corresponding rule is the ice system, and Su Lang has understood it. The reason for practicing this exercise is that Su Lang intends to teach it to Chu Xiaobei with the initiation of exercises. Although this exercise is not the strongest fairy formula Su Lang possesses, it is one of the most suitable exercises for Chu Xiaobei. Even if there are more and better exercises that can be taught to Chu Xiaobei in the future, this exercise can also play a very good transitional role. After turning over all the 7 exercises, Su Lang placed it on the Wushu villain to start automatic training. Although the speed of one-key martial arts is 100 times slower than one-key training, it is also 2.864 billion times. Therefore, the practice speed is surprisingly fast. Su Lang predicted that these 7 exercises can be practiced to the founding level in 2 days at most. 7 immortal level techniques. I really look forward to it. Su Lang chuckled. Next, it's time to synthesize the Emperor level exercises. Chapter 803. Emperor Phase Without Beginning Sutra. Looking at the 17 non-synthetic fairy level exercises in front of him, Su Lang naturally allocated 4 of them and put them aside. The 4 unsuccessful methods that have already begun to be practiced can be put aside to avoid repetitive exercise characteristics after synthesis. Of course, these 4 immortal level exercises will still have to be synthesized into the Emperor level exercises, but they will be used first, and the rest of the immortal level exercises will be used first for synthesis. While thinking about it, Su Lang brought the rest of the immortal level exercises in front of him, and selected 10 exercises with attributes that were relatively close in the general direction. System, synthesize these 10 exercises into Emperor level exercises. Ding. After the synthesis is completed, you will obtain the Emperor level cultivation technique, Emperor Phase Without Beginning Sutra. A bright golden light suddenly appeared in front of Su Lang. This ray of light is like a golden thunderball. The silk threads are messy and intertwined, but it also contains mysterious meaning. The golden thread on the light ball gradually shrank, and the whole light ball slowly turned into a human-shaped phantom. This human figure is only 3 inches tall, has a slender figure, long hair on his back, and his face is blurred, and he can't see men and women. There are golden silk threads with special laws inside the body of the humanoid phantom. If you look closely, you can find that these densely packed golden threads are actually composed of tiny mysterious words. Although the villain's phantom is only 3 inches tall, there are countless golden threads inside, and there are even more mysterious texts, which are calculated in units of 100 million. Even with Su Lang's mental power, he couldn't distinguish them all in a short time. Is this the original text of the Emperor's Phase Without Beginning Sutra? It is as special and mysterious as the reincarnation of Emperor Heart. In this world, I am afraid that the Emperor-level techniques are originally so strange. Su Lang smiled faintly, and then carefully checked this exercise. Like the reincarnation of the Emperor's heart, Su Lang didn't see it real, and he was dizzy without even looking at it. His chest was tight and his brain was up, and he had to look away. However, Su Lang had a superficial understanding of this technique anyway. Emperor Phase Without Beginning Sutra is an emperor-level body-building exercise method, but also an exercise method of the Great Way of Power. As we all know, in order for Wuxian to become Emperor Wu, he must understand the Supreme Way, that is, various types of avenues. This kind of avenue is different from the Heaven and Earth avenue formed by the 3600 rule. It is an avenue that belongs exclusively to Emperor Wu. The most common avenues are the gold, wood, water, fire and earth in the 5 elements avenue, and even the avenue of strength, and so on. These avenues are the easiest rules and avenues to form. Practicing the Di Shang Wu Shi Jing to the extreme, we can condense the rules of power, form Thirod of power, and formally step into the realm of Emperor Wu. Although the road of power is the most common avenue, it is not weak. On the contrary, many outstanding Wu emperors in history are the road of strength. This is because when a power reaches a certain level, it can break through 10,000 laws and open up the world. It is one of the purest powers. Exercising Emperor Phase Without Beginning Sutra can not only condense the Great Way of Power, but also condense the heaven, earth and law. Once the law of heaven and earth is displayed, the performer will turn into a giant in the sky, like the Pengu who opened up the world, capturing the moon with his left hand and the sun with his right. Is this a kind of body-building exercise for close combat? Well, although it is not a special type, I happen to lack a high-level exercise technique for bodybuilding. Su Lang showed a smile, and then stuffed the Emperor Without Beginning Sutra in his hand into the storage space and put it together with the golden disc of Emperor Heart Reincarnation. He took out another classic book made of rare materials. This classic is tall, big and thick, just like a door panel. The paper inside is made of special materials, as thin as a cicada's wings, and written on it the size of an ellipsis. This book is called Burning Heaven Emperor Jing, which is an emperor-level exercise technique obtained from Shaolushan. It originally belonged to the Emperor Burning clan and is currently one of the 37 emperor scriptures known in Kandlan continent. Chapter 804. The Scabbard Cannot Hold the Sword. Unfortunately, this classic is not the original emperor-level exercise method. Although the content of the book is refined with special materials, it is much worse than the original. I don't know what the peculiar appearance of the Burning Heaven Emperor scripture was originally. With a trace of reverie, Su Lang also stuffed the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra into the storage space and put it together with the 2 synthesized Emperor-level exercises. At this point, he already has 3 Emperor-level exercises. I don't know if this let the Emperors know, will they bite their tongues out of horror. After putting away the Emperor-level exercises, Su Lang did not take in those Immortal-level exercises, but with a thought, called some clones. He distributed all the Immortal-level exercises, and asked the clones to copy and paste, and burn the copies of the exercises, so as to reward those little brothers who have given their souls. At this time, the clones have the intelligence of ordinary people, and they are also reliable in doing things. They are fully capable of recording exercises. After doing all this, Su Lang turned his attention to the bonus function that one-click martial arts was upgraded to level 30, the source of the technique. Do you want to deduce the move? But I just placed the immortal level exercise method. 2 days later, the exercise method of 10,000 methods will be updated. But I really want to deduct it. Su Lang's expression fluctuated, and he fell into entanglement. What are you doing? Are you thinking of spring? The voice of Yutian Jian Ling Xiaoyu came from the side. Fuck off. Su Lang was full of black lines, he even forgot to put these words into the storage space. Bothered by Xiaoyu, Su Lang didn't want to deduce the move anymore, so he just tolerated it a bit, and then deduced the move 2 days later. The host. Is the master really thinking about spring? Master, would you like Xiaoyu to help you? Although Xiaoyu can't be used, you can ask the owner to listen to it. Xiaoyu's voice is very good. Su Lang's mouth twitched when Xiaoyu continued to scream. It stands to reason that I didn't teach it so many sorrows, so how come it can be taught without a teacher? Su Lang suddenly flashed his inspiration, and took out a scabbard from the storage space. This scabbard is exactly the scabbard of Slaughter Heaven. The scabbard spirit gourd baby emerged from the beads and looked at Su Lang confusedly, wondering why he took out himself. At this time, it saw Su Lang picking up a fairy sword, and said, "Don't you like to talk poems? I'll find a companion for you, and you two will sing a cross-talk." Qi Ling gourd baby widened her eyes and said in her heart that she was looking for a sword to insert me. Su Lang picked up the Yudian sword and inserted it toward the opening of the Slaughter Sky sword sheath. "Wait a minute, Lord Su." The gourd baby yelled in a hurry, "I didn't use it to carry a sword." Su Lang moved for a while with a strange expression. "You are obviously a scabbard, why don't you use it to hold a sword? Your scabbard is born to be inserted into others." The two eyes on the Yudian sword rolled steadily, and another poem came out. The corner of Su Lang's eyes twitched, and he slapped Yudian's sword fiercely. "If you talk nonsense, I will pick your eyes." Xiaoyu immediately said loudly, "Ah, no, you can't pick it there, no, master." Su Lang rolled his eyes and was speechless. "This little you, no matter what you say, it can answer a super dirty line." Sighed, Su Lang simply put the Yudian sword in the storage space first. He beckoned, and the gourd baby spirit suddenly flew over. "You said you are a scabbard, why can't you carry a sword?" Su Lang asked curiously. Slaughter Sky sword sheath spirit cautiously said, "Master Su, among the exercises you got from Xiao Slantian, is there a book called Sword Without Sword?" "Well, there is such a fairy-level technique." Su Lang nodded. "Could it be that you have something to do with this exercise?" Chapter 805, The Secrets of Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra. Not only this exercise method, but also the Emperor-level exercise method, Burning Heaven Emperor Jing. The gourd baby artifact said, the predecessor of the Burning Heaven Emperor scripture is actually an Emperor-level refining classic, and it is a kind of sword refining. At that time, the first generation of Burning Heaven had no Emperor-level exercises to break through the realm of Emperor Wu, so he adapted this refining classics and forcibly transformed it into an Emperor-level exercise, successfully breaking through to the realm of Emperor Wu. "So miserable, if you don't have any practice, you can only adapt the classics of refiners." Su Lang was surprised. What kind of pain is that? Alas, I can't understand it anymore. Of course he can't realize it. Now that he has 3 Emperor-level exercises before his cultivation level reaches the immortal level, how can he feel the helplessness and pain of others lacking exercises? "Ah, you keep talking." After a moment of emotion, Su Lang nodded at the spirit slaughter sword sheath. All right, because of the initial accomplishment of the exercises, there are many flaws, and the first generation of Emperor Burning will soon fall. After that, Emperor Fen clan continued to improve this Emperor-level exercise method from generation to generation, and finally made it completely reborn and became a brand new Emperor-level exercise method. However, this exercise still has the characteristics of a refining tool. Cultivating it is like training yourself as a sword, burning yourself all the time, and this is also the origin of its name. Cultivating this technique, the cultivator will use himself as a sword to exercise, and when he reaches the level of the martial arts, he will have a magical sword heart. In this situation, it's like refining oneself into an immortal weapon and giving birth to an artifact spirit. The sword heart is an artifact spirit. With Xianxia, practitioners of the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra can no longer hold a sword, because they are a sword in themselves. Xianxia will reject all other sword-like treasures. At this time, they will practice the Swordless Immortal Sutra, travel farther and farther on the sword one way, and eventually become swordmen. Hearing this, the corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. "Swordman. Slut, it's beautiful enough to cultivate yourself into a," censored abruptly. "Ahaha, it's really easy to make a mistake." Slaughter Sky's scabbard struck haha, concealing his embarrassment, and said, "Emperor Burning clan people eventually become swords, so they will refine their scabbards. And I, the strongest scabbard of Emperor Fen clan, reached the rank of quasi-emperor." Su Lang was a little stunned. Emperor Fen clan has also been out of Emperor Wu, right? You are the most powerful quasi-imperial weapon, even the emperor. The Slaughter Sky sword and the scabbard said bitterly, "Of course Lord Su looks down on me as a quasi-imperial soldier, but in fact, I am not bad." Well, I am asking too much, you are already very good. Su Lang smiled helplessly. Then, let's talk about why you can't put the sword in your mouth, and you have any strange abilities. The reason why I can't insert me is because only the Emperor Burning Clan with Jiangxin can put their body in me for nurturing. If it is the other weapons, it will be hurt instead. Qi Ling Gourd Baby's face crumpled into a ball. I'm too special. I only work with warriors who have practiced the Fen Tian Emperor Jing and Wu Jian Xian Jing. Su Lang looked stunned. After talking for a long time, are you useless to me? Slaughter Sky Sword Sheath Spirit shook his head quickly and explained, although I can't hold a sword, I can hold sword energy. I can nurture warriors with sword hearts, and when they are out of the sheath, I can show stronger combat power. The same is true for cultivating sword chi. As long as I put sword chi into my scabbard body, it will gradually become stronger. At this point, the Slaughter Sky Sword scabbard suddenly moved, and a small white illusory sword appeared on the scabbard body. The white illusory little sword exudes a very terrifying aura, so that the entire fairy palace seems to tremble. Su Lang's expression moved, and said, "This is the sword spirit that is infinitely close to Emperor Wu's blow."